成败。I love the future, we're ready to shine。现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future, whatever it takes，放手去追。This is our life. Stars are falling, tracing dreams anew. Even when I stumble, I'll rise too. We stand tall, we conquer all through the smoke and shadows. No looking back, I'll forge my way, reclaim our fate. I love the future， 让我放来，英雄不论成败。I love the future, we're ready to shine。现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future, whatever it takes，放手去追。This is our life。破除心魔，冲破枷锁，进无止境，勇敢探索，心中的信念燃烧不息，未来此刻证明。I love the future， 让我放来，英雄不论成败。I love the future， we're ready to shine。现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future, whatever it takes，放手去追。This is our life. This is our life. This is our life.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Đức Toàn, mình đến từ đội tuyển ranking Esports Việt Nam. Em bắt đầu chơi game từ năm 2009 và em cảm thấy game rất là hay và thú vị. Trước năm 2023 em đã tham gia rất nhiều đội tuyển và đến năm 2023 thì ranking Esports đã gọi em về và em đã tập luyện hàng ngày để đạt được kết quả tốt. Thời khắc em không thể quên được vào cuối năm 2023 vào được top 4 CBS. Ban đầu thì bọn em được đánh giá rất là thấp nhưng không ngờ tới bọn em đã làm được điều đó.
Đối với Toàn, đối với cô Toàn là một người con ngoan hiếu thảo, biết giúp đỡ bố mẹ và gia đình. Nhưng bố mẹ thì rất tự hào về Toàn.
Lúc đầu thì em nó thì cũng muốn làm thôi chơi cái game này vì gia đình cũng đầu nghĩ là không hợp lý, cũng không đồng ý lắm. Nhưng mà sau này thì cũng thấy game nó cũng là một món đồ em nó thích vui chơi và cùng với là chú đồng tình ủng hộ đây là chương trình game của gia chú và
Trước tiên thì sẽ là CBS 2024 để đạt được thành tích cao nhất và sau đó em sẽ phát triển bản thân vào các giải đấu sau. Đối với em, đột kích là thanh xuân, là cuộc sống và là gia đình của em.
Meu nome é Vinícius, tenho 20 anos, meu nick é VNC, moro em Cabo Frio, Rio de Janeiro e jogo no Vasco vai fazer 2 anos. Quando a gente chamou o Fefe pro time, a gente já tinha essa ambição de ser campeão da CFS, nosso foco total é lá. E a gente ganhou aí os 2 brasileiros agora, vamos jogar o Vietnã. E esse campeonato da Coreia também já deu pra ver que o nosso nível tá alto, dá pra ganhar dos caras tranquilo. E é isso, chegar no final do ano ali na CFS e vamos ganhar dos caras. Eu acho que o melhor momento da minha vida tá sendo agora, 2024, e foi 2023 também. Acho que é o meu auge da minha carreira, onde eu tô me sentindo muito bem jogando aqui com os moleques do Vasco.
Dócil, sempre foi um menino com muita atenção, com muita força de vontade, determinação. Ele começou a dar um pouco de preocupação por ficar trancado muito tempo dentro do ambiente com o computador, até que nós fomos ver que era jogo.
Ver um moleque fazendo o que ele gosta, né? Ganhando o dinheirinho dele, escolheu a profissão, sempre botando na cabeça dele que é uma carreira muito rápida, né? Tem que investir o dinheiro que ganha em alguma coisa, que é o que ele já fez. Torce bastante, vibra, onde ele estiver, sempre vai estar junto.
Pô, ele comia jogo, só computador. Dormia em computador o dia inteiro, a noite toda, saía, chegava e estava no computador. Então, tipo assim, totalmente mérito dele, trabalho dele, suor dele, tudo mérito dele realmente.
Sim, meu pai, minha avó, meu irmão, minha família toda sempre vai nos jogos, sempre tá lá gritando, comemorando, tudo. Quem tá lá já viu. E é isso, o apoio deles pra mim é excepcional. Mandar um abraço para todo mundo que torce de verdade. A gente vai jogar o Vietnã agora, tentar garantir mais uma vaga pro Brasil e no final do ano ser campeão mundial.
back home.
No room.
That's so wild.
All right, we're running at them. And SGJ.
Again, find this fight that worked well from last time, and it does. War here as well. It was meant to be spot.
3 rounds. And he's gonna do it again.
Oh!
4 kills.
Boy is going to be crawling in towards mid, but here comes the Animals with the M4.
Holding it. They could have easily puddled in there. Thankfully, there will be a bit of a trade that comes forward, so it's not the be-all and end-all.
Yeah, it's only one piece of the equation now, too. We still have 7 who could definitely snipe BDSC just as good.
No sign, they're gonna send it in, but Zola already picks up one, make that a double kill, looking for a third, and he lands some shots into spray. They're so good, and this guy is playing out of his mind!
Nice shot. Ice Cube clean as a whistle. One exchange comes back in the favor of Unknights, but this doesn't really seem like a very fair bargain at all.
Does not miss those. Opening frag is good. The second frag followed up by Koi is good. And the Colt is going to be on fire. Trying to swing in to try to get the kill.
Went behind and then repeated. But, oh, nice spray down here from the top of the box. It's you just making it look easy.
Hello, Crossfire Esports fans all around the world. We're here with Day 6 of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. I'm your host, Matt Andrews. You join me live on stage here in Hangzhou in China. It's time for the final day of our groups. Teams have raced over the last 5 days to try and secure one of those vital top 2 places to make it out of their respective groups to the knockouts. And for some, they have secured their future, but for others, well, there is everything still to play for, and everything will be determined today. Our amazing stage is set for the last 4 games in the group stage. Will we see surprises? Will we see miracles in front of our eyes? The only way to know is to unlock the future and find out together. So we'll get started. First up, this one's all about who makes it out of Group A. It's a do-or-die game that we love. These teams have to win. So best of luck to them as they are about to showcase to us everything they've got on this stage right now. Proudly representing Vietnam, it's Ranking Esports! And their opponents who've been on a great journey and wish it to continue, Vasco Esports! The winners will continue to the knockout stage. How does this settle Group A? We're going to find out right here, right now.
Yes, welcome on into the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. We're back once again for the final day of the group stage. Things are, of course, heating up in some aspects or simmering down in others. It kind of depends on whereabouts you sit in the group. But, of course, I've got Neo and Bench here as well alongside me. And, fellas, one more day of group stage. Some dreams still yet to be made, some hopes still yet to be dashed, but most things have kind of fallen into place.
Yeah, most things have slotted into place, and also as well, slotted into place as expected. A lot of the favourites making it through, basically none of them that can really make a solid argument for of teams that missed out should have been there anyway. I know like Sneaky, for example, was like SGJ, but 3B on ANTISOCIAL have been better there.
Right.
They've got a game for seeding, which is going to be pretty spicy actually later down the line. But yeah, for the most part, we haven't really missed out on any big names. The only big name we could potentially miss out on is Vasco. I think ranking, even though you can talk about them doing best in Vietnam, they've definitely had their problems.
Yeah, well, speaking of big names, we've got a couple to thank as well before we get too far into today's discussion. We would like to thank, of course, Smartgate Entertainment for hosting the wonderful tournament, and also a special mention to our partners, Tencent, of course, as well. A huge thank you to Sony InZone, the official partner of CFS 2024 Grand Finals, for their incredible support. The Sony InZone gaming headsets and monitors, backed by Sony's cutting-edge gaming and audiovisual technology, were developed in collaboration with professional players to help you fight for greatness, designed to win. And on top of that as well, we'd like to thank Morphling for their tremendous support of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. The Morphling L50 gaming chair introduces groundbreaking dynamic support technology with air-operated lumbar support that adjusts using a lift lever. It is specifically designed for those with lower back discomfort. Morphling, reach your throne. And I reckon bench, that's probably pretty good for you, mate.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes in these offline tournaments, players do complain for the shares, but right now, right in this grand finals, I haven't heard about any problems, any issues with the back discomfort. Players are absolutely loving it.
Mate, the only thing that they're complaining about right now, apparently, is how cold it is. Now, it's very hot here.
It is actually steaming hot in here, but, you know, sometimes it does help with, with warming your hands up.
They've cranked the heater up. And
absolutely.
I just want to say, so Vietnam, obviously we know that's hot.
Yeah.
Brazil's pretty hot as well, right?
Yeah.
So
it's about the same mugginess as well, I think.
Home ground territory for both these teams.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, this is going to be a little bit more familiar territory for them in terms of the heat. Not so much for me from England. This is like hot.
You're struggling.
This is like a good day in England.
And you've got the heavy-duty shirt on today.
Yeah, I know. Got these made in Vietnam, and they're thick.
You might not be able to see it, but mine's quite thin. Mine's quite good for today. But
mine is absolutely thin. It's just a single layer of
You know, when you're getting tailored like me, fellas, you don't know about this. When you get these tailored shirts made, you know, they get you the good quality
Actually,
stuff.
you know what's funny? That is the tailored shirt you got made in Vietnam. This is the tailored jacket I got
there
made
we
in
go.
Vietnam. We could just combine them. Swap shirt, swap jacket, whatever. It'll be fine. Look, let's get into the discussion around some Crossfire here, because this first matchup is potentially the most important match of the day. I think there's definitely an argument to be made for Antisocial and 3BL as well, because that's a big seeding game. But both those teams are already kind of confirmed to go through. Here, though, in Group A, having a look at how things have played out, it is maybe still realistic for Ranking to think about potentially making it through as the second seed. Of course, to do that, they would have to beat Vasco, and they'd have to do it pretty convincingly. I haven't run the numbers, I haven't done the math, I don't know exactly what the numbers would have to look like, but I think they'd have to have a pretty hefty win. But to say it's possible is still true. In which case, I mean, this is a decider match, basically.
Yeah, exactly. In the weird way that it's set up, we can see a world in which you've got 3 separate teams on that 1-2 standing, and then head-to-head sort of gets thrown out the window because of that, and it goes down to the round differential and the AP score, which, of course, is used in Crossfire. So it's going to be funky. I think Ranking needs something quite special here. Obviously, they need a win, but they probably also need quite a dominant win as well, if I'm being completely honest. And then you got the other side where for LCK, even though they're 1-2, their AP score is actually less than Vasco, so I think they're actually, unfortunately, done anyway. So it's a little weird and a little funky where how things are. Of course, we've got some KD standings, of course, to bring you. No surprise to see most of these names in that top spot. We've got Koi, of course, who's been incredible all the way throughout. GoKendu, ZY, names that you also expect as well. But good to see Famous from Swamp Gaming. You know, the definition of a hard carry for his team. The rest of the team, not doing a hell of a lot.
That
but team, Famous is putting up some numbers.
That team is a hard carry, I will say. So, you know, he's putting up numbers, but unfortunately it hasn't translated into a position in the playoffs once again for Swamp. But the beauty of that, at least I think as far as Famous is concerned, I mean, you look at a couple of the other players, Goken in particular, do as well, both snipers. They tend to play a little bit more of a passive kind of a style, just generally because of their role. Goken is the guy that's kind of set up to clutch, so when the rounds are won without him, he just doesn't die. Whereas Famous is like, he's like the front liner. He's got to be that guy that's getting the job done. So even to see him up there from a roles perspective is very impressive. But we'll have a look at today's matchups. We've already highlighted bench, obviously, the Ranking Vasco game being quite important. So too the 3BL and Antisocial matchup. But the other couple of games coming through here, Evolution Power, Alotus, that looks like it's a bit of a foregone conclusion. AG and Swamp as well, not going to factor in too much to the standings. So I think actually the really good games today are front-loaded.
Yeah, the final 2 games are somewhat all she wrote, I believe, for these 2 teams. But the first 2 games, definitely important, especially the Ranking and Vasco. We've been talking just about this so many times. But the second game also needs a lot of importance because it decides which seeding you're going to get going into the playoffs. And I mean, for any of the 2 teams, really, Antisocial 3BL, I feel like whichever team does end up going out in second place of the group stages will have a hard time fighting against teams like All Gamers, having a hard time fighting against teams like Wolf Empire. It's really tough if you do end up finding yourself in the second seed. But let's go take a look at the stats for Ranking Esports. Of course, like you guys highlighted, this team has some issues to get through. As you can see, all 5 players below, except Humo, below 1 KD.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the problem with this Ranking roster, isn't it, Neo? Like, we've seen plenty of good stuff from a few of these guys, but generally speaking, it feels like in a lot of cases, if Hugh is not on, Ranking is not a threat.
Yeah, I mean, honestly as well, I think there's something that me and Sneaky were discussing as well, that I actually think PM's on the chopping block a little bit as well, especially with how good Tom was looking. You know, I think he had a lot to offer up, right? And obviously coming from a smaller team, it's one of those where, you know, PM's had obviously his struggles for quite a while, and like you mentioned, if Humio doesn't step up, neither does Ranking, and nobody really has looked great over towards Ranking. It's been a woeful underperformance from them for what is actually the #1 seed coming from that region. Vasco on the flip side, #2 from their region as well, from Imperial generally being #1, but for the most part, very good across the board. I think we've seen kind of the big names step up in the way we'd expect, right? You've got your MGs and your Silvers, always expect them action as well. Same guy that, you know, always puts up very, very good numbers in that rifling core. And the only one who's below kind of that positive is Feifei. Fair enough, he's the IGL, right? You know, it's one of those where it's like, you don't expect him to put up numbers. And LD actually on the other side as well, also Ranking has been tough in terms of not only the calling department, but also just the raw fragging power too. So for LDX, I think, I mean, I don't know, how do you lead a side who feels that they've got no confidence?
I don't know, man. You have to have a big conversation this morning, right? And say, look, guys, maybe today is our day. Things haven't necessarily gone perfectly throughout this event so far for Ranking, but the talent is definitely still there. Vasco have shown some degrees of shakiness themselves as well. We took a map off of them at the Summer Championship, so there's a possibility that Ranking could get it done today. If they're really hot, if they're on form, I think definitely can see Ranking having a winnable game here. Would I predict it? Maybe not. I think I'm going to lean towards Vasco, no doubt about it, but I just think for the sake of Ranking, they have to have that conversation amongst themselves and say, look, all we need is one good day today, and we're through to the knockout stage at least.
And it has to be a big day, not just a good day, because based on these stats, I believe, I mean, of course, we didn't run the numbers completely, but if they don't take it out 2-0, then I feel like LCK might even have a good shot at going into the playoffs.
No, I'm pretty sure LCK cannot make it. Okay. But by what I'm looking at, unless Vasco get completely obliterated, but then if Vasco get completely obliterated, Ranking should make it. I think LCK have actually just not. When they've won by close margins. When they lost by big margins. So their AP is actually so low. I'm pretty sure. I'm kind of sort of in my mind crunching the numbers. I think LCK are actually impossible. I think
so too. I would have to clarify exactly what the first tiebreaker is.
Yeah, because even if it's a close win, if it's a close win for Vasco, they're guaranteed through. Yep. If it's a close win for Ranking, then I think Vasco still get it anyway, because their AP wouldn't have taken that big of a dip.
So is it AP first? Is it AP the first decider, or is it map differential?
It's probably map that comes in first.
I think in Vietnam is round differential.
That's what I was thinking. There was something we have to clarify. We'll
then again, round differential, Vasco the only one positive.
Yeah, we'll have
LCK at -12, Vasco at 8, and then currently Ranking at -16. So I'm pretty sure LCK cannot make it.
Yeah.
So nonetheless, like still, if Ranking wants to get themselves going into the playoffs, they will have to win by a big margin, not just a small window.
Yeah. Touching on the predictions here as well, vast majority going the way of Vasco. There were a couple of Ranking voters over obviously on the first slide, which was the Vietnamese broadcast, and a smattering of Ranking picks here as well for us. But you know, I think we're fair to say that Vasco comes into this one as the favourites. Maybe this will give us a bit of insight. Every round could determine who will secure the second place for the next stage, which is exactly kind of what we're saying. Again, we'll have to crunch the numbers.
I'm sort of crunching them in my head now. We got Vasco who are +8.
Right.
And we got Ranking who are -16.
Yep.
Even if they go 10-2, 10-2, it still becomes... I think Ranking then take it. They've actually got to win. Like
no, that would be...
Yeah, they've got to win by a big amount to then completely nullify Vasco's +8, essentially. So we actually...
Well, let's say you go 10-2.
Yeah, exactly.
That's -8.
Yes,
so you're 0 there for Vasco.
And then also it's -8 for Ranking. Then they've got to...
10-2.
They've got to win. They've got to win.
They don't. Well, they do need to win, yes. But then it would be... You're -8, they're 0. If you then win, 10-5,
exactly.
You're -5, we're +3. It's or -5, -3, whatever. There's a lot of math, and probably when you're watching this and you're listening to us say, you've got no idea what's going on. But
the point I was trying to make there, though, is that if we actually get to a point where it gets to 9-6 or 9-7, we can actually already maybe start saying, I don't think Ranking can do this.
Right.
That's the issue, right? Because of how different the rounds are.
Yeah.
That's the big problem. If these maps actually do go close, that's it. I think Ranking don't have a chance. They have to come into this, dominate from the get-go. I don't think they can even, let's say both maps, I don't think they can drop a lot of rounds really at all, if I'm being completely honest, if they want to give themselves that best chance.
Yeah, I think the big problem obviously for Ranking was that loss to LCK. You know, like that has made this... It's no longer cut and dry. You win this game, you go through. If you lost to LCK, that's where first of all, you're now 0-2, so that's a problem. But also you're losing out on a lot of rounds that you probably needed to win to kind of keep that round differential in the conversation. And, you know, looking at like ranking versus Q9, they took Q9 to 3 maps, so fairly close game there for them. They didn't drop too many like round differential off of that. You know, the Vasco guys also had a pretty close game against Q9. Just as far as the games that they've all actually played so far, like versus Q9, at least they both went pretty close. LCK ranking obviously lost. It was a reasonably close loss, whereas Vasco had a pretty convincing win. So that's where that differential's starting to come through. But maybe that can still be overturned today. We had a little bit of a look there at the map stats bench. Any insights, any takeaways really coming through to this one, or are we kind of just like, we just need to get into the game here and see how ranking plays? Because for me right now, it kind of feels like ranking just has to hit another level. Like, it doesn't really matter the maps, it doesn't really matter this or that. They actually just have to find a different level. They have to find that kind of peak form that we know that they can hit on occasion to really just destroy Vasco regardless of the situation. That is what they need today.
I mean, for ranking at this end game of group stages, like, maps don't really matter. They will have to pull something out. Otherwise, they're knocked out. They're gone. They're foregone for this tournament. So, but we were able to see on the map comparison, a lot of the maps definitely favor Vasco, especially like maps like Port, a Brazilian favorite. So we'll have to wait and see what really unfolds. But yeah, map ban picks don't really matter, I feel like.
Well, we're going to have to go through them anyway, so might as well have a bit of a chat about it. Looks like they're ready to go. So let's get this one underway.
Wouldn't surprise to see some of the wonky maps come through. If they want to, like just how we were shining light on, they have to pick the big map scores, like 10-2, 10-1s. If it is possible, then they will have to go for the maps like Mexico even. Try to
Vasco
close out early on.
Vasco, I have a feeling, will really pick Mexico here because they've already picked it once. And they had moments of goodness against Q9. I think they really underestimated Q9 on that map, I would say. But I think Mexico is probably a good way to lean here. It's not the most common map for ranking, and because ranking have got this eagle eye ban that they don't want to play on, which I think is absolutely fair enough, this is where Vasco get a little bit of an opportunity to kind of work things sort of themselves. The ban coming through here, a couple of different ways Vasco could lean in this. I don't know if they want to start playing for themselves here, or if they're going to start playing the sort of quote-unquote anti in a sense. But the assumption of why we're talking about round difference, because if it was set difference, then I actually think ranking don't have a chance. They're already -3. So even though they were to win 2-0, they would still be -1. So that's where we assume round differences are going to be in play rather than sets. Black Widow going to get banned out by Vasco. I think that's fair enough. Ranking have had good moments. They look pretty good at the Summer Championship too. It's just
they beat Q9 on it as
yeah,
well.
I think the issue is with ranking is that basically they haven't looked good more or less at all.
Right.
So kind of sort of similar to what Bench was saying, I really don't think this veto really matters at all, in the sense of, like, I don't think ranking have had any confidence for them. None of the individuals have stepped up. Nobody's looked good. Like, even Humio's looked average at best. And this is the issue for them, where you got, you know, Vasco on the flip side who have looked incredibly solid. Anchor getting picked out, no surprise. Most popular map in Vietnam. Always sort of expected to get picked out as an opening pick, whether it's Wolf Empire, whether it's ranking, next stop, whoever it is. They always go towards an Ankara, fair enough. But is this map pick for Vasco? I'm thinking Mexico feels like quite a good one. I know it's played domestically, but to way less of a standard than in Brazil.
All right, well, I've got confirmation as well. First tiebreaker is set differential, which would obviously be
Is the
the
ranking
same.
out then?
No, set differential is they're 1-2. Everyone's 1-2.
Oh,
That's the first.
I
then it
thought
moves
it
into
was
rounds,
because they call sets maps as well.
Yeah.
So I was okay.
So then the question is, for Vasco, all they really need to do is just crank in some rounds, even if they do end up losing the whole series here.
Sets? Yeah, you mean
I'm clarifying.
like by series?
Yeah,
I'm
because
clarifying.
they call sets maps.
Yeah.
You know, set MVP is map MVP.
In which case, if it is set,
then ranking are out.
ranking are
They
done.
can't make it anyway. That's why I was thinking this round,
Wait,
because we've spoken about.
No, that's wrong.
No, it
if
is.
ranking would 2-0,
They'd still be -1.
they would be -1. Vasco would be -2.
Oh, but then LCK actually -2 as well.
-2.
Yeah.
So if they 2-0, so if
Yeah,
ranking
yeah.
2-0s, they go through.
That's
Guaranteed.
true.
Guaranteed.
That is
Doesn't matter how
guaranteed.
close. Guaranteed.
So actually, if Vasco get one map, they're chilling, essentially.
Yep.
So wait, but then round differential comes through, so if they end up winning 2-0, but it's going to be like 10-8, 10-8, then ranking is going to be at -12 in terms of rounds.
No, but if it's a 2-0 for ranking, they're currently -3 in maps. They would then go -1 in maps, whereas Vasco go -2. So ranking will win that way. So it actually does come down to, A, can Vasco get a map in any way? if they get at all get, they, for example, if they get Ankara, that's the series done because they then go +1, and then even if they were to lose, and ranking go -4, and even if they were to lose the next 2 maps, they'd still be fine. Yeah, because then ranking go back to -2. So yeah, essentially, Vasco just need 1 map. That's all they need. They don't even need a series. They just need a map.
Yep. All right, Ankara, Subbase, and Mexico. Mexico's a bold one from ranking, I think, taking a Brazilian team there. Of course, we've had our discussions about that in the past. But
unfortunately, they had to ban Port. That's the issue. So they had to ban Port and then pray a little bit that it doesn't come out as in that decider. But obviously, because Vasco are in that second wave, it's their choice. So that's the slightly awkward thing in the way this veto sort of played out. I think everyone's saying it's a coin toss, right, to see who picks the veto. And I think most teams obviously prefer to be that second map pick because then you also get the decider as well, which is where actually this has worked out for Vasco quite well because they've got that sub-base coming through. Ankara, they're fine on because they play it domestically quite a bit. And then as well, on top of that, they get that Mexico, which is a stark advantage over towards Vasco. So in most part, 2 out of 3 maps are very comfortable for them. Ankara's not bad. And you've also got a really kind of disgruntled ranking right now. And like we said, it doesn't really matter about the series as a whole. It is quite literally down to the map.
Yep. Got to get that 2-0, basically. That's the name of the game right here for ranking. We'll just run with that for now as we continue to lock all of those discussions in. But I think that's a pretty simple way of just approaching this anyway. If you're ranking and you're kind of concerned about it, is it going to come down to round differential? Is it come down to this? Don't even worry about that at that point. We just need to win this series. We just need to win it 2-0. That's all we've got to focus on. If it so happens that we go through to a 3rd map, whatever, we'll try and do our best. But let's just focus on this 2-0 ideally to begin with. So that's the name of the game for ranking. And realistically, I honestly think if ranking is going to win this series anyway, for it to even be part of the discussion, because it comes down to the 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 in the 3-way tie for Group A 2nd place. If ranking is to win this series, I actually do think they just win it 2-0. Like, that's the way they win this series. If it goes to 2-1, if it's a long, grindy series, I don't really see that. If ranking's not at, like, that peak 110%, I don't think they beat Vasco. I just think, personally, Vasco's a better team. So the way that ranking is going to be able to make it out of this group is they have an absolute monster day today. They 2-0, absolutely dumpster Vasco, and Humeo's dropping, like, 30 every map. That's actually the way I see forward for ranking. If that does not occur, unfortunately, I don't think that's happening anyway. So it's probably a moot point.
I mean, give or take, in theory, if they end up going 2-1, then it goes into round differentials. And I just have that strong belief that Vasco will be able to rack up some rounds, even if they do end up losing 2 maps. So, like you said, yeah, it's going to be a huge day for ranking. They will have to beat Vasco in a 2-0. But I don't know. It feels like a long shot to me.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I guess we can just sum it up here. Ranking 2-0 is Vasco. Ranking goes through. Ranking 2-1's Vasco. Vasco goes through. Vasco wins in any way. Vasco goes through. So
that's a done deal.
There's quite a few more options here for Vasco. They can actually take a bit more of a relaxed approach. And even in the case where they do lose this series, but they at least take 1 map, they will still go through. So they have given themselves that kind of benefit of the doubt just with that win against LCK. And again, you kind of have to look at ranking and say, well, that's kind of your own fault, right? Like,
yeah, you shouldn't lose to LCK.
Theoretically, you should definitely not be losing to LCK. This is a team that was top 4 last year.
Yeah.
Was it even top 3? I don't think they quite got top 3. I think it was Vincent that got top 3 off the top of my head. But yeah, ranking was into the playoffs pretty comfortably last year. They managed to make top 4. What a fall from grace this would be if they don't make it out of the group. We talked about that a little bit last night when it came to Imperial and their potential chance of maybe dropping out of that group. They were able to hang on. Let's see if ranking can hang on here. Or in this case, I think it's actually Vasco that's kind of hanging on and ranking trying to make a bit of it feels like upset at this point, it has to be said.
I've got to say, for 2024, I've actually really not been convinced of ranking at all. No. I think it's such a hard carry job, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like Humio, I think, has obviously a lot to offer up. And then Duck1 has his moments, I would give him. And then it drops off quite massively, right? And even though I know they've done well domestically, I don't care. They're the summer champions here, and they're the best performing team so far at this grand finals. I don't think who cares if they finish 1st or 2nd domestically, right? They're still coming towards these tournaments and dominating. And the issue for me is that for ranking, I think maybe because they've been so good domestically, they think, oh, it's fine, like, you know, it works. But I think we're getting to a point now where it's proven that ranking, a change is needed to be made. This is no longer an internationally competitive team who are meant to be competitive. And the big narrative, I think, for this group has actually been the Vasco underperformance in comparison to the Summer Championships. They were incredible at Summer Championships, much better than Imperial. They looked like they had the legs behind them, they looked like the consistency throughout, and they looked like they were, by and large, one of the more dominant teams from that second region, right? But they've come in towards this and looked shaky all the way throughout. I can sort of give them that Q9 one. Q9 looked great. I think even on the maps in which is meant to be punish picks, like that Mexico, Koi looked incredible, and Koi is the best player of the tournament so far, right? So you can't touch him in that sense. That's fair enough. But then we've just seen these shaky moments elsewhere, right? Even against like LCK, for example, we're thinking, you know, there's moments here and there where you see like Spoxy will step up and take down the side like a 1v3, and you're like, this should never happen. You guys are meant to be so disciplined. So Vasco, I have my worries, but one map is all they need. And map number 1, of course, is going to be Ankara here, picked by ranking.
And indeed we are on to Ankara, with it all to play for both Ranking and Vasco. Big game ahead, this one. Deciding match for Group A.
Yeah, Ranking, this is the last chance they can qualify.
Ranking want to get out the gate strong. A bit of an early aggression out there from Humeo, but pushed back into the vent by just the one Vasco member outside of A.
He also got naded, so he himself is going to be taking a bunch of damage. We'll have to fall back, but eventually the main aggression is going to be down towards B office, but Nevis has an angle, and he gets instantly traded out, and now Ductuan has all to do. But, oh, no, this is not working out for Ranking already. Down 3 members, and they'll have to go on a retake. What a free plan given towards Vasco, and already I feel like the chances are getting slimmer and slimmer for the side of Ranking.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not a good look to start the first round off like this. It's obviously still a long way to go, right? Like, it's early days, but yeah, like I said, it feels like if Ranking's going to win this series, and they're going to be able to do it in the fashion that they need to make it through to the knockout stage, they really need to be all guns blazing, and that, unfortunately for me, is not an indication of an all guns blazing Ranking at this point in time.
Yeah, unfortunately, I guess for Vasco, that is the most bog standard Ranking performance we've had at this tournament. That's just what they've been looking like. It's been really rough, really, really janky CROSSFIRE being played for them, and they've just not offered up basically anything. That's a real unfortunate narrative that we've got sort of throughout this tournament, where Ranking woefully underperforming for their standards, and, you know, obviously it's been a very disappointing tournament, and that sort of round feels like it kind of sums it up to a degree. Vasco, you know, without a doubt would have come in towards this series with so much confidence that they've got to think we're the better team here by and large, right? We beat LCK, they didn't. As simple as that. But no far. Flash out Hotel Control. Bit of second mid presence, but they dip away.
I mean, now PM will have to find some huge frags here to hold on to the bomb sites. VNC looking to swing any moment soon. The swing is not going to be there. But PM does eat a headshot through the wall. Still holds on to his life. And now here comes the rest of the aggression. And now Ductone is on the bomb site as well to provide defense. Fefe with a nice opening through the box is going to take PM down. All for Ductone with a quick 2 spray down. Goes for the Colt for the 3rd kill. Not going to happen. Down to a 2v2. Action down very low. 12 HP. But the smoke has been put out to provide some cover.
Well, that is a good looking round from Action so far. Into the 1v1 against Nevis. Low on HP. This doesn't necessarily so much come down to the aim duel anymore. It'll come down to more than likely a timing or positioning thing, because if Action can somehow get in behind Nevis, he can win this round. But just a straight up aim battle, I don't think he's got the HP to really play with it. They've gone past one another like ships in the night. But Action up into the sniper's nest could be an interesting play if he sits here for a little. Waits for Nevis to make that rotation, but he's got only about 35 seconds to play with, so Action might actually have to get a bit of a wriggle on here, collect that C4 and try to plant, at which point it kind of feels like he's lost this round already.
25, gotta move. Nevis not showing any presence. It's just such an awkward place that the C4 is dropped to make matters worse. Collectible now. Nevis might catch him on the drive-by, and it was so close. He isn't given the ability to pick it up. If the C4 was dropped basically anywhere else, I think it's fine, right? He can either prioritize taking a fight or prioritize collecting that C4 and getting a plant down. Just the fact that it's on that ledge, Nevis can play super passive. He doesn't need to peek. He doesn't need to show contact contact now saying, well, ranking going to win at the 1 versus 1. That's important. Keeping them afloat just a little bit.
Yeah.
But then
keeping
again,
the spirits high, right?
But then again, here's the issue, right? Like, even that round 1 by ranking looked only so shaky, and it's not as clean as we expected.
However, right, what I will say, ranking will take 10 shaky rounds in a row and win, right? You know what I mean? As long as they get them on the board, I guess that's ultimately all they care about.
That's true, but this round might not be a win. Not just yet anyway. Vasco are nicely into the A site. And it's a 4v2 post plan as well. I mean, not even a post plan just yet, but it will be shortly. In fact, it'll perhaps even end up being a 3v2 post plan, so that's slightly better for ranking. Ductuan just kind of taking matters into his own hands there, trying to get in front of the play and bring it back a little bit more favorable for ranking before they do get forced into this retake. It's still not going to be easy, though. PM waiting in the sniper's nest, looking for any freebie that he can get onto the site, but Vasco's too good of a team to give him that kind of an opening, so he'll have to make his magic happen elsewhere.
They're so isolated. This is so difficult. The only issue with this is that they can't barrel in together and trade. So in these isolations, it's so much easier for Vasco and that post plant just to play in the angles they're playing. They can take contact over towards spawn and take contact on that wrap through vent. It's much, much more simple for them. Most 2v3s, if you want a chance, you want to hopefully barrel in together and just catch somebody off guard. Bring it, kind of flip the script quite quickly into a 2v1 in your favor. But not to be this time. Vasco reclaim the lead. We said ranking, they have been without a doubt some shaky rounds, but all they care about is the rounds ultimately themselves. But it doesn't instill you with confidence that they can do it the way it's been played out so far. I do like this though. Bit of proactivity, bit of movement, and a hell of a lot of information.
Here comes the underpass push from Vasco. LDX will take his eyes off of that angle for now, and here comes a swing and a miss, and he gets instantly knocked out from the lobby.
I mean, that's a very wide swing for not having had any information. Maybe he heard a footstep.
Do you know as well, one of the big issues there with that deep B push that's wrapping in towards spawn, or spawn of BL that is that it's all well and good if you're doing it to gain information, but then when they leave LDX alone there, he has no one to fight with him. If they left maybe just one player over towards hotel, or one towards second mid, he has support. Now second mid player can hold top mid, or a hotel player can hold that wrap in towards tunnel as a bit of a crossfire from sight, but because LDX is alone there, he's so flustered, so panicked in that spot. C4's down again. Action should get one, and he will. Maybe both, in fact, as well. Colt pulled out. He wants to try and get up close and personal, and he can't find it, but I don't know if it's going to make too much of a difference here. C4 is so far ticked, and it is planted as well for VNC. He's got to stick this. VNC's not peeking. VNC's not peeking at all. He's played trigger discipline, and it's worked against him. Pros don't fake, they say.
Yeah.
And Vasco now got to sit in this tack pause. That ranking have called, knowing they've let one slip for nothing.
Maybe you're right, Neo. Just as long as ranking can somehow, even though it may be shaky, pull out 10 rounds.
Yeah,
they're
like
going to win the map.
10 of the worst rounds ever, but they get the 10 rounds regardless.
I mean, you keep saying 10 rounds, but actually it's 20. They do need 20. Let's not forget.
Yeah, true.
They can win a shaky first map here, and that's still going to have me going into map 2 like, oh, hang on a second, guys. Like, this is still not looking fantastic. So, I'm not 100% sold on what I'm seeing just yet from ranking.
Oh, hell no.
But I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt for now.
Then again, they don't need to be sold on it either, right? As long as they get them, that's all they care about.
There's a lot of copium being thrown around right now.
No, there is. But what I'm saying is that's the only way you can really think of your ranking right now. They've not been playing good all tournament. They've not been a good team internationally kind of all year in the grand scheme of things. They've got to be, if they're being realistic with themselves, they can say, I don't really care how we get this. There's no way they could genuinely say we're going to dominate Vasco. That's not going to happen. It's never going to happen, right? They've got to think, right, we've just got to try and lock our way through this a little bit and hope that we can get 2 maps over the line.
Yeah, ranking is, like, I mean, over the course of the last 4 rounds, they're fighting tooth and nails, and as long as they can get the job done, but it's going to be a long shot to be made. Timeout is about to be over, just about 7 seconds on the clock, and looks like Vasco, they're going to have to figure something else to shut this one out. Otherwise, ranking may just have a comeback happen. Into round number 5. Vasco guiding themselves out towards A. Yeah, we do have 3 players in ranking with PM, with the AWM is going to miss that shot, but that's going to be a good leg shot, good wallbang, as Silva is going to be taken down to less than half HP there.
I've been more convinced by what I've seen from Vasco so far today. Even though the scoreline's only 2-2, kind of feels like the rounds that they've been winning have been a little bit cleaner. And even the rounds that they're losing, they're kind of in with a chance. This could honestly kind of be a 4-0 in favor of Vasco. They're also, once again, very easily into the A side. That's just been space that's been given by Humeo over to Vasco for no real effort.
Yeah, I mean, they had basically had a freebie. They just walked in there.
Yeah, like one flash pushes him off the line.
Maybe Ranking is thinking that they have better chances of retaking 5-on-5 than to having to hold onto the bomb sites as a 5 as LDX. That's an opening on towards MG. Now, they have control out towards A long, and they can attack from all angles.
Time's kind of ticking away, though. Ranking really have to pick the pace up here. They've got only half of the C4 timer left. They haven't even started hitting the site just yet. They've got to clear out 4 more players, and Action is locking down Vent already. Does get traded back down, but again, remember that time factor. Silver, has he held on long enough? I think he just hasn't quite managed to survive. Ranking are going to let out a couple of cheers, and they'll get themselves another round. Pixel perfect on the defuse timing there.
Small things, I mean, Jordan, we were kind of touching on this in the car. It feels like in the grand scheme, there's so many mistakes when it always comes down to these post plans. It's either teams will tap the defuse and then not stick it when they basically have to, they want any chance of winning, or in that sense, if you're Vasco, just go away. Go to spawn. Play elsewhere. Even your presence of being alive is going to be a nuisance. But there's always an opt to fight more than anything.
Yeah.
If Vasco just put one over towards fence, that probably wins in the round. If they just put one that sits back in towards the box or backside, they win the round, right? It's small things like that, but there's always a sort of inherent mindset of, I've got to fight here, we've got to win out the Angels, we've got to be the last alive sort of thing, rather than saying, I don't care if I survive as long as that bomb goes off.
Yeah.
And that's, Vasco's done this quite a few times, actually, throughout this tournament. And this one, for me, that one's quite egregious, right? That's a freebie of a round of how late it's taken Vasco to get in towards the site.
That is not even as close to as bad as the one I saw last night from Dola.
Oh, yeah, true.
That one
I did miss that one.
Horrendous.
That's what I'm saying. And the fact that it's now across, a variety of different teams, it definitely feels like so far this tournament, the number one thing to clean up has to be on both sides, on the BL and the GR, the post plants.
Just discipline. It's really just a discipline thing, isn't it? Fundamentals.
Well, Vasco's going to give it a shot at down towards A once again. Humo will get one, and Nevis, the spray down is not there, but Humo continues to get the frags, gets a double, and now LDX swings out, picks up a double kill of his own as well, and all of a sudden, it's all down to the MG Special.
The MG Special.
MG Special, my favorite.
I can't believe you're still trying to make MG Special happen.
My favorite. This is MG Special territory right here.
This is cooking up.
He's got full HP. Exactly impossible.
Ooh. He's dead, bro.
He just completely doesn't even look right. I can't believe it. How are we not even checking right?
I mean, LDX is behind the box there anyway, so.
But he's just seen one player rotate through mid. He's got to expect the second, surely. They've been double stacking. And LDX is the B player as well. Quick little tap on the tab and you'll be like, okay, this is the guy who's been anchoring B. He's got to be rotating. Is he rotating through tunnel or is he rotating through spawn?
Either way, another round for ranking. And what I will say here...
Oh, we got
an equipment issue?
Yeah.
What I will say here is that I wonder if Vasco have kind of missed a trick a little bit. Because scoreline's now 4-2. If I would say to you, eye test-wise, who's looked better... Would you say Vasco?
I mean, I would say Vasco. The 2 rounds Vasco has won looked very dominant. It was a very dominant win. 4 of the rounds that Ranking has won out of the 4, half of them looked very shaky. But the other 2 was rather clean.
So here's the thing. Like, Vasco, it feels like they've been putting themselves into winning positions. But they haven't necessarily been converting on those positions a lot of the time. And Ranking is one of those teams that if you give them a little bit of rope, they're going to run away with it. And I'm kind of getting the feeling that they're being given that rope. They're being given those rounds that they need at the start of this map to build the confidence to get into this game. That last round looked a lot better from Ranking. We saw some good shots coming through from the riflers. They're starting to come online. And instead of this now being a 4-2 lead for Vasco or a 5-1 lead for Vasco, which I think it probably should be, based on the way that the rounds have felt they should go, we're actually at a 4-2 deficit. So not only now are you Vasco having to come back from a deficit, but you're also having to do it against a Ranking that has starting to get warmed up.
I mean, as much as we bashed on current form of ranking, I mean, they still have the caliber to run away, like I said, if they're given that small window to make the run. And I feel like this is a perfect point in time with 2 rounds on top to actually make the run. But we'll have to wait and see what really goes. This time around, ranking will only leave Humo on the A bomb site. It's going to be a 4-1 split, and this is a go sign. He's going to have to hold on to it.
Oh, Humo behind the box, isolated on his own, but he'll deal with VNC. Nades are coming through to find the trade, and eventually he will fall, so it's about standard, really, for Vasco. They should definitely be clearing him out there. It is kind of a one-and-done position. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that ranking aren't putting more presence towards A, because there's been so many hits from ranking in that direction.
I gotta say, small thing as well. LDX is over towards fence, and I know there's a smoke pluming, but Humio's cleared over towards stairs. You got a kill there, and they've got an Orm at range holding for the cross up on towards site. So LDX should be getting out there, and he's not. And this is actually looking like a mad cost ranking a little bit. C4's down. They're struggling in even getting towards the site. Never mind talking about a retake. Even if MG falls in, it doesn't matter. I mean, now we've got LDX going to take a solid 3 to 4 seconds to run towards the site. PM's got all to do, and he will die. This is the round done right here.
Yep.
That round is lost. Not when Humio dies, because that's whatever. The fact that LDX doesn't support him, he sits back on that smoke. He's sitting back here when Humio goes down. No one's over towards both sets of stairs because they've got an Orm holding, and they know that Humio's just got the kill of, what was it, VNC moving up those stairs on the right-hand side of site. That's where LDX needs to push out, but it looks like it's fear more than anything that costs them that site.
I mean, essentially, LDX left his teammate to go die, essentially. Yeah. And it will cost them a valuable round. It's going to be 3-4 as Vasco will start to catch up to the pace.
To be fair as well, you know, when Humio gets traded in the end, I think it's by Action who trades him, right? LDX should have traded because all attention was over towards big box on site. Or even if, for example, he swings out and he focuses on LDX, Humio's got the angle.
And now this time around, it's going to be PM events with the AWM of his own. Looking to peek out towards A, but does he realize a push is coming right towards his face? All 5 players of Vasco getting ready to get it in there. I mean, surely PM could pick up 1, but I don't think he's good for 2 as he gets straight up by MG. And this is going to be yet another 4v4 down towards A.
They've really backed their retakes, don't they? My God.
Yeah.
Leaving just your Orm player over towards the A site is incredibly risky. There's no 2 ways about it.
This time the retake's going to come from GR spawn rather than out from A main, and that's actually a nice timing on it from ranking, but Action just delivers an absolutely insane round. Shuts it down.
Massive from Action, actually. That's so well played. He just catches all of them with their pants around their ankles.
Yeah.
Ranking, just put 2 players.
So crisp.
Yeah. Honestly, please put 2 players towards A at the very minimum.
Yep.
What, I mean, even for most teams, the box center setup is 2-on-2, right? One player playing top mid and barely even fighting mid, just somewhere in and around. And then playing 2 over towards sort of B. Now they've actually adapted and actually put a second player there. And the second they do that, Vasco go back over towards B.
Yeah, good conditioning from Vasco, though, it has to be said.
Yeah.
That has really baited ranking in. Now, I wasn't going to say this, but Action apparently not feeling too great today. I was like, you know, it's not really worth mentioning, but for the fact that he's actually dominating right now.
Yeah,
16
it's not
kills.
Like, he's literally farming.
It's not showing. It's like Michael Jordan's flu game right here.
Right.
This is it. Action's flu game. Or pool game, whichever one you want to call it.
The Action special.
The action special.
Well, 16 kills, 4 deaths, comfortably sitting on a 4.0 KD.
Back to A.
Oof.
I'm so interested to see if this 2-player stack is going to make a difference.
Yeah, it's true, actually. The one time they had to play this sort of setup, though, it did actually work for them because they couldn't trade Humio just outside of main. But they're actually not going to commit to it. They're going to fall away. And I think, honestly, this feels like quite a good call here by Feifei. I think the reason why they've retracted them is because the only 2 times that we've actually seen ranking go aggressive in towards vents or play somebody in vents is when they've got support on site. Whenever PM has been alone towards the site, he's always playing backside, or Humio's playing backside. So I think what they've realized is if he's peeking, that means someone else is here. Let's fall away.
Yeah, and ranking's also going to send another player for a rotation from B towards A, and it's going to be 4 players down towards A, only having Nevis.
He's in trouble here.
Yeah.
He's looking the wrong way as well.
This might just not work out as well. Vasco now is sending it down towards underpass. Nevis has to swing. if he wants to find some frags. Fefe might be the first one to swing in. Neves gets cleared out. It's a free bomb site once again. Although, Docton does find action in towards middle, but the C4 will be planted any moment soon here.
This is a tough retake. They have no idea what the setup is, and actually to make matters worse, they have no idea about a flank either.
Yeah, and they also don't have a huge amount of map control. They're not going to get into a hotel easily at all. They're not going to get there at all, in fact, as this underpass recontest coming through from a couple, and 2 from GR Spawn. Perfect post-plant setup, really, for Vasco. This should be there around every day of the week. Silva will deliver the first kill, but couple back in response quickly from Ranking. It does make it look doable for a second. Then you remember exactly where MG is, and he's set up in the perfect spot to shut that one down. Great crossfire established. Vasco get themselves 5, a slight lead at the half.
Yeah, I don't know. Running out of time here. 5 more rounds, and Ranking lose their chance at making it. This was that action spray down. It was a really good round from him. Colt pulled out as well to close off the last. I mean, a fantastic shutdown towards A. This is, you know, to make sort of, I guess, matters maybe a little bit easier towards Ranking. It is generally like a BL-sided map, so that could help them out a little bit, but it's not being convincing, to say the least.
That's definitely not convincing.
Oh, that's a big miss. That's a big miss from Fefe. He should have got a quick trade there. And he's missing quite a few, actually. He should have probably got a kill, if not 2.
Unfortunately, the nade's going to miss as well. Humo down very low, though. The rest of Ranking is going to start gathering down towards mid, down towards B. So I guess that skirmish, the outcome is VNC goes down. Fefe's going to take a bunch of damage, but at the end of the day, the round is still progressing. Ranking's going to burn the timer down for quite a bit. Not really showing the signs of where they want to go.
It's interesting as well with how much info Vasco have got that we're not really getting too much. You know, they're still keeping 2 over towards A, for example. It feels like you can kind of just leave 1 pushed out long and then have 2 B, 1 mid. And then worst case, if the long player dies out towards A, that mid player rotates back over, the B player reclaims mid, and that's how you move as a bit of a wave formation. But Fefe wanting to keep the support here, which it does feel like you're leaving parts of the map really open. Another big shot from me. He's really struggling on the Orm this round.
Ooh. Go for that repeat, but no one there from Ranking prepared to punish it. Does feel like Ranking are really being forced to go middle. That might be the objective here as well for Vasco.
Oh, hang on. The double Orms could be in for a bit of a time. They're actually going to dip back to Saya.
I don't know why you fall off that line. You know, stick around.
It's Fefe's 5th shot missed when he's had someone on his screen as well.
I guess maybe they were concerned about the timing if Ranking would have pushed in through middle, but I thought they had the info. Either way, this is where the Orms are going to have to sing, and I don't really like the angle. That's a tough one for Fefe to make work.
Wow.
Shooting from top down with an Orm is never really going to be easy, and MG's fallen all the way back through the smoke, so there's a bit of a quizzical setup, really, from Vasco there. They had such a strong setup outside on A main, and they chose to give it up to try to defend the side instead.
It's going to be a 3-on-5 retake. Action's going to swing. Gets knocked out instantly, leaves MG 40 MG special. Not going to happen as Ranking's going to pick up a quick round.
Fortunately, I hate to say it, but I'm blaming Fefe there. He couldn't hit a barn door. Absolute stinker of a round. Literally had so many opportunities and misses all of them. And then the call feels very weird as well. You're dragging MG back on towards the site at 35 seconds when you've got it all along control. That feels sort of useless for me. And Fefe is then the one holding the angle rather than MG, despite Fefe already having his struggles. I mean, he missed a lot there.
Yeah, I mean, had Fefe landed at least 1 kill out of the 15 times he fired his arm, would have written a different story, Neo.
Maybe, but you're relying on this guy to hit a shot, and he can't. So I'm not surprised at all he's gone back to the rifle. It was a poor round from him. I think he's probably realized that, yeah, maybe today's not my day with a sniper. But honestly, the way things were panning out, I don't think it would have made too big of a difference if he got a kill, maybe a couple of kills. And he definitely had the opportunities to do that, but yeah, he just couldn't quite connect.
Yeah. Fefe's going to go back on the M4, and now it's going to be Silva with an arm of his own.
I don't mind that. Silva's been crisp this tournament.
Yeah, so it looks like Vasco's going to continue to roll with that double arm setup. I mean, give or take, Ankara is one of the maps where you can actually utilize double arm to an extent, and looks like they're just going to go with the flow. Ranking. After a slow-paced round, last round, it worked out. Looks like they're going to continue on with that chant. Ooh, PM almost catching action. So close yet so far, and now rest of ranking are going to be going in towards vents with Pop Flesh ready by LDX.
This is a good call here by Fefe. He's actually dragged action back over towards the site. He's got VNC alongside him as well. As long as action doesn't fall away and is in front of that spawn smoke, they should be fine. LDX to the first. The swing is scrappy. 1-for-1 trades on bad. Fefe's got to go huge. He's looking the wrong way. So focused on stairs, but it was actually left-hand side where all the action was happening. And this one's done here. Double arms. I don't think they're going to have too much of a luxury in this retake. Ranking are about to take a lead. And Vasco really looking quite uncomfortable now. They're not playing to the level of a side who are a kind of playoff caliber team right now.
And the problem continues because now the two players on Vasco that has to go on a retake are the Alms. And this is looking a little too rough. But MG does find the frag to open things up. PM goes down. The time is ticking down. MG with a second frag, looking for a third. Not going to happen. The wallbang is accurate as ranking will now start leading out. It's going to be 6-5, and Vasco, all of a sudden, their global risk side isn't looking too dominant, perhaps.
I'm concerned, to say the least. Vasco falling quite flat here. Couple of big mistakes. Some players not stepping up. That's a good time to find a kill, though, for Silver. Very important one. With that arm. They've been really trying to make this double arm setup work, and it's not been looking too fruitful, but finally, an opener goes the way of Vasco.
Action coming through. Comes in through towards A connector. Was looking to peek out, but isn't necessarily going to swing wider. So down a member is going to be ranking in now. With a men deficit, what are they willing to do here? Are they just going to force the issue down towards A, or are they going to look for a strategic maneuver, maybe send the player down towards B for a fake and then see if they can bait out a rotation? And that just might be the case. Action's the only one virtually looking down towards A through connector.
Don't know if I'd really want to be challenging Action, though, and that's exactly why. Just banging the head off of LDX. Don't give him another chance. Mayo's sticking around, PM up there as well, but Action almost oversteps. Who's got the bomb? He has to be a little bit careful.
One minute 10. I mean, I don't really know for ranking where they even find opportunities to make this sort of a round work for them. They look a bit indecisive themselves. I mean, bomb's still not committed. It's over towards top mid.
Silva took a bit of a damage through the wallbang, but yeah, with only 48 seconds, I don't think this is possible. Action's going to pick up one more. Down to PM. Gets a quick drop.
Ooh.
Second kill comes through. That's big, but MG was waiting with open arms, and now we are tied back at 6-6. And Vasco finally really showing some composure.
Yeah, but honestly, they're not getting it done easy.
Yeah,
Either team, I don't think either team's really making this as easy for themselves as they should be or could be. Slow start today, maybe, for both teams.
Yeah, it's quite scrappy. No two ways about it. It's not been clean. You know, it's evident that we're not watching kind of one of the big hitters, right? Talking about your AGs or your Wolf Empires. Sloppy mistakes that have been creeping through, and obviously, you know, in a match as intense as this one, can't have that. The game plan's not quite going to plan for either side. Like you said, for ranking, it doesn't matter the fashion at which they get the rounds. As long as they get 10 in this map and 10 in the next, we're chilling, right? But for Vasco, when you only need one map, you don't want to risk it by letting it go towards that sub base, which you've also sort of had your own problems on.
Doctwan already went through about 80 bullets of his own, only sitting at 30 and 21 in reserve. The wallbangs from the M4 does tick Silva away about half HP, but He's on the arm, doesn't really matter.
Wow, what a shot though. Pre-fire from Dr. One. Gets rid of Silva. And once again, Ranking have an advantage. They might be able to pull ahead here over Vasco one more time. Keep that pressure on them. As we start to wind down the clock on this first map. Really, at this point, I think you could just toss a coin to figure out who's going to win this one, because it doesn't feel to me like either team is particularly on top at the moment.
Ooh, action gets completely dropped there by Neves. It's going to be down to a 4v3. Emo squeeze out, gets caught. MG, that was a collateral, was it?
Well, 2 kills. That's another one for him. Oh, it was almost an ace for MG right there, I think, but stolen away in the end. Still, a round that started well for Ranking has now gone the way of Vasco. They've been able to put together a couple on the trot. Does that now give Vasco that tiny little 10%, that X factor that they need to close this map out? Or is there another twist and another turn, another chapter in this book for Ranking?
That's big. They needed that. Absolutely needed that. Things were looking and feeling quite dicey at one point, so that's really a strong round from Vasco, which can potentially gift you quite a few in quick succession, right? You're talking about a bit of momentum, bit of confidence and all the rest. It's going to help in a massive way. 7-6, 3 rounds as well from taking this map, and like we said, sort of booking your spot in towards the playoff.
I mean, Vasco is slowly but surely doing so, securing their spot in the playoffs, and Ranking, they will need to find 4 more rounds out of this one.
Big setup outside of A, but pretty big setup inside of A as well for Vasco. This looks honestly like it's going to be some fake util over towards B. But I don't know that that's really going to be fooling Vasco into a whole lot. They've got the forward position of Silva. He hasn't spotted anything trying to enter in towards Hotel. And so the remaining 3 players are going to stay towards A. First one ends up being a 1-for-1. Action, though, good to deliver. Of course, at least a kill. They know the C4's there now. The rotation has to come through quickly. Feifei just has to try to buy time as much as possible. He'll concede some ground. He'll back away from the site. They're going to play retake in the 3-on-3 or not. LDX has over-aggressed and given up the numbers advantage. Neo, you're not happy.
There's no need to push that. There's not a single need ever to push that. They had a smoke, right? They're going to just smoke it off. Why have we even swung in towards that? It makes no sense at all. Because now it's given the advantage over towards Vasco. 3 versus 2 on the site. Yes, C4 planted, sure, but Vasco, you would sort of favor them unless they miss their shot. That's the trade, where the numbers favor them, and Neves out in a lot of trouble as well. He's got to hit both shots. Good for the first. Neves is good for the multi-kills as well. He's been doing it time and time again. Time too far gone as well. So LDX bailed out by a Neves double. And that's the sort of post-plant position we actually wanted from Vasco earlier on, where I was saying they didn't need to fight, they didn't need to peek. That's the way you play it. Neves does it perfectly. He does exactly what I wanted Vasco to do. Fall away over towards fence and just buy as much time as possible. There's a box which you can tuck your head behind, and all you have to do is get them off that C4 if they tap it. But with how low the time was, it wouldn't even have made a difference. LDX makes a rash play, but thankfully it doesn't cost them, with a bit of a masterclass from Neves at the end there.
And was able to see MG putting up some big numbers. 4K. 3 with the the first 2 being a call at. But for the side of Ranking, I do feel like they stand a valid chance now to actually take Ankara into their own hands.
Yeah, I mean, that's only one piece of the puzzle, though. That's the actual issue here for Ranking. If it's going to take them this much work to get the win on their own map pick,
yeah,
I don't know if I'm super sold on it.
Honestly, I'm not super sold at all on Ranking. Yeah, I'd sort of have to disagree with that. I mean, at the same time, we just seen a pretty nice round. We could, on the flip side, come in towards this and just get all destroyed. Because that's just, I mean, literally the round before that, MG got a quad, and there's a kill on top of it. This is how this game has been going. There's no consistency, right? So the issue is that, you know, we could walk into this one where it's a second mid play here. Silva gets 3 kills, round done. And that's the unfortunate thing with Ranking, is that they get a good round, but they just don't build on it ever. And actually, in all fairness, same thing with Vasco. They're both doing the same thing, where neither of them are utilizing the advantage they've got into something a little bit more long-term.
My issue is not even just the interplay between the rounds in each map. It's more so that inconsistency, how it's going to breed into the series as a whole. And even should Ranking win this map, can you guarantee they're going to 2-0 this series? There's absolutely no way you can say yes to that, which is what they need. So the job's just so much easier for Vasco knowing they really only need one map. They don't even need to win this series. If we're a bit back and forth, they should still be able to get it over the line. This one should be traded every day of the week, and it is. Costs Action a bit of his HP.
Was a little bit slow on the trade as well.
Still doing well though, 20-9. Great game from him.
Solo hold over toward the A side though, and it's VNC, who has been struggling a little bit on this map. He's going to jump up on the box to try to take an aggressive fight. Feifei in on the side, wins his duel, but quickly gets traded down. That's crazy though that VNC gets away with that. Surviving long enough to get himself a second for that hold, but still a 2-on-2, so very winnable round for Ranking though. Great timing, good push from Vasco. Confident play, leaves PM in the 1-on-2.
Remember earlier I was talking about when Humio was alone on the site and he nailed the extra swing through? That's exactly what Feifei's just done. The smoke's about to come down over towards Fens, and he swings in front of it, so they're going to crossfire. Feifei gets one, he then dies from stairs on the right-hand side, and that's where then VNC gets that trade. That's how you play. That's perfect. That's really, really well done. And it goes back to sort of my point. The second Ranking have a good round, they instantly brick it in the next. And this has been the issue. And actually where you might even potentially favor Vasco here, because it's back and forth and round for round. They've just got that one little round lead, which actually just could be enough.
Yeah, I mean, Vasco's definitely not sweating at this point. That they were able to pick up their 8th, and now Ranking is in a bit of a trouble here to keep their tournament life alive. And just going back to what you were mentioning, like even if Ranking somehow miraculously finds 2-0 and then goes into the playoffs, I don't think they're going to make far with the showing they're putting out right now.
I don't think either of these teams win another match after this. I can't lie. The way they've both played this tournament, I'd be super surprised. Every other group's had, pretty distinct outliers, I'd say, in terms of how good they've been. Q9, I think obviously they've been fantastic in this group, but you look at this AG Wolf Empire, no way either of those two lose to any of these two currently. And I don't know, I kind of back Antisocial over like a Vasco right now. They've looked a lot cleaner. Same, I can say with 3BL as well.
Yeah. But that storyline, that narrative may change when we get to watch that next game.
I think if it was to be Vasco versus Antisocial, that's a different story because it's a known quantity.
Right.
3BL is where, not that I'm, trying to bleed my West bias in here, but actually just because it always feels like Vasco struggle against international opponents more. So, big swing. Not a bad trade, but Feifei needs a lot of support now. He's now isolated, and the rotate is nowhere near. So he has to get at least one kill. Nice. And that's not that bad, actually. This makes this doable. 3v3 in the retake. They've got a bit of util to work with as well. And they're not too far away. Triple stacked in here as the C4 goes down. They can pop themselves in with that classic pop flash over the wall. It's just about can they clear left-hand side of stairs. This is a little janky. They're going to pop their way through, and PM has to sort of back his players who are blind towards backside, and it works.
Yeah, MG's not got a chance anymore. Trying to see through the smoke with the scope and a 1v3. Time ticking away from him. Wishful thinking. Looks like it's another MG special of a round right here.
Oh,
does clean up one onto Nevis, but time is really going to be a factor. It was a good attempt. Nice try. NT's in the chat, but Ranking equalize it at 8 apiece.
This is it, right? Back and forth, back and forth. The second Vasco have a good round.
Yeah.
Nothing in the next round. The second Ranking have a good round. Nothing in the next. I mean, this is the issue that we've had with this sort of lack of consistency. It is tough to see. Looks like a tech issue just as that was going live there as well. Seems like it's over sort of Ranking by the look of things. LDX, I think
it might be Trasera Vasco for the tech issue. I think the equipments are getting a little wonky here.
Okay.
Yeah.
LDX having a conversation with the admin just a moment ago. But yeah, it looks like they've gone back over towards... Is that MG on the left-hand side? I think it is.
Not entirely sure.
Yeah, shaved head. That's MG. So speaking of him, see if they can get him fixed.
And yeah, just going back on what you were mentioning, Ranking, of course, like from their current showing, even if they do end up advancing into the playoffs, which by far isn't looking very prominent either, not gonna go far. Vasco as well, like with their current showing, I just don't think they have a caliber to beat against the top tier teams in other regions as well. It looks so shaky that they might not even be able to take a map of Antisocial of all things, like which is a team from their own region.
The only thing I would say is that if it was Vasco Antisocial, I'd actually then go back Vasco because they beat them every time domestically. I think it's just because they're a known quantity. But any other team internationally, right now Vasco are not playing up to the level we sort of normally expect out of them, for sure.
Yeah, of course, we're just talking about the current form, and not the whole team history or, you know.
I do think, though, genuinely, I've learned my lesson. Current form goes out the window when it's teams who know each other. Like, even as well, like, as crazy as it is to say, if it was ranking Wolf Empire playing right now, there's no way I'd say that's a 2-0. Ranking beat them so often domestically that, like, I would say ranking, they just seem to know every single time. With best of 5s, best of 3s, they always seem to have their number somehow. Even though we know Wolf Empire are the better team, probably the best team in the world, there's just something about whenever they're playing at home and ranking win every single time that you sort of think, there's no way this one's going to be clean. And that would be the same thing with like Vasco. Even when like Imperial last year, when they were looking really rough, right? We were kind of saying domestically they might actually, if they were to go against a Vasco in a summer championship, they actually could offer something up.
Hopefully the issues get resolved quick enough, but just by the looks of it, I don't think it's at level 2 just yet. The headphones are still on the players.
Yeah, chilling. Man, this has got to be the worst time to have a tech pause, though, doesn't it? Like,
yeah,
if you're sitting on that stage, 8-8, something on the ranking side is sit down, mate.
Yeah.
You just get told to get sat.
Yeah, park it, fella. Don't need your input.
Hit him with the didn't ask. Shaq didn't ask. When?
When, sir? Yeah, Dr. One obviously has something, his side. Something on the screen, but we'll see. Yeah, it's the bad times to have a tech pause, though, generally speaking. I think...
I mean, there's never a good time, but like...
Yeah, in particular for ranking, who found a little bit of form, it's like, you know, the second you find it, you instantly get sort of iced out.
So you know how we were hyping up Humo to be like the carry player for ranking? He's having a very slow day. I think he's still sitting on like 6 or 7 kills only after 16 rounds.
Yeah.
And ranking still being able to juice out 8 rounds. Do you think if he comes back alive online, then do we finally have a very high chance of them getting out of the group stages?
I mean...
Yeah. The answer is yes. Like, the answer really is just... In either case, whatever you ask me about this match, who could win, can they do it? Yes.
It's all, yeah, because everything is completely 50-50.
Exactly.
There's no...
It's a coin flip at this point.
Yeah, there's nothing you can say where the answer like won't be yes in a hypothetical about both teams because both of them have been terrible comparatively to what they usually like. Both of them are underperforming. Both of them still have a chance. So whatever the question is, it is always going to be yeah. But on the flip side, the other answer is, will this make a difference for either of them? No, well, I don't think it will.
I think the real answer is yes, but.
Yeah.
The real answer is yes, but then the real answer is yes, but it's harder for ranking because of the implications of what they have to do by 2-0ing. So there are more situations where things work out favorably for Vasco, which means it's going to be a little bit easier for them, in theory. But who knows? Maybe getting... lost under their belt early on in the day, bit of a tilter.
Yeah, I think as well is the other thing of like, you know, right, Humero's not playing well, which in all fairness, he hasn't this tournament. He's actually only on a 1 rating, which for his standard is bad. I mean, he's meant to be like a player who is of the caliber of Wolf Empires in terms of like, can be one of the top in his region, and he just hasn't played like it. And I think the issue is that it's more so saying, like, finally the rest of ranking are playing to, like, some sort of comparative level of saying, you know, thank God, you know, we're actually playing to what we'd expect. Doesn't it? Seems like we're live. Back on the way. 8-all. Back and forth, back and forth. If things continue on this trend, you'd expect Vasco to win this round. And Silver will start well. Opening kills conversions actually been very good for Vasco. I think they're 4th overall in finding the opening kill and converting into a round. So that's not a bad way to start things off, but MG is in a horrible spot right now. He's got 2 different angles to fight, and 1-for-1's not terrible. Action will get here in enough time that makes it not impossible. Flash going to bound over as well, as he wants to buy some time for Fefe to come in for support, but Action's got to keep his head tucked here. because numbers are starting to dwindle now, and PM up on the stairs will try and fight up. It's a weird little cross, because Fefe's actually got him behind here. They haven't spotted him dropping down, but PM doubles back. That's a big round for Ranking. That looked very, very dicey, because somehow Fefe jumped over the wall, and it wasn't heard, but PM checked because he was looking hotel, and he realized, hang on, someone's here.
Yeah, I can't, man. Like, I can't with this game. It's just too close.
Yeah.
9-8. And I cannot tell you that Ranking's going to win this round and win the map. There's just no guarantees. At this point, it feels like Action, Jiggle peeking the line.
I want to say that. That may be the first time since, like, right at the start of the half, they've had a back-to-back round from, like, either side.
Yeah, Vasco had a couple in a row. It was actually
right
Ranking leading.
right?
And then Vasco back-to-backed. But then it's been 1-1 again since then. So Ranking have brought the lead back again and just need that one round.
And that's where I mean, kind of, you were talking about a little bit, Bench, right? We were saying, like, because it was a 5-4 half, because of that BL side that Ranking go into, they do actually get just a little bit of a leg up, and they've actually done an okay job at utilizing it. But now it's about capitalizing on this lead. If Vasco were to lose 10-8 as well, this feels like the curse of Brazil. Imperial, the same thing. It's a brutal way to lose. And they had it a couple of times on this map in particular too.
Ranking trying to close the map out. The nade's gonna find nice value onto
Good
Nevis
wow.
and Humo as well. Both down to half HP. So it looks like
damage.
The main angle of attack is going to be down towards A. And once again, we do have 3 players of Vasco holding on to it. I mean,
big setup.
They did find some success holding on to it. Here's the flash. Here comes the ghost sign. VNC finds a quick headshot, but gets traded out. Now it's down to Action on top of the staircase. It's good for 1. Looking for the second. Has to reposition. And that is good for a triple kill once again. Action's going to hold this one down by himself. And we go into overtime.
It felt like it was an inevitability, really, didn't
Yeah.
it? Like, I was just watching this whole map. I'm thinking, man, this one's going to go the distance. Because as we've been saying this whole time, it's just neither team can find the consistency that they need to close this one out. I still think that that's debatably a positive for Vasco because this is Ranking's map choice. And if Vasco can, like, edge this one out, if they edge this one out, they probably have a pretty clean run for the rest of this series. Moving into their own map choice, Ranking will be defeated knowing they can't make it out of the group. So that should probably just be Vasco, like, cleaning it up. But if Ranking win this, I mean, game on.
It's true. Some very scrappy crossfire, though, back and forth. And it's one of those weird things, you know, if I was a betting man, which I'm not, but, you know, if I could say who to bet on for this round, you kind of lean Ranking now. The second Vasco find a bit of success, it's sort of, it feels like it just completely swings the other way for some reason, where they fall a little bit flat. And same vice versa when Ranking finds success. We can see playing Anti, Fefe, and Silva are going to move their way forward. So they get mid-control here pretty much for free. There is a triple B stack, though. You've got LDX playing in towards mid, but he's close enough that he can fight up on towards B side. And you've got PM holding for the tunnel's aggression. Now, 9 times out of 10, they miss this shot, but they gain information and fall away, which is arguably as important. There we go. Missed the shot, gain information, fall away. It's sort of how it always works, but now he's going to buy time for that rotation to come through as well. LDX did start to move away back towards the A site at probably the worst spot. And PM going to re-aggress. Andy gets 2. Like we said, the second Vasco finds success, you should hedge your bets the other way, and the other team's going to come alive. They've made it 2 versus 2, though. Game is far from over. With Action still alive, anything is possible. Humio finds a missed shot as well, so Action got it all to do. Needs 29 kills overall to give them a chance in this one. Pause has been called as well.
Whoa.
Swing, and they miss. Ranking respond. It's the age-old story. Back and forth.
Yep.
Action just convertibly sitting at 27 kills. On top of the bomb site, just clicking heads after heads. Triple kill easy, and the 4th kill coming through. This guy is cracked today.
This is the flu game, I'm telling you. Michael Jordan flu game. Right here.
Might be under the weather a little bit, but
maybe it's one of those things where, you know, he doesn't feel great, so he's trying to get this game closed as quickly as possible. Going for the hard carry, and he's just being let down by the team.
Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case for him.
Yeah. Having one of the longest games we've had so far in the map ones. Similar playstyle once again. They realized they got B control quite quickly, which was good. It was just they didn't capitalize upon it. Now, this time, we're not having PM play up close. It's Silver to get the first, in fact, as well, onto PM. So this will be a change of fate here. Like we said, opening kills have been very good for conversions of rounds for Vasco, and that massively helps. Smoke to come down, flash behind it as well, which catches Neves. This probably feels like it's done a fair already.
Yeah, that's a really good looking round from Vasco. I love the util usage there as well. Not over peaking after they get those couple of kills. Just crossing the T's, dotting the I, get the smoke down, get the flash in his face as well. There's no chance of a refrag, and Ranking's forced to push through a smoke, try and retake the B site. It's just never going to happen. That's a really, really well executed round from Vasco. Seen a little bit more like it. And, you know, it's easy to say when they started so well that the round looked good, but good fundamentals at play, at least in that one for Vasco.
Yeah, Neves is going to click for a quick quest. He's got no time left on the bomb timer.
I think it's a Fefe timeout against Fefe, I feels.
Calling strats, well, for the downtime here.
Save the KD, I guess, a little bit.
Yeah.
It was never going to happen. But, yeah, man, I don't know. This, because it is so uncomfortable in the way it is being played, it does make it really difficult to call anything now. Every time Ranking do something, right, because it is going back on its head, I mean, I guess they've got the advantage. If it does go back and forth, they inevitably should hit 15 first.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking right into the murky water, isn't it? Vasco looking for another round. Not going to have PM. Going out aggressive down towards the middle is going to find Action, who, of course, was the one lifting the heavyweight for Vasco.
Yeah, it's the swing again, isn't it? You know, Ranking gets to win one, Vasco gets to win one. Ranking gets to win one, potentially here, off of the opening pick. But finding consistency to win multiple in a row. Real struggle right now for both teams. Neves working his way halfway down the stairs. Has been spotted out by VNC. The swing will come through. That's a good kill. Trades are in, but actually, the entry works out a little better for Vasco than it does for Ranking. And we're back to a 3-on-3 post plant with a long rotation to be made here for Ranking. This is the opportunity for Vasco to go back-to-back and start to put some real pressure on Ranking.
MG needs to find this opening frag. LDX is going to jump into vents.
Good angle.
Arm versus rifle. If he misses, he's done. But he does not miss and gets the kill. Doctor gets spotted on the jump check as well. Down to a 2v3. Ranking going for the retake. Doctor on the rifle is good for one, but he's virtually the last one alive on a 1v2. And Vasco's playing this one smart. Like you said, they have to hide.
Finally.
They have to run a timer. VNC goes down, but MG is still alive. Doctor has to stick it. He's got no time. He gets all the kills, but couple seconds too late. Vasco picks up the round.
Finally, in that post plant, go and tuck over towards fence. You know all you have to do is stay alive. Who cares about your KD? Who cares if you get the kill? If you win your head-to-head, as long as you win the round. That's all that matters. Good. That's discipline right there. Something that, honestly, you know, Vasco are fun to watch, and I do actually really like this team, but it's my one biggest gripe with Vasco is they just lack discipline massively. Like, even early, right, they finally get around on the board in OT. First thing they do is instantly swing, right? And you're like, come on, guys. Like, if you just slow it down for like 2 seconds.
Oh, I mean, they're swinging now as well.
Yeah, they're just relentless, aren't they? And it's working against them. They get around, they get overconfident, and they overfight. However, why are Ranking fighting back? This is a poor call from them. They shouldn't re-aggress here. The best thing to do in this sort of situation, you know a lot of contacts come out from A, run B. You know it's going to be undermanned. You know for a fact that at the very most, we've got one playing hotel.
Problem is they've lost the C4 now for Ranking as well, so they have to take their time to recollect that. Doctor does a good job over towards the B hotel, catching Action. C4 has been retrieved. Vasco preempting the move are going to gamble toward B, which will inevitably be the right choice, but it's already been taken by Ductuan.
I must say, interesting call by Vasco when they dropped the C4 not to keep hold of it. You know what I mean? Like, they've dropped it in a really open angle that actually means you could have just left MG at range over towards A site or somewhere around there, like vents, for example, or somewhere even towards top mid where he can hold and catch all these rotations. One holds tunnels /A, playing on the box. Another plays towards top mid, holding for rotations back through BL spawn, but they just give it up.
Oh, MG special. Indeed. 11-11. So first half of OT, really not telling us a whole lot so far.
I feel like MG has never clutched up one by far in this group stage.
Yeah, he's like 0 for 15, unfortunately, in
for
the
clutch
MG specials.
moments, right?
Yeah. But no, it is, yeah, I don't know, really, I don't understand what the call is there for Fefe, because you've dropped the C4 and you know no one's there because they've kind of run away. Why then leave the C4 and give them a chance at then going elsewhere? Feels like best call is actually, in a weird way, just drag everybody over to the C4 and just play for a raw fight there. Win or lose, that's sort of your best option. The round can't be won without that C4.
Now the pressure really kicks in for both of these teams, and they're going to be playing passive on both sides. Should favor Vasco more since they're playing on the global risk. However, Silva looking to go aggressive. Still on his side of the maps, but ranking is going to gather themselves up, down towards A. This time around, it's not going to be 3 players holding, it's going to be 2. Fefe and VNC, the 2 rifling squad, will have to hold it down.
I like this, though, because they're not actually really committing as much. Silva can sort of play at range with that M4, but Fefe's just there to drop that util. Even like something as small as a flash could even give Silva an opener, then he can dip back on towards the box if they were to hit towards A. I mean, C4's still there. This may even feel like a mid to A split. Flash does nothing towards action. That gives him a chance, but he lets it slip away as they bound through the window. This makes it much tougher. Now they are getting split upon. They're going to hold from 2 different angles, through main and through fence. The first is good. Ooh. The swing is actually really good as well. And they go together. That's a good play. Playing off each other, playing the numbers. Nevis doesn't need to peek here at the moment. I feel like the priority's got to be getting that C4 down, putting the pressure back on towards Vasco. Numbers favor Vasco here.
Yep.
And they're not actually in a rush because they're going to continue to pick them off. This is a good round. They've played this actually really well.
Yeah, great round from Vasco. They recognize the danger that they're in. They have to push one way or the other. They can't get stuck between a rock and a hard place, so they take that proactive approach, push into GR spawn and take the fight there. Now, though, it's on to Nevis. He could conjure a miracle. It would be now, but too much to ask for in the 4v1. It's an easy round in the end from Vasco, but yeah, fantastic hold from those 2A defenders to make that call under pressure. And it does give Vasco one more round and a sniff in at winning the map.
I mean, that was a textbook play of holding down a split, clearing out one angle, and apparently the aggression down towards spawn was completely halted. Playing the numbers, playing the swings, playing the trade kills, and eventually Vasco is going to be able to find the 12th round of their own.
It's also probably one of the worst positions to be in if you're Vasco too, in the sense that like you're getting split from behind, but they can easily bound out vent or bound out main, and you've got to commit to an angle. And I'm glad they didn't. You know, we've seen at times where you'll send one player there and they get traded, and the trades don't help you there at all because you still have a numbers disadvantage. So playing together, I really like that. That's much, much better from Vasco. That's that discipline that we've spoke of from them, where they've sort of struggled in that sense on it. It's a really good call, especially in particular because you've lost Action, who's obviously been your bit of a talisman in a lot of these rounds. Has, to note though, gone quiet at the tail end of this overtime, but
Fefe's now on 17 kills.
Exactly, yeah. It's the good thing is where Action's maybe quieted down a little bit, someone else has taken a bit of the reins here. Action playing the same spot again. At the very least, he can spot people crossing. The good thing about that angle, too, is that people have to crouch under the window, and he can see them. So no one can really sneak past in through top or second mid, and sneak past or to wrap on towards that B site. So Action's position there is pretty damn good. As long as Silva hits one of these, or even if he doesn't hit it, if he just falls away to join up with the rest of the group, it should be fine. And most all players like to play over towards that stairs, because you can just keep dipping your head up and down. So difficult to hit, but you get all the advantage because they're sort of, they only see the top of your head, you see their full body.
Silva just looking for that one pick.
Okay.
Not going to be able to get it.
Fall away. This is good. Go to stairs.
100%. Especially with the time being reasonably tight here for ranking. It's good to just get that information, back it off, play another line.
MG holding the swing. That's a good couple of moments, MG as well. Ooh, he just gets tagged through the door, and that does sort of scare him a little bit. Silva as well gets caught by that flash, so he has to fall away. MG's got to hit one of these, and there it is. That's important. There he comes over. He avoids it for the most part. The flashbang doesn't really affect him, and MG able to reposition for yet another. Can't get the third, but you're feeling like it could be okay, yeah, because that timer, the flashbang does null and void the VNC back sight, and one mana duck to one with all to do. This feels done, surely, and it is done. Doesn't matter about those kills, and it will be seen off. Vasco take the map, and by taking the map, guarantee a playoff spot.
Well, that'll be that. That's the end of ranking, unfortunately, at the event. They did not manage to clean sweep the series. That's already guaranteed by the fact that Vasco have picked up map number 1. It means Vasco will take that playoffs position, or the knockout stage position. Let's get too far ahead of ourselves. But they do manage to progress out of the group stage, and it means ranking cannot now do that, even though they do still have a chance of winning this series. It's got to be a bad feeling for ranking now, knowing that they have to go into sub-base, play this out, considering they're already out.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, maps don't really matter all that much now that they have been... Their tournament run ends here, unfortunately, but, I mean, they fought tooth and nails. They were able to take the map into overtime, just fell a little bit short to not being able to go into the golden rounds, or just went out right there. Just I feel like ranking just needs to go back to the drawing board, you know, get some prep done, work on your macro, work on your mechanics, and then come back next year and find more success.
Yeah, it's hard to say, though, isn't it? Because we go from last year to this year, it's a massive downward trend for ranking. So to even think we're going to see this core roster continue to be maintained could be a bit of a question mark. But we're having a look at the stats here for map 2. It's, you know, again, it's a one that ranking do play a fair bit, but I just wonder what their motivation level or momentum is going to be like going into this one.
Yeah.
I will say that last map, very, very messy game on both sides, but it did kind of feel like Vasco were able to finally switch it on in like maybe the last 4 or 5 rounds. They looked a lot cleaner, a lot better than they had throughout the regulation rounds.
As you can see on the KD, MG came well alive, 1.45. Fefe as well started to frag out too, like, especially given he's the IGL of the team. And of course, Action, this guy is playing out of his mind.
Yeah.
I mean, to put it lightly, you know, I made it pretty abundantly clear I wasn't happy with the style that we were getting, the quality of CROSSFIRE, but a win is a win, a map is a map. That is all we really care about as well for Vasco, and that's all they'll care about as well, right? We've got this map, we've booked our spot in, and now, I guess for ranking, we could talk about how can you save face a little bit into a sub-base, maybe in towards Mexico. Actually, a fantastic performance, of course, from him. 125 ADR, 1.39 kills a round, and a 2.27 KD. When on a game which you're not feeling, you know, your best, not feeling 100% today, absolute credit to him. Didn't lose any of that kind of individuality of his sort of ability. But for ranking, I mean, you know, screw the macro and the mechanics. This team needs a change. I think they desperately do. I think they were underperformed. I think underperformed in the Summer Championship compared to how good they've been domestically. And I don't know, man. I think with the growing talent of Vietnam's now gone from being, you know, at one point kind of a weak scene to now actually looking really strong. There's a lot of depth now in the Vietnamese team. We're seeing even some of these kind of up-and-coming players from like Next Up, for example, who are kind of showing these moments. Or we're seeing kind of as a whole with Vietnam, you know, he's breeding at least some good time. They've also got like a academy tier 2 scene as well. I think probably for me, ranking needs to be talking about getting a change here. It feels like they've plateaued last year and unfortunately downward trending. I know domestically they do well, but I think for them that's not enough. Is probably my argument, right?
At this point,
This is a ranking side who, you know, okay, they can think, okay, we've beat Wolf Empire domestically quite a lot actually, with a #1 seed in, you know, quotation marks, but the #1 seed actually finishing either dead last or last overall, either dead last in your group or third. It's not good enough.
I reckon you're 100% on the money there, because let's be real, which situation would you rather be in? We're taking second place in our domestic league, but we're performing internationally, winning international tournaments, or we're winning the domestic league, but we're bombing out when we come to the big, like especially this one. Like this is the world final. This is the best of the best.
Yeah, and you know, even like, you know, throwing out the window of what is obviously very important to you guys as competitors, which is proving yourself and saying we're a great team internationally. Let's just be honest, the real money's here, right? The prize pool is insane for this grand finals. Summer Championship too, that's where the money is. And the fact that you're doing well domestically and not, you know, you don't win a huge amount in your domestic competition, it's all about qualifying
not in comparison to this.
Exactly. And then, you know, if you do well here, if you finish top place, what is it, like 750k for top place?
I'm pretty sure I can have a quick look for you.
Yeah.
500k for first.
500k for first place. I mean, that is a huge chunk of money. Imagine 500k going, you know, and going back to Vietnam and 500k USD, man, you are living the life, right? Obviously split across the players and the coach and the org, whatever, but you're doing very well, right? And I think the issue is for ranking, they're doing well, unfortunately, where it doesn't matter because you obviously want to qualify here, but ranking are at a spot where they're like good enough to get here as basically a guarantee, but they probably going to be thinking to themselves, we've got to a point now where there's not enough. So something's got to give. And it may not even be the players as well. We maybe even talk about the system, or maybe look towards the coach or the support staff around it. But I don't think ranking can come away from this tournament and say, fair enough, it was just a bad day out of the office. I think they did get outclassed. The LCK game was not great. You shouldn't really be losing to LCK. You know, it's always been kind of one of those jokes of where like, no, we shouldn't really lose to a West team, should we? Now, obviously, 3BL really started to step up. LCK did great in that game, but that's got to be a real blip on the record. So I'd be so surprised if we come to the Summer Championships next year, which again will be back on home soil for them, assumingly back in Vietnam, as has been the last couple of years. And if they go back on home soil and they're like, yeah, same sort of team dynamic and potentially same result as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, right? Like, you have to replace a player like Ice Cube, especially who had such a standout performance last year. You're almost it's unbelievable. It's like it's impossible almost to say that you can actually replace him in this system for ranking. So, you know, to sort of contrast last year versus this year, you do have to remember that is a pretty important caveat.
Ranking Stove League is going to put them in a rock and a hard place. It's everything for, at least like domestically, they found some success, but like coming into the international stages, like you guys were just shining light on it. They are absolutely not gonna find any fun in coming into the grand finals. And yeah, you know, all we can do is just brush it up. You know, like maybe next year they can do this, this, yada yada. But it's so far, in all honesty, ranking, I just don't feel like they have it. They don't have anything written and is correct on their book.
All right, well, let's look toward the future. First, obviously, for the rest of this series, Bench is probably correct in saying they don't really have it. Maybe they don't really have it just in general, but I think they don't really have it for this series now. Looking forward, I think it's probably just Vasco 2-0 from here. Yeah, I can imagine ranking mentally are in the pit right now. Yeah. So no real way to kind of pull yourself out of that when you don't think that there's really anything to get out of this, apart from maybe some bragging rights, realistically speaking. In saying that as well, I want to kind of touch on Vasco, their way forward in this as well. But let's talk the series first, and then we can talk about the grander scheme of things if we've got time for Vasco going into those playoffs. How do we think about the rest of this series, right? It's got to just be like ranking at an all-time low. Yeah,
Subbase is a subpar map, unfortunately, for ranking too, where at least for Vasco, that's a map they pick into quite a lot, and they have that confidence on. And we're going to head in towards that Subbase, nice and sharpish, to kickstart map number 2 and potentially the final map of this series. We'll have to wait and see.
Okay, map number 2, and well, you would say it's a must-win for ranking if they want to survive in this series, and that would be true, but unfortunately it's no more than that.
I mean, that's the only chance that ranking could get in there. Yumo's going to find a quick headshot, but is traded out, and eventually Doctong gets knocked off from the heaven of the A bomb site, and that will leave us to go into a 3-on-3 with a free bomb plan, essentially. I believe it was MG out into his machine who got took down. PM, though, keeps the dream somewhat alive. They will still need to go through 2 more kills. Silva and Fefe's going to hold this one down.
The big thing is, you know, for ranking, they're competitors at the end of the day, right? So they're always going to sort of try and win out in some way here, but it's not looking good as Nevis gets caught as well. Vasco start as they finished in towards that map number 1, quite clean, quite comfortable, and it will give them an opener. This is something, you know, you touched on. I want to kind of come back to while we've got this break between rounds. It was, you know, obviously the hole left behind by Ice Cube is massive. He is, I think, for my money, I would say the best player now in Vietnam. He has been absolutely incredible. He was averaging like a 1.45 rating at one point, up there with the likes of, you know, Du, for example, who is the best player in the world or has been the best player in the world. So, you know, the issue is, you know, that man just got a kill in all fairness. I do actually think PM's been struggling quite a lot, and where there's quite a few good snipers in the region. This is a kind of conversation that me and Sneaky were having about who is potential replacements. I've actually been quite impressed with Ton. I think he looks aggro, but also it's not even just in terms of his individual ability. I think it's the style of Orm player that PM is. It's a little bit more passive in terms of his approach, whereas Ice Cube is so proactive. He loves to fight. The shotgun Orm style play, basically what MG does, in all fairness. And I feel like that would actually help ranking out a lot. They do like to change up the tempos. They do inherently play a little bit quicker than some of the other regions as well. So you do need somebody who is ready for those types of games. 1-for-1s, but a double coming back as well. Make that 3 in quick succession for Vasco, but it's still a 2 versus 2. It's far from over yet. The C4 will go down, and MG's actually got a really good position. If he can just stay sort of tucked here in towards heaven, they shouldn't have any issues. He's going to play out, though.
It's that locker flank that might be a bit of an issue. He's going to check it, but this is a tough line to check with the Orm. Maybe an overcommitment. No, they didn't actually spot each other. MG.
Wait, he's shot, though.
What's going on? I think that was the player on the site. MG now knows definitely that there's a player in lockers. Either way, a little bit of confusion all over the place, but that's kind of paying off for Vasco in some senses. Time is ticking away. Great shot by MG. And Vasco, it feels, are fated to win this round. Humeo has spotted his target, but I don't know if he's got the defuse here.
I don't think he's got it. I think it was literally about half a second.
No cheers from the ranking side of the field will mean Vasco have got the dub. And if the mental was at an all-time low coming into it,
that'll make it worse.
That round will definitely not help.
Yeah, I mean, that finally, though, that is, you know, what I was talking about in towards map number 1, where I really feel like Vasco were lacking a bit of that discipline in the post plans. That was the one area I wanted to clean up. That's it. MG's played that to perfection. The second he knows he's pushing up in towards heaven, he just runs away. He knows all he has to do is buy some time. Silver goes 1 for 1. Well, they actually try and keep things level. Nevis gets a pretty important kill there. So, once again, numbers go the favor of ranking. However, the last 2 rounds, ranking have the numbers advantage, and both of which they've lost.
Down to a 3-on-4. Can ranking maintain this? VNC and Vents not spotted. Looking right down at it. Now spotted, but eventually Ductuan just jump checking that angle is going to go down. And we're equalized back down 3-on-3.
Yeah, they're bouncing around making so much noise. That's a really routine kill for VNC.
Yeah. And also the issue is as well that PM couldn't even go for a position to trade either.
Look at this little lurk from Vasco. They kind of walked their way down the stairs. Hasn't worked out, though. Bit of brilliance from PM. And ranking will get themselves a round.
Muted celebrations, though, right? And they sort of know that doesn't make a grand effect, unfortunately. They're competitors. They're obviously going to want to try to win, but it's really hard to motivate yourself when you know that there's nothing really to be motivated for, unfortunately.
So even if ranking does win sub-base and win Mexico, the round differentials then comes into play for the chance of going into the playoffs. But
no, not even.
Dropping 2.
It's maps are done.
Done.
Yeah, as long as Vasco got 1 map, they've won.
Yep.
They're through. Because of the -3 that ranking have got, so round differential is completely off the cards now. Which is why it's sort of, I don't think they care as much, right? It's like I said, it's hard to motivate yourself. I mean, they're doing all right. You'll give them the credit, but
MG special.
MG special, 1v3 to 1v2.
We're number 1 here.
Got the C4 as well. He's got plenty of time.
Yep. Just try and find an isolated duel right here. Humeo on the flank. Not required, but probably would have found the trade there anyway. Ranking able to equalize.
I guess for them, it's all about, can we still prove that we've got something here? You know, in a way, it's also sort of like official prac. Use it as a bit of a scrim. Maybe test some things out. Ultimately, it doesn't matter win or lose. You don't want to risk things in the game that has something on the line, but now that this doesn't, this could be talk about getting a bit of that sub-base prac. That's one spotted towards backside. Not an easy fight there, but very well played. Fefe done a lot of heavy lifting, and on top of that too, you're talking about how we're ranking have been picked apart here.
That's all down to LDX. Swings and eventually is swung by 3 players of Vasco. Loses his life in the round, and the round is lost. There's a replay of Ducton with some nice spray downs. But eventually, the clutch didn't matter all that much. After a failed aggression from the side of ranking, going out aggressive is going to play this one on the back line of all things, and eventually PM does find the shot through the smoke on towards Fefe.
Well, VNC going to have to do it again. It's always awkward trying to find the right time to come out of the vent, because you get it wrong and you're just instantly dead. Nevis is still watching. In fact, he might have even seen VNC up there poking around. Maybe his gun barrel showing, something like that. Humeo cleaning it up easily on the A site right now. This is getting a bit awkward for Vasco.
PM. I thought VSC had it for a moment, but eventually that was good. As MG goes down and Ranking is going to find another round. Well, it's good to see them that Ranking is keeping their spirits up. I mean, they're not putting their head down just yet.
Yeah, I suppose that's the big takeaway, isn't it? It would be very easy as Ranking to just switch off right here, but
yeah,
actually, given
sort of top professionals, you know what I mean? That's like,
yeah.
It is good to see, right?
Giving Vasco a bit of a run for their money.
Good spam, very good spam. Interesting decision to go up on high there as well for VNC, but at least the trades are solid. Action's pretty low, needs to be a little careful. And PM missed shot there will make his teammates' life pretty difficult. PM had to hit a shot there, basically to keep them in for a chance. You know, there's one on the flank. They can isolate Nevis in all fairness if they want to.
Good kill from MG. Really needed that. And Vasco maintain control for now.
I mean, 4 rounds in for sub-base for the Blacklist side, you are set, I think. But as long as Ranking does pick up the remainder of the first half, then we are looking a possibility.
Yeah, for sure. Especially after what we saw in Ankara, it really feels like it's anybody's guess. MG gets 2! How has that happened?
The call-out is hitting for MG. I mean, he's had a couple call-outs in the previous map as well, and now coming into sub-base, he gets 1. Sub-base is one of the maps that you don't see call-outs from the all that often, but he still does it. This is the amazing part of all things. Silva swings, and it's good. Huma goes down. The round is clean.
Big round indeed. Vasco have still got their individuals firing on all cylinders as well. I mean, MG is always sort of consistently great, but it's pretty fantastic as well on the flip side to see, you know, some of these really start to shine. We're looking at the likes of the, you know, obviously your MG, who's always good at action. That previous map was solid from him. Fefe's having a couple of moments out the gate. Same with Silva. All coming alive here. This is an awkward fight though for Silva. He's actually stuck in a really difficult spot there, and no support either. So he's kind of dead upon arrival. Ducktime should have fallen there, but there's a good little crossfire and a setup on the site. All the kills go the way of Ranking. So looks like they're about to end the half with a 4th. That's not terrible. You'll take it.
All right, we got another MG special being delivered here. A Zwift shot. And the first half will wrap up in a 5-4 with Vasco with a round on top of Ranking. But we do switch sides now.
All right, well, obviously MG has
the
moments. Yeah, really nice.
Both headshots too. The timing was a little off.
Weirdly poor spacing on the other side as well.
Yeah.
Just lining up.
I'm still not sold either way, to be honest. Just the nature of this series feels like it is going to be a very, very tight one. Great start, though, to the second half from Vasco, courtesy largely of VNC, but Action's there to help out as well. And he's got Feifei doing a bit of work in middle. That's decisive, that's clean. And it gives Vasco the 6-4 lead.
That round might have been the final nail in the coffin for Ranking. PM looks a little bit defeated, but was able to hit some good shots today, at least.
Yeah, I don't blame him looking defeated. It must be so difficult to really motivate yourself to kind of lock in when you know it doesn't make a difference in the end. I mean, they'll have known that they need it. VNC, that is such a good play. He's caught at the shot. The idea is nice. Unfortunately, the execution wasn't as much. Oh, good response from Duck Tuan. He gets a fadeaway shot. He dips down towards stairs. No one's here towards A.
Well, MG's up on heaven. Does somehow find the cold bullets on the head of Duck Tuan. And the C4 now rotating in towards the Nook. We do have action on the bomb side, and MG goes for the flank. And Ranking is going to book it. However, MG gets caught off guard from the rotation. He was a little bit thrown off. All down to the ends of action. Looks the wrong way. LDX is good for the kill.
We're at that 6-5 scoreline, similar to what we had in towards map number 1, but at 10 times the pace, in all fairness. Both sides are flying into the fights.
Yeah, definitely feeling like a much faster game. Also, not to mention the fact that the first map did have a few pauses here and there, so that obviously slowed things down. But it's still very much the same vibe, the same kind of game. Back and forth. Good rounds on one side, then good rounds on the other side. It's much more tightly matched than what Vasco would like, I imagine, given obviously they're the ones progressing through the knockouts. This is not exactly the momentum-building game that you want.
No. And this is actually the awkward thing that we have about Vasco. Is like, I really don't know what to expect towards playoffs, if anything, because of sort of by their standards how lackluster they've looked. Maybe in the best of fives, they ramp it up a little bit. They've got a very strong map pool. I'll give them their credit there. A lot of different alleyways in which and they basically play all maps as well. Unlike, you know, a lot of the kind of Chinese teams, for example, don't play Mexico, or at least don't play it domestically. We know by what we saw from Q9 that they can play it. It's just what maps are their weaknesses and which ones really stand out for them. You can see, first to fall, he was a little audacious. He was testing those stairs and ends up costing his life. Fefe reclaims the space, however. Unlike last time, you know, Ductuan got an opening couple and he just ran out on towards the A side knowing it was empty. This time, this is very interesting on the edge of that smoke because its sort of outline would have been shown through that. I think now, as you've been flashed, it's probably a good time to dip back.
Yeah, the pop flash didn't go all the way through. There's a minute left on the clock for ranking to work with. 4 players. Has most of the utils, except the frag grenades, onto their hands. They were conserving onto it. They can always set out for B. However, MG is up on heaven. One of the wonky positions to expect an armor.
Oh. It's important. Colt pulled out and PM will get an important one. Got to get probably both here, if we're being honest, for MGs. Dancing between the two angles. He knows there's a potential of him being opened up a little bit, but good little support, and PM is so low. Strong gust of wind, and it feels like he's out of this round. At least got the right weapon for the job in the 1 versus 2 with that arm. MG missed shot, and the swing with a rifle. Great little team play there from Vasco. They knew to respect him. They knew he was potentially quite low as well. So just give him the space. They know that the second anybody takes any contact, you can just dip back. PM's looked okay. Ductuan's looked very good as well with MG on the other side. Trying to go toe for toe. The numbers look very good for ranking in terms of the individuals. It's just unfortunately it's not converting into rounds.
I don't know. Starting to fall off a little bit now for ranking. No worse time for it, obviously. Another slow start to this round. PM looking for an angle. See if you can try and take that fight to MG. MG looking for the same.
Well, Ranking's gonna was looking for a B hit eventually. He's gonna fall back out for Machine. That hold from MG last round was good enough to push themselves back. Yeah, definitely playing with the clock here. See if they can poke and prod, but the re-smokes are continuously coming in from the side of Vasco. Fefe made his way up the stairs, is holding it down, but he's gonna get straight through the wall and eventually loses his life through the wall bang. But this was how the round progressed in the last round too. Lost to 4v5.
Can't count your chickens before they hatch.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard that one?
Isn't it more Aussie one, isn't it?
Is it?
Maybe.
An Aussie saying would be, you're a Tim Tam short of a packet.
Oh God. What's the what do you call those, like dips, like the something mites?
Vegemite?
Yeah, Vegemites. Do you like those?
I do.
Oh God.
That's a spread for bread.
Yeah.
Silva on the move. Oh, look at this. What a timing he's found.
The trigger discipline is on.
Maybe not quite as good as he would have wanted it to be. But
Trigger discipline was there, but the spray was not there. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, but also he importantly kind of gets the information. So Vasco are well informed as to where ranking is right now. There's not much going over towards B. That means Action can just watch second mid right here. And everybody else turning their attention from A in that direction as well. MG can't hit one more. Had he, it might have been round over. But VNC now with the job to do, will let it slip.
Well, now it's all down to Action. Eventually is knocked out. Ranking does find one round in return, but still gonna be in lead of Vasco. It's gonna be 7-6. And yeah, I mean, the aftermath of last map really, I guess, just ate into the minds of Ranking.
Yeah, deficit isn't good right now for Ranking, even though they find these odd rounds here and there. And the consistency is not easy. Nice double opener with a double arms and a third behind it too as the rifle swings in. Fantastic work from Ductuan to support. That's what we want to see. Response is good, sure.
Wasn't that a pre-fire almost?
Tough 2v4 though here. Especially with Dr. on towards the site to make matters worse. Stick together here is probably the right way to play this for Vasco. Just hope you can trade without actually losing anybody. Like that. Get one. Not going to get the second though. Action was not close enough to trade either. 7-all. Bit of a game still on the cards here.
I can't believe it's this close.
Yeah.
Like, ranking with the tenacity to kind of stick in there and keep plugging away at Vasco. Just wondering if, for ranking, how big of a difference is it? It doesn't matter whether you're third or fourth. The prize money is the same.
It is, yeah.
So you're literally playing for pride right here to not be bottom of the group, basically.
Yeah.
That apparently is enough to fuel ranking. So that's respect.
I mean, they put up a good fight on Ankara, just came falling behind. Ended up dropping the map, and we'll have to wait and see if that will be the same case they catch here on sub base. They're going to gather up outside of B, it looks like. The C4 going in towards middle. I'm not sure if he wants to do that. He's holding on to the C4.
They are 1-for-1 in sub base, right? But it was LCK, and it was a little bit close. It was a 10-7.
Yeah.
For Vasco. So, while they do like this map, they pick into it in the Q9 game. It was the decider as well, but we never actually got there, of course. Still shows that maybe a couple of weaknesses on this map. Same thing was for Imperial, right? They played this map a lot, but the success feels slightly limited. Oh, I can't believe we've fallen flat there on all fronts, in all fairness. That is a really good round for ranking. Advantage to them. They probably should get an 8th here. I can't see a world in which they don't. It's a 1v4, and VNC feels like he's got absolutely no chance.
As you say that, he does find the opener for the clutch. 1v3 now. Duck1 is accurate enough to find the head through the wall. And ranking will finally lead out on this map. 8-7. More even kill spread for both of these teams in comparison to that of last map on Ankara.
It is true.
Yeah, no hard carry performance this time from Action. He's fallen off a little bit. That may be why Vasco are struggling right here. Vasco's got bigger fish to fry right now. They don't really want to be going to a map 3. Go back to the hotel, get prepared for your playoffs match. Really start looking in on that rather than spending an extra hour or two right here trying to clean up ranking.
I mean, this time around, they are off to a better start in terms of getting the round in there. The nade does chunk off Humo to half HP and Nevis down half as well. Ooh, Vents fight. MG has an arm. He's boosted up there, and he's going to hit the shot. Humo goes down. And for the first time in the past 2 rounds, is going to find the opening frag is going to be the side of Vasco. LDX now crouching in towards Vents. Silva will jump spot him out without losing his hat. And the info is going to be there for Vasco.
All right, Duck1. Wood control taken. VNC playing up on the box on site. Not the most common of angles, but because he's alone here, he's trying to do something a little bit different.
Gonna be a slow-paced round. Already only a minute onto the clock.
Good start for Action. Vasco need this round, and they might just get it. MG, Silva involved in the discussion as well. And as slow as that round starts, it ends extremely quickly. That was the exact antithesis of one another. Took forever to get to the B side for ranking, and then as soon as they poke their head around the corner, they lose 3 players. It's like, well, that's the round done. We'll go to 8-8.
Yeah, 20 seconds is not going to cut it for LDX. He's got to find 4 more kills. Or a plant. Let's find Fefe. But does he realize there's action behind him? And he does not. That's a clean round for Vasco. And a chance to just close the series out 2-0.
Yeah, they're hoping to. They don't want to go to overtime again. They don't want to leave it up to chance, but you never know. On the other side, I mean, Ranking look far from out of this, despite obviously they not having that big of an indicator or not big of a change of anything. They're still fighting tooth and nail. Feifei, good opener though. That's important.
OldX will find himself adjusted in events once again. Maybe this time he gets the drop, and he does indeed find the kill, but eventually action does come in time. Gets the refrag, and OldX goes down, and the rest of Ranking is going to send it down towards the Nook. Action. Ooh, he's going to have to find a bullet at his head. Down to a 3-on-3. The C4 is now planted.
It's over the top. Bit of damage onto Humeo. VNC hunting for him. Saw his feet, but hasn't been able to land any shots just yet. Hasn't even really fired any shots. The counter util's been good from Ranking, and Vasco are finding it difficult to get out onto the site. When does the swing come? Finally it does. Good kill straight up. Need more though, and they're getting it. Vasco, one player to find. Easy round in the end. 3 alive for Vasco, and they will have the first chance at the map, and of course in this case as well, series point.
That's a huge round for Vasco to just wrap it up here. Get their conditions up for getting ready to going into the playoffs if they end up winning this one. Still, there's one more round to be played, at least for the main rounds. Ranking will need to pick this one up to go into the overtime. PM goes aggressive with the first spawn he has, but the nade is going to chunk away a bit of health. And the second one as well. And he does whiff the shot, and at the end of the day, that's all she wrote for PM.
That is indeed, but the round's not done just yet. Ranking have got Ductuan in the vent, having a bit of a look. It's not going to be a super strong position at this point in time. He drops down, and I don't know about that one. Behind the smoke, there's no chance Nevis can find the trade. Just seems a little bit discombobulated, really, for Ranking. 5-on-3 now. They would have to pull off a miracle to survive in this round and series. I just don't know that they've got it in them.
Not at all. It's tough. Not in the 5 versus 3 by any means. Waiting to see where Ranking decide to finish here. It feels like a B here, but that bomb's trying to retract. They're going to leave one over towards Heaven as LDX is getting a point. It takes a hell of a lot of damage, which will be relayed over. Hence how that nade gets thrown, but it's just a little late as LDX has already dipped away. Silver back over towards Wood. He needed a kill there. Damage is great, sure, but you got to be careful. We're now back into a 3 versus 3. Feifei reclaims some outside control to catch rotation, sure. And he doesn't have to be too aggressive here, Feifei. He can just see whether anybody rotates back around. You can give them that control over towards Wood. That's fine. You got VNC down towards stairs. You got MG at range as well. And in they come. Flashbang dropped. VNC will drop one of his own. He's going to tuck his head. All he needs to do is buy some time. That's an important kill going back towards Ranking. A response. VNC needs both if he can. Humeo is the important one because if he's the only one with full HP, he's checking between both the angles. He's trying to isolate them as best he can. He's swinging back around. He looks the wrong way, and Humeo will get the round. We're going to overtime. A very poorly played round from Vasco. It's a 5 versus 3 in your favor. 2 of the Ranking players are tagged, and not a single Vasco player play together. They all play isolated.
Yeah.
Almost felt like a pug, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to be the hero.
Going out of control, trying to find fights when you're on the global risk side, outside of all things, outside of your favorable angles. They will pick the worst fights. But we are indeed heading over onto the overtime. Ranking is going to be the global risk. VNC with a Colt in his hand switches to AK, gets knocked out by Nevis on the other side of the wall. And that is good for a double kill and the C4 as well.
That's an awful start for Vasco. Yeah. Could not have gone worse.
Almost like a handicap, isn't it?
And now they're trying to fight their way in through the smoke. It's just never going to work. You do have a player that's wrapped in behind. Feifei ducking his head down behind the box. They've got to just wait on a timing here and try and let Feifei activate, but he's been spotted out, so no chance. And that'll be the round done surely for Vasco.
Now action gets spotted dropping down. MG through the smoke goes down, and looks like a very clean round for the side of Ranking. Is going to do them just right. Just one round on top. It's going to be 10-9.
The worst possible time. Vasco looking non-existent here, unfortunately. They had a lot to offer up in regulation. They should have closed it out in regulation. And right at the tail end of this game, seems to be falling flat. Start of overtime is not good at all. However, ranking the start overtime well themselves. And then, of course, we kind of know that slipped away from them. I feel like if Vasco get 1 out of 2 rounds in this first half, they're okay. If they get 2 out of 2, I think they're probably absolutely fine to see this one off. 0, however, feels like a map number 3 will be looming.
Yeah. Vasco, though, nicely into the site so far. They've got to get rid of LDX. Somehow, he's doubled down. Can't get more than that. Action good for the trade. PM still looking to try and work his way down the stairs. Silva needs to be careful. The Orm is lurking. But it's all good. PM has been allowed a little bit of space here, though. Vasco should be aware that that position has been left dirty. They see him. They see Ductuan. They don't land their shots just yet. Action kind of struggling to get involved in this fight. Tossing a bit of util up over the top. Feifei still worried about the stairs as well. You know where both these players are. You just got to turn around. The shots are not connecting. Feifei's inside that smoke. He's just not gotten involved in that fight at all. They're baiting each other like crazy right now.
Yeah, nobody actually wants to play support. Nobody wants to help each other in these fights. They're always playing isolated. This is where we come back to discipline. And it still seems to be the real kind of consistent issue for Vasco. These post plans, doesn't matter what map or what series, they're always so poorly played from them.
Yeah, it's not looking bright for Vasco. I mean, if they just play like this in the playoffs, they're going to get cooked 3-0, or 0-3 rather.
Who are they playing in the playoffs?
Not sure. Well, speaking of being not sure, it is going to be map 3.
Winner of Group D, Antisocial or 3BL. So yeah, tough match potentially for Vasco.
Yeah, I will say, I feel like if Antisocial win it, they've got a much better chance because it's just that common enemy. 3BL, it's so different in their style of play that it actually could be a bit of a spanner in the works.
Vasco giving Lockers a little bit of a crack, but again, just kind of floating through a smoke. It's a risky play. Has worked out in so much as they've taken that map control. But where to from here? Popping a lot of damage on their way in. VNC is low. Go signal for Vasco. Couple on the entry, back and forth. Ductuan still needs to be dislodged on that site, and he is surviving nicely. It's a 1v1. MG is so far away that this now comes into a complete unknown kind of a 1v1. It's all down to the timing. I just don't think he's quite spotted Ductuan floating into Lockers there, so MG's job gets very difficult here.
I mean, he's got all the time in the world, and Ductuan's going to start sending it out.
Oh my god, here it is. Machine rooms. He peeks his head in towards that window. He doesn't. Oh, he just doesn't see him bounding around. Like I said, it was, if you get 1 round in this first half, there's a pretty okay chance. 2 rounds, I think you're really doing well. If you get 0, I don't think you've got a chance. And this feels like it's going 3 now. Unfortunately, I don't know if Vasco can bring this back to a golden round.
I mean, yeah, you'd have to win 4 in a row. Which seems like wishful thinking the way that this game has been playing out. They're going to try and throw caution to the wind to start it off. And, well, at least it's going to be done quickly. That's all I'll say. That is horrific from Vasco. That is not good at all. Feifei, I mean, 1v5. Not going to happen, of course, and ranking will survive. They take 13-9 on map 2. Well, I don't really know what to say about that one, but I know I'm not going to give this to you, Nao, because if I do, Vasco's going to be copping some real heat on this. So we're going to go to bench.
That was...
What do you think, man?
Not a good showing of what Vasco is capable of.
That might have been a nicer version of what he was about to say.
Yeah, why don't we pass the mic over to Neo so we can actually get some heat in there?
What the hell are Vasco doing? Like, genuinely, what are they doing? Like,
Brilliant, isn't it, man? Like, what are they doing, these guys?
Yeah, post plants, terrible. The discipline, terrible. Baiting each other constantly. Like, there's no synergy. Like, I mean, credit to... No, I think the big point I want to take away from this map is actually, do you know what? Credit to ranking. You're out of this tournament. You cannot make it to the groups, to the playoff stage. But fair play for not like, just giving up. I can kind of respect that, actually. These guys ultimately are competitors. They ultimately want, you know, even if it is the difference between finishing 3rd or 4th, it doesn't make a difference in prize money. It won't make a difference in terms of qualifying or anything of the sort. But fair play just to say, hang on, I'm not just going to just roll over and die here. I'm actually going to just say, you know, I'm going to show that I have something to give. But there seems to be, there's something about these Brazilian teams I'm picking into sub-base because it just doesn't seem to work in Imperial. Same issues for them. Picking into sub-base always look quite weak. And Vasco picked it against LCK. Yes, they won, but 10-7 went a little bit too far. And I already saw flashes of stuff I didn't like in that LCK game. So, yeah, credit to you. I think LDX did a fantastic job. Obviously, numbers-wise, he looked great. But calling, I think he did a fantastic job in the calling department. He had the team playing as a pack, whereas Vasco all over the place. It was so discombobulated, disjointed, and I mean, those last few rounds in particular, I mean, it was 5 on the trot, in fact, actually, out from ranking, which did super, super well. Duckton's having a little dance, and, you know, fair enough. Have your fun, my king. You know, these guys this is their second map they've picked up at this tournament, and, you know, potentially could be their last. You know, celebrate what you can celebrate, but Vasco.
I just feel like I've lost a battle royale in the most egregious of ways, and then there's this kid that's like, take the L, doing this little dance at me.
I die in the zone on Fortnite. This kid's grittying on me as he's won
it's like,
something.
Bro, what's just happened here? Imagine Vasco like just see that on the other side of the stage.
Yeah,
that'd be enough to tilt me out of winning this match for sure.
Well, the first 2 maps are going to be like that, and we are left with Mexico. But we're going to take a quick short break and come back with the final map.
Here we are again. It is map 3, Ranking and Vasco going head-to-head. Vasco have already confirmed themselves a spot in the playoffs with win on map 1, but Ranking decided to play spoiler for their momentum at least. It'll be Vasco now that have to work hard on Mexico to win this series and at least give themselves like this good vibe going into tomorrow, because honestly, I think if you lose this series and you still have to go on to play tomorrow, you're kind of like, man, we really only edged, like literally we only just got out of a group with LCK and Ranking in it.
Yeah, it's actually, it's pretty bad, right, in kind of the grand scheme of things. I just think Vasco are trying to torture us because, you know, throwing us off schedule here and then also making us watch in Mexico, you really hate to see it, honestly.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing, fellas? Obviously, this is a map in which both sides play, sure. I think with Ranking, actually, I guess in both sides, you got to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt because the domestic opposition aren't fantastic for Ranking. But same can be said for Brazil. I think that, you know, the bottom 3 teams aren't exactly the greatest in the Brazilian league. So, you know, there's a lot of reps here, sure. The big thing for me is that this map is uber slow, and it punishes you if you do lack discipline, and that has just been the story of Vasco. Super isolated fights, no teamwork, post-spawn's been pretty abysmal. This is where I'm actually looking at this and saying Ranking could actually take this just because Vasco looks so checked out. And it would really spice up the playoffs, man. If we go in towards the playoffs and we're talking about Vasco
3VL. So 3VL, here's my story. Here's my storyline. This is my dream. 3VL beats ANTISOCIAL.
Yeah.
Group D. That means they take first seed, which means they play Vasco.
Yeah.
Vasco lose this series. They are turbo, tilted, mega triggered going into the match tomorrow against 3VL. That's the storyline where 3VL then actually makes playoffs.
There we go.
And can go deep in this tournament.
There we go. If, you know, as long as they can avoid sort of AG and Wolf Empire for as long as possible. I think, you know, I really like that Q9 team. I think Q9 are basically at least destined for a top 3, but if they can avoid those sort of 3 for as long as possible, you're loving life. We've got a map number 3. We've got a Mexico on the cards here. Vasco, please.
And there you have it. Final map of the series. Potentially Ranking being able to come out with a series win in their pockets, although they do fail to aggress onto the playoffs. Early aggression from Vasco. They're going to send it down. VNC is going to find the bullet on towards Nevis, but Ductwan and Humo is going to find a piece each.
Wow.
That was a quick of a round.
Oh my. Okay, and I think this at this point is kind of just like a full fun map for Ranking. That's the mentality you got to go in here with. You got to say, look, not every day you get to play on stage at a CFS Grand Finals. You know, we've done it a couple times, I guess. But stage experience is always good. Let's just have some fun in this last map. It doesn't really matter for us in the grand scheme of things, but we can definitely do a bit of a number onto Vasco and have some fun while doing it. On the other hand, I mean, Vasco, big conversations to be had about their momentum and mental going into tomorrow if things go poorly here. Fantastic start, though, for Ranking. This GR side is just looking locked in. Quick couple of trades back, though. Now a 2-on-2.
Yeah, maybe a chance here. Not going to completely discount them. Actions tagged. I kind of love the way Ranking are approaching this, though. Ranking are just flying at them. And I love that, right? Because you can actually play the Q9 style of play as it did against Vasco, which was sit back, wait for mistakes, burn through the utility, keep replenishing those smokes in towards mid, and then go for, you know, a final 25-second pop, right? Which, granted, obviously it's very successful. But in a map like this, which actually has nothing to gain for either side, why not just play quick?
Yeah,
if you're Ranking, why
not
just
take the fight to the front gate of the enemy, right?
Yeah, get a couple of clicks and a clips, may I say, for the highlight reel. Why not just have a bit of fun with it? See if you can get like a spray down or something of the sort. Put that in a montage.
Oh, looking to put on the montage is going to be PM. Went for the M4. Had some good clicks here and there, but let's see if he can do so this time around. What a rifle actually is able to take a bunch of health away.
Whoa! Spammed through the box by an AK, but easy trade for Ductwan. And he knows the MG is going to be pretty low here, so this should be a very winnable one for Ductwan, unless he's got no idea where MG is coming from. So that'll do it.
just facing the wrong way. As
Yeah,
simple as that.
Why has he done that? Just turn around.
Yeah, why? Also, at the same time, it's such an interesting angle to hold there as well. Because if you're going to play there, you actually want to play back over towards the door so you are covered.
Yeah.
So that MG has to swing out on towards you, but he's just open. He's open to two different angles, which is... I kind of feels like, ultimately...
Bro's just chilling.
Yeah, it's like, you know, elementary level stuff. We're fighting again ranking, and it's going well once again.
There's no brakes on this hype train right now. PM wants to make amends for the last round, and clean as a whistle. Ranking look like they're going to get through this. It's another fantastic start to the round. Sure, they messed up a little bit in the previous, but so far ranking have just looked quite dominant, honestly, on Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, they're finding success with the faster paced rounds and is able to rack up 2 rounds. But I don't know, like Vasco is just not able to find some sort of resilience, let's put it that way, to bounce back in their form. It's degrading round after round is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, Vasco look completely checked out. They don't look good at the moment, that's for sure. Interesting. Vasco have changed things up a little bit for them in terms of when we saw them play the other day against Q9. They had more, considerably more AKs than M4s, but on a map like Mexico, it's super spammable. You're going to be seeing more M4s than usual.
LDX
This is a big
huge
flank. This could be a lot of kills. This could be a lot of kills. There's one. There's two. A third in for support. 4 PM as well. Even VNC with it all to do. In a 1 versus 4. Say it with me, ladies and gents. This is not going to happen. Ranking see it off.
3-1 on the scoreboard, and LDX was going to be able to basically seal that round for himself. Coming with a huge flank. Now we proceed into round number 5.
4 rounds in like the pace of what we would get a round and a half out from like sub base.
This might be the fastest map of Crossfire we've seen so far.
I can get behind this.
Or can you?
What is Action up to?
What is that? Are they just having a conversation? Like attack pause about calling attack pause?
Yeah, maybe.
Bonnie hopping his way over.
Good movements.
Yeah. Just in no man's land. And
what's your rating out of 10?
10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Indeed.
The GOAT.
Well, their team play is 0 out of 10.
You guys remember Ladder Goat?
Oh, yeah. That is a throwback.
That's a throwback. That's some good movement right there.
It's a contagious laugh that kid had as well. I'll give him that. Humio should be in trouble here because he doesn't actually have a lot of support. He should go down uncontested, and that will be the case. Good round for Vasco. It's feeling, but a big shot, and there's a swing there that doesn't go well. PM needs to do better. Unfortunately, not to be the double from Duck to One. He can't really catch them on the cross either, so pretty simple from Vasco in the end. They just slow things down. The issue is, though, for our mental state, is the second Vasco slow things down is when they find success. Is that going to be the norm?
I don't have the answers anymore. I really don't.
No, not at all.
I don't think Vasco have had the answers this series either. Nice nade, though. That's a chunky one, but then an overswing, which arguably felt like it wasn't needed.
Yeah, how bad must this feel, though, as ranking? Knowing...
No matter what you do.
No matter what you do, even if you win this series, you're out. And really, you only have yourselves to blame because you just got... They kind of got rolled by LCK as well. Like, that was the thing. It wasn't even just a close loss.
Well, Hero's going to make a huge flank. He might have an angle for a triple spray down.
Should get at least 2 here. Oh, he goes early. It's fine. Okay. Kill and the C4. Fei not going to get cleared. Yes, he will on the swing. There we go. This round's done here. MG with it basically all to do because Silver's still back in towards spawn. He's rotating back round, but this C4 dropped is impossible. If they just group up around the C4, they should be fine here.
Yeah, Hugh.
No way, boys. Why have we lined up?
Well, it was easy 2 clicks of his life for Silver.
Why are we lining up?
Just for the gigs of it. It's a pretty good first half, actually, now from Vasco. 3-3.
Yeah, on the Blacklist side. picking up 3 on Mexico of all maps is, I would say, huge.
It's true. Right, never should be the case. I mean, it shouldn't get more than 1, really. Our ranking, it's a pretty criminal overfight. I'm going to keep things blunt, right? When these sides do some real janky misplays, I mean, granted, neither of them are going to be watching this stream, but you'd hope that someone relays the message, right? It's things to clean up. And sometimes as well, you know, I see some of these plays, I'd love to, like, pick the brains.
I love that's the way that you phrase that, by the way. We'll talk about that in a second, though, because a little bit of a hit coming into mid here. Ranking dealing with it pretty comfortably. Very comfortably, in fact. It's like, hopefully someone relays the message. It's like, yeah, I'm sure, bro. I'm sure someone's going to be listening to you on the English broadcast and just goes, yeah, you know what? He might actually know what he's talking about. You know, the coaches of these teams, whatever. You know, don't worry about them. This guy on the English broadcast, I'm going to translate what he said.
Yeah, good.
You've got a pretty high opinion of yourself, don't you?
I do. A damn good reason. Because I might be the GOAT.
You might be the GOAT. Love to see you in the server next year.
I reckon I could bolster a swamp game and me and Famous go crazy.
Do ya?
Yeah, yeah.
Have you met him?
I'll be the coach.
Briefly in the hotel, I guess. Like you to the right, to the group of them.
Yeah.
That's about it.
I mean, that's an interaction.
Yeah, exactly. I technically met him.
Yes.
It's a start. All things start small and grow into something wonderful. Just like this round.
Something wonderful is going to be Duck going huge here with Nevis helping out. Humo's going to find the last frag, and it'll be the round towards ranking.
Well, that was a non-starter for Vasco. Tried something. Nothing got off the ground. I mean, a 5-3, it's not bad, I don't think, by any means, for Vasco. The ranking are still making this a little bit spicy, which in itself is pretty fun to watch.
Vasco is going to take it quickly up towards Evan, towards A. They might just fully send it once again.
Yeah, if it fails once, try it again. They won't expect it twice.
Continuously knocking on towards A is going to be Vasco. Just, will ranking have a round that they cannot respond to it?
One nade in towards Ali would have done so much damage there. Nevis' back turn. Nevis could be in trouble here. It's actually him who comes out on top for the first and Duck to Adam for support. If it fails once, try it again. If it fails twice, maybe trying to wrap it up. Action seen off and flawless for this one to make matters even worse. 6-3 at the half in favor of ranking. Threes, it's not bad though. Just by Mexico standards.
Three's definitely workable for sure. But I just want to see what pace ranking is going to come into this second half with when they're now on this BL side. Are they just going to W key it?
Yeah, my guess is they're going to full send it too.
It's kind of, I think it would be working in this instance. Like ranking have been looking real sharp. Look at that KD, 1.86 versus 0.5. If you have that and you're feeling good, I reckon you just run it down here. Just chance a fast round. See if you can trade out. No funny business. Let the aim do the talking. But they're going to go for a different approach.
Yeah, definitely playing with the clock. Longer than what Vasco did on their half of Blacklist. Nades flying. Flashes popping, and more time will be delayed until ranking makes their push in towards middle. We do have a lurk from LDX down towards underpass, down towards water. And here is the ghost saying pop flash up and over, but Vasco has open angles to hold onto it. MG, though, through the smoke's going to find a frag. Now it's on to VNC to hold onto the bomb. The C4 down in a wonky place. Not going to help ranking either. All three players, remainder, is not going to be healthy.
Very, very low HP.
Yeah.
Makes it difficult, especially with the C4 where it is. Got to try and find some cheeky little 1v1 somewhere. Nevis is doing his best. But I'm actually interested to see what Duck Twang gets done there. Can't win his duel. PM's kind of up the creek without a paddle. He's got a nice time in there on the Feifei, but realistically, only so much you can do. The trade was always going to come through. Vasco will start the half with a round.
That's good. And that's what we say as well. 3 rounds can be seen as enough just because of how one side of this map is sort of weighted in that sense. It's where you feel like you backed them a little bit.
Oh, Ranking's gonna give A one more take at it. Just need to wait a couple more seconds until the smoke's dissipate, or they're just gonna send it through the smoke. Pop flash up and over. Here, the gong has rang. They're gonna send it. VNC's gonna open up with a quick double kill. Looking for a third, not gonna happen. However, Fefe is gonna be able to find a frag before going down. A bomb site is completely taken somehow by Humo. And a 1v2. Very doable, I would say, but the nade is gonna be on the money, as he does lose about half of his hit points.
Doable.
Very doable.
Yeah, this is rough, I think, for Hugh, though. Being in 4. You can dance around pretty nicely, but honestly, if they play correctly here, Vasco should be winning this round, and they do.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
That is ultimately the way of being. 1 round in it.
LDX is sitting at 3 kills.
1 round in it has pretty much been the story of this match.
Yeah, true.
Ranking this time, changing up, shifting up their gears and ascended towards underpass. This is a full-on take. MG gets flashed, but okay, the swing is good from Humo.
Trades back and forth. Not too many conversion just yet. VNC was a nice angle. Did only manage to grab 1 from it. And Vasco pulling ahead in this round as well. But an important duel here for Silva. He's going to go by the wayside. Leaves B open. Unfortunately, LDX doesn't have the C4. He's now lost his teammate. And he's actually been smoked into the site.
Doesn't help that, does it?
No, sir.
I mean, if he can find 1 frag, minimize it down to a 1v1, he has a good chance. Just the utils from Vasco is going to delay more time for him. He does hold on to every single set of nades. Smokes 1 angle off. However, Vasco now setting up that double peek. And through the boxes, down goes LDX. And Vasco is now tied up.
Felt a bit like an inevitability, didn't it? So same sort of approach again from Vasco. Heavy presence in middle. And Ranking doing what tends to be done on the blacklist side of Mexico. Slowing things down. Waiting patiently for those smokes.
Spreading the clock down essentially. Just burn through the utils of Vasco.
Yep. Cycle the util. It's a tale as old as time.
It's true.
This map has not changed in years.
No.
Not significantly, at least.
Genuinely, I think who's that, number 4, right? Where, sort of in that underpass area, if there was like a way to wrap in towards B from that side and making it a 3-lane map, it would actually open it up tenfold. But because you actually get limited to 2 really tough angles, it basically means you never have to show any B presence. You only have to show A and mid presence. If you could stretch that kind of that GL side, GL side, may I say, across kind of A, mid, and B in a similar way you get in like Ankara, for example, that gives you more options, I think. Either way, the spam's done very well, and Ranking are flying into the fights here.
A win's a win.
A win's a win, but says no is going to be action. Not just yet. He does respawn. MG at risk. Gets 1 before going down. Is going to be able to reposition himself at the backside. Going for a better angle, but I don't know at this point. Ranking just really looking for kills, essentially.
Very back and forth. But good round for Ranking, though. I think they obviously get 2 from spamming through the boxes, which does well. And well then, in response, it is a lead for Ranking. Ever so slight. You still sort of favor Vasco just because of the side they're on.
I got a question for you.
Hit me.
Overtime?
Why not? 3 for 3. The series is cooked anyway. Why not just make it worse? This one feels like it needs a golden round.
Is it?
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah?
Commit to the bit. Sunk cost fallacy at this point.
Throw it in there.
It's got to be done.
Expecting one for sure at this point now.
Another E-smoke.
Nades up and over, and ranking flashing themselves out. Already 3 players are tucked up in heaven. They're gonna invest quite a lot of freaking nades here, aren't they? I mean, swing from Piemo was good for a kill. Was eventually traded out. Bomb site completely swarmed. Nevis tried to hold it, just wasn't quite there.
Goomba stomped him in towards forklift there.
All down to the ends of MG. 4 on MG special, isn't it?
Oh, not this again.
Yep.
There is no MG special.
You're probably correct at this point. We're like memeing it at this.
Yeah. What is that meme that starts with "there is no"? Not "there is no spoon." The other one.
Neo probably knows better, but looks like the rounds are going to be 8-6.
It's there is no something in something. I can't remember what it is.
Close this one out.
What's that saying?
Yeah, there is no something in something.
Quickly, Ductuan with a headshot. It's going to take down VNC. Humo up on heaven. Goes down to Action. Action is just going to farm up more kills.
Action. Gonna double swing up here, it seems. Spam the door, no one behind it. He's actually kind of isolated here towards forklift, but very strong angle. Ductuan holds for the over rotate and gets it too. That's pretty important. Silva. Up close, and for him. 3 versus 3. This is a weird round at 1 minute 35 where neither side really look all too confident in this one.
Definitely playing with the clock here. They're just waiting to bait any rotations, see if any players of Vasco is taking an aggressive approach. They can easily take them off guard and have a man advantage going into the rest of the rounds. Minute left onto the clock, and we do see the C4 and underpass. It is being overlooked by Action, who's been having a decent day. Although, he is. We heard the news that he's feeling a little bit under the weather, and he eventually does go down.
Oof.
Big trade for Fefe. Could have double. The C4 is down, and Ductuan is spotted. Goes for the swing. Colt is out. Ductuan.
C4 still down.
Swung, and it is good for Fefe with a triple kill and a round. We're 8-7.
So, here's what it is. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. It's a reference to Avatar. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Have you ever watched that? You know, the guy with the arrow on his head?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah, so the Ba Sing Se is a city or a place, and they're saying, they're hypnotizing their citizens, saying there is no war in Ba Sing Se. And I think my
Ba Sing Se was where the wind benders
something like
were,
that.
I think.
Yeah. And my reference here is there is no MG special in Crossfire. That's where I'm going with that.
Yeah, that's the Mandela effect right there, the MG special.
Yeah.
It feels like there is a clip about it, but there isn't.
Ductuan, nice shot. Gives the numbers towards ranking.
This might happen.
This is OT special right here. This is destined for an overtime. No 2 ways about it. I can smell it.
Golden round special cooking up here, isn't it? MG will find the quick scope on towards Nevis. Yeah, the probabilities do look high for a third overtime for the series.
There is no overtime in Mexico, map 3. Believers?
That's you trying to gaslight yourself a little bit, I feel. I can sense it. Unless Vasco actually run rampant, but it does feel like ranking have always got just like an extra round up their sleeve. Not this one, but like, you know, Vasco bring it 8-all, and then it goes 9-8.
And Naokai, spidey senses tingling.
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming.
There you go, 8-all. Now, to deny the overtime, we need 2 consecutive rounds from either of these 2 teams, and that itself, as we've learned by this series, is highly, highly unlikely.
I mean, at this point, we're just cheering for overtime, aren't we?
You might be. I'm not.
Oh. Let's cut to the chase and go, but we're back. You're right. Enter the game. We're tied 8-8, like you said. Let's see who is going to be the one to find the 9th before the other team does.
Very quiet from Ranking in the start. Ranking have been fighting quite a few of the Vasco players overextending, so I can understand why they're deciding to play this a little slower. And of course, because you can just keep replenishing those smokes in mid, makes it so difficult.
Yeah, I mean, the progression of how the map played out earlier was quite fast, and now we're back to the OG Mexico playstyle of cycling through the smokes, waiting for time.
Smoking them off.
I like the military-esque voices. That's what we've got to work with right now. There's nothing happening in terms of action. We're a minute in. Or over. And not even a single true fight has really been played out here. Another smoke going to come down. A flashbang behind it. And there's where we see a couple come in quick succession. MG just need to be a little bit careful here just because of the potential of a spam with an M4 behind that box. Again, Ranking go for a sort of late round execute in towards mid. And they get nowhere with it, and then are forced to retreat back again behind a smoke.
Well,
now the timer is against them.
At least they've taken middle. But getting into these sites is going to be a little tough. 2-2 split from Vasco. Does mean it'll be doable if they can maybe trade 2 for 1, play the 2-2 post plant. Ranking could go up 9-8 here, but they'll need some good entries, and it's going to be tough. The corner's not cleared, and Feifei will double down. That should be that. Vasco up to 9. And it's on to Ranking now to deliver us to overtime.
I've never seen a round more likely for Vasco to forget how to use Mass 1. I'm sensing it. This is Ranking taking it to overtime.
Lock it in.
You're about to see Ranking's best round all series right here. Never seen a map more likely for OT. This feels like it. A Humio special. It hasn't been lights out this tournament, but you can always have just one of those rounds here or there.
And this might just be the one. Really just might be. Doctuan was having a huge series, at least today. Had clutches up on his sleeves. Had multiple spray downs, multiple kills on per round. But it just wasn't enough to keep his team to getting into the playoffs. Here's the setups.
I mean, Vasco were playing heavy towards mid. They kind of left A open. If there was an alley hit into A, that might have worked out for Ranking.
Yeah.
Not the case, though. At least not early enough. Vasco have set themselves back up on A. They've got to play a backside action, locking 1 kill down. Betrayed, effective enough. It might well be yet another overtime. We will maybe be going the distance. BNC, a 1 for 1. It's not enough.
I told you Humio's about to have his round.
Bomb plants down. Feifei, MG. Can they get it done in the 2-on-3 to prevent this from going to a third overtime? Humeo looking to cut it off at its knees. Or maybe chop off the head. That's exactly what he does. And we're into a third overtime for the series.
The easiest prediction of my life. Humeo's about to have his round. His one round. And there it is. 3 kills to his name in that one. And the bomb plant as well on top of it. Even he's chuckling.
You guys ever see The Never-Ending Story?
I'm in it.
You're in it.
We're all in it.
The remake. They're remaking it in...
This is the 2024 version, yeah.
Yeah, it's set in Hangzhou in China, if you've ever heard of that place.
Oh, it's happening right before you guys' eyes. Oh, third overtime, and we are going to be getting right into it, 9-9. And it's going to be Vasco on the blacklist side, and they're going to go for some pot shots. Not going to work out, action, and Nevis both are taken down to about half HP. And see where Vasco wants to take the fight. They've been heavily favoring A on their blacklist side on the main rounds, but not entirely sure if they want to do that again on the overtime. They only have 3 rounds to work with, and 3 is definitely not enough. It's definitely far less than 9 to work with.
All right. Well, if we can get a strongish start in this first half for Vasco, 2 out of 3, I'm pretty happy.
I mean, yeah, if you get 2 on the BL side, that'll be a big win.
Arguably, if you only get 1, you're probably all right.
Exactly. 1 in every 3 or 4 rounds is not a bad shout on the blacklist side of this map. So take the 1 for 3. 1 out of 3.
They're playing very passive. Finally, they're going to start walking in towards middle.
For extension, 2 of them, in all fairness, which work well as VNC goes up on top of the box, gets a big kill. He's over towards backside. Not going to do a lot, but sort of trying to give them an alleyway or a route in. Not committing just yet. We're under a minute at that 40-second mark, and there we spoke about those overextensions again. LDX went for a push, and he's quite lucky to get away with that alive.
Yeah, barely ran away with about 15 health. And PM with a great angle. Quick shot. Dr. Tuan adds onto the kill as well. Somehow these 2 players are going to be farming onto Vasco.
Oh, no. That was it for Vasco. Like, that was the one. 5v3, and then you're just going to go in 1 by 1. Where's the comms? Who's saying 3, 2, 1 swing? You know, where's the counting? It's just...
It's not there.
Not there.
Give me 1 tack pause with Vasco, and I can fix them. I can fix them. Give me a minute 30.
Trust me, you should never say that. Don't go for it. If
What?
you ever think, I can fix her, I can fix them, it's not worth it.
I can fix Vasco, I believe.
I mean, we can give you a full 2 minutes and 8 seconds to talk about Vasco and how they are just falling behind.
Oh, I could talk for a year. But I could fix this team. If you give me like 1 day of prac with them, there's like 2 or 3 things I would just clean up, and this is like a super solid team.
In all fairness, they do have the caliber.
Yeah, they have the individuals. It's just the team dynamic which is letting them down so often.
What about ranking? What's your take on ranking?
Yeah, GG. Wrap it up.
You're gonna need a 1 day or a couple more.
I need more than 1 change, I think, is what I need with ranking. You need to give me a checkbook and some contracts to sign from other people is what you need.
What's your first pickup?
Tom, probably.
Yeah.
Not Pooh?
Different region, though, no? Was Tom different region? Maybe I'm getting them mixed up.
No,
I thought it was Tom.
Tom's Vietnam.
Yeah. Because I remember speaking to Sneaky about this, and we were saying Tom's actually looks like the direct upgrade of a PM. He would probably... I don't really think PM's done terribly, in all fairness.
Yeah,
but
they're all Viet. Tom's Vietnamese, Alotus.
Tom's just better.
Oh, yeah, there was 4, obviously, wasn't there, because of Wolf Empire winning Summer Championship. Yeah. But no, Tom's still my go-to. He's actually looked really good.
You're telling me you get the chance to pick up Pooh. You're not doing it? I'd pick up Pooh.
But the only issue is he stinks up the gaff occasionally, in and out of the server. So we need where at least Tom seems ever reliable. I mean, but generally it's actually more just the style of play for Tom, which I like. I actually think Pooh is relatively similar in terms of how passive they are to PM. And I think when you've got 2 great riflers in Humio and Ductuan who love to fight and love to kind of back themselves in individuals, having an Orm player who also is like that would make them great. It's actually the same reason as why I like, for example, this Vasco team, is because MG's a fantastic sniper, right? And he's super aggressive. But then you've got two very aggressive riflers, right? You've got the likes of Silva, who likes to back himself in the Angels, and of course Action, who so far this entire tournament has showed a hell of a lot. VNC, you know, he still has the doubts, but also at the same time doesn't play the best of roles. But yeah, ranking, I'm saying like one change, and I don't know. I don't know what the team dynamics like behind the scenes as well in terms of their setups and the coaching staff and all the rest, but that would probably be my first one that comes to mind.
Well, Vasco was going to be able to sneak through a round. We're tied at 10-10. Somehow, I feel the golden round approaching. There's the go sign down towards middle. Vasco, it will send it. They were able to plant VNC deep in middle. But the setup from ranking are looking very strong. Unbreakable even.
Yeah, it's pretty good right now. But again, these slow rounds are sort of what we expect out of Mexico.
Yep.
Hence why we slightly cursed Vasco for sending us here. It really dulls down the series quite a bit because of how slow-paced this map can be, and you know, maybe where these mistakes really slip in from this Vasco side. VNC, good work for that first. The trades aren't bad though, and actually maybe a chance here. Swing onto the side. Fei does well, and it's Humio. You know, 1 versus 1, but you kind of would back him a little bit. He's got much better HP. C4's going to go down. Humio's not going to be in too big of a rush, but he might want to go off the back of that plant. He opts to rotate instead.
I think Fei's cooked here. I mean, how can you...
Yeah, it's too low.
You can't get off the site. If he could have gotten off the site, maybe, but that sight line's just too strong. Good rotation from Humeo.
Top player, Humeo. When he plays at the level we know he can, he's so reliable.
Pretty par score in the first half, though. 2-1 for SGR.
Like you said many times, 1 round in, and you have a good shot. As now we are going to be switching sides. Vasco is going to be in the global risk. And so far, to me, ranking on their blacklist just wasn't feeling like they were playing their A game for their blacklist.
Oh, Action's died doing this so many times.
He's going to do it again.
VNC did it once, it didn't work. They're just not going to clear Ducton, are they? Or will they clear him? Swing. And fine, that's better. That's a good reaction. And a response to the back of a failed push that they've tried a couple of times that's not paid out. This time, they go together. It was a lot of times either Action or VNC going isolated there, and then they just get traded. Or they just die without even getting the opener. That is at least much better.
Take those. But it hasn't resulted in too much more for Vasco. They're happy enough to play the 5-on-4 out. Let ranking come to them now with a numbers deficit.
Ranking, after losing PM, turns their gears towards A, which is going to be overlooked by Silva and MG. Also followed by Action in the bomb site. Ductuan knocked out in the process of crossing. And with the pop flash, they're going to send it in. 3-on-3 skirmish happening in front of our eyes. And MG is going to be the first one to find the kill, dropping LDX. Silva finds one. Action finds one, and the round is over as Vasco will pick up 1 more round.
Yeah, massive shutdown for Vasco as well. They're on towards the A side, just making sure they get no headway, no trades, no opening duels. That's how you want to be playing it. It's a little bit more of a passive approach in terms of how to set up, but it works. So no real complaints. 11-all. Golden round still feels like it has the potential to loom here.
Yeah, but then you would have to rely on ranking picking up a round. Well, they're gonna give this one a shot. They're gonna send 4 players down towards underpass. Maybe they had anticipated Action to swing out once again through that angle, but eventually he is not doing so.
I mean, ultimately, where the scoreline is,
point.
You can say ranking if you want to talk about them having a bad BL side, Vasco the exact same BL side.
True. I'm just saying, Golden Point's definitely on.
Yeah, I think Golden Point's looming here.
It's going to be the first one for this tournament, too.
Oh, PM asleep at the wheel there massively. Ducktana with the 1-4. PM still low. MG will reposition himself as VNC tries to reclaim some space. He'll go up on the box here. Any swing out could be really dicey.
Oh, that was the reaction time on PM. I think he was looking into his minimap or something.
Yeah.
There just is no way.
Well, a wrap through Ali back to B. Action, keeping a really good eye on that one. Oh, nice position from him. Nice little change up on top of the box. Catches Nevis. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but Hugh has activated, brought it down to a very winnable round now for ranking. And again, they might well play spoiler for Vasco.
Every time Vasco get their advantage, every time they let it slip.
24 kills already for Hugh.
Yeah, he's having one of those games. He brought them into overtime, and he's looking like he wants to claw back the lead. MG looking to try and fight on towards LDX. Bit of damage. MG wins out that fight. And a bit of proactivity. There's one. He knows where the last guy is. He knows where MG is. He has to just hold that mouse. One, and he can't do it well enough. There is time for the defuse as well. MG going to win out the round for Vasco. The MG special.
It finally happened.
Yeah, that one doesn't count as much, though, because that was just the 1v1.
Yeah.
The MG special is normally a 1vx.
Above the number of 2. Let's say 1v3 or better.
That's MG special from Wish.com.
Oh. We're looking at a potential golden round. However, Vasco is willing to close this one out here. Ranking. What do they have to do to go into the golden rounds? In that case, they will be playing on the blacklist side.
Win a round is what they have to do. Just one. And I back him. Because why not?
One is all they need.
How much damage did that do to Humio? Actually, quite a bit, in all fairness.
Yeah.
Nice little nade lineup. A third behind that could have made him really uncomfortable.
I want you to sing this just now.
This music's going to loop a few times. There's not a lot of action going to happen for the next minute.
You know how the song goes. When it starts looping again.
What, they're like the orchestral choiry bits.
Yeah.
I don't think I can hit those notes, unfortunately.
I reckon you could.
I don't think any of us, except Matt Andrews, can hit that note.
I don't know if I've got the vocal range for it.
Yeah. Well, the minute has been passed. There's a minute 12 left on the clock, and it looks like Ranking has made up their mind. A is going to be of the final destination they're going to lead themselves towards. Settings are out. Pop flashes up and over. Holding the bomb site's going to be still, but through the smoke's going to find a quick headshot. Looking for a second. The pot shots are going to be dropped. Not going to connect.
An advantage. Vasco. Some would say unlosable with 40 seconds on the clock.
Not me. I would not be one.
Some would say, may not be me. Fefe's let Duck cross. He doesn't even realize. So he actually could be in a bit of trouble. Flashbang will pop around. Doesn't really do a lot. The swing is good, though, and he does need to re-aggress. He can just stay tucked. He got VNC who reclaims that space. This has got to be a 2 versus 5. Surely unlosable. Make that one, and it's Humio to try and save them. Not to be. It's a muted celebration for Vasco at the way it took, but they take the series nonetheless.
Well, that was one of the series of all time. I really don't have much more to say about that one, honestly. And I think that is just bad news in general for Vasco. Even though they win the series, they get it done 2-1. It kind of leaves a bit of a sour taste in your mouth knowing that it took them that long, that they let subbase slip, and even into map 3, it really was, again, another overtime. And realistically, like, that's the easiest team you're going to face for the rest of this competition. So it's not a good look.
No, not at all. I mean, it is a really disappointing display coming through from a Vasco side who are meant to be a playoff kind of guarantee and are meant to have been super strong coming towards the series against a, massively underperforming ranking side. So I think you're right. I think going towards playoffs, I doubt confidence is going to be feeling very high over towards this Vasco side, and they're in a bit of a weird spot now for them. I mean, how do you kind of give yourself confidence in towards what is going to be a tough kind of knockout round into playoffs, but also on top of that, you got best of 5s behind it too. Yeah, I don't know, rough. All the maps didn't look clean.
Certainly, they'll, I guess, have to go away and make sure they watch that anti-social 3BL game to figure out who they're going to be playing against. But uphill battle, it feels like for Vasco, regardless.
Well, either team Vasco will have to face, I don't think it's going to be an easy fight.
Right.
And that was the anticipation before today's series. And now watching this makes me feel like it's going to be even tougher for Vasco to somehow survive miraculously in this tournament.
Hilarious when you look at that scoreboard as well. If you showed some of that scoreboard without the score of the matchup, you'd just say, ranking won that, right? Humio 1.5, 1.45 for Ductwan, 1.27 for PM, with the best rated player over towards Vasco was Action and MG on a 1 rating. Everything screams out that it should have been ranking to win that, and honestly at times it actually should have been ranking to win that, but they let it slip away in some quite kind of dire fashion. MG is probably one of the lowest sort of set MVPs that we've had with a 1 rating and 63 ADR.
Yeah, going to have to improve on those numbers definitely going into tomorrow and even further on in the piece. But I think the one kind of takeaway at least, or the one positive for Vasco, is that we have yet to really see their peak. So you haven't peaked too soon, you're going to fall off at the wrong time. I think at least Vasco can look forward and say, hey, we can play better than this. We have made it out of the group. It hasn't been pretty. It hasn't been clean. But let's make sure we peak at the right time. And then the storyline's going to change completely. If they have a very good playoffs, we will forget the group stage straight up. We'll say, hey, they got out of groups. That's all that they need to do. Playoffs, completely different story. So still potentially a good, strong future ahead here for Vasco in the event.
Yeah, you can't completely discount them, I think is probably the main thing. We can maybe even talk about some teams to do ramp up in towards playoffs, but yeah, damn, I don't know. It was definitely had its moments of where you're watching that and thinking, my God, like, what is going wrong here, and how do you fix this? And I think that's kind of been the tournament for Vasco, unfortunately, for them as well. For ranking, I think they're going to be super disappointed with this display. Meant to be, #1 seeded team from the region. I would say that you have to take that with a grain of salt. I always think Wolf Empire are better than them. Obviously, they've proved it this year. But, I just think that's disappointing. Not a single win in your groups is not great. Only picking up 2 maps as well across 3 separate series. Again, it's really, really rough from them. And I don't know what kind of the next step is, but my assumption is that it can be a pretty big roster shuffle heading into towards 2025.
But nonetheless, all the games for Groups A have been finalized. Q9, of course, is going to leave the group stage with top seed. And Vasco, after some hard-fought battle, is going to be able to find themselves in the playoffs in the 2nd seed. And LCK, ranking, put up a good fight, but at the end of the day, they are going to be knocked out here on the group stage for Group A.
Yeah. Thoughts on the road ahead for ranking? Obviously not in this event, but just in general, are you on board with big changes to this roster?
I do definitely expect some changes in the roster. I don't want to pick on who, but they will. I feel like they will need to go through some player changes, and maybe that just might be enough.
Yeah, all right. Well, look, I guess at this point we're just waiting to see what happens. Speaking of which, waiting to see the interview, which will be coming in a moment, assuming it with Vasco. Honestly, I think they've got a lot of explaining to do, and hopefully that is going to come in the form of in the server. You can be all talk, that's fine, but if you can come back and deliver again tomorrow a much better result, then that will earn some respect if you're in the Vasco camp. But it is all 3 Brazilian teams making it out of their group. So end of the day, we're talking about this conversation of which is the strongest region. Well, we've got 3 Chinese teams, we've got 3 Brazilian teams, a Viet team, and a Western League team.
Yeah.
So it's definitely still China and Brazil across the board in terms of overall dominance, but starting to see some inroads being made elsewhere as well.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think just from the groups alone, obviously it doesn't really entail what's going to happen in the playoffs, but from the groups, the Chinese teams have definitely looked stronger. I would say Evolution Power played quite well for me, more so than I expected, but also in particular Q9 looked like this real kind of dominant force, and AG had their slip up, sure, and AG had their moments of where it looked a little rough, but we know they're AG. We know they're one of the best teams in the world. We know they're always a top contender for a tournament like this. So I think with Imperial having shaky moments, probably the way to put it, Vasco looking a little bit uncomfortable, Antisocial, fair play, actually great, but the caveat is we're in the group of life, and the easiest group of all of them. So you do have to take it with a pinch of salt. They actually haven't played a top international team yet. 3BL are maybe a playoff contender team. I don't think they're a championship contender team yet. Maybe in the future, sure, but not for now, right? I feel like for now we're talking about the Q9s, the AGs, the Wolf Empires of the world. We're yet to see what Antisocial do against a top level side with the protocols, with the setup, and with the players that can really take over a server. So I think you got to take that one with a pinch of salt, but I think it's spot on, right? It's clear to say which are the two best regions. The playoffs will basically give us the indicator of what is the best region. Not more so in terms of who actually wins it, but how many of the kind of separate regions go deep into the tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I'm actually super looking forward to seeing this Antisocial and 3BL matchup. I think it's going to be quite the barn burner, honestly. I mean, I would hope that 3BL coming in are going to look strong. I think a peak strength 3BL can probably take it to Antisocial, but if we get a little bit of a lackadaisical 3BL coming in, maybe they're having an off day, I do reckon that just like general level of experience and actually quite frankly star power on Antisocial might be a little bit too much to get over the line. So that's really the only big question mark for me through the rest of the day. For the most part, everything else looks like it's pretty cut and dry. So yeah, I mean, looking forward to getting into that next match and getting stuck into the knockout stage at this point. Like really, when you get to the end of the round robin, which is kind of where we're at, we more or less know what's going to happen. We've sort of gone through enough of the motions. It's like, all right, ready to move on to the next stage of the tournament.
I mean, we've had 4 days of CROSSFIRE, and we looked at every single team play each other. And yeah, the last 2 games, I feel like it's almost, we can anticipate the endings to that. So definitely game number 2, 3BL versus Antisocial, is going to be the most interesting one, I guess, for what's left on the board here. But in the meantime, we are definitely waiting for the interview to proceed with. To me, ranking, they are, of course, from one of the emerging regions. And at the end of the day, they are not able to go into the playoffs, but put out a pretty good showing. Although the last couple ones didn't look too great, they were able to find one series to themselves.
I don't know. I gotta disagree. You know, I don't think Ranky put up a good showing. This is meant to be the #1 team in Vietnam, or technically speaking,
if you're seeded #1, you should not be getting knocked out of your group in last place.
0 wins, by the way. This, I think, I'm gonna go the complete opposite way. I think this was a terrible tournament.
I mean, I was putting some band-aids on them.
Yeah, trying to be too nice.
Yeah,
so honestly, we gotta take it off of them.
At this point, I reckon go the other way. I think ranking need a wake-up call. This was a wake-up call. This was not a good tournament from them, but they'll know that, right? You know, they'll be incredibly disappointed not to have made it through. You know, they know probably things need to change in some way. It doesn't even need to be players. You know, it's easy to suggest players, but we never know how that's going to affect team dynamic or anything of the sort, right? It could actually just be a system overhaul or a protocols overhaul or learning from the best in your region, like Wolf Empire. But I think ranking are going to be massively disappointed because technically, if you look at seeding wise, they actually should have made it out of this group no bother. Is the issue, and the fact that they didn't is quite worrying. And now it's sort of 2 back-to-back tournaments, which are less than what they would expect. On home soil in Hanoi, I think they would have wanted to gone a little bit further, and they didn't. And then obviously now here as well, you're below LCK, right? That's got to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that when you look at the company that they're keeping with that result, that becomes even more damning.
Exactly.
You have Swamp, or most likely Swamp, are going to go winless.
Yeah.
So you have Swamp. Alotus, which is the 4th seeded team. From Vietnam.
Exactly.
Okay, you're the 1st seeded team. They're the 4th seeded team. And you've also got the 3rd seeded team. So you've got 2 teams from your region that are not even close to your level.
Yeah.
And you've got Swamp, which, like, if we would consider them the 4th West League team, which, you know, and I guess as far as an argument is concerned,
lose to,
that's what they are. They lose to Untitled, they lose to LCK, they lose to 3BL. They do play in that region. They go through a different qualifier, but they are really the 4th seeded team from West League. So 4th seed team from West League, probably the weakest region.
Yeah.
4th seed team from the Vietnamese.
Well, I'm going to throw out Philippines. Sorry, Sneak, but they might be the weakest region now.
Sure. the weakest region with four teams attending.
Sure.
Vietnam, you know, your 4th seed there as well, who only got that slot because of the Summer Championship result. It's not a great look for ranking. Like,
It's not. I think that, there's going to be a lot of very hard conversations for them over the next couple of months. You know, we're going to go into towards this winter break, and we've got a bit of time to kickstart the start of the year where they can actually talk about trialing players or trialing something, but they can't let this go on. I think just because of it's expectations versus reality and expectations versus performances, and they're vastly different. It's tough, man. I think it's killer. Obviously, you know, commiserations to them, and it's sad to kind of see any team go, right? Because obviously it's heartbreaking to be in the grand finals. Somebody's got to lose, somebody's got to finish last, but it's just the fact that we never expected to be ranking. So tough to see, but we're going to go speak to our winners who have made it towards the playoffs. We got Vasco over on the stage with Matt.
We have our first winner on our last day of the groups. And we have AKT with me from Vasco Esports. AKT, let's go all the way back to Ankara. First map, Ankara, because you only had to win one map. But that game, like all the maps, back and forth, ranking Vasco, fight. Were you worried you were going to lose that first map of Ankara?
Nós sabemos que o mapa de Ankara, né, a gente precisava ganhar só mapa para vencer, né. Queremos saber se tivemos também uma partida bastante acirrada. Queríamos saber se vocês tinham alguma preocupação também.
Obviamente, quando você tem que ganhar só um mapa, é uma obrigação. E a gente sabia que ia ser um jogo difícil. A gente sempre sabe que vai ser um jogo difícil, porque a região do Vietnã é uma região muito boa. Mas a gente só procurou manter a calma e fazer o que a gente treinou.
Even though that we know that we only need to win the first map to get to the knockout stage, but this map is also very important for us, so we didn't relax.
Okay, and it is an unusual situation. You don't need to win the series, you just need to get at least one map on it. So did that change the way you played for the other maps as well? Were you more relaxed, or were you trying things out?
Sim, a gente sabia que não precisávamos ganhar todas as partidas, né? Só um mapa. Então também gostaríamos de saber se vocês mudaram a estratégia de vocês ou o modo de vocês jogar.
Quando a gente soube que já estava classificado, a gente jogou tranquilo. A gente não mostrou muita coisa porque não precisa, a gente já vai como seed 2 do grupo. Então a gente jogou tranquilo só e por isso que parece que a gente relaxou.
Actually, for us, when we find that we've already been claimed to the knockout stage, so that we are relaxed. And so we are relaxed.
So you were relaxed. Okay. You are now through to our knockout stage. All 3 Brazilian teams are into our knockout stage. Is that important to you, or are you just focused on Vasco?
Nós vemos que as 3 equipes brasileiras já estão classificados. Queremos perguntar se isso é importante para vocês ou vocês estão só prestando mais atenção nos resultados de vocês?
A gente acha isso importante, que a nossa região as 3 equipes passou, isso é muito importante pra gente. A gente está mais focado no nosso jogo e, querendo ou não, é o que tem que se fazer, é um passo de cada vez.
So basically, this is very important for us because all the Brazilian team we can finally meet in the finals, but still we focus more on our strategies and on our execution. So we will make our efforts step by step.
Yeah. So all the Brazilian teams meeting in the finals. Well, this is very interesting. You will play the winner of Group D, which is coming up next. So you will either play ANTISOCIAL team from Brazil, or you will play our Egyptian team, 3BL Esports. Who would you rather play in the knockout stage. Who would you rather, Antisocial or 3BL?
Nosso próximo oponente, né, vai ser vai ser o primeiro colocado do grupo D, né, que vai ou ser a 3BL ou o Antisocial, né. Queremos perguntar se vocês têm alguma preferência por qual das equipes.
São dois times muito fortes, vai ser qualquer time que vai vir vai ser confronto muito difícil, então a gente não tem preferência.
So I think the two teams are very strong, so we don't have any favor in any team.
You wouldn't rather meet the Brazilians later and knock out Egypt now? You're not scared of the Brazilians of Antisocial?
Sabe a equipe IG? Ou a equipe IG? Ou se vocês preferem combater direto com a equipe brasileira?
AG?
A AG.
A AG é uma equipe muito forte, mas se for para preferir, eu prefiro a equipe brasileira.
So we would like to meet the Brazilian team first.
Brazilian team first. Ooh, it could happen. That's what I wanted to find out. Well, we will find out very soon, as we'll see their match shortly. We must say, as well as congratulations to Vasco, so much respect here in Hangzhou for ranking esports. So many teams would have given up after they'd lost that first map, which meant they couldn't progress. They fought and fought and fought through 3 maps of overtime, no less. So a lot of love to ranking esport, but they have been eliminated. Vasco, you are through to our knockout stage. Congratulations to AKT and his team. Next, we'll find out who is going to top Group D. They're coming up after this short break. Obrigado.
Xixi.
أنا اسمي محمد محروس، عندي 24 سنة، بدرس كمبيوتر ساينس في الجامعة العربية المفتوحة. ابتديت ألعب كروس فاير من وأنا عندي 12 أو 13 سنة، كنت بلعبها عادي فور فن، وبعد كده ابتديت ألعبها كومبيتيتيف وإن أنا أخش في مسابقات من أول 2017. كان أول فريق أخشه، وبعد كده اهتميت باللعبة شوية أكتر وابتديت إن أنا أديها اهتمام.
أنا اسمي بينجوين وكنت كابتن فريق 3BL السنة اللي فاتت. يعني أنا عرفت حورس من 3 سنين، كان عندي مكان في الفريق، كنت بدور على لعيب زي حورس، شفت إن أنا ممكن أقدر ألعب معاه، اتكلمت معاه قلت له لو أنت عندك فرصة إنك تقدر تلعب معانا، هو رحب بالموضوع، بدأ يجي معايا. كان علاقتي بيه مجرد لاعب في الفريق، أنا كنت أنا كابتن الفريق وهو كان لاعب عندي في الفريق. طورت العلاقة بيننا بصراحة وبدأ الموضوع يكبر بيننا، بقيت اتخذ حورس كصديق معايا ليا أكتر ما هو كان لاعب معايا في الفريق. يعني بصراحه حورس المينتاليتي بتاعته ساعدته جدا ان هو يخش في الاجواء بسرعه. كان من اول، انا فاكر اول سيزون جدا حورس بدا معايا يلعب، كان اول سيزون كان يعتبر احسن بلاير موجود في الفريق، كان احسن واحد بيبقى بيساعد الفريق، وكان اكتر واحد بيفتح، كان اكتر واحد عايز الفريق ده ان هو يتقدم. فصراحه المينتاليتي بتاعته دخلته في الاجواء. فاقل من اعتقد 6 شهور كان حورس اسمه بيتقال على كل المنصات العالميه لكروس فاير انه واحد من امهر واحسن اللاعبين اللي وجدوا في الميدل ايست.
بصي في الاول طبعا احنا استغربنا جدا، يعني كنا مش متخيلين اصلا، يعني كان محمد بيلعب مع اصحابه طول الوقت في الشارع، عجل، انتشار، فاضطرينا في فتره نقعد في البيت، فبقت حياته كلها الكمبيوتر واختفاء بقى طول الوقت مع اصحابه، واحنا ناس ما نعرفهمش، يعني معظم الوقت محمد انا بلعب مع اصحابي فاتعزل فتره كبيره جدا ومفيش خروج خالص، وطول الوقت في البيت. احنا حتى اتخضينا، يعني محمد ليه ما بتنزلش، ليه ما بتقابلش اصحاب بره، ليه ما بتروحش الكليه تقابل اصحابك اللي في الكليه، تعمل علاقات اصلا مع اصحاب اللي في الكليه اصلا. فلقيناه طول الوقت لا قاعد في الاوضه ومحبوس. بس جه فتره قال انا مسافر، قلنا له مسافر فين يا محمد؟ قال المسابقه وهنكسب، لو كسبنا هنسافر. فسكتنا، فخدناها كده ايه، خلاص اوكي او كلام وخلاص. بس لقينا بقى ما شاء الله كسب، والتيم بتاعه اوريدي خلاص احنا مسافرين.
خلينا نقول ده تمن القعاد لوحده، تمام، وانعزاله في وقت من الاوقات، لان في اوقات ما كناش بنشوفه باليومين. اقفل الباب، خلص لعب، نام، وخصوصا في الاوقات اللي بيلعب فيها مع دول مختلفه معاك في فرق التوقيت، تمام. فممكن يكون بيلعب مثلا الفجر، فخلص نام، فاحنا في الوقت ده صاحيين عادي وهو نايم. بعد كده عنده دورة أو لعبة تانية أو بطولة تانية، ففي أوقات كتير ما كناش بنشوف فترات. زي ما قلت ده احتراف، والمجتمع خلاص تقبل الشكل ده من الألعاب، فبالتالي بقى ليه سبونسر، بقى بيقدر مدى مهارته للعبة، وبالتالي ابتدى لما بيخش مسابقات يكسب، فبالتالي بيبقى ليها مردود مالي. وده زي اي العاب رياضيه عاديه، زي كره القدم، زي السله، زي الهاندبول، واحد.
علاقتي بحورس على مستوى صداقه او مستوى الفريندلي يعني قويه جدا من زمان، او هو اول واحد كلمني في الفريق، او لما جينا نستضيف في كروسفاير. والله حورس من النوع اللي هو متعلق باصحابه بشكل جامد، فاحنا بعد السنه اللي فاتت لما قدمنا بشكل كويس سيزون 1، لما بدأ بعد كده كان هو محتاج يلعب، يغير التيم او انه يلعب مع ناس قريبه منه فاهم اسلوب لعبه والكلام ده كله. فلما استيقظنا بالتيم بتاع السنه دي كنت متوقع ان هو هيكون من افضل اللعيبه على مستوى العالم، واوريدي احنا حققنا حاجات كويسه جدا السنه دي مع بعض.
سافرت 4 مرات، مرتين في كوريا ومره في الصين ومره فيتنام. كل مره رحت ما حققتش اي حاجه، كل مره بروح ببقى اطلع نفس المركز وبيبقى من ضمن اخر 3. انا ما حققتش لسه حاجه، هو مستقبلي في اللعبه دي بالذات ان هو عايز اخد الخطوه اللي بعد كده. انا كانت اول خطوه ليا ان انا اكسب دوري، تاني خطوه ليا ان انا اسافر، تالت خطوه ليا دلوقتي ان انا عايز احقق حاجه في السفر. هو نقطه ان انا اسافر دي خلاص بقى بالنسبه لي بقت ممله، ما بقتش زي اول مره، لا دلوقتي بقى عندي هدف اكتر ان انا احقق حاجه، اللي هو يبقى مثلا يكون اول فريق في الشرق الاوسط كله عملها، مثلا ان انا اطلع من التوب 4، ان العب في السيميز، ان انا ابقى توب 2 او توب 3، ابقى حاجه اللي هو ما بقاش على الستيج العادي، لا ابقى قصاد الجماهير، ابقى قصاد المين ستيج كله.
Back once again, but this time for a big game. It is going to be Antisocial Team and 3BL for the CFS 2024 Grand Finals. I almost said Summer Championship. I really almost said it. Yeah, because, look, try it. CFS Summer Championship. That just rolls off the
Summer
tongue.
Championship.
It just rolls off the tongue so nice.
I wasn't there, but it does sound pretty nice, actually. Yeah.
Anyway, that's not where we are. We're at the CFS 2024 Grand Finals, and we're ready to dive into what amounts to be probably the biggest match of Group D. Before we get into that little chat, though, obviously, welcome Valdez, welcome Sneaky back to the desk, and get your quick thoughts on that last match. Vasco only just getting the dub over Ranky. That's not ideal.
Yeah, also I feel like for ranking, it's kind of a disappointing end to the tournament. You know, going 0-2, this is the first seed, technically. On paper, I mean, they beat Wolf Empire in Vietnam regional finals, and then they come here, and then they kind of just didn't show up much, and they made it all the way to the end against Vasco, and it ended up just being this kind of wishy-washy series that they almost won, but then they barely lost, so just a little bit of bittersweetness there at the end as well.
Surprised at all with that result?
Very, actually. I mean, we expected Vasco to be one of those teams who can actually compete in this tournament, where at least can compete in terms of the first seed, right? But then all of a sudden, crumbly start to the group stage, even though they won their series, you know, did take that L against the #1 seed in that group. And yeah, I really feel like this is such an underwhelming level for Vasco, especially, right? Because expectations versus reality. And I did predict ranking, right? Because I feel like the ranking is also that inconsistent that they could have had a good day today, which they did. But, you know, was it enough? I think both teams were just really unlucky in that series.
Right. Well, we'll move on from that one. Obviously, we see the result. Vasco goes through from Group A, but incidentally, that actually has a bit of a implication on this matchup as well, because Group A plays Group D. Now we're kind of trying to figure out who plays Q9 and who plays Vasco. And if I'm sitting in the shoes of Antisocial and 3BL right now, I've just seen Vasco really struggle to get it over the line against ranking.
Yeah.
I am gunning for a knockout spot against that Vasco roster, which would mean I need to win this game. That feels like it's actually a massive result. It may not just be you've won this game, but you may have actually given yourself a win in the next game as well, just by virtue of winning this, because Q9 is a whole different kettle of fish compared to Vasco at the moment.
I mean, Q9 might be one of the favorites to win the whole thing at this point. So if you, unless you feel like, okay, we're absolutely going to win, we can go all the way, you could say, hey, Q9 could be some nice preparation. But I feel like if you're losing to either one of these guys that you're facing today, you're probably not going to have a good choice or a good chance up against Q9. So you got to win. You got to win from here. You know, even it's kind of the way it goes in the group of life. You can make it through, but then immediately you're facing off against teams that are much more difficult than the teams you face in your own group. So you have kind of like an easy chance, an easy week, and then all of a sudden you're facing Q9, and it's like, well, we thought we were going to do well this time, but Q9 are just better.
Yeah. I mean, look, is it a world here where we really have a little bit of faith, I guess, in one team or the other? The conversation we'll get to in just a minute. First, though, we will have to welcome our teams to the stage.
We take a look now at our last match from Group D. The winner will be the first place team. Both of them will go to the knockout stage. Who rules this group? Proudly representing their Egyptian region and strongly getting into the top 8, they are 3BL Esports. And now a Brazilian team with legends old and new, Antisocial Team. Both these teams have 2 wins out of 2. Who remains undefeated? Is it Iyumina's team or the Brazilians?
Yeah, it's quite a good question, actually. I mean, in terms of the run so far, Antisocial maybe have looked a little bit better. They are actually genuinely undefeated. They haven't dropped a map just yet. 3BL did lose 1 map to Next Top, though obviously they're undefeated in terms of series. I don't know where we're sitting at this one. I mean, I think for me personally, I would be leaning a little bit towards Antisocial, but having had some conversations with the guys up in the green room, there's a little bit of a back and forth maybe to be had. Let's go through it though. 3BL will kick things off with them, and honestly, I feel like they're looking great in this event so far. They've really hit a decent level, but I'm wondering how things are going to go now that they're up against a team that has quite a significant experience gap over them, as opposed to the alternative, which is the last couple of matches they've played up against teams that are a little bit fresher.
Yeah, 3BL. Honestly, they're the most impressive team that we've had so far. That is going to come from the MENA region. Yeah. I think just like how the other CFWL casters also say they're the most aggressive in terms of timing. They don't sit back. They're willing to push the bar forward for the entire region. But problem is here, Jordan. They're going up against Antisocial team despite being the 3rd seed coming in from Brazil. They are not playing like a 3rd seed. I would reckon they're playing more around the ballpark of like a 3rd seed actually coming in from China.
Yeah, look, I mean, they're easily looking better as far as I'm concerned than a Vasco, and honestly, Imperial were a little bit shaky in their group run as well. So actually, Antisocial right now is kind of looking like they might be the best team from Brazil just in terms of their run in the group stage. The only real question mark in this roster was WY, the new kid on the block, but honestly, I feel like he hasn't really skipped a beat at all, and this is indeed going to be a big matchup. Snare and Gokun, and if Neo was sitting here next to me, he'd be saying Snare's like up there as far as the snipers is concerned. He's a big Snare fan, and I don't blame him for that. The thing that I think knocks Snare down a peg is that he just doesn't have that level of experience that the other guys do. You compare him to the Gokuns, the Doos, the Ice Cubes. These guys have all done it on this stage before. We know that Snare can do it. He can put in big games, but we're kind of yet to see it in a big matchup at a big event like this. So this game right here, I feel like this is kind of like the start of his story if he can perform really well, especially having taken down a scalp like Gokun, if that were to be the case.
Yeah, I do think that Snare is an incredible player. I just don't know if he's good enough, as you mentioned, to really do it at the highest level. Like, he is extremely aggressive. You never really know what to expect from him. And whereas Gokun, he can go both ways, generally kind of plays in the middle, but is extremely reliable. Snare, I think, a little bit less reliable in that fact. We do have all Antisocial votes here on the Chinese side that are generally sticking together as a unit. On the Vietnamese side, a little bit of both. And then when it comes to us, it will be a bit of both as well. We do have Neokai and Bench going for 3BL. We also have Mochi over there. But the rest of us going for Antisocial does feel like this could be a close match. Might go 3 maps depending on what maps we get and the form of the teams. But I would say that Antisocial are the favorites coming into this one regardless. It's a bit of an easier group. I still feel like Antisocial were just kind of smurfing on them, whereas 3BL had a little bit more problems to get to this 2-0 state.
Yeah, it's a big battle, isn't it, right? The battle for first place in this group, Sneaky. We've talked about the implications of that, either a game against Vasco or a game against Q9. Different bit of a ball game there for those matchups in the future. But I want to get your take. Antisocial, 3BL, where do you really sit on this one?
Yeah, honestly, I would still sit in the Antisocial side. I think it's been impressive what the lineup could produce, especially considering their result back at home was very underwhelming. Obviously, almost losing to Iceland just to qualify for this tournament, but then they kind of just turned it around. Complete 180 from what we saw from them. I mean, Y is doing very impressive. Viana's calling correctly most of the time, and the big three, the hype is real. I mean, it is real for Antisocial, and it seems like it is going to be consistently. We're going to be seeing more consistency from the side of Antisocial, especially, that's the biggest problem for 3BL, is like whether or not Snare performs, that's kind of the all or nothing for them, honestly.
Yeah, right. I mean, look, it's not just Snare. I think at this point we kind of have to focus on really an across-the-board performance from 3BL. I mean, Horus has had a couple of good maps in this event as well. He's not someone that we typically always look to, but he was multi-fragging really, really nicely in some of the earlier matchups. So keep an eye on him today. Take a look at the map comparison, and you'd be looking at that and going, wow, yeah, 3BL, they've got a bunch of maps they can pick. And that may be true, but again, you have to remember these stats are somewhat overinflated because of how dominant they are in the West League. And obviously, Antisocial playing in a little bit more of a competitive region don't have quite the win rates that 3BL do.
Yeah, still decent win rates across the board. Not going to be as high as, you know, first seed, second seed, as you're mentioning, from Brazil. The big map to look at here is Port, for sure. I mean, Mexico is just going to be perma-banned by Antisocial. They played it a decent amount, but they just can't seem to win. They banned it the last time they were out here as well. Port is one that you would be like, well, Gokun should be good on that. Viana, you know, they could double snipe as well. Like, they've got angles, but they just haven't had a lot of success. And it is one of 3BL's favorite maps. So, will be interesting to see where that does lie. Do we get that, you know, first picked by 3BL because they feel confident on it? Do they want to avoid it because they don't want to play into Gokun on it? Or do they want to just challenge him right from the get-go? And this is all assuming, of course, that Antisocial go ahead and ban Mexico.
That is true. And in all honesty, I feel like it's just the frequency of the region, honestly, picking Mexico against Antisocial. I mean, 6 wins, 0% win rate. I mean, at least you get some experience, but you don't know if you can win on that map or not. But I feel like the priority here for 3BL is not Gokun per se. I feel like it's really how do we get Snare hot early in these games. So, yeah, Port does make sense, but it's a very risky pick, just like how you guys said it, because if you pick it as 3BL, that means Antisocial get to start on the GR side, and, you know, Gokun's going to have a field day with that. So, in my opinion, I think 3BL should actually either go for Compound or Black Widow to kind of maximize their chances here.
There's a little bit of column A, bit of column B when it comes to that Snare versus Gokun discussion. You look back at the last couple of matches for Antisocial, Gokun has been the MVP in both of those, as is kind of to be expected. I think if you do manage to get Snare online, that may mitigate somewhat the effectiveness of Gokun. You take that Orb battle, if you can win it, you know, you can take him out the round early, and obviously Gokun gets a lot of his work done in the late round in the clutch situation. So it may be a case of, well, we want to make our star work well, and if we actually are successful in doing so, the byproduct of that is it's going to make it more difficult for their star to perform as well. So kind of works in tandem together a little bit in respect to that one. But obviously that's something we'll have to just wait and see when we get into the game here. And so a bit of a conversation to be had around the maps first. Look, I think Port's definitely not a bad choice for 3BL. We'll get into the ban pick here, and we'll get a good insight as to where things are going to go. But definitely expecting to see Mexico taken away pretty early on in the piece. I think also Compound here, if 3BL can get onto that one, is always going to be comfort territory. But yeah, it looks like it's really quite the brains trust here from 3BL.
The entire homie is doing
They got everybody. Yeah,
Horus is invested. He is locked in for this one. But, I mean, it is a no-brainer, right? I mean, Mexico, you don't want to deal with that if you are on Antisocial Compound. I guess they're more scared about the Yumena Compound more than the Mexico, actually. So...
yeah, I mean, 3BL doesn't play a whole lot of Mexico, too, so maybe they're just saying, hey, they're not going to pick it. We could just ban away Compound instead.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's a good ban, actually, I think, from Antisocial. Yeah, let's see if there's the response, though, that's going to come through from 3BL. Maybe they've got it as a pocket strat. Maybe they feel like they've cracked it. Maybe they don't.
Okay. I mean, I can see Valdez's face. He's just as confused as me, honestly. I was like,
are the teams flipped? Like, do we have the right graphic?
I guess.
No, there's no way, because 3BL would never ban
They would never ban Compound.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, first map, this is a no-brainer. You either go Black Widow or Port here. Most likely Port. I mean, I know 3BL is good on that map, but still, I think, you know, setting up Gokun for success this early in this series is definitely the way to go.
Just play Black Widow.
Yeah, Black Widow would be nice as well, but I think 3BL is also really good on that map, honestly.
Yeah, you know, like we've been kind of alluding to, it does feel like a lot of the strengths in these two teams kind of overlap in a way. So
could be a
the reason why I say Black Widow is they just looked great on it the last time they were out. So, you know, with Viana sniping as well, might just want to go for it. The Ankara you were mentioning could be a choice as well. I don't think 3BL are fantastic there, but yeah, it is Black Widow. Again, I think they're just good on this map at this tournament, so they just go for it again.
Yeah, it's not really a big go-to for 3BL either. They'll play it, but it's not one that they're going to like to angle towards. I think another good choice here for Antisocial would have maybe been an Eagle Eye. They might try and get that one through as a decider, but I don't really get the feeling that 3BL is going to let the Eagle Eye through here. I mean, Mexico's been taken away, so there's no other really more obvious ban for 3BL.
Subbase could actually be played here for 3BL.
Oh!
Yeah. I was forgetting about that. I was like, hold up.
Yeah.
There's one map I'm forgetting that 3BL is good at.
So
And yeah, there we go, Subbase.
I think 3BL out of this will probably want Ankara.
Yeah, 100% Ankara map 3. I think for both teams, they actually do want Ankara here. So, yeah, could be a no-brainer. They're just going to ban Eagle Eye and whatever is left in this veto. But, I mean, DBL could definitely throw a curveball here, that's for sure. I mean,
Port for 3BL as well.
Yeah.
I actually think, yeah, as long as it's not Eagle Eye, I'm kind of happy with that for 3BL. See what this first ban's going to be, though, from Antisocial. That'll obviously tell us a lot.
Still deciding, they're thinking about it.
But the thing is, if you're going to let it go to Port here, because you're the last ban, it means Antisocial do get the choice of side.
Yeah.
So that is a risk, which may swing you in the direction of Ankara. But Port's banned away anyway by Antisocial, so more than likely expecting the Eagle Eye ban out here from 3BL just to put us in towards Ankara.
Yep, that does seem to be what makes the most sense. The Subbase one is interesting. 3BL definitely very comfortable on that map, but they did lose to Next Stop on that map. It was their first map of the tournament, and I think it was just a fluke, but hope they don't get too much in their heads about it. And the fact that they pick it means that they're still feeling good about it.
Yeah, you're not alone in that opinion, honestly. I think that first game by Next Stop, definitely one of the flukes here in the tournament. Just like how I said, man, the logic with Black Widow, even we witnessed it yesterday. Bench was kind of having a bit of pushback there, like you have to be, slightly in the range of the teams, and then we saw what happened yesterday. And yeah, the Black Widow does make it an equal playing ground for both of these squads. So Eagle Eye, of course, I think this was expected for both sides that we are going to go into Ankara map 3. It's a good sniper map for Snare and Gokin. I mean, Lukaum actually did a really good job of holding down mid as soon as he got out of tunnels with the help of the smoke, and he's just standing in front of it, not allowing anyone to go through. So Ankara does make sense. Antisocial is going to start on BL that time. So going to be an interesting one because that second half is going to be both teams playing into their strengths.
Yeah, if we get there, what's the likelihood that we do, though? I think it's actually
pretty high.
Pretty reasonable, yeah. I don't know. I definitely have my question about what the level of 3BL is going to be, right? If they perform in the same fashion that they did in those first two matches that we saw from them, I do think that they can take this game, the whole series, off of Antisocial potentially. But if we sort of regress back to the mean, a little bit of a slowdown from them, maybe get a little bit lazy because they are already qualified for playoffs. I actually just reckon I think what I'll say here is I think that the floor is a little bit higher for Antisocial, but I'm not going to lie, I wouldn't be surprised if the peak was actually up there for 3BL, which is a little bit of a weird thing to say because obviously Antisocial have so much experience and pedigree, but they are a bit of a sort of, how do you say this, a team comprised of players who have sort of already had their run, and I think the hunger is definitely there for 3BL.
For sure. I mean, representing the entirety of the Yamena region. I mean, just like how you guys said, it's been a while since CFWL has been on top of things here in the scene. So it would be nice, especially coming in from the Egyptian scene. I mean, the entire country would be proud of the boys here if they do make it to top 4 once again. And this is their best shot, man. This is the super team coming in from them.
Yeah, you just got to get through two Brazilian teams. You got to take down Antisocial, and then if you do that, you will be up against Vasco Esports in the knockout stage, 1 best-of-5. And I feel like, like you guys are saying, I feel like 3BL have the ability to do it, but 2 strong teams. And just because you can do it doesn't mean it's going to happen. It will come down to who is playing better on the day, and I think all of us here have been very impressed by Antisocial so far. Even as that 3rd seed from Brazil. And going into Black Widow, I mean, they look so fantastic on this map. That was against, I think, Next Top, so take it with a grain of salt. But still, it does feel like it plays very well into their strengths. Goken on this map as well is just, he finds the most ridiculous angles and can get very aggressive. It's very nice to watch. We'll see if Snare can match that.
Yeah, pretty even split in terms of who's playing how many times. It's not significantly greater necessarily for 3BL, but to just sort of wait and see how these teams do line up today.
That path stat, man. I mean, 75% win rate on GR in this map is absolutely mental.
Kind of wild.
Especially considering how good BL side is on this map.
It's only 2 maps played, though, so...
Could be, depending on the context, right? And the coup is where they're playing up against. It could be, just like how you said, the team that you roasted time and time again, like PBI. And yeah, it could be one of those teams back in CFWO where it's like, yeah, 7th, 8th place team and could have just farmed the stats a bit.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, that does happen a little bit as well. So that's kind of what has me a bit worried here when I look at the stats and whatnot for 3BL, but not really about the stats anymore. It's about the stage presence. And actually, I feel like 3BL now are kind of getting to that point where they have quite a degree of stage presence. A lot of their players were at this event last year in various teams. They obviously all played together at the Summer Championship, and they did pretty well there. So we're kind of getting to the point now where 3BL actually do have a reasonable degree of experience on the roster, on stage matches. Then again, you are going up against Antisocial, and there's almost probably no team actually in this event that has more of that than Antisocial do, because these guys were, yeah, they've been around for a while.
They played on a big stage pretty much every year, at least one of them, and you know, some champions as well, grand finals over there. Definitely feels like, you know, the pedigree is there. 3BL, a little bit of a newer team perhaps. I mean, that's again compared to their opponents, as those guys have a lot of experience as well. Yeah, I think we're going to learn a lot from the beginning of this Black Widow. You know, what is going to be the setup? Who's going to be the second sniper on the side of 3BL? You know, do they elect to go for that style, try to match, you know, up against Viana, who was looking great on this one? I would expect that. We've seen a lot of Black Widow at this tournament. I feel like in the past it kind of just, you know, fell by the wayside.
Yeah.
Other teams wanted to play stuff. We have also seen like a lot of sub-base Ankara, but Black Widow feels like it is coming up in the rankings here at this tournament, so it has been fun to watch.
I think sub-base Ankara Compound are probably the most played maps in the pool. The Black Widow is just playing sort of second fiddle to them in some senses. Like, it still has maybe a little bit of a higher play rate than your likes of Mexico and Eagle Eye, but probably Black Widow and Port are kind of like in the middle. Maybe not quite as popular. But this is the beauty of an international tournament. You get a little bit of a different style from everywhere, all over the place. Everyone bringing their regional specificities. But enough chat. Ready to get into game. It is game 2 of the day, and it is the decider for Group B. Antisocial taking on 3BL. Straight out the gates, 3BL onto this blacklist side. Already heard a Norm shot ring out, but no connection from that one by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's a classic fight at the start of the game. Stage versus BL Spawn. And they do have one shot, one opportunity to take that. But, I mean, just a standard start, standard Humana start, man. You know, sit, wait around. Obviously, Antisocial just conceding long, so not much fights going on at the start of the game, actually. Could just be them just feeling out 3BL, potentially.
No second Alm here for 3BL. They are on the blacklist side, so this can be somewhat expected. Although we have seen some teams throwing double Alm from the blacklist side as well. We saw that yesterday. Some entry alming, but no need to do that, as it does look like they are looking to head into short here. First guy to spot them, it looks like it will be Viana. Not going to hit the shot. Throws a flash down, and they come very quickly, but both Goken and Viana trying to hold this angle. They pick up 2 kills, but the entry is quite strong from 3BL as well.
Yeah, pretty sharp, pretty good stuff. I like that, what I'm seeing already from 3BL. OKK on a fast flank may not be expected, but even that seems to be anticipated. It's getting smoked off by Tot. His position given away as a result. The spam, though, from the AK-47, not really going to trouble him too much. There was a nade tossed in as well, but he's wisely kept his head down. 3BL in a strong position to win this first round now.
This is hard to clear. I mean, especially Tot's position. He's moved from the bottom side of window. Now he's found himself in short. Lukam going to try to go through the smoke, but I feel like this is going to be a done deal unless Y can do something about this now on 1 HP. But of course, with the Colt, he finishes him off. And that is the round for 3BL. I mean, that's the caveat of actually pushing long in Black Widow when you don't get any short control. But fortunately for 3BL, they held it down.
Yeah, I mean, not a very complicated play, not a very complex one. Just kind of send it in through short. And entry very nicely. Take out the 2 snipers as Slayer. What's he got cooking now? He's going to take down both Gokun and Viana with an AK.
Yeah, living up to his name. Just like both. I mean, both snipers already gone. I think the plan there, or at least the default here for Antisocial, was to place Viana all the way in barracks and then place another sniper, maybe Gokun, in a more active position in long. So just in case that 3BL does go short, you know, they have an escape route and, you know, a secondary entrance going into the A site if ever they do need to retake. But, you know, 3BL obviously, now with the advantage, they're going to try to take short as well to guarantee this A take.
Oh, pause? Take a little pause. We'll see if that's tech or tack. Lukam, though, he's just going to hold it. Picks up 3. And so much for that easy short push. Slayer got so much value, so much work done. The Snake is going to hop up, but he's got some friends on the other side here. Really expected. He's going to see Adrian. Throws out the flash. He's looking for more. Here comes WY. He is going to push in now in the 1v1 up against Slayer. Slayer looks like he's got the angle here, but not quite able to take him out just yet.
Time to work with, though. He'll just back off. The issue, of course, for him is that he's got to recollect that C4. WY knows it. Slayer all the way around. Long takes the challenge and wins it. Aim is on point today for 3BL. Except, of course, that push-up short. That was... we don't talk about that.
I'm going to finish that E with a W because that was ew. I don't know what he was doing there, man. 1v1? Why did you just hide short? I mean, C4 is down. I know it's like hindsight is 2020. He has all the information, or we have all the information. We can see the mini-map, but it's basic logic. Let us just sit next to the C4, right? I mean, fully knowing that the person has to push either from short and or the catwalk position. So there's a spot in short to actually play at, either in the corner or on the stairs. And it seems like there is a bit of an equipment issue on the side of Antisocial team. It seems like maybe the cause of them losing that last round, but I think that's just WY losing the round, in all honesty. I mean, Lukam was already showing himself that he can hold down a very important angle by himself against 3 players, which we already saw against SGJ earlier in this group. So maybe he's going to try to run it back. It's actually Adrian who's having problems, and that's the one player you don't want to have problems from.
But I saw Viana as well complaining, and I saw WY as well trying to explain what was going on. So maybe like a team comms issue, but then we're unplugging stuff from Adrian's headset. Viana's also having issues.
Ooh, it's a level 2er.
It definitely is.
According to the Neo's rating system on tech pauses.
I do think, though, it's a tier 2 issue that can be fixed quickly, because worst case scenario, you just swap headsets. You just go next.
Yeah.
Seems like they're already fixing it as we speak.
Yep. If you guys don't know what the tiers are, so example is like tier 1, you still have the headset on, they can fix it. Tier 5, electricity went out.
Tier 5, the broadcast is not on anymore.
That's true.
You can't hear us anymore.
You'd be screaming, that's for sure.
That would be bad.
But, and could be a bit of an issue for the side of 3BL, because this kind of pauses their momentum in place.
I was just thinking that.
So yeah, they gotta keep their wits about themselves. Hopefully they don't warm down as opposed to being warmed up, as is the technical pause. But I feel like what's the fix here about this? What's the fix here? Plug it in, out again.
Yeah, I noticed that that cord wasn't plugged in. That might be the issue. Maybe they should plug it into the headset, and then the headset would work.
I'm assuming that the headsets are actually for the white noise cancelling. because the in-ears is usually what you would wear to get the game information and your TS comms.
True.
So I'm not sure what the issue would be with the headset necessarily.
It's almost as if they don't really know either. You know, there's a lot of discussion going on. He's saying, I got this issue, I got that issue, but not really sure how to fix it, perhaps, which might escalate this into a Tier 3 problem. We need more admins and probably some of the players to begin standing up for that to happen.
That's the headset you need to work as well, right? The IGL. He's gonna have to communicate to his team 24/7. So if that's the headset that's gone, then that's gonna be big trouble for the boys over at Antisocial. But on the 3BL side, any techs? Seems like everyone's chilling at the moment. My man is making sure that he's still locked in, making sure no outside distractions can affect him.
Yeah,
But it's something with the headset.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. You plug it in.
Plug it in. All right, plug it out.
And she's like, now you gotta wear it.
I wonder if
and that way the sound comes through and you can speak into the mic.
I wonder if his issue is that he doesn't want it plugged in, and they're saying no, you have to have it plugged in.
It's possible.
It looks like she's saying like, don't touch it, don't pull it out.
And then he pulled it out.
And I think he might want it on the other side, or it's something. Do you understand?
Yep. It is. They do have two options on the in-zone headset, so you do have the wireless and wired option, as is one of the best headsets in the market.
You'd feel like if that is the discussion, we should have had this like in the past 5 or so days, or before the match started. Could have also been a good time.
Yeah.
Not right now after losing 2 rounds.
Yeah.
But a bit of conjecture. We don't know.
Don't want to imply anything.
we're just filling time.
He's like,
at the moment.
So you plug it in here. All right.
There we go. Plugged in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're back to level 1. All right.
Okay.
Seems like they got it figured out. All right. The IEMs. Yeah, put them back on. All right, you forgot to put the IEMs back on and then the headset. There we go. That's the call. That's the strat.
There is an order to things, In-ears, then headset.
Yeah, putting your headset on first is like
yeah,
wearing your underwear first and then your pants. Or backwards.
I mean, you don't have to do it that way.
I think technically if you wanted, you could have the audio coming through the headset as well.
Yeah.
Most players don't want that because it obviously gets garbled a little bit by the white noise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys like IEMs?
I don't use them at home.
I don't use them at home.
Yeah, I think there's no reason to necessarily.
It's more of a LAN thing, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a big fan. In all honesty, more of an out-ear kind of guy. Speaking of out-ear, we are out here in round number 3. As Gokin forays himself into long, and it's the matchup we've been waiting for, and Snare gonna be the first one down, as now the head-to-head score between him and Snare is now 1-0.
Yep. Gokin taking the lead. Here comes a push into short relatively quickly once again, but not committing to it just yet. Just sending in a guy. Slayer gonna stay in the corner. We'll see if they can somehow bait Antisocial to go ahead and check that angle. For now, just going to be smoking it off. And Gokin hasn't moved. He just says, well, I've got control of long. They're not going to come this way. That's 100% sure. If they're playing nameplates at all, either you're sending the whole team or you're just not going there, which is the more likely scenario. So they have to find a different angle.
Yeah.
Don't hate a mid to be here.
But Lukam's already checking. Has to be careful about it. 3 people around the corner. Pop flash. Only Horse is going to be blinded, but instead he actually came out a bit wounded from that fight. But Viana has found himself all the way in slope A.
Yeah, they've just left Slayer dropped off toward A to see if he could try and find anything, but wasn't really able to capitalize on that. Might just end up being a straight up A take over the bridge. Here comes the util. I don't know if this one's going to work out. A little bit too telegraphed from 3BL. Gonna have to hit some good shots, and so far not too bad, but still got to dig out Viana, and that's not a very difficult task apparently if you've got a grenade. Now Goken's position, while strong, hasn't really had much of an impact on the round, and he actually might get this wrong if he starts to think it's retake time.
Ooh, he read it? Oh, what a genius Goken is. He read it from miles away there, Jordan. How has he done that?
And Snake can really only be on bridge at this point. They've sort of cleared out the site, so unfortunate for 3BL. It hasn't worked out very nicely. That's big play from Goken.
That's that experience, though. That's that experience speaking. Red taught like a book.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of kills here that did go the way of Slayer, actually, so just hitting the highlight reel is going to be Slayer. That was from a couple of rounds ago. That did not happen in the previous round. And yeah, they were able to get on in there, but it was eventually shut down by this side of Antisocial. Tot gets away, says, no, you know what? Actually, I wouldn't like to fight 4 people or even 2 people.
No, I don't think I will. That's
Yeah.
what he said. But Goken, incoming. In towards the long side. 3BL is now trying to attack the sniper that is in stairs, but Viana and Lucao could cover for their sniper, and that caused the entirety of 3BL to back off immediately. They know the threat that's looming.
Yeah, I mean, Goken didn't have to do anything, and that's when you're feeling very happy as Antisocial. It's like, well, you don't even need your main clutch, man. You've got a lot of backup. And now they're kind of in this awkward spot where they haven't backed off of this. A lot of smokes, a lot of utility coming on in. They really want to try to force it in. Goken gonna miss once again, but again, Viana is there to get that first kill.
Wow.
As Goken just gonna, you know, throw a gun out and pull his Colt out, and they don't even need him.
You know what that is? That's the equivalent of teabagging in this game. We call that DG, a.k.a. drop gun.
Drop gun.
Yeah.
Get drop gunned.
There you go. Yeah, a bit of a change up now. 2 rounds in a row for Antisocial off the back of that pause. Seems to have worked wonders for them.
And 3 people in B. And this is just pure reads from the side of Antisocial, right? And this is where Viana can get his best work started. When he has the full read of the enemy, he knows what the rhythm is like. And it seems like he has the right read for now, of course. But I'm surprised that Antisocial is not fighting for Barracks 24/7 here in Long, actually.
Gonna try and probe towards the B site this time. Haven't really seen 3BL exploring in that direction too much. RF falls off the line at the wrong time. They might actually be allowed into box room. A very passive approach from 3BL. Very default setup. Do like the fact that they've got a player set up on long. That already helps, and it might actually be what's incentivizing them to go A.
Yeah, that, unfortunately, the A side, Jordan, is covered by 2 snipers. It's Goken and Viana, and both of them are hitting in this game. But Snary's going to try to hit with his own sniper shot, but the unfortunate timing, the information's already there. Now it's a decision whether or not he wants to go, but I don't think he should.
Yeah, Snare, unfortunate, so unlucky. I mean, he's got the angle, looks away, the guy pops out. He looks again, looks away, the guy pops out. Finally, 3rd time's the charm, as for some reason Adrian said, you know what, he's probably not there again. He's still not there. And, well, he was. Here comes 3BL. Looking to push into the storage room. Here we got WI and Lucam and Viana, man. This guy is on a heater so far. He's going to get that first kill. They try to push in. They're totally flattened on their entry into B. And it's only Horace. Down he goes. And it feels like everybody really contributed to that one. Antisocial. Bit of a slow start, but now they're really rolling with it.
Yeah, this is kind of my concern in this matchup for 3BL is that once Antisocial hits that level that we know that they kind of just inherently possess, it means that 3BL have to go above and beyond their normal level. 3BL's average level does not beat Antisocial's average level.
Oh. 2-0?
2-0. Yeah.
Yep.
I think.
Snar's getting owned at the moment. I mean, to be fair, it is just another good day for Gouken. Just an everyday game for Gouken, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it just feels like Gouken is so clutch, so consistent, whereas Snare can have some incredibly high highs, but when you're playing potentially over 20 rounds, you know, you need someone who's going to always be there every single round, and that's Gouken almost all the time.
Gouken
Not to mention the rest of the squad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like this is the Gouken special, unlike the MG special, which is, you know,
and you know what,
this one's working.
I think the other really big asset right now for Antisocial is Viana is actually fragging. Typically, he's like the guy that goes missing, if anybody, for this roster, and that makes sense as the IGL, but to see him doing quite well individually is making a really big positive difference for Antisocial at the moment.
Well, this has been an angle here for 3BL that has worked in the past. They are down a member, but the issue is, again, double sniper on A. It's only Viana holding this angle, but he's been very consistent himself so far at the beginning of this. So, first kill, going to go the way of 3BL as I immediately curse Viana. There it is. Finally picks up a kill. Not going to get the second, though. He is being swarmed by the whole of 3BL. The cold shot not going to land, but Gouken still out here as WI versus Slayer. The 1v1 could make the big difference in this round. Slayer solo, he will be taken down. And that gives an opportunity for the Gouken special, which actually does exist, unlike some of our other snipers.
I don't know, mate. You might be a snake oil salesman right here. Let's see.
Oh, Toth missed 4 bullets. That's crazy.
Yeah, but even that, there's information. Gouken running that timer down. What a shot! I'm believing. I'm a believer, but he's got to go quick here, and he knows that he's going to just charge forward with that culty. No snakes around the corner, but it's always going to be a hard duel to win.
Yeah. I mean, the Gouken special is back, just not on his cold.
Nearly. It was nearly.
Man, Gouken's cold, that's the only thing that's kind of holding him back at the moment, right? It's not the same cold that we've seen from years ago where he's just one-tapping everyone.
He's had his moments,
He's had his
but
moments,
not as consistently as it used to.
Back in the day. Oof. And the count just ate the dirt there. Slayer with a very nice headshot, but he's down to 1 HP thanks to the wall bang of the M4 from Viana. But Gouken is just gonna, you know, check long, make sure his aura can drive away 3BL from that position. And it seems like Viana wants to go for more. Gonna try to finish Slayer, I think.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad shout, honestly, if you've lost a player here and you just feel like, okay, I need to take a bit of a risk. There's every possibility 3BL have just dropped this line and gone back over to B, and then all of a sudden you take some map control, you maybe get a good flank in. Yeah, if you lose a player, it's like, well, we were already down. So I think it's not a bad calculated risk if he decides to push here. Obviously, Slayer's still watching it. That's crazy, though. What is that?
Pure guess, honestly.
Wall hacks.
Sometimes you just gotta. Sometimes you just gotta shoot a door.
Yeah.
Especially 1 minute and 20 in, fully knowing that someone could be playing risk here. I like that both teams are using like map knowledge to its fullest extent, but Gouken, he's using his sniping knowledge to take down Snare, and it's a 3-0. Ooh.
That's gotta sting.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked about the calculated risk down a member. Gouken just went for the peek. That was pretty standard, not very risky, but I thought maybe Viana was going to go for a push himself. We don't have a real push just yet from the side of 3BL. Still brewing. They don't even have all 4 members together just yet, but trying to retake long and send a couple of guys down short. Viana is here with the M4, but he's not going to land those shots. Not enough shots, at least. Oh, the timing, WI. And now he's being shot in the back. Didn't even realize Tot was still out here. And so the A side is totally free. We got the Omega flank coming in. You know, who's flanking who at this point. Slayer somehow going to miss that one. And there you go. Lines it up.
Yeah. Well, Gouken special is a long way away from this one, I'd say. He should just die right here. But apparently, he's going to hard check that corner. He's going to clear it.
Why not go for it, right? Doesn't hurt.
Yeah, got to go for it, but Just can't imagine this one works out. Having to push through all of that util into a huge crossfire like that. 3BL lock it in. Solid round from them. Good recovery.
There we go. That's what I was talking about, man. 3BL taking full advantage of Black Widow. And just like how I said, Black Widow is the map to kind of take on, especially when you're up against stronger teams like AS. And it seems like 3BL fully comfortable in this one. And yeah, just like what we said earlier, right? I mean, 3BL is no stranger to the Black Widow map, and they do not play like other CFWL teams. They're more active compared to the rest of the region.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they're actively trying to pull the map apart and find the absolute best way to engage into the enemy and take over one of the sites. So right now, we do have a 3-stack from Antisocial on the B site. Just playing very far back as a team. 2 guys just on top of the A site, 3 on the B site. Nobody really checking mid outside of one guy who just checks occasionally to see that they're not pushing. But just hoping to hold off a full push here from 3DL.
Oh, ADRF getting shot in his leg, but WI does have it in return. ADRF with a good crossfire with the guy in coffins, but ADRF and Y are going to fall down at the same time. But here comes Lukaum with the retaliation. The backup comes quick, but Lukaum doesn't know that Snake still had the M4 in his hands. It is perfect for that wall bang, and now we're in a 2v2. 2 snipers versus 1. See what happens.
Pretty good salvage from 3BL. That wasn't looking good at all. But the fact they brought it back to 2v2 definitely makes this winnable. So they're going to have a little bit of a look through the box room. The Orm in hand, but not seeing much on B. I think they're still going to finish on B. But that's a nice cross from Viana, getting across to the box. Oh, in fact, he's just going to go out into no man's land and back himself, and why not? He's fragging at the moment. Solid. Round on the board again for Antisocial.
There we go. AS has done it again. But it is quite the equal game between the 2 squads. I mean, 3BL has been very impressive when it came to their BL. Problem is, AS also has a pretty impressive BL in this map, so I mean, 3BL needs to kind of step up to the plate on that second half if ever they do want to finish this one off. Here comes Horus taking down Y at the start of the round. Flash going to go through. Everyone's going to be blinded. Slayer taking down Biana 1 in that short position with the 1-tap. And ADRF just trying to survive as much as possible. But here comes Lukaum with retaliation on Horus. But Adrian's going to finally fall on the site. Gokin, oh, missing the shot that time. But does he miss twice? No.
Nope. He doesn't miss twice, and the push finally looks to have taken over the B side. Took quite a while to get on in there, but they eventually do, and they do it with the extra man snare. Wow. The 180 no-scope Colt gun down. Yep. Gokin, 3rd time now, he's been left in this really awkward spot to do it all alone.
Well, I mean, this is the thing about Gokin teams. You would see it as well when you go back and look at Imperial, when he used to play for Imperial. About this time last year, he's always left alive alone to try to clutch. He's been given this role. Probably he asks for it, but you have to deliver. And he hasn't necessarily been delivering at this event so far in the clutches. But here's a chance that goes begging once again. And that's a couple that Gokin only just loses, but he does lose. And it's different to the Gokin of old, who probably wins that.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1-3 now in the head-to-head matchup between them and Snare. So Snare finally fighting back, but at the same time, we do have a point. I mean, Gokin, he is the last player left alive for good reason. And that almost clutch almost set the stage for AS for an advantageous half. But 3BL doing a great job in this first half, holding it down. But Lukaum, as soon as BL started, he just ran through the long players. Horus and Slayer are already out, and 3BL is forced to back off back into the A site.
They might just have to back off into the next round, honestly.
Take a look at this B push. They're just going on in for free. Maybe it doesn't matter where they go with this. The whole map is free. At this point, they've pushed B. They're going to bring the bomb over there. They're also pushing A long at the same time. They don't even need to put the bomb down. They're just going to kill all of them. 5 members, and Lukaum starts it off with that 2K right at the beginning of the round, taking over long. And 3BL just weren't ready for that pace.
So no longer is there going to be a fight in long, at least for 3BL, but here comes B instead. If A doesn't work, why not? Let's go aggressive in B, but it seems like they cannot find anything other than a smidge of damage on Gokin. But good news still for the side of 3BL. They get to access Catwalk, they get to access B Waters, and deny this entire side of the map for Antisocial.
Yeah, certainly going to delay the push when it does come through, but Antisocial not losing anybody can just... wow, that was an Omega Caster Curse. 2-3. This one was more fair. You know, Snare won the 1v1 last time, but low.
I think that one's worth 2 points because he used the Tracer through the smoke. I don't know the schematics of the matchup, but we're going to keep it 2 and 3 for now to avoid confusion.
You're the official scorekeeper, mate, so don't you worry. You can do what you want.
Can't believe I started this. I'm the worst at math, the entire desk.
Can you do, you know, 1 + 1 = 2? And then now it's 3 to 2 instead of 3 to 1?
Until it gets to 5 on either side, he's fine, because he can just use his hand.
It's like that one scene from The Hangover where the numbers are floating in my head.
Yeah.
But Gokin gone. Antisocial gonna take a pause on their aggression. Instead, actually, 3BL wants to re-aggress in towards short, but Horus, of course, the man presses W 24/7, and eventually he is gonna get punished. So 4 versus 4, I mean, 50 seconds isn't too bad, but Antisocial, you're running out of options here.
Oh, Snare. Oh! Ooh. Sick shot. Headshot into Adrian. And really delaying this push now. They know that Snare is over here, but probably going to have Lucam circle around, pick up the bomb. But they're kind of running out of time, so they need Viana to do that, actually. And WI absolutely needs to get in, but he's just going to die instead. So they've pretty much run out of time. You see that Lucam trying to go down the middle, looking for a kill. Does land the one shot, and there's just really not enough time. They get totally beaten down, and it will be 3BL taking the lead again.
No timeouts on either side just yet.
Yeah, maybe timeouts are just a suggestion.
We had the tech timeout. So.
Yeah, but they've still got those in the back pocket, which is something to consider. I feel like this is a map that's, the way it's going, probably ends up being pretty close, maybe even an OT. So holding those timeouts in reserve for the critical moment could be a big difference maker.
Yeah.
Have you had enough OT yet?
Oh, yeah.
Jordan?
Jordan has plenty of OT. I think he's had the most OT out of all the casters, actually. Poor Jordan. But
yeah, probably. I don't know.
Yeah, you are pretty high on the list for it because they've casted at least 4. Speaking of overtime, it seems like Tot is going to clock out early in this round. And immediately a 5v4. That means the defense is going to be spread out from the side of 3BL. Problem is, that is going to weaken their mid defense, so they're going to have to watch out from the upper side of that GR spawn, as we call it, stage back home. But it seems like Snare not afraid of the big stage as he takes down Adrian. This is insane work from Snare in this second half.
Got to keep it up. You can see that I think you can see that Snare wants to be on the front foot though. The second time now we've seen him get an opening kill and he's still kind of stuck around. Last time it was on the B side of the map. You saw him push forward even after getting that kill through the smoke. This time he wants to kind of do the same thing. He's been given this somewhat enforcer type role. Get 3BL an advantage early in the round and then keep pressing it.
He's got to be a bit careful about that, especially if Snare is just going to peek in him. But he's really trying to put on a lot of pressure right down the middle. He's going to run into 2 people on Cat here, and down he goes. Snare, easy snipe for him, and that might be the info they need. Yeah, just easy spray down now for Horus. Picks up 2, and Gokin alone. 1v3. Where have we seen this? He's got more time, and there's no bomb plant that he needs to defuse, so maybe a chance for him.
Yeah, but he's got to plant the bomb, so that's maybe just as bad. Does at least mean he's got his options open. He can go wherever he wants, but spotted out now. Oh, nice jump, but will not matter. And 3BL lead by a couple, which puts the map squarely in their favor. I think if we see 3BL get one more right here, it's going to have to be a timeout from Antisocial.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer, right? Seems like they are going to pull the trigger on it, but look at this. The Flying Snare Colt. That was the start of the 3BL domination in this map, actually, in the second half. And now Gokin gonna try to be the catalyst of the offense, now staying in the high mid position, but he has to be careful. Snare's going for him. Man, Snare, despite losing to Gokin multiple times, I like that this kid does not stop fighting.
That is Snare. He is never going to stop fighting. Even if he's having a really bad map, he's going to go out there and just try to make it better.
Yeah.
And if he's having a great map, he's going to try to make it better. He's just going to go out there and just try to carry.
That's why Snare is my third favorite player from CFWL, man. Like, this kid is a wonder to watch. It's kind of hard to remove stocks and awesome, so, you know, he's number 3, that's for sure.
Like, wow, that's great. Better than being number 5. Big push down a long, big nade, about to hit a couple of them. That's another one. But Adrian, the entry man, trying to get in. He's just seeing smoke and flashes, and it's just easily held so far. 3BL just saying no.
Yeah, just look at this role that Snare has in this team. He's gotten a crazy kill. Then he gets another one, and then he decides to push through the smoke when he's on 5 HP and get another one. It's kind of crazy. He just doesn't stop. He ain't got no chill. And Sneaky, I can
no timeout.
I can understand your quizzical nature right here. No timeout.
Didn't put up the card, no nothing. They really just are just going to keep going. I guess Viana's seeing something that we're not. Wow. So instead, we're just going to go into B site with the rush. Why not? Go aggressive as you've been going passive for the past few rounds. Horus trying to go 1v5 against the entire squad, but he's going to go down eventually. Why? Going to have the first kill, but they actually stay inside of B house. They're going to have it inside instead. The Slayer pushes through the smoke. Snare getting the kill, but Adrian finally gets one in return. But look at how wounded Antisocial is. Everyone's barely breathing, but they're still willing to fight. Gokin, Adrian, last 2 left alive. Nade's going to bounce through the window, but no one's going to get hurt. And all of a sudden, in a span of 40 seconds, this has just happened.
C4 is retrievable for 3BL. They're just going to push their way into box room. It was Antisocial that had to collect the C4, of course. ADRF has picked it up. But I love this from 3BL. They're being so aggressive on this GR side. Easily more aggressive than what they did on their BL side. And I think it's really catching Antisocial off guard. This, though, from ADRF
timing
somehow has worked out. They're not actually checking the angle. I don't know. I actually really like this pickup. This is a great setup from 3BL as well, mind you. That is an impossible multi-frag situation for ADRF if he walks into that room. So in the worst case, which is basically what is happening now, 3BL at least still have both their players together, can play for this retake 2v1.
He's confirmed 1.
Yeah, and now if he can clear out here, I mean, there's still a chance, especially having the angle for the storage plant. This is definitely doable for Adrian. It's not going to be easy, obviously. I feel like he's got to be a bit closer. As the defuse comes in, that's the first free kill. And yeah, they had to clear this out before they were going to start it.
Oh,
and he's just going to hide. There's just not enough time. That's it. It's around to AS, and he's going to get the kill anyway. Might as well. Adrian, big time clutch there in the 1v2.
Ugh. Rough round from the side of 3BL, right? They already had the handle of the situation, but then Adrian played it super smart, you know, just swinging left and right, making sure he's not too exposed considering his HP situation. And, yeah, I mean, just picking his fights correctly. Snare with the no-scope, but is not going to hit anyone. Is this going to be another B-rush?
Wouldn't be too surprised, but this time they are more than ready. Nice headshot comes through from Snare. They're pushing on in. He wants a second. He's going to get a second.
How's he alive?
He's full health.
Yeah,
well,
one cheeky little clutch isn't going to change the narrative for this map. It's definitely been 3BL, especially since moving on to this GR side that have honestly looked quite dominant. And it continues to impress me the level that we're getting from 3BL at this event so far. They've really made great strides this year.
Yeah, their GR side is immaculate, man. The way that they react so fast when it comes to these executes, they rotate so quick, they cover each other so well. It's just impressive. This is what I think the peak of CFWL is going to look like. Their defense is really good. That's their strong point. And it seems like it is a bit too much for the 3rd seed of Brazil, as Y and Gokin, the last 2 left alive. Granted, they're very good players, but against 3 on site, you have to deal with 2 players on Metal Box. This is going to be a tough one.
Oh my. Very clean though. That's the first kill. You got to start somewhere. 2v4, now 2v3. A lot of stuff thrown. Sees the second guy in the middle box, and you can see WI just looking behind, seeing if the flank comes in. We know that Snare is not here, actually. He's over by A, looking for the rotation. No rotation just yet, and 3BL will have to hold still as Antisocial will do the same.
Antisocial hoping for a mistake from 3BL, a re-aggression. Not a bad decision, honestly, from Antisocial, given 3BL's tendencies in these situations, but they are up 3-on-2. It's a bit of a different ball game than the previous couple, where 3BL played aggressively. Have a significant advantage here, and solid hold on B. They know Goken's coming. Horus won't peek until the information is given, and it'll be a multi-swing, so all good. 3BL put it to just one round.
Yeah, you gotta respect it, honestly, right? I mean, even if Goken's the last one left alive, possibility of him clutching with all that information is still there. But in 3BL, playing it extra safe, now they're being rewarded here in Black Widow with a match point. And Snare owning Viana, and Snare has announced his arrival in Black Widow with that shot ringing through the map. And this could be the beginning of the end, but Lukaum doesn't want it to be the end just yet.
It's so true. I mean, Snare just announcing that Viana is it's something that Snare gets to play with, you know, and Goken, bit of an even matchup, but Snare has been able to win that a decent amount of times as well. And yeah, I mean, he's like, I don't care what side I'm on. I'm just going to go find them and kill them. He is playing to his top level. I was a little bit sad to see, you know, the first map against Next Top for Snare was very lackluster. But since then, that was some kind of, you know, it just made him kind of wake up, I suppose. And he has been playing like his true self so far. This is what we expect out of Snare. Snake in the corner. At the bottom of the stairs, he's got some help, but the shots will ring true for AS. Meanwhile, Snare up on the bridge. He's going to pick up one. Ooh, 4 health. Easy, still alive.
Todd's got to find a way to get involved in this round and needs to do it quick. Pause, getting called. But this round, yeah, it's not really going to work out for 3BL, I don't think. Snare with a little bit too much to do. Now we'll get to see whose pause is this. It's 3BL's. Good pause. You've got 2 rounds to play with here to close this map out. So might as well have a bit of a chat.
Maybe a proactive round somewhere in the map. I'm expecting, if I was Viana, I would be expecting 3BL to maybe force their way into barracks, maybe into long. Wouldn't be surprised if they also made presence into short at the same time. Pouring their entire aggression on one side of the map is a very valid way to kind of close out the map. I mean, Viana, you know, he's kind of known to do that, especially when the score is 9-7, but would be nice if 3BL can give him a taste of his own medicine in terms of the aggression here.
Yeah, might as well try. I don't mind the idea. Just try to get on in there. There is that extra buffer zone with the 2 rounds. We've had a lot of timeouts. We've had only, or not timeouts, we've had 3 overtimes.
Yep.
Only overtimes so far. And 3BL say, we're not about that life. We're going to take an early timeout. We're going to say, okay, that round wasn't the greatest. It feels like only Snare was able to do something. It's funny, too, if you look at the score lines right now on the side of 3BL, it's 3 guys that are going out of their minds, even though Snare is the most flashy. 3 of them have really high numbers. And then Horus and Tot are just kind of missing. So the 3 of them, heavy-duty carrying, and it has been working. But if Antisocial step up a little bit more, if you're missing a couple of guys, that might be the difference maker that brings us to overtime.
Yeah, maybe, but I have enough faith here. I think 3BL's looking good enough to close this out. See what they've cooked up in the lab in that timeout. Any goodies?
The laboratory.
Yeah, I mean, standard 3-2. Oh my god, Snare. Super unlucky from him, but Todd is going to clean up the rest of them. Only gets 1, but look at Slayer with his own sniper that time. Goken with a jumping shot. Does get Slayer in return, so it's a 2v3. Snake's going to be around the corner, running shot on the AK-47. Everyone is speeding up, but who's going to slow down first? Snake does finally go down, but Horus with the response. But my god, what a back and forth in that round. It came down to 1 person.
Trades out the wazoo. But it is Antisocial that hold on. Can they hold on for one more?
Yeah, I mean, Snare has been pushing short over and over and over again, short or mid or elsewhere, and they just decide, okay, we're just not going to give them time to pick us off one by one. And they get pretty lucky. They find him right away. They isolate him. They take him down. Snare's not in... He's not a factor at all in that round, and that just makes it so much easier for Antisocial. Speaking of which, Snare, in typical Snare fashion, he got rolled over, so he goes right back to where he died.
Yep.
And says, they're not going to expect me to push for a 6th time in a row.
Some people would call it rage pushing, but,
but
that's a Snare.
It is clearly very, obviously, a conscious decision from 3BL. When the option is there for Snare to push or to play a little bit more passive, almost every single time he's decided to try and make a play happen. So I think this is a mindset that 3BL have come into this game with and said, look, Snare, you're on, especially in this game, if you're playing well, back yourself, and we'll pick the pieces up if it doesn't work out. And, you know, you're backing your star player, and it's working for the most part.
Not gonna lie, I get, like, Shao vibes from Snare. The way that he takes the matters into his own hands in some of these rounds.
Horus pushing his way forward. The flash is just way too good. ADRF gets the freebie, but Snare's come across here. Pre-fire on the angle. Oh, this is getting a bit awkward. 3BL needs some kills right here, right now. Snake tucked behind the box. A grenade will finish him off. Snare done. Snake done. And 3BL might be done here as well. It might be another overtime. Certainly looking to be that way. Tot, a 1v4. A little too far out of the realms of possibility, in my opinion.
Oh, but there we go, Tot. He's tried, but didn't succeed. So 9-9. Going to be a very interesting overtime here. It's been quite the back and forth. The story of Gokun, you know, hitting his shots. Antisocial dominating this first half. Second half was all 3BL with Snare coming back to life. But Antisocial, by the very tail end of that second half, they got something going. And it seems like 9-9 is going to be the score. Overtime, going to be interesting, man.
Yeah. And from the Blacklist side, this isn't even, you know, Gokun going crazy or any kind of carry performance. It's more of just team executes from a Brazilian team. This is something we've come to expect from the region. They're looking quite strong at it. And took them a while to really commit to going that fast and to hitting that hard as a team. But it's really been working against 3BL. And 3BL took that time out, and immediately Antisocial used that time as well to say, okay, we're just gonna get aggressive. We're just gonna go for these executes, and they have worked out with flying colors. And let's see what 3BL have now on their extra rounds Blacklist side.
Yeah, good flashes on the site itself. Y gonna take down Horus the first turn, but it is a 1-for-1 Snare. Getting Y in return, but it is a bit slow from the side of 3BL to get into the site. But Adrian decides to wide peek from Metal Box, which is not the best idea. You are the anchor of that defense. But Viana instead is going to take down Snare. And they're really worried about that behind. Can't blame them. It's been flank after flank after flank from Gokun. But Viana just trying to be as annoying as possible. Keep all the attention on him, so Gokun's going to get room to flank here.
This is rough, though, for Viana. I mean, no HP. From an angle like that with an Orb, it's just not going to really happen. He would have been lucky to get one. If he had of, it might have put this into the realms of it being doable for Gokun, but I feel like a broken record at this point, but just how many times do we have to see Gokun in a 1v3? Like, I think, honestly, I would like to see Antisocial at this point kind of try and take a leaf out of 3BL's book and activate Gokun earlier in the round. Like, put him in a bit more of a risky position. Because he's generally going to be good for at least one. But what's the point of him getting one there? Like, the round's not winnable.
Yep.
So try and set Gokun up for success earlier in the round.
Yeah. Makes his KD look good, but that's about it. Yeah, it doesn't win you rounds as a team. And you were saying, Jordan, here's Gokun, and ooh, very close, very close.
Almost got a haircut by Snare there.
Maybe he did.
A little bit of a haircut off the top.
Yeah. But immediately just going to back away. I mean, that's fine. Doesn't really see anything, though, in terms of, you know, where they're going to push. What is the strategy going to be? Still very early on. Not able to get a pick off, so we just kind of reset. 3BL, they went pretty fast into B. And it seems like that has been the most successful strategy for both sides from Blacklist. Although we did see a lot of A short pushes from 3BL when they were on Blacklist when, you know, like 20 rounds ago it feels. Not actually, but here they come once again. 3 guys in short thinking about it, but will they commit to it is the question. Goken and Viana here once again with their snipers.
Yep. I wonder if he's going to stand on the spike to get that little off angle in truck. It seems like doesn't want to be in an angle where Snare can just instantly pop him. But it seems like 3BL has made up their minds. They're going to go into the A site, into the 2 snipers. Goken got to hit this first shot, and it seems like he's not even going to hit Snare whatsoever. Viana trying to go for a no-scope, but the A site has been taken over. Adrian prevented from rotating early, but Slayer is going to go down, but delay has already been made. Oh, what do you mean Viana still got the kill there?
Yeah, where's the C4 and all of that? It's ended up in the hands of Snare for a second. Still not yet planted. This becomes quite problematic for 3BL. Horus is just going to have to chance it, but Antisocial know that they can push off of that.
Who is this guy?
Viana is so good at one specific thing on the sniper, which is that crouch spam. He's just so skilled at it. Now he gets the AK, Snake versus him. IGL battle going on, and it seems like he's going to get Y, but not much more unless he does get Viana down.
Antisocial back on the board. Viana doing some heavy lifting as they pushed onto A, and he just essentially single-handedly said no. And we will go into the final round here of this half. Goken gonna relax a little bit, not going to overpush this time around. And, you know, they did a big push on B. That worked. They went for a big push onto A through short. That didn't work. Do they just go back to B here and try to punish just a standard default from Antisocial? You'll notice that Viana's on B this time around, though. Mixing it up.
Yeah, keeping it busy. It's good. Still maintaining that secondary orb. Goken not shy of showing his presence in middle. 3BL just grouping up, and it looks to be a pretty standard hit onto A. Goken, though, having changed up his position, maybe put a stop to that. The smoke's gone deep, maybe even too deep. 3BL can actually get out in front of that, and they have.
What?
It's a decent trade. 1-for-1 onto Goken. They're going to jump down underneath the bridge. They catch one more, and it's looking favorable enough for 3BL. They're out onto the site. 2v2, and they have a bomb plant, and Slayer is cutting off the rotations as well.
Love that. Love that for Slayer. Every single time that he has gotten into that mid position, he's gotten something done. But problem is Viana in his favorite angle. He does see where Snake is, but he is going to go for the backside player first. But the legs have been seen on the underside of that truck. But the quick scope from Viana is going to hit. What can the captain do?
It's definitely a decent shot for him, I'd say. At this point, Slayer gonna keep it calm. Oh, if that landed, that was going to be enough time to defuse. But Slayer instead just elects to go for the quick headshot. As Viana, hope everything's okay over there. Looks like they may have to, yeah, I heard that pause sound. Maybe a little bit of an issue for Viana at this point. And I heard the let's rock and roll, but the rocks and the roll are going to have to take a little bit of time to take a little rest. As we are sitting at 3BL in the lead, 11-10 at the half. Antisocial move over to the Blacklist side here in overtime. This is looking like maybe a spill of some sort, or
I think he might have just knocked out the sound card on his headset. You know, like you plug the headset into the 3.5mm jack.
Yeah. That's true.
And then from there, that goes into like a USB port or something. I think it's just unplugged. Seemed like a quick fix. Yeah. I think that's all that it was.
Yeah, I mean, we're back in the game, so hopefully we can get right back into the action. There you go. A little bit of a very short tech issue as we get back into it. You wanted Gokin to be unlocked. You wanted him to get aggressive. He wasn't even looking the right way. Slayer just shot him in the side of the head. And that is unfortunate for Gokin, not expecting Slayer to have pushed up that far already. And they say, well, I mean, Slayer's out there on long. Perhaps we can get something going here into B real quick. Not a bad idea. Trying to utilize where the enemies are at this point. Batot behind the box. Waiting for the push. This gives a lot of time for the rotation to come in, and the shots are ringing true from the side of 3BL. And they're looking for their 12th round. And maybe a chance of taking this entire map down. Viana's got way too much to do here.
Yeah. This is a knock the headset cable out angle. We need a mental reset right after this one.
12 and 10. It seems like Humana, they want that first seed, my friend.
They do, but
they want that matchup against Vasco.
Remember, in regulation, they did lose a couple of rounds in a row, so it's not over just yet, but this is the second opportunity for 3BL to clutch this map up, get it done, and don't give Antisocial a real bite at the cherry, which would be really big going into your map choice. Sure, it's been close. Sub base for 3BL. A promising prospect, and Slayer wants to get on the front foot early.
Look at that angle. Slayer has been just a treat to watch this entire time. It's been him, it's been Snake quietly getting kills along the way. Snare, very flashy, but Slayer has just been getting first kills. He's been getting clutch kills. He's been taking out the most important people on the enemy team. Feels like for me, he is my go-to set MVP if they do end up winning this one. And he's trying to get aggressive once again. He's going to throw a deep smoke here in the door of Cat and just kind of control this part of the map for now.
Yeah, a little reserved in this one for Antisocial, hoping for some aggression from 3BL, but outside of this push from Slayer in middle, which they're not really set up for, they're actually not getting. They wanted something on long, maybe outside of B. Getting a push out of B, actually, from Snare. Slayer as well, working middle, gets one, but sticks around a little bit too long. This is a big risk, actually, from Snare to be in this position, especially watching middle. So he just gets pushed from the B side of the map. He's kind of donezo there. So I wouldn't actually mind seeing him just back it up a little bit here. The thing is, I think 3BL just want to be on the front foot. They want to be proactive, and that's the style that they've decided to bring in here. So, going to keep at it. It has been, by and large, working, but you can see it can blow up in your face a little bit sometimes.
Two players have 20 frags on the side of Antisocial. This is absolutely insane.
And 3 have over 20 on the side of 3BL.
There we go. It's a 3v3, basically.
It really is. I mean, that's kind of what it's come down to. And Gokin, oh, he's going to drop the shot. Making it difficult to push. But look at this play from Viana. On short, they weren't checking it. He gets in. And everybody was staring at long, not expecting a third man. As Viana sneaks in. You can shoot the gun, but that doesn't do any damage. May have hit the hand of Lucam, but either way, that's going to do it for that round. Grenade comes through and gives us another chance at a golden round, 11-12. A lot to say with one round to go before the golden one.
Surely not again, 3BL. Like, you can't afford to be dropping 3 map points against a team like Antisocial, because you go through to that golden point and Antisocial then wins that. That is a massive blunder.
Yeah, massive blunders. Not really a thing that 3BL have had to deal with throughout this year. A lot of success for them. If they sneak Black Widow away, they're in such a good spot to make it into knockouts and even maybe to take down Vasco. I mean, from there, you're top 4 in the world, 3BL. Let's see if they can do it, or if AS is going to make it interesting here on this map. The entry is decent, but not good enough. Snake is holding it down. Snare gets over, and he hits his shot.
Not over yet, but it might be soon. WY, the last player standing here. New kid on the block, the rookie for Antisocial. Can he conjure another miracle and keep them in this game? That's a great way to start it off. Snare deleted. Horus doesn't want to go around the corner. And actually, if you're going to get it done against anybody, it might be Horus and Tot, who haven't really been fragging on this map. Double swing is enough, and 3BL, they lock it in. It was a hard-fought victory, but a victory nonetheless. Map 1 goes the way of the West team. Well, 3BL are halfway there to topping Group D, but it was not an easy shout for them at all. Antisocial very nearly staving off 4 map points. They didn't quite get that last one over the line, but yeah, it was a real effort for 3BL to get that map win. In saying that, though, you'd have to say the Seas seem a little bit calmer going forward into Subbase, given that's their map choice. So 3BL doing everything to set themselves up for success.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, winning one of the best maps against Antisocial, at least in terms of the Antisocial map pool, right? That's going to be a big thing for 3BL, especially now they're vying for that first place. It's kind of now proven and tested that they can do well against Brazilian teams. If you can do well against Antisocial, who I would argue is doing better than Vasco at the moment, I mean, they would be happy if they could take the first seed and maybe take that matchup.
I think if you can beat Antisocial, you can beat Vasco, and that'll be a big confidence builder for 3BL going into the playoffs. We obviously aren't at that point just yet, but 3BL got to be feeling really good about themselves at this event so far. The only map that they've dropped was to next top, and that was a long while ago. I mean,
it was to their benefit.
Yeah,
you know, drop the map, kind of get slapped in the face early. It's like, whoa, I gotta wake up.
Wake up call. Yeah.
And then they're like, hey, we're a really good team. That was unacceptable. Let's take them down. And they did. They took 2 very strong maps over next top after that, and they haven't lost since. I mean, they haven't dropped a single map. They took down SGJ. They take down Antisocial here in the first map, and this was Antisocial's map pick of Black Widow. I liked this pick. I thought that Antisocial had a really good map on this one. They were feeling good about this map in this tournament, but at the end of the day, we talked about how 3BL should be pretty strong on this one as well, and they were able to showcase that. It is funny how we kind of ended up in a 3v3 situation, especially on the side of 3BL, and it's actually going to be Snare who does pick up the set MVP. No problem with that either. I mean, 4 first kills. The guy was just essentially trying to solo carry.
I mean, it was Snare, Slayer, and Snake that were really doing the job for 3BL. You could have actually, I think, given this to any one of those 3. Probably for me, you lean either Snare or Slayer. I appreciate what Slayer was able to do as well, especially because, look, the riflers, it's not as easy necessarily to put those numbers on the board as it is for the snipers. And Slayer was really getting a lot of work done as well, playing kind of that similar aggressive style to Snare on that GR side, but doing it with, I would imagine, a bit more of a difficult weapon to make it work. But nonetheless, it's going to go the way of Snare. Not a bad shout at all, so not mad about that one. But I think Antisocial probably are a little bit mad about losing Black Widow because, again, this might back them into a corner, play against Q9 in the next round in the knockout stage, and that would be bad news indeed for pretty much anybody. So Subbase now starts to become very, very important, actually, for both of these 2 teams. And it's not a bad track record necessarily for Antisocial, but again, you do give the benefit of the doubt here to 3BL, having seen them pick the map, having seen them already look good today, and having seen them generally be pretty good at this event as well. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of on that 2-0 hype train.
Yeah, I mean, I do see an angle where this could go 2-0. I think Antisocial, the way that they would win Subbase is if Adrian can get back into the swing of things. I think he kind of disappeared in that last game, especially in the second half. If Lukaum can keep it consistent, Gokin, if he can knock down second mid and or outside, there's a lot of things that Antisocial has to worry about, but 3BL has already had it covered. So, yeah, I can't blame you for being on the 2-0 hype train, man. This is a worrying sign for Antisocial, and especially I feel like this is additional incentive for Antisocial to win this series because this is the exact same way that Gouken got eliminated when in his last Crossfire Stars, where he made it to knockout stage, but then he got 3-2'd by AG. So yeah, you don't want to repeat that heartbreak, that's for sure.
Have they done enough to convince you?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like 3BL. Oh, are you asking if AS is done?
If 3BL
I think
can
3BL have done enough to convince me,
you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you pick 3BL?
No.
Okay, so they've done enough to convince you
they
to
have done enough
swap.
to convince me to swap. Yeah,
Right,
I do
right,
think
right.
that sub-base is kind of Snare's playground, and I haven't really seen the guys on the side of Antisocial do quite as much. And I
Right.
think that it's not going to be every time or every team that one guy is just able to solo carry, but this is really the one map and one guy that I feel like you're going to see it pretty often. Like, this is the guy who was just sniping, 1v9ing, and then he just took an AK into Machine Room and just won there by himself as well. It was against a weaker team, but it's not the first time he's done it on this map, so I'm definitely expecting Snare to have another big map. He hasn't let off the gas pedal since that first loss to Next Top. That was also on sub-base. And since then, he's just been carrying the whole tournament for his team.
I would say there is also somewhere else to go for 3BL, right? There's like another level which they can hit, because Horus in particular, sort of completely missing in that map, and that wasn't necessarily an issue. A lot of the frags were kind of getting sponged up elsewhere, but honestly, up to this point, Horus has really been one of the key proponents of the success for 3BL at this event. So I'm not necessarily looking at maybe a Tot to kind of step up here. I think he tends to play a little bit more of a supportive role as it is. But if Horus can actually activate as well alongside the other few guys, that's when this team becomes maybe actually just unbeatable for Antisocial. So, you know, maybe we see a little bit of a dip off, Slayer maybe can fall off, something like that. As long as someone else can step up in that case, and again, I'm looking at Horus in that respect.
For sure.
Rifler for Rifler, let's just say. Yeah, it's still going to be a pretty good situation for 3BL. So I definitely think they've got the chops. But then again, on the other side of Antisocial, we didn't really see any big clutches out from Gouken, anything like that. The fact that it gets as close as it did without that X Factor maybe coming online is also a potential threat for 3BL. And we know that Subbase has been a favored map for Gouken in the past. So back in the Imperial days, saw a lot of clutches from him on that map, and we'll see if he can do it again. But I mean, the track record for him so far tonight is probably 0-4, 0-5, something like that in terms of clutches converted. And granted, a couple of them were close, but a loss is a loss as opposed to a win is a win.
Yeah, an L is an L for Gouken, in all honesty. But to be fair, I think 3BL were just, as soon as Gouken was the last to this live, everyone was playing like their version of hide and seek, because they really just don't want to openly peek the man, because you already know what happens. Even if you're like in a very common corner, he's gonna pre-fire you with the sniper. So I'd like to respect that 3BL is giving to Antisocial. They're not pulling any stops in this series, considering how important it is, especially for your lives for the rest of the tournament here. So yeah, it's just 3BL doing a great job of just kind of avoiding, you know, the Gouken special, as we do like to call it. And yeah, it seems like they got it down to a T. And especially here in sub-base, it's gonna be very annoying for Gouken to just stay outside, because you already know Horus is going to be on those stairs, and for some reason that man is the only man who can pull that off.
Yeah, I do think 3BL have to sort of have a bit of a mental reset as well going into this one, because I imagine this is a pretty high pressure situation that they're now in, right?
Oh,
like
yeah.
3BL obviously locked in for knockout stage, but this is a big win for them if they can get this one over the line. You're starting to look at a pretty clear path into, like you said, the top 4, which would be absolutely massive. That would be leaps and bounds more than what we would have expected from any West League team at this point, right? Like, after the performances of the West League last year, like, they all got knocked out in groups. First of all, you've already succeeded in making it out of group. Now, you can go even further than that and do something maybe reminiscent of what Vietnam was able to do last year and go, wow, okay, now these guys are actually the real deal. So I don't know if maybe like that anticipation might get the better of 3BL here. Does that pressure get to them? Do they recognize what is actually on the line in this matchup? Hopefully, you know, the coach can maybe have a bit of a chat with them in this break and say, listen guys, we just need to simmer down a little bit, play our game, we're good enough to do this, but let's not let the occasion get ahead of us.
Yeah, absolutely. I selfishly would love to see 3BL versus Q9 on sub-base. You know, we saw the pirouettes being done by XJ and some really fun stuff on this map, and I think that 3BL, really good on this one. They do a lot of crazy stuff on it, but it just might not happen if 3BL win right here.
All right, first round always going to be an important one. Antisocial to start things off on the blacklist side. And see if they can get a bit of momentum rolling. I think they do desperately need it.
Momentum, very important. They take a little break there in between the maps to reset, and Snare gonna start off the map with the first kill. He had 4 on the last map of Black Widow, and he's going to be the first person on the entire map to get a kill this time around. Takes down Viana, and, you know, could try to go for double snipes on this map, but it's generally not what you want to do. Unless, you know, somebody's really feeling it. And sometimes Viana just really tries to go for it. But the issue is that Snare's already declared that he is much better than Viana right now in that 1v1. So if I'm Viana, I'm just taking the M4 and I'm entering.
Yeah, especially on the BL side. You know, maybe if you're on the GR side, you can go for it, but that's not ideal for Horus. Gonna go down early on in the piece. Snake quick on the rotate down to the side, but I don't know that he's expecting someone quite so progressed. That has definitely caught 3BL off guard. They've been beaten for pace. Dropping Horus off at the bottom of the stairs. That is something you see a lot. A lot of teams just have that solo hold on that site, but you need to be surviving in that position. Horus gets banged out straight away when he tries to peek for info.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting Horus to play a lot more far forward and then back off if he does see any semblance of any enemy. So I'm surprised he's all the way down on that A side. Here comes Snake, though, with the machine room push. Does get 1-for-1 so far, but Adrian on fire. It seems like he wants to contribute more than he did last game, but Tot will get Lukaum in return. But Adrian is also going to go down to Tot, but Goken all the way on the outside. Actually, Vents does get the kill on Tot, so they are aware that Goken is now crawling in Vents, and they have trapped him inside of it.
Yeah, this is really going to be up to Viana to try to bail him out of this situation. Don't even know if he knows he's trapped in here. He wasn't looking the right way. Snare tries to take a shot at him, and now Goken definitely going to try to get it. Oh, he knew that Goken was coming that way, and yet still Goken was able to take him down.
Oh, wait, the C4. Slayer can actually delay the C4 from going into the site. The timing, warehouse, never mind. Viana just taps him in the head, makes it easy. The 2-0, a great start from the side of AS, and it seems like the right decision of starting that BL side is now paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like sub-base nowadays favoring the BL side. They wanted to go over it to it themselves, and they're looking pretty strong so far. You wanted to see more out of Adrian. We're getting more out of Adrian to begin with. The rifler is just so important on this map. And so far, 3BL haven't shown us much. Still very early, but very strong pressures from the side of Antisocial. And now they say, well, looks like 3BL have backed up once again. A little shot taken at Horus. He's not going to move. 3BL back up once again. Maybe we just look to send it towards A, as that first round attack was extremely strong from the side of Antisocial.
Oh, but Goken making sure that his presence is not going to be going away anytime soon in the series. Does get 2. And Y will also go far forward. Slayer almost gets his head taken off, but nope. Walks right into Viana's M4, and Tot is going to be the next one down. What a start from the side of Antisocial, and coming fresh off of a loss in such a heartbreaking fashion as well. I mean, this is what you want in this map too.
Yeah, I mean, it's sub-base. If you are going to take over a lot of the map and the enemy doesn't really know where you're going, you've had a lot of success hitting that A site, just keep doing it.
Yeah.
Until 3BL figure it out, or if they overstack, then you can try to look elsewhere. But this has been so clean from Antisocial. There's no reason to mix it up. As we got a pause coming in. Horus trying to land this one. The flash is excellent, but his spray is not excellent. He finally is able to get 2. But it should be enough, although I do say that. Slayer going to be spotted. He does pick up 1. And now it's all up to Lukaum in the 1v3. Oh, a very nice spin to win headshot, but it is not enough. And finally, 3BL are on the board.
That's timeout. I mean, I think this came back to the point that we did discuss earlier, right? That if you put Goken in a position where he could be a lot more proactive in the round, a lot more aggressive, it seems like, you know, that's kind of the way to go forward in this series. And, you know, the moment that he went aggressive, the moment that he's now taking the fight to Snare instead of him actually hiding in the corner and waiting on the angle, it seems like it's working out for the side of Antisocial. But at the same time, 3BL now calling that bluff on the A site, the instant rotation from Woods. No one placed in the behind of Antisocial whatsoever. And it seems like after an A take, instant timeout from the side of 3BL. Granted, I wouldn't say they've figured out the offense yet. They just got, I wouldn't say got lucky, but usually Woods isn't that open.
It's good adaptation. I mean, the thing is, it's good that even though it's not a fantastic scoreline right now for 3BL, you can see that they're kind of thinking through things and they're changing things up on the fly. They're not just sort of bashing their head against a brick wall and hoping that it's going to change up. Seen a couple of teams over the last couple of days just have this, you know, on Subbase or Ankara, for example, just a 4-1 split, and they just persist with it. They just persist with a 4-1 split, and they're like, I'm just going to keep doing this. And it's like, all right, but your opponent's literally just going to the same side every single round. They know they've only got to clear out one player, and you lose the round as a result. So changing things up is always nice.
This reminds me of that Ubik game where they just went A 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
And it just worked. Could be the same logic here.
Well, forward hold. Slayer with the M4 in hand. Trying to push his way forward in wood. He's actually allowed a couple of players past him. I don't know if they're aware of that. Horus surely has to be cottoning onto that fact now, and he's hearing some shots from right above him. Again, risky position for Horus to be playing. It's kind of a one and done. Falling for the backup, and he is going to get it. But it'll leave the B site a little less defended as a result.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame Antisocial for actually backing off from Woods, right? I mean, the smoke is already in second mid. Stairs potentially could be pushed by Horus, so that's a sandwich play waiting to happen, especially with Slayer's presence earlier. But Antisocial instead going to take a detour on the B site. It could be a B split with 3 players coming in from Passage and 1 player coming in from Machine Room. Maybe there is going to be a bit of lurk action going on in mid by Viana.
I think this is a pretty good call. Snare might have a lot on his shoulders, as we saw this play before, and Snake gonna get one, but the entry is strong, and Adrian is just not missing 3 headshots in a row.
Well, that's what you said, Sneaky. On the desk, you wanted to see him from ADRF, and he's got a nice almost ace and lock it in. Okay. Table's turning a little bit. 3BL, they are going to be starting to sweat.
There we go. Adrian with an absolute ace. Oh my god. That was a masterpiece of an AK. Going into Passage. Usually that play does not work because Snare does get a bit of outline through that smoke, but I mean, 1 miss later on Y and the entire B side is now wide open.
Yeah, this is really starting to become a bit of a problem for 3BL. They need to put a string of rounds together. They're not finding much success. None of these rounds really looking super competitive, honestly. Big change up from what we saw on Black Widow.
Yeah, but we did say, or we did see actually, first half going well for the side of Antisocial, but then, you know, 3BL kind of caught up a bit. Could also happen here in Subbase if they can figure out how to get the right defense going, but it's kind of hard to call up against Viana because when it comes to BL side, you just don't know what's going to hit you.
This is a nice A setup though for 3BL. Have Snare ready for the first punch and then Horus for the second if Antisocial do decide to go down the stairs right here. Going to be seeing some smokes in the direction of A, so I can only imagine that's going to be what will be the case. Horus helping out his buddy. It's the 1-2 punch, but apparently it's just the 2 punch initially. It's the rifles that are doing the work. Snake fast on the flank. 3BL are going to be locking this one in, unless there's some Goken magic. How many times have we seen this?
Not sure about this one.
Not
for Goken. Yeah, 5-1. He's feeling pretty good about his game so far, but this round looking pretty much in the bag for the side of 3BL. Goken knows he's going to be met with a lot of pressure here in just a moment. Like the way that 3BL handled that, you know, a little bit of extra help on a bottom, and then you've got a guy to rotate and utilize Woods to your benefit this time around. And Goken eventually just gets shot down. can't cover every single angle. 3BL pick up their second round here. Definitely a bit of a slow start for them, but seems like that timeout was at least able to help out quite a bit. As we take another look here at the Adrian ace.
Ugh, that one tap on Todd was crispy. There we go. I mean, just like how we said, we needed more action here from Adrian, and we are getting it, that's for sure. But indirect consequence, Snare kind of having a hard time in the first half in this GR side. I mean, just like how I said, indirect consequence of the map, it's a lot more tighter, less space for Snare to kind of run around and try to get kills. But it seems like Gokin hasn't gotten the memo. He is 5-2.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, we've seen Snare really just kind of smurf against teams that they're much better than, but kind of have to rein yourself in when you know that Goken's on the other side. He's waiting for you. Tot is going to be the guy that is peeking into lockers, trying to lock this one down. Flash over the top. No tap's going to get it, but some information given over, and that is going to push AS back towards Machine Room.
Also going to push 3BL back a little bit as well, so a bit harder for them to now get info on lockers. Tot's dropped off the top. So it's still a little bit of a win for Antisocial. They make it harder for 3BL to gather info. So far, 3BL making the right read with that trend of 3 players toward B. Does definitely seem as though that is going to be where Antisocial is going to head. Smoke forward, especially from 3BL. It will allow Antisocial out into lockers for free, but it gives Snare the opportunity to watch the heaven position. And that is not a player that you really want to be challenging. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but well done from Slayer up on the rafters to grab himself another one. He recognizes Viana back in jail. Clean, actually, from Slayer. And he has been the right-hand man to Snare this whole game. Again, it's those two as a dynamic duo to hold onto the site, and 3BL are starting to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, you see the dual use of that smoke, right? Yeah, he do block the vision of the players in lockers, at least from the GR side. But then, there's 2 uses for it. You can also toss that in order to funnel the teams all the way up in heaven, and they are just in one choke point. Very easy shots from the side of 3BL. Masterful use of the smoke. And Slayer, he wants to get violent early in this game. Machine Room going to be occupied. Why? The rookie goes down, but is it going to be traded? Seems like no is the case unless Lukaum can get the trade out, but it seems like it's not going to be the best idea, especially Snare staring at it.
Yeah, that was a nice setup once again. Even if he did get traded out, Snare was there ready to go. It's like the next level. And nice little one-man army into the Machine Room, able to get them the advantage. Slayer was getting very pumped after that last round win for a good reason. As you mentioned, it was just a really nice call, a really nice play, and the shots rang true. It was pretty easy for them to knock it down. And you remember the first 3 rounds of this half, Antisocial had really clean executes that weren't being punished at all by 3BL, but this is a totally different feel as 3BL are finally on the map. And it's anybody's map from here.
Just goes to show how good 3BL's mental composure is, right? It just feels like they're tilt-proof as a team. And it's very tough for Antisocial to keep the streak going when, you know, the players on the other side of the server are not scared to fight even though they are down 0-6. But let's see, Goken, he knows exactly where Horus is, the usual position, but Horus with a better angle takes his head off. And Viana wants to go for the trade, but Horus instead, yup, I'm gonna fight you. For the 2K, the C4 is down, and Horus, this is classic from him.
I mean, this is what we saw him do against so many teams so far in this group stage. He wants more, and he will have more. We've been wanting Horus to show up, and he is here to play.
This is much better from 3BL, and it is a really positive sign that they're getting a bit of a momentum swing, because it's going to start to put that sinking feeling in the stomachs of Antisocial as well. Everything that is sunshine and roses for 3BL has to be the exact antithesis of that for Antisocial. Good start, though, to this round for ADRF. He's been the driving force behind this first half for Antisocial.
Oh, he's going to try to have a go at Horus here. So, I mean, they've been known where Horus has been. for the past 9 rounds. So
yeah,
it's just a really hard angle to remove. Nate's gonna go through. ADRF is low, but is Gokin gonna look in the stairs position to cover his teammate? Horus can maybe slip one by, and he does. And Snare gets Gokin. Look at this 2-man push from stairs. And because Snake died earlier, they could not do the sandwich play in Woods. Instead, they just 2-man push on the A side. But problem is, Tot is on his own in B, and he cannot hold it. Lukaum is going to get Tot. Horus going to try to get the numbers back, but unfortunately, Vian is around the corner. So it is up to Snare, the sniper star. Can he get this one going? Quickscope's not going to hit, but can the Colt hit? Yes, it does. Headshot's going to go through, but the Colt is now very little on bullets, but he somehow dinks Lukaum. This kid is on another level, and he can reload no problem. Plenty of time to do so. Problem is, why is he going to anticipate that he's going to come from the locker side? And why, with the better spray, couldn't hit that first headshot? Antisocial get the very last round of the first half, but still, that looked very scary.
Yeah, feeling pretty good for the side of Antisocial to at least pick up that last round, because it was getting rough. I mean, we had multiple rounds in a row there to the side of 3BL. It felt like the 1-2 of Horus and Snare were just going to kind of take over the map, but wasn't meant to be. I really like how Antisocial quickly identified they could try to push into B. They isolated Tot and took him down real quick. It was a free plant on the B site. Here comes Snare now, looking for some action.
Well, he did hear Gokin in jail, so wouldn't be surprised if pre-aim does come very, very soon. But I feel like 3DL probably is going to try to bait a push into Woods, but never mind. They're just going to send it on A side. Why not, right? Why? Why is he getting pushed? Why is he getting that kill? Still fully blinded, and he's still alive, and White gets 2! This guy's immortal, but he does fall down. Eventually, gods do bleed. Lukaum with the headshot, but here comes Snake with the aggression. Almost gets his head taken off, but they're going to be safe on the A site.
Yeah, Snake's doing his best effort to trade down those kills, but it's just still not enough. They've brought it back to the 2-on-3, but they haven't taken proper site control. They didn't get the C4 in onto the site either. It's just not quite enough there from 3BL. So 3-on-1 for Snake. A little too much hesitation from 3BL. I think there must have been some pretty good counter utility to keep 3BL stuck in the stairs position, which kept Y alive. And that's been the difference maker in this round. Snake's not going to get out of this one alive. There's no way. 6-4 will be the lead for Antisocial.
That's tough. That's very tough for 3BL, right? They already got progress on the site. But still, I think Snare was actually worried about the fast wraparound on Woods, right? That is kind of the thing that Snake has been doing for the past few rounds, so I can't blame him if he also thinks that Antisocial is going to do the exact same thing, knowing its effectivity in that first half. Oh, but Snare almost catching the hand of Gokin, but this second mid smoke is just going to get refreshed over and over again. I feel like Gokin would rather just worry about the B side in its entirety rather than this kind of ego fight in Woods.
Yeah, I mean, in the 1v1, Snare can pick you off, but in the clutch, as Gokin, try to hold down the site by yourself. I like his chances. So just try to stay alive. Don't take the 1v1s, as you mentioned, and just kind of go and wait for the actual push to come in. Do have a lot of presence here around Machine Room. A lot of shots being thrown into the 4-box. But a lot of noise made, smoke in their face. Will they commit to this? Yes, they will. The entry, wow! Couple of quick shots come in. Lukaum lucky to stay alive. And now he's being hounded down as well. Nice shot from him. Staying alive, holding down the site. He is going to get one. Runs out of bullets, and he will go down.
He needed more bullets at that one. Yeah, why he's not even going to get past Woods there, Valdez. And, I mean, 3BL, that could have gone either way. Honestly, that round could have easily went in the way of Antisocial. But Snare going into lockers, getting to, despite Horus missing, he's like, I got you, man. Just get into the site, get the presence known. 5 and 6, and this is dangerous for Antisocial, right? 3BL only needs one round to gain momentum. So let's see if 3BL can keep it going.
That's been the key, isn't it? The crux of it is, can 3BL keep it going? We had the whole conversation in the last match as well about, you know, Ranking and Vasco, can either of them keep it going? It was very tit for tat, back and forth, and that's been the prevailing trend for the day. These matches have been so close. Today has been easily the closest day of competition so far. Right as things are starting to heat up, but 3BL, another opener, and onto the standout player for the map of Antisocial so far. ADRF is down. Got to remember as well, 3BL don't have their timeout in the back pocket, so they do kind of want to front run a little bit here just to give themselves that buffer. Because Antisocial might have a little bit of an easier time adapting late in the matchup.
Yeah. As we can see so far, I mean, it's so close, as you mentioned, between these two teams. It really does feel like, you know, 3BL can take Black Widow. Feels like Antisocial could easily take sub-base from here. Map selection might not mean as much when the teams are this close as now. You got a flash over the top. WI has been so good about holding down this angle. He has been the Horus of Antisocial, but this time Horus going to take him down.
Wait,
Look at this.
Where did Todd come from?
He just kind of slinked his way in, and there's just no presence here at all from Antisocial. 2 guys up in computer from 3BL.
Maybe drop down for vents or second mid, but Gokin, obviously, the way that 3BL counters this man is you sacrifice one player, the other player's going to chase him down, and Snare, speaking of snipers, is going to get that last kill in 6-6. That's like how I said it, man. 3BL, they only need one piece of the pie to get the entire game. And it seems like they've already gotten 2.
2 pieces of pie.
Yummy.
Feeling pretty full, but very satisfied. Oh, okay. Snipers avoid each other. Gokin jumping side to side. No smoke, nothing. Snare wants blood.
How is what? Okay.
Where
I mean,
is he
dead,
going?
He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. 1000%. I like the.
All right.
I like
good
the effort. Good
yeah.
effort. Yeah. I saw the vision. I saw the future.
Even if he hits that shot, he just immediately gets traded out. So.
Yeah. To be fair, like one of the big 3, you take him out. Either Lukaum, Adrian, and or Gokin there. But I think the target would have been Gokin. They would have made the entire map easier to play with the sniper gone, but the rest of the squad is now trying to get some control in towards Woods, possibly second mid, and Y is now playing the farther side of the A side. He doesn't want to be immediately pushed here.
I like it though, changing up his position on this site makes it a little bit more difficult for 3BL to clear. Slayer showing some presence over in the locker room though, is kind of sending the little ants on the B map, on the B site, on the mini map there, kind of scurrying all over the place. They're trying to figure out where is this hit actually coming from, but Y is doing such a great job of anchoring the site, and he's really been backed up nicely by ADRF. Again, good counter util that's keeping 3BL at bay for now, and a nice flank in from Lukum as well. We'll catch one in the back.
There we go.
The way I'm seeing this sort of feel and play out, it looks like when 3BL like to go towards A and they play it slow, it gives Antisocial enough time to kind of work the rest of the map, get a flank in, get a timing in, something like that, and Y is doing enough to hold them at bay for long enough that it feels like it's always a bit of a doomed plan. So I actually would like to see 3BL maybe just change things up here a little bit, not go towards A, down the stairs, try and maybe go in through middle, try and go to B, explore locker room a little bit. You know, need to change things up, because what they're doing right here, it's not really working in a consistent manner towards A.
Yeah, but like, I thought Snare wasn't going to listen to Jordan. I was like, but is Snare going to listen to Jordan and just peek Y on A? But it seems like he's going to listen to the homie for now. Just going to back off. Don't want to give anything for free.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets down, he takes out Y. You got yourself a chance at, you know, forcing a bigger response towards A and opening up the map. But no need to take that risk, especially when there could be more than just one guy. Vienna is down there at the bottom of the stairs. And will he push? He's coming up. He finds 2 people, gets traded back. It's going to be a couple of kills now to the side of Antisocial, but look at this push coming on in. On top of the box, Adrian goes down. The headshot from the Colt of Snare will ring true, and this A side is wide open.
How has that happened?
Once again, the 1-for-1s, they continue. This should be 7-7 again, barring some kind of Goken magic, but the magic seems to be missing a little bit. It's like when you get a little bit older, Santa stops existing. Maybe Goken got a little bit older.
The Tooth Fairy is real,
It's not
though.
real?
The magic clutch.
Santa's not real?
It stopped existing too. Stuck behind the smoke, time ticking away. Half that bomb timer gone already. Horus waiting for him. And equalizing round again for 3BL. Brings it back to 3-3.
Yeah.
3-3? What am I saying? 7-7.
7-7.
3 left, 3 left.
Sure, maybe that's where I was going.
There we
Brain's
go.
not really working at this point anymore.
Yeah, to be fair, you went through 2 overtimes, so
True.
Can't
Two?
blame you.
Try 4.
4.
4 overtimes.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for Jordan right now.
Oh! Diana
Oy,
gets
oy.
his revenge.
Double Orm.
He's finally back on it. It seems like he's thinking, all right, it seems like my M4 is not working out. Let's go back to the old reliable, which is the AWM CFS. But Horus takes his head off in retaliation for his teammate. And this is kind of how 3BL works, right? If Snare cannot get anything, it seems like Horus is going to be the one responsible for opening things up in this map. And it seems like second mid, not going to be a target just yet. But look at Lukaum. He wants to go forward. Somehow takes out Todd? No one else was looking in that general direction? I'm surprised.
Just a bit of a freebie through the hallway of smoke. That's essentially what we were looking at there. And pretty good shot for AS to take the lead again. I say that. Slayer going to take down Goken. Maintains a big part of his health. And now Adrian kind of in an awkward spot here on B. If he goes down, could see a fast rotation towards B. As I say that, Horus trying to take a 1v1 himself. Slayer, this is the 1v1 I expected. Him against Adrian. Adrian going to win that one. And now feeling pretty good for Antisocial. Horus trying to get the off timing here. Pushing through second mid. Wants someone. Ooh, the flick is good. 15 kills for him. They're looking, but he gets flanked. And Snake, oh, the timing perfect. Right as he looks away.
Another 1v1.
Yep. It's so close.
Oh, but
Spotted.
The vet versus the rookie.
Whoa!
Let's see what he can do.
It's a bold fight for Snake to be taking that one. He wants to push his way forward. No way. No way. You can't. You got to play time here. I mean, look, there's still a lot of time left on that bomb, but Snake is putting himself in a position to fight, and why is going to win it. I really have to question it.
Why?
Because you can be anywhere. Like, he's pushed forward. He knows he's there in jail. Can you not just back up and play around the site itself? There's so many little nooks and crannies that you can play on. Poles, pillars, etc.
I guess it's like his...
Like, I get backing yourself. 100% I get that, but time becomes a factor for sure.
Clean.
Yeah, I think his frame of mind in that 1v1 was like, oh, there's so much time on the C4. He could
It's
probably
true.
like
And
send it on me, but
100% that's
you could
valid.
just make it a better fight for you in general. That was not better, but speaking of better, Slayer, Snake with the response of Adrian getting taught, and I think that's a fine trade for the side of 3BL. Ooh. What a shot from Horus. Once again, another one.
Yeah.
Clean.
Goken down pretty quick, smart.
Spotless.
But, I mean, going back to that 1v1, right? Once he pushes into Dark there and he gets the info, he kind of takes that initial contact. First of all, you're bringing Dark into play there. So at that point, Y has to be aware of what's happening in that position. If you now back off and go back into the site, he still has to clear Dark.
Yeah.
He has to clear left, he has to clear right, he has to clear close. That's going to take him some time. But instead you push forward, you just force him to kind of take one fight only.
Yeah, you have the advantage there if you're in that position, if you're Snake. But speaking of advantage...
Yeah, well, this one's done.
This one's cooked.
Put that one over the line.
Oh, unless Slayer has something to say about it. I mean, 3BL has won rounds in worse situations, that's for sure. But do you think it's winnable, Brendan?
I mean, it is. It always is. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Antisocial are going to get 9 here. Well, okay. Nice trade out from Lukaum. If he gets away there after getting that headshot, no trade, you're feeling pretty good, actually, as 3BL could try to regroup and head B once again. But now it's all up to Snake. A lot of pressure on this guy. Calm has been pretty strong. Snake not able to land it. As, you know, probably not feeling very good at the moment, I would say. A couple rounds in a row left on his own, not able to get the clutch down. And now 9-8 here. This has been such a grueling back and forth map, just like the first one. That's just the name of the game on the last day of group stage. Everybody's fighting for their lives.
Yep.
Horus maybe trying to do the same song and dance. Not going to happen. Goken's watching it this time.
Well, do we go another OT? It feels like it's destiny at this point to reach the 9-9, but that rests on the shoulders of 3BL now.
Last time we saw them in overtime in this specific map was back in Summer Championships when they were up against Ranking Esports, and that resulted in a very tense 13-12 win for 3BL, but that was very close. That was Ranking at its peak with the home crowd buff. But now can they pull it up against Antisocial this time? And Adrian seems like he wants to take out Todd. Seems like this smoke has been quite beneficial for Antisocial. They just keep getting one for some reason. Another one.
Smoke over the top. Pushing out ahead, Adrian. Very risky.
Whoa.
Oh, hits him in the foot. And Viana does clean it up, but now we got WY.
Off angle. Cheeky, but dealt with. Wow, great work from Tot. Huge time to come alive in the series. 11-11. It's not the most insane of scorelines, but those are some crazy impact frags from Tot. And Goken, once again, 1v4. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, even I'm on your side here. I mean, 1v4 on the A side. Slayer gonna peek him, hits him in the big toe, and finally finishes him off with the Colt Snake.
They have so much utility here. They're throwing flashes in his
Who has
face.
another flash? Come on, throw it.
Yeah, there it goes.
Here we go.
It's a smoke.
Oh, that's a smoke.
Ooh, nice try. Goken gonna go down, and we got a 5th overtime.
Why not?
Jordan, please leave the dance.
I'm trying, man. I'm really trying.
I mean, it's very hype.
They won't let me.
It's very back and forth, fun maps, but man, it's exhausting.
It's all right. I think, look, the latter matches tonight are going to come back with a vengeance. You know?
Bangers.
No, they're going to be quick. I reckon they're going to be quick. We're getting the good matches out of the way early.
How about match 4 when you're not casting? Probably that one.
That will be fast.
Yeah, that'll be very fast.
I'm just cursed. Once I'm gone, you guys are sailing.
Ooh, Viana.
I mean,
Slayer's recontesting.
Oh, here comes Horus.
No way. Goken just survives.
The
Couple
Horus
more
angle.
spams through those doors. Would have actually got him down as well. Maybe the nade if it would have come through earlier. But 4v4, I don't actually understand how 3BL's gotten out of there with 4 still alive, but they have.
Man, this is such a dangerous territory, right? For a side of Antisocial. Horus is on. That means the threat is looming of a flank coming 24/7. But, I mean, Goken down to 7 HP. A slight breeze would kill this man.
Lucky number 7. How much can he do with all of this luck? I don't think if you're taught, there's really any reason to peek this. You can just hold the angle, hold down lockers. You've got Slayer watching from Dark Room. If somebody pushes into you, should be fine.
3 AKs here as well for Antisocial, so Tot should be relatively safe behind the box there. Is Horus holding? Yeah, I was going to say, is he holding up the stairs?
I like it, though. You can just back off immediately.
Info play. Oh, jiggling. What's going on there?
Brother, you're getting shot at.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's fine, because Snare's going to get the kill anyways, and Slayer will get Goken, finally finishing him off. And, Snare, does he know that there's already a dude on the site? Oh, sees wide through the credit card angle right there, but can he get back? Snare, run away! And he's gotten away with it.
Yeah, C4 going down, though, in the meanwhile. Nade not going to do any damage. Double flank in through wood. Why to try to hold it off? He was a great anchor on the GR side. Can he do the same thing? Hold the same site, but now on the BL side. Maybe not required to, as the flank's going to come back over to the window. Starting to get a bit worried about the time factor here for 3BL. They've got to get a bit of a wriggle on. Slayer leading that charge spacing, not looking fantastic, but still, White in the solo position now, and the bomb not really planted perfectly for him. They're just struggling to find him. Come on, you've got to go here, 3BL. I don't know. Is it too late? He's on the defuse.
He got it.
He has it. He has it.
Ooh. Barely.
Yeah, he has it.
Yeah.
Just. Oh, my word.
Yeah. Oh.
That was hold your breath in moment.
The silence after that. The silence after that defuse, man.
The silence
Or
is
just before,
deafening.
yeah. Everyone was like, "Oh, did we got it?"
Nice. I mean, it doesn't get much closer. Shout out to WI. Almost made something of it.
Ooh, fast round here from 3BL. Straight out into control room.
I like it.
Bit of damage from the grenades. Lukum and Y taken down. No kill. It's good map presence, though, from 3BL. This means it's going to take Antisocial quite a bit of time to get through this area of the map.
Yeah. They can actually re-aggress woods if they want to. Damn, they really pushed them that far back because of one machine room push, right? I mean, that's how important a machine room push is, guys.
Mm-hmm. Big fan.
Can really kind of mess up Antisocial. Now they're going to have to spend all this time to clear every single angle. They're going to have to be careful in the corner that Gokun can't see. It's going to take them like 30 seconds, and there's going to be 1 minute left on the clock to figure out this entire round.
Yeah. And if you're not a West team, that can feel pretty uncomfortable. Antisocial, still a lot of presence. Ooh, trying to go in alone, and he just gets taken down. Adrian kind of doing some very aggressive things through those doorways. Bit of a spam as Viana sneaks his way in.
Well, Slayer didn't exit.
I don't
They
think...
know.
Yeah,
Do they?
Do they know Viana's up there? Okay, well.
Okay, interesting. He just couldn't get out of that corner. That's why the smoke came in, but it was a little too late.
I don't think that smoke does anything.
Yeah.
Realistically. Yeah, they're going to go back 8 because of it. And that smoke is not real.
Fake smoke.
Fake smoke. They sell those these days.
Check your bonus. Oh, no.
Well done. Again, it's Tot. Critical position, critical round, critical double kill. Impact from him. And Viana should be dead here. Dead to rights. Not quite. Massive whiff from Snake. Does that give them a sliver of hope back into the round? It does. 1v1 Snare versus Gokun. The old and the new. Once again, 15 seconds, but Snare wins it. And 3BL.
Look at that, coach.
They are making it happen. One round at a time. It's not blue hairs there for Gokun. They're starting to turn grey.
For sure.
With stress.
My word. I mean, the goosebumps I had, I saw who was going to be in that 1v1. I was like, oh, this is going to be a good one. But
What
it
a
was
story.
short and sweet.
Yeah, but sometimes those are the best ones.
Yeah. Tot, man, he has been impressing me so far in this sub-base map.
For sure.
Impact frags
For sure.
indeed. Like, he's finding himself at the right place at the right time. I mean, Tot, he's not going to have the most frags, just like how you guys said, but he's getting the important ones here, man.
That's right. Opening that round back up for 3BL. I mean, it was close. You know, you got to give credit to Todd, obviously, but you have to credit Snare as well for being cool under pressure in that 1v1 against a veteran. You know, maybe the GOAT of the clutch, but that storyline is a little bit washed up. Maybe just like Gokun.
I'm not going to comment on that, bro. I'm trying to be on the good side of the Gokun fan base here.
Yeah. I think he's
They're
just
not listening
fine.
to this stream, I'll tell you
I
that
think he's
for free.
fine.
Vamos.
Vamos. Well, Snake alone, doesn't care. Does it alone.
What?
Oh, the spray! They just run straight into it. That's a headshot with that spray. Perfectly controlled. And all of a sudden, Antisocial are being wiped off the map.
Dude, Snake in this overtime has been absolutely insane every single time, man.
Everyone's just activated for 3BL. You know, like the thing that I keep thinking with regards to 3BL is like, is this actually now just their level? You know what I mean? Because this to me feels like 3BL, not an overperformance per se, but at like 100% basically.
Yeah.
And you don't see 100% from teams at all times, right? You might normally sort of see a 70, 80%. Like if these guys are playing online in CFWL, they're not playing this well.
Yeah.
But is this actually now just the level? Is this now their 70-80%?
Is this the see me on land moment?
Yeah, exactly. Like, we're going to see them in the playoffs, like, actually, like, level up. Is this just the level that we should now expect from 3BL long term? Because if that's the case, then it's a very exciting prospect.
Oh, but looking at this, bit of Woods fight going on. Horus with the spray. How has he hit that?
A's
Oh
open.
my God.
A's wide
Oh,
open.
the timing.
They get in.
They've got to be aware of this flank, though. Like, I mean, Lucum's been doing this all half in regulation. They've got to know.
He's looking.
And Horus knows. He's watching.
Oh, there he goes. Y and Viana down. And it seems like 3BL. The sweep is here. CFWL on top of the group of life.
That is a feel-good story, certainly, just watching 3BL on the stage there, the cheers, the excitement, the happiness. Yeah, I mean, fantastic stuff from 3BL, and this is now the best performance from a West League team in as long as I can pretty much remember. Obviously, there has been instances where West League teams have even made the finals of these kinds of events, but that's a long time ago. So massive, massive resurgence from the region. Obviously, that's been largely heralded by 3BL, but even LCK and Unknights kind of threw in a little bit of a spanner into the works in some cases. But yeah, to top the pile, 3BL in, as you say, the group of life, Group D. They are going to take that first seed out of that group, which means they will lock themselves into a matchup against Vasco. And that honestly kind of looks like a winnable matchup as well for 3BL right now. It feels like they are doing the hard work, they are doing it nicely, and they are looking good while doing it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why 3BL are first in their region. It's because they're this good, right? They get that first seed. They get into this group that's winnable. They win it. They take it down into overtimes. That unlocks a chance to fight off against a second seed team from one of the other groups, which is another Brazilian team that looks kind of similar to the one they just beat.
And
And
be a bit weaker, actually.
it's like, yeah, exactly. It's kind of like creating your own luck by being so good, right? It gets you into that good spot to continue your momentum, continue with you being confident. And it was great to see all those 3BL members really performing at a level we know they're capable of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I just, again, I kind of want to bring that conversation back. You know, you sort of mentioned that they're hitting this level, but I'm thinking, like, is this now just the level? Like, they're not hitting the level anymore. That's just where they operate normally, naturally. It's becoming more of a conversation point because the longer this goes on, the more good performances we see from 3BL. You start to think, is this more of a mean? Like, is this more of an average kind of performance? And it's kind of a interesting prospect going forward. It'll be a conversation point, I think, for 2025 as well. But what did I say as well, by the way, about that last matchup, okay? 3BL, Horus went missing in Map 1, but Map 2, he steps up and he's actually the top-rated player right there. and picks up the MVP as well. So there's depth to this roster. 3BL can get it done. Snare Slayer we saw on map 1.
Yeah.
But you can go to Horus, you can go to Top. We talked about Top obviously being maybe a little bit more of a supportive element in this team, but those impact frags from him in the OT in the second half coming up big for 3BL. And even when it comes to Snake as well, in-game leading, like he's not someone that just goes missing. Like Viana, for example, probably not quite the fragging IGL that Snake is at the moment. So all the pieces of the puzzle coming together nicely for 3BL, and they do come away with a clean sheet for their group, which means 3-0, Antisocial 3 games played, only 2 and 1 records. So yeah, pretty obviously 3BL topping that group. And where does that leave us going forward? Well, I mean, that'll be a question that we get to tomorrow, but look, it's an exciting prospect for sure.
It's an exciting prospect. I'm so happy for 3BL because, I mean, as someone from an underdog region as well, it's nice when your first seed performs as expected. And I mean, 3BL, this has been a journey for them ever since Summer Championship, starting off with top 4 performance there. Granted, it wasn't too much after in the playoff. It's still just making it more consistent for them, making it into a knockout stage again, going up against Vasco, which, just like how I said, I'd argue is an easier opponent compared to Antisocial. And yeah, I mean, there's going to set them up for another, possibly a top 4 finish. And this is actually good for 3BL because the knockout stage, that's going to be single elimination. And I like my chances against Vasco to at least try to get into playoffs where the lower bracket does exist, where the harder opponents are going to be there. So I really feel like the longer the event goes for 3BL, the better they're going to get and the better they're going to adapt.
What does this mean, though, for Antisocial? I think that's the big question mark now. Obviously, you go into the knockout stage, and if you guys aren't aware, the knockout stage, it is a knockout stage. It's a single elim. It's basically the first round of the playoffs, single elim. So you play this game against Q9 now.
When you lose, you get knocked out by Matt Andrews.
Yeah,
that's why it's named that, actually.
He literally
He's
punches
got
you in
a
the
sick
face.
right hook.
Yeah, but yeah, if you lose that, you get knocked out. That's it. There's no lower bracket. The lower bracket only actually comes into play from the semi-finals of the playoffs, not from the quarterfinals. So you have to win one match to actually get that second life. And I mean, that's a tough ask, I think, for a team like Antisocial now against Q9.
Yeah, I don't know. That to me, out of all the matchups that we are probably going to have, that might be the most one-sided. I mean, Wolf Empire up against what looks to be Imperial.
That could be
that one
interesting.
could also be one-sided. It really depends on if Imperial, reaches their top form again, their form that allowed them to get first place in all of Brazil. Otherwise, it might just be Q9 Club kind of just rolling over them. Q9 looking fantastic, and that was really the biggest win out of all of this, is just avoiding them. Just you don't have to play them. Don't have to play this guy who's doing literal 360 no-scopes in the vents on sub-base.
And you get to avoid Koi, you get to avoid X and Y. Those two are going to be a nightmare to deal with. I mean, if you are the Antisocial team. But you got to just put it one step at a time, man. I mean, you got no choice. You got to face them, so might as well try your best. But I feel like of all the 10 times that they're going to fight them, it's not going to happen.
All right, well, that's enough from us on the desk. We've got more important people to hear from. Let's go down to the stage for an interview.
We have 3BL Esports as our second winner of the day. And we've had 5 overtimes in 5 maps. That wasn't easy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we got to see it on camera, because I think we may have been showing a replay at the time. You guys, after coming out here, you looked like you were going to take a bow. Then you're all like this, waving. Then you went over and high fives and congratulated Antisocial team.
Yeah, we respect this team a lot, and we know they have good players. They have 2 of the best players, maybe 4 of the best players in Brazilians actually, and they have new talent. They are a good team, and we respect them.
Yeah, I really admire that. I just wanted to say, because I don't think we actually saw it, but you guys were straight over there. And there's a little bit of history as well. You were just telling me, going all the way back to 2018.
Yeah, our coach Stray, he lost to Vienna in final, so this is revenge for our coach Stray.
Since 2018. Man, that finals as well, that big finals we had, what an incredible event that was too. This wasn't easy, right? Overtime. You get to be top of your group now, which is awesome.
Yeah.
You say a lot of respect for this team.
Yeah.
Did you expect such a close match?
Yeah, of course. We know they are a good team, but we worked harder than them. this
Yeah.
year. That's why I think we are winning. It's only because of hard work, you know. Our
Yeah.
hard work, our coach's hard work.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
From
only
all
for-
of you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you say it's hard work, and of course it is hard work. But as I was saying to you guys earlier on, and your team were doing a little interview with me, you always look like you're enjoying yourselves.
Yeah, yeah. Every time we enjoy. You don't. Most of the time, if you will enjoy the stage, you will not have pressure. You know. That's
Yeah.
why we every time try to enjoy most times.
So some of our casters actually said during that second map, they said you are tilt-proof. And what they meant is you never get tilted. You never look like, as a team,
Yeah.
when you're losing a round or losing a few rounds,
Yeah.
you never look like it affects you negatively.
Yeah.
You look like you don't start to worry, you don't start to panic, you don't get angry with yourselves. You just get on with it.
Yeah, yeah. Because we already lost a lot of times in our league, close matches, and we didn't qualify for CFS a lot, and we didn't qualify for Vietnam, the CFSI, and we lost because of one round actually. And you already know how we lost a lot. That's why we know that if you got like pressured or mad, you will not focus, full focus. That's why we try every time to not tilt, you know.
So is that something you've worked on as a team, or does it come naturally to you?
Yeah, both.
Yeah?
Yeah, both.
Some people easier than
Yeah,
others,
yeah.
but everybody,
But
that's
we
how
are
you
all
work.
trying to help each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, for this.
And here we are,
Yeah.
right? We keep progressing.
Yeah.
You're in top 8. You're the #1 seed in your group.
Yeah.
Horace told me back on after your first match here, he thinks you all think top 4. Obviously, you want to win.
Inshallah.
But you think top 4. That's
Yeah.
where we're going.
Inshallah, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So you have a best of 5 in our knockout stage to go,
Yes.
and then you are top 4.
Yeah, yeah.
How exciting!
Yeah. We will, inshallah, we will do it.
You have to play. Just come back in for me. You have to play Vasco.
Yeah.
Vasco Esports. Now, when Vasco won earlier today, you may not have heard, when I was talking to 80K, and I asked him, who would you rather play in the knockouts, you or Antisocial team? They chose Antisocial team. Partly, I think, because they're both Brazilian, but I think they're a bit scared of you.
No, I don't think so. They are a good team actually too, but yeah. We'll try our best.
Are you scared of them?
No, of course no.
There you
We're
go.
not scared of anyone.
Anyone? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Vasco wanted the other team. Instead, they're playing you. That is very interesting. And those knockouts and everything from after today, of course, it's all best of 5s. A lot
Yeah.
can happen in a BO5. For now, we have our next group leaders. The #1 seeds from their group, our Egyptian friends, 3BL Esports. Congratulations.
Thank you.
An amazing battle again here on our amazing stage. We'll see them in the knockout stage, and we've got 2 more groups to find.
شكرا رجاله على كل السبورت اللي بتبعتوه سواء على الفيسبوك اي حاجه وكلنا بنشوف الكلام ده والكلام ده هو اللي بيخلينا بجد نلعب احسن. شكرا.
I'm glad you did that. I'm glad you did that. We do have 2 more matches to go. Chinese teams coming up in both of these as well. Will we get more overtimes? Let's find out next.
往家顶，往家顶，别在后边待了，就往前走。听指挥啊，不能一个人扎有氧气。我现在是EPCF 端游的投资人，是以前是一名职业选手，这个行业也大家都很了解了。从职业选手转型一位投资人，做一个管理，可能是对我很大一个渴望。有道具。我主要是给他们一些以前我那些宝贵的经验吧，就像比赛的经验，还有做职业选手该有的态度。
对我来说，帮助挺大的吧。然后没事儿教教我打游戏啥的。遇到比赛遇到问题的时候，他就会来教我，或者是告诉我一些游戏里的内容，让我提升吧。
就我经常会学习他比赛会分析嘛，然后我就会看，然后哪做的不好的会去思想从他的角度来。
这把3个人地道讲，你们从现在开始，你们打我。在我作为职业选手，肯定是拿冠军的时刻才是最高光的时刻。当16年和17年吧，那2年都是把所有的冠军包揽了，所有重要赛事、大的比赛的冠军都包揽了，让我在那2年达到了我 CF 职业选手时期的高光时刻。当然，我从刚开始打职业一直到退役，都其实还挺顺利的吧。感觉最开始就有贵人帮助我，后期成长为一个带领队伍的队长，再到后来即将退役，也有很多兄弟们那种不舍。其实，在我看来都是高光。这个过程啊，并不只是拿冠军才是高光，有很多发生的事情，相处的队友和兄弟们也属于我的高光。
Ladies and gentlemen, BG。
那心情真的是分很多种，第一种吧，我很怀念，就是很怀念自己作为一个职业选手，我非常喜欢职业选手这个身份。相比于老板，相比于管理者，我更喜欢我自己是一个职业选手的样子。我更喜欢去在赛场上拼搏，去做一个电竞选手，就是展现我自己激情和热血的一面。我感觉这个是最适合我的。那肯定是这辈子也忘不了的事。自己能够能力大如果没得了的话，是不是直接 rush 保卫得的话就是防 rush A 区？如果前锋得的话，就是保卫防保卫打比赛的，上了这么久的比赛，第一把能秒杀。我看比赛呢，直播呀，这败者决赛。因为我是一个 CF 的赛事主播因为所有的 CF 的比赛我都会观看，特别是像这种重要的，而且要投入100%、200%的精力去看。一个是分析比赛带自己的粉丝去看比赛，再一个就是直播也是我的一项工作。可以给我一批大哥，太赞了！这波 ROB 前锋 ROB 也好 ROB， 我感觉心情都是围绕着 CF， 变化呢只是从一个身份转变到另一个身份，去努力适应这个角色。心情倒是比之前更沉稳了，因为毕竟年龄也大了，到了一个该做自己突破的时候。现在呢是另一种身份，以前是队长，现在是管理者。队长跟管理者有很大的区别。比如说以前只看眼下的比赛，现在要看未来的自己的队伍的发展和规划。对我来说是很大的挑战，自己在这方面的能力肯定也是要慢慢去学习。我觉得我的青春都在 CF 上面了，也这些粉丝的青春也有很多在这款游戏 CF 上面，很感谢他们从我打比赛一路支持我，CF 成就了我也想把我自己剩余的力量，就是还有很多能发光发热的，就是奉献给 CF。 也希望粉丝们一直以来支持我的，也能一路陪伴我走到最后。感谢。
Welcome back. Bit of a change of the guard here as I'm jumping on for game number 3. Joined once again, of course, by Benj, by Valdez. We've got a game that should be vastly different to the first two. First two, overtimes, the grudge match, and actually kind of something on the line, right, in those, whether it was qualification in that first match or seeding in the second. This one doesn't make a difference. Alotus, unfortunately, we've already bid farewell to them in the grand scheme of things. For Evolution Power, it's kind of just about what they can prove to themselves and what they can do. I mean, is the seeding on the line here?
If Evolution Power loses 0-2,
yeah,
they and Imperial would have the same set score.
Ooh.
And they would both be 2-1. So,
but head-to-head, Evolution Power won that, right?
Did they? Does the head-to-head come into
I think it goes head-to-head
accounts?
first, and then it goes set round
In that
difference.
case, then it doesn't matter.
I think and that's how Vietnam was. It was head-to-head first, then sort of set round difference. I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. So that might be the case. But if it does come
Quote,
to
Naokai said this 2024.
if it does come down to round set difference, is it tight? Have we figured that out yet? Do we know how close it's going to be, or is it?
I mean, if Evolution Power lost 0-2, they would definitely be below in rounds. So
true.
That would be an issue. They would have to lose 0-2, and that is to Team Alotus, which is not going to happen. It won't happen.
Keeping it blunt here. How are you feeling for this one? Alotus, unfortunately, you know, for these guys into Group C, we haven't really seen anything. 2 losses, and unfortunately, it's 2 pretty one-sided losses as well.
I mean, this should be the series going towards the side of Evolution Power, but just cooking up that butt here, but I do have a feeling Evolution Power might just drop a map just because of their form against Team Alotus, of course.
Their form in what way?
I feel like Evolution Power is not playing their A game. Like it's not 100% like settled in for them.
True, but do you think a top team out of China needs their A game or their B or their C game for the number 4 seed in Vietnam?
You are making a valid point, but at the same time, I have a good feeling though. I'll just put it that way. You know, it's channeling in my caster powers.
What was your prediction
for last game?
For this one?
This one, Evolution Power.
Okay, fair enough.
Right.
Well, we've all got Evolution Power, I'm pretty sure. We're going to throw over to the stage there. Let's bring the players out, and then we'll break down the game.
We're on to our second to last match of the group stages. Now, can Team Alotus upset this matchup? So far, they've lost 2-0, 2-0. Will they have a match to be proud of? Or can Evolution Power Gaming show why they're the first place of Group C? Let's find out. Let's first welcome Vietnam's Team Alotus! Not just playing for pride, but playing to scare their future opponents. It's Evolution Power Gaming! Our final match of Group C is about to begin. A fierce battle between the CFVL and the CFPL representatives. Let's unlock the future!
Well, we've introduced our teams. Now we can start to dissect this game. And of course, without a shadow of a doubt, Evolution Power coming as the heavy favorites. This is a side who, you know, have actually been around for a long, long time in China and always been, for the most part, a bit of a representative for their region. Pretty stable as they go. Not always the biggest of hitters, especially recently with the likes of All Gamers and Baisha, etc. But credit where it's due. They've always been competitive. They've always been a team who should make their way towards playoffs. They've already basically guaranteed that as well. So they're in a decent spot all in all. Let's start with Alotus though on the flip side. The number 4 team over from Vietnam. And they only get this spot because Wolf Empire won Summer Championships. So they're just here to sort of essentially kind of prove what they can do. They're not expected to do a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the standout performer on this squad, very obvious by the KD, is Tom.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Mr. Tom, also joining us on the desk here. But Team Alotus Tom,
yeah,
fantastic sniper. He is actually quite consistent. He has been able to put up some good numbers even while the rest of the team has been very lackluster. So shout out to him. I do wonder if he will stick with the roster for 2025, maybe showing off some good stuff. We'll see if he makes some moves of his own. And here's Evolution Power Gaming across the board. Definitely some really strong stuff. In terms of form, as you mentioned, Bench, maybe not at their full A game yet, but they still were able to take down Imperial in a very close matchup and secure themselves what should be a first seed from the group if they can take down Team Alotus here.
Yeah, I mean, the way I'm looking at this as well is it's just like, I don't know if Evolution Power need their A game, in all honesty, to beat this Alotus side. That's no disrespect to Alotus, it's just the difference in caliber and primarily the difference in experience. These are guys who have all played on LAN a multitude of times. So it's going to require a lot. Of course, we've got a bit of a key players here, and it's vastly different in terms of the KD, in terms of just the general stats.
Yeah, it's going to be destroyed from Alotus and YH from Evolution Power. Of course, YH, well-deserved. He had some clutch moments here and there, but at the end of the day, Evolution Power did apparently take the win against Imperial. For Destroy, though, his team just not being able to find the crucial wins to push themselves into the playoffs wasn't quite there, and as the numbers suggest, not the best scores out there, but we've seen him frag out from time to time.
Yeah, unfortunately, these guys have just not shown up basically at all. I think I'm right in saying the only player who's really had more than one map or more than one stint as being positive is that of Tom. And you kind of touched on it. Who knows if Tom sticks around, because I don't know. I think Ranking are going to look for a change, and I think Tom feels like, for me, potentially a bit of an upgrade over that of PM. We'll have to see. We've got our predictions here to bring you. No surprises. The Chinese stream going with the Chinese team, that are Evolution Power, and the Vietnamese stream going with the Vietnamese team.
Clash of two
very
regions.
surprising.
And yeah, on the other side, it's going to be
the non-biased lot going for Evolution Power. This feels like the right call. You know, 9 times out of 10, there shouldn't be a world in which Alotus win here.
You guys were the 3BL predictors, right?
I've been saying this to Jordan
Both
all
of you?
day.
We know what's up.
I've been saying this to Jordan all day. Dude, I knew for a fact, and it was actually closer than I thought it was going to be. I genuinely think 3BL are actually a top contender here. Snare is the man. He is him. But this team actually have a lot of firepower. They have a lot to give. So you're talking about my West League bias, which I think is a fair enough argument, but I think this new generation is always we have to be careful of. You know, unfortunately, the ANTISOCIAL boys, you know, the boomers is sort of one way of putting it. They're the old guard. I always back the new guard.
That's fair. EP and Imperial both secured the spots to play in the knockout stage. Will EP try some new tactics? Tal might be a little bit disappointed, but victory and defeat are part of the game. Let's hope they can put out a great performance for this match. I do think that, like we saw at a ranking, you know, even after they dropped that first map, they didn't give up. They tried their best until the very end. They forced multiple overtimes just to make it so exciting for you guys here on the desk.
Indeed.
And they almost won. They
It's
did
true.
lose at the end, but, you know, maybe we see something good out of the side of Team Alotus to make things interesting.
Yeah, let's take a look at the map comparisons as well. Pretty standard. None of the Chinese teams play Mexico. That is sort of as expected. It is actually a relatively popular map in Vietnam, especially to Pug as well. So that's a map that's going to get insta-banned. There's no kind of conversation there. I do feel like on the flip side, Eagle Eye has to be banned here for Alotus. They don't play it a lot. It's not exactly even a great map for them, whereas Eagle Eye has been so solid, not only domestically, but also internationally too, for Evolution Power. So that for me feels like the 2 perma-bans out the window. But then we've got punish picks that can come through. The port of Evolution Power has looked very good, right? That's a map in which they've been able to flex. The sub-base as well, that's another map in which they looked pretty solid on. I mean, we even saw that against Imperial when they took them down in that 10-8 fashion. So that's where I'm looking at this and saying, I don't even know where Alotus even go here in terms of a map pick, because none of them are actually really even favorable.
So definitely anticipating that Eagle Eye and Mexico ban come out from these two teams. But in terms of picks, now that Vito is out the way, Black Widow is definitely a solid pick that Alotus could aim for, trying to take a map one away from Evolution Power. Port, of course, Evolution Power looked only so strong on it, so definitely it wouldn't be one of the first picks that Alotus would go for. Evolution Power, honestly, they can pick into anything, and they should feel more than confident enough to just take it down. But that being said, I have a feeling that Alotus might just either go for Black Widow or go for that wonky sub-base tactics.
Maybe.
These two are the only maps they have a proper chance of taking a map win.
True, I agree. I think the worry with sub-base that I have for me is that like Imperial, they're meant to be a pretty good team internationally, and the fact that we saw EP beat them on it is the big worry. On the flip side for EP, obviously spoke about that port. The other map that you always have to really talk about when you talk about Chinese teams is Ankara. They all play it. More often than not, they all pick into it as well. So even though it's very popular in Vietnam, I think actually EP, they might be a little bit kind of braggadocious here and say, all right, cool, if you guys like it, we like it, we'll show you how to play it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for EP, though, there's a lot that goes into this match, even if it seems like it's very straightforward. Oh, we just come in and beat them and we move on. You don't want to show too much. You don't want to come in here and show a lot of strats. True. If you can play maps that allow you to just kind of run at your opponents, such as Ankara can be one of those maps. Black Widow can be one of those maps. Try to get those in the pool. Try to entice Team Alotus to pick that as well. That would be nice. You don't want to spend too much time here getting tired out when you have to go up against all gamers in the knockout stage. That's not going to be easy for any team, let alone Evolution Power. Might be able to put on a nice little try, but you got to make sure that you're not getting too mentally bogged down either. You don't want to take this too easily, and then you've got this massive opponent next time. That can really be some whiplash for your team.
And the best of fives too. Evolution Power actually have quite a bad record in those best of fives. No surprise at all we see that Mexico ban come through. The expectations of the Eagle Eye ban here for Alotus, if they leave it open, I would be so surprised if EP don't pick into it, just because of how good they've looked and actually how rough Alotus are in terms of they don't play it a lot, and it's not a map they have a lot of reps on. They don't have a lot of experience as a team as a whole, and this is a map in which you see individuals like XQQ in particular actually look very, very strong on. Eagle Eye gets banned. Okay, so permaban's out the way pretty comfortably. First pick's going to be Evolution Power here.
Ankara?
There's one or two ways. It's either the Ankara, because all the Chinese teams pick into it. Basically, all of them have always done that Q9. All gamers in Baish have done it in the past as well. And we have seen Evolution Power so far in this tournament go for those Ankara picks. But I do think Port feels like a punish here. It feels like one in which you can say, you guys don't play this a lot. We at least have some reps here. Maybe we can kind of prove ourselves.
I mean, sure, there's a chance, but at the same time, I do feel like it's just going to be Ankara, and of course, Evolution Power will pick right into it.
Classic, yeah.
Classic, absolutely classic.
It feels like there's no real meta game, especially actually maybe kind of touching on your point there, Valdez, in terms of if you are Evolution Power, let's save those pocket maps, let's save the strats on Port, let's save the ideas for when we need it, essentially in a best of 5, right? Because, actually I guess All Game is quite interesting because both of them will ban Mexico, so then, that would be pretty spicy in terms of what actually gets banned in the second wave. But that's where winning the coin toss is actually quite important. Getting that second map banned out could actually really help you out. But Port, more often than not, will get played. So save them for later. Pick coming through. They are going to go for that sub base that was sort of mentioned there. But I don't know. I didn't mind what I saw against Imperial. Obviously, they won it 10-8, but there's some real good moments coming out from Evolution Power.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine for them. We talked about how it does feel like Evolution Power should be favored on pretty much any map.
Yeah.
But, Ankara was already picked, so Team Alotus are like, wait, that's the map that we always play as well, so I guess we'll just have to pick another one, which is why I kind of wanted to see Black Widow to come out first and try to bait out the Ankara pick from Team Alotus, but not meant to be. I'm sure for Team Evolution Power, they won't feel too bad about it as Black Widow gets banned away.
Question is, do we get that compound? Compound, it's a quite a middle of the road map as well. So if you're kind of Evolution Power and you're talking about, like you said, saving strats when it matters most, that might not be a bad way to go about it. Compound, pretty bog standard. Don't see all that much new on it in terms of the pacing, in terms of the playstyle. But obviously, it's down to Alotus in terms of where they want to swing things here.
Oh, Alotus is going to ban Port.
Yeah, so it will be that compound. Yeah, fair enough. I think that's smart. We kind of said Port or Ankara for Evolution Power. Getting that second wave ban of Port coming through leaves that compound as a decider. Let's be frank, guys. I doubt we're going to get to compound, but at the very least, it's there just in case.
Yeah, for the slight chance of window for us to actually go into decider is going to happen on sub base of all things, but to make things worse, it's going to be Evolution Power to start on the blacklist side for that map.
True.
And Ankara, just by the pure fact that Evolution Power first picked it, not other maps, they didn't pick Port, they didn't pick Compound, they went straight up Ankara, means that they are feeling very confident to go against Alotus on that map. So
yeah,
these two things kind of combined hints to us that it's going to be a clean 2-0, but I'm hoping for that map 3.
would be so unbelievable. This is probably the most confident I've been that's not going to map number 3 of every series we've had, if I'm being completely frank here. This is an Evolution Power side who actually really ramped up comparatively to the Summer Championship. That man they're looking towards, though, of course, Tom, to try and see if Alotus can have a chance. And he does feel like he might have maybe something to work. I would say XQQ, obviously, is a fantastic sniper player, but I don't think it's played to the level that he normally plays. He's normally lights out, always in that conversation with kind of top AWPers, AWP players at kind of a tournament, but we haven't seen him be completely incredible. It's actually normally YZK so far this tournament who's doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have a second guy at least, you know, when your main guy is just kind of a little bit iffy against some strong teams. You've got the other guy to back you up and a guy that does have a ton of experience. And we are taking a look at Ankara. Both of these regions love Ankara. Both of these teams love Ankara. In fact, you know, if you wanted to do the true cope for the side of Team Alotus, you can say, hey, their blacklist side is really strong. They have a very high win rate. You know, they have to play against some strong teams in the region as well. Maybe they can start off strong here and get something going against Evolution Power. But at the end of the day, CFPL is much stronger. So for Evolution Power, they have kind of a 50% win rate on this one. They pick it up, and they're very confident on it. So should have a good performance.
Exactly that. Well, ladies and gents, we are ready to get things underway here. It is our third match of the day, and it's Evolution Power taking on Alotus. All right, welcome in to Ankara. This is, honestly, this is the perfect litmus test for Alotus in this series. This feels like, as weird as it to say being it not their map pick, but this feels like if you want a chance in the series, this is probably your best opportunity. I don't think Subbase is one of those maps that they actually could take off Evolution Power, but this one feels like, you know, it could have some legs behind it. Like you mentioned, they play it a lot, and Vietnam is a growing region recently.
Wow. He did not have to swing into that again, but he decided to, and he wanted to take it down. He only gets one, as the trade does come through, as a couple of kills do go Zay's way, and he's got some backup. Wow. The beginning of that push looked fantastic. The end of it, EP just slammed the door in their face.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is sort of how I'm assuming this series is going to go. That is prime real estate for Evolution Power. They're going to take fights like that every day of the week, and honestly, it feels like more often than not, it's going to be exactly like that. I think for Evolution Power as well, you probably actually want to play this sort of a matchup quite aggro, quite fast, because that's a perfect way of setting the tone, showing some dominance, but not also showing too many strats either. Just taking raw aim duels and saying, all right, cool, we actually think we can just out-aim you in all fairness. You've got one or two ways. Either really slow it down, sit on the sides, and let them do all the hard work, or you get a bit aggro. I like this from in the vent. Destroy holding.
Destroy. Waiting for YH to peek out. YH is going to keep his composure, not peeking out just yet, but he might swing. But in almost all that, we do have 3 players from Alotus kind of creeped up, closing in towards middle. The C4 is yet to be picked up, probably by Destroy on the rotation, so this is going to end up on B unless they make another huge rotation out from there.
It's always so, it feels so juicy to get that look at events as the GR team. If he just takes that one step forward and sees, hey, nobody's here, nobody's in connector, I don't see anything. They're either mid or they're heading to hotel, and that's exactly where they're going right now. PBZ trying to enter here as Destroy does get one, but there's 2 guys hanging out in hotel. Just going to lock that down, although there's a couple of members in on the B site. Unfortunately, Destroy is not, and he's got the bomb.
Yeah, he was thinking that somebody was going to swing out from hotel, not from all the way by their spawn. You know, goes 1 for 1 here, should be fine. But he doesn't. The trade isn't bad, though. YZK, he has had a fantastic tournament so far, and it continues. He has been leading the charge for Evolution Power, and he continues it with a nice little double spray down at the end there as well.
I mean, he's great on the rifle, good on the arm, and wins the round for his team. Multiple kills, probably above like 30% in terms of how many rounds he was able to pick up multiple kills. But that was going to be the round going towards Evolution Power with YCK with a quick spray down for a double kill. And moving into round number 3.
YCK can hear this. He can hear these steps. Destroy actually needs to be very, very careful here. So YCK will do that. And he doesn't need to fight because Yer holds the other side of the box. So this is a pretty good angle they hold. I think for Yer, you need to be a little bit careful. He's been spotted by Tom with the Orm. So don't want to swing back and in towards that line of sight.
Yeah, no real reason to. He is going to get a grenade in his face, but will just hold position. He's got YZK on the opposite side. Zay just poking out, getting kills in mid for free. Jay will get traded down, but Tom does hit the snipe, as you were talking about. PPZ down. He goes. Zay is super crispy tonight with the headshots. And that'll be his 5th. Looking for the sniper kill. That's not going to happen. Maybe a little bit over-eager was he, trying to get the punish. No real reason to.
This may sound mean, but genuinely, if any series was going to have a 10-0, it would actually be this one.
I mean, we got close.
Do you reckon?
10-1, 10-2 in the AG games, to be fair. Yeah, definitely. If any game, that's no discredit to Alotus. They are just not, they're nowhere near the experience.
But isn't Ankara one of those maps where you can actually just run down a bomb site 6 rounds in a row and pick up a round as a 5?
Yeah, but then again, that means you got to... I feel like they've kind of been trying that. Round of War, may I say, was sort of felt like that, and they kind of got overrun. Then again, it could also be sub-base as well. This series feels like it could have the 10-0.
Maybe 2 10-0s.
What about the back-to-back?
Back-to-back 10-0s sound pretty good.
Could happen. Last time I saw one of those as well.
I don't know if it's ever happened.
Yeah, definitely not. Maybe not the grand finals. I'd be so surprised if it has. Maybe domestically, I feel like not so much in the West League, but maybe like, I don't know, Vietnam, like Wolf Empire against one of their lesser opposition, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In the Vietnamese league, that could potentially be where like a 10-0 swings by. Either way, a pretty simple retake all in all. Revolution Power, they just play nice and slow. They allow them to get the C4 down because ultimately they don't care. They got the numbers, they got the flank on, and they knew exactly where he was. Simple 3rd round for Evolution Power. And for Alotus, not a huge amount sort of out the gates. You know, it's good to see that we're kind of seeing Tom get online in that round, though. He is the talisman of Alotus. If they want any chance, I feel like it's got to come from him.
Yeah, they need Tom to pop off, and if he does, I was thinking maybe that's the way that they get around somewhere, you know, just...
Like around 4K or something.
Yeah, EP get a little bit overeager. They start running into them a little bit too fast, and Tom is just able to pick up 2 or 3 easy kills. If that happens, then, you know, you got a big man advantage on the side of Team Alotus, and they're definitely very capable. They're here for a reason. As you mentioned, there is still going to be the difference between the two teams, but they certainly know their way around the map if given an opportunity. XQQ, this time he's right on the money.
That's so quick. It's 1 seconds. XQQ, there might even be the 3rd here as well. He's getting a little hungry. Oh, and he's getting his fill in this round. That is so quick from XQQ. I said, you know, I don't have my doubts about him. Not in terms of his ability, just we know the level he can play at. That's it.
Very crisp bomb shots. Make that 3 for him even. Now he's probably going to go on the hunt for the ace, if possible. But a pause has been called, probably from Alotus not being able to find the round here, and most likely this round, too, is going to be lost for them.
The awkward thing, right, for this Alotus pause, I don't even know what you say here, because I don't think Alotus have done anything inherently wrong. I think they're just losing Angels, and it's not something you can fix in attack pause. Maybe, I guess, trying to ice out your opponents a little bit. Tom has crossed here, so XQQ needs to be a little bit careful. Maybe not. Yes, support of the rifle.
He was careful, but just enough to allow his teammate to get the kill.
And the flank as well. Flawless round. Not even a single point of damage, guys. That is, unfortunately, the disparity between these two sides. Evolution Power are a team that you could actually make a conscious argument about finishing top 4, if not further. That's how good they have been. That's how good they can be. And for Alotus, unfortunately, you know, this is the first time out for them, a debut at the Grand Finals, and a side who only get this spot due to Wolf Empire winning Summer Championship. So yeah, man, super tough, the situation they're in. I actually really don't know what they even say here.
Yeah, like you mentioned, there just really isn't much of a misplay from Alotus. I mean, the only misplay they have is not being able to win the duels when they go face to face.
We could talk about like spacing. Do you know what I mean? But I mean,
spacing doesn't matter really. If you your teammate goes down, you swing out in the right time, and you get your hat taken off. Spacing's not the problem. It's just you're not being able to win the duel.
Yeah. I just think, you know, for XQQ, when he's playing the way he was in that round, he's as quick as he is like that, I don't even think it makes that big of a difference, honestly. I guess maybe he's trying to like ice out Evolution Power. It's the only thing I can think of.
I mean, that's fair. I would say that for me, if you're Team Alotus and you want to at least pick up some points and get some momentum, you kind of have to give Evolution Power less time to swing on you. You have to be the ones from Blacklist that are being very proactive, and you're the ones that are pushing. Even if you lose some of the pushes, like we said, you know, Ankara is one of those maps that you could really just drill 8-site over and over, and eventually you're going to get some entry kills and you're going to get something going. But if you just kind of hang around and allow XQQ to, you know, sit there and snipe over and over and over again, you're just going to be bleeding members, right? It's gonna give more time for you to have less manpower.
Do you want them to go quicker? Is that what you're sort of asking for?
For sure.
Quick rushes, get a little aggro. A couple of missed shots from XQQ. Not often you see 2 misses. You definitely don't see 3, I'll tell you that. As he gets the opener, but then he gets a jumping shot from Jaleo.
Jaleo had nothing about it. Went in, and somehow YZK just not being able to notice the players are there. But YH is going to start swinging with Colt now with the AK. Gets taken out, but somehow it's been taken down to a 2v2. This could make the 2v1 now. PVZ with a quick shot looking at the right angle. Zay at risk at a 1v2. If he finds a couple headshots, he might be able to clutch this one out. But so far, this round, seemingly doable for Alotus. Finally, maybe that pause brought them some second wind.
Yeah, Zay in the clutch here in the 1v2, and he's tagged down to half or less than, so not easy. He's going for the full wrap towards B, and unfortunately he's read this wrong. He has got a long rotate to get back over towards A. He's got util though.
Yeah, at least he'll be able to figure this out pretty quickly. He's going to run into B and say, okay, well then nobody's here. No ticking time bomb. I'm just going to run straight over to A, but it is, unfortunately for him, time lost.
Yeah.
And let's see the 1v1 here up against PBZ. It is smoked up.
There we go. Alotus are going to get that round. Pretty well done. Honestly, I think the one glaring error for me there is YZK when he drops down, he just doesn't clear close right. He doesn't think they've actually crossed there, unfortunately, and that's what cost him his life. His XQQ on that 3-piece earlier. Very, very quick. Ooh. Oh, no. That was the pause in the replay. I was going to say, I thought we were getting another one from Evolution Power. That would have been wild. But yeah, fair play to Lotus. That's good. They capitalize upon the mistakes. Maybe just a little bit too loose there, Evolution Power. And gift over too many fights.
Alotus is going to try to take the fight down towards A. We do have YH peeking into vents. Wasn't contested last time, but this time around he might be greeted by 2 players. Jaleo swings, and a miss allows YH to reposition himself, and now another duel happening. Looks like the swing might just not be there for Alotus. YZK comes around the corner, will be able to find the triple kill, and somehow he finds 4K. Huge ones, and
wow,
absolutely donked the heck out of Alotus.
That's a response. My God.
That really is.
I love that little play as well. When you're under pressure in the vent, you dip away, you sort of flash that bounds just around the corner enough that it completely blinds all of them.
Yeah.
But they're in the middle of their swing, and YZK is completely fine, so he just taps them away.
Well, at least Team Alotus, they are kind of going for what I suggested. You know, they went for a quick play onto mid into B the last time around. This time it was a quick execution onto A. They're giving a lot less time for Evolution Power to, you know, swing on them. Now, as you mentioned, it was brilliantly handled by Evolution Power from the GR side, and it didn't really end up being a very good-looking execute anyway. But yeah. I still feel like this is kind of what you have to do. And as I say that, they're immediately going to slow it down.
I do agree with you though, because I feel like if you're the underdog and you're trying to make something happen, just being the one to set the tone, just being the one that takes the pace around, even if it is slow, I guess, in this sense. But I feel like when you go quick, you might just catch a couple of people off guard, or even just one that allows you to trade. Only issue is, when you go super slow, Evolution Power are more than happy to go look in themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this is Evolution Power's angle, right? You've got Zay in mid. You know that they're not pushed up there. They don't have anyone on A either. It seems like they've gotten some kind of either audio cue or visual cue that there are multiple people over towards B, and they're just very ready for a push to eventually come in here. And if a push comes down mid, Zay is ready for it as well. He was ready for it, but he immediately died instead. Wasn't able to do too much after that. So shout out to Team Alotus clearing some angles, although Evolution Power will take over the hotel, and an extra kill goes to YZK in mid, giving them the upper hand again.
Yeah, at the moment they went out, YZK went for the quick rotation, providing that second wall of defense, so to speak, and was able to find the frag, and now with only 30 seconds remaining, Alotus is trying to guide themselves in towards middle, but YH does spot PBZ going into the bomb site. Leaves that to Mino. The kill goes down. C4 rotates in, but there's just not enough time and not enough players for Alotus to clear the bomb site out. Tom somehow hits that 180. All right, I mean, that's a beginning to a great opening. Now Origami stuck in no man's land. Gets one, needs to find two more. About 8 seconds with the C4 down. It just might not cut it. YH will swing out from his position, and that is a round. Yet another one given towards Evolution Power.
The issue is as well, I think kind of coming back to your point, Valdez, a little bit, is that when you do go slow, if you are a Lotus, you're hoping that the opposition basically lacks discipline, that you can punish them. That's never going to happen with a Chinese team. There's no way in hell any of these top Chinese teams are ever going to lack any of that discipline. They're so good at just keeping this kind of calm and collected no matter the situation, no matter the time on the clock. They never panic. They never rush anything. That style of play basically doesn't work against them. In the same sort of vein that, you know, we saw like Imperial, for example. They tried this against Evolution Power, and they were close, right? 10-8, but they still lost both maps. You can't play uber slow because they are more than happy just to sit back themselves.
Alotus is going to try for that underpass push once again. 3 players just checking in. XQQ not going aggressive this time since he was able to find some success. Had that 3K quickly, quick scoping 3 players out from the lobby. This time around, he's going to be on top of the bomb site.
I'm going to say, most Ornn players when they play here, they more often than not miss the shot. But it's a good way to get information. It's a very hard shot for them to hit because they basically can't see you by your feet. But it's so rare that they actually hit the shot.
Yeah.
Origami, I don't think he spotted Minnow here. Minnow on the off angle. Did he see Origami?
It seems like not by the way he's reacting, right? He's sort of still doing his due diligence. I think he might have slipped the net a little bit here.
YZK swings, eventually gets caught off guard. XQQ's Colt is on fire. He does catch Jaleo, who was extending out a little too wide, and now Origami through the boxes will take him out. And somehow the bomb site seemingly open, but the swing from Mino, the flank, eventually was good for a kill, but not for more. Now, Zay's giving a flank of his own. Origami goes down, and it's all down to Tom.
He didn't even know about the backside player. Yeah, it's
No.
unfortunate. He didn't know about the timing there. Not bad. It's okay. It's closer, but I think unfortunately that's just sort of how things are going to go in this series. Evolution Power, even when things go bad a little bit, they still do such a good job at digging themselves out of that dark spot. So 7-1 is where we're at. I mean, yikes, right? I mean, that is sort of... He said this was the litmus test, and it's not one in which they've passed with flying colors by any means in this first half.
So 10-0 is sold out. Do you think 10-1 is the one we're selling right now?
Well, especially considering Alotus on the blacklist side as well, it actually genuinely could be the case. This is a map that is generally seen as BL-sided. And yeah, I mean, it's been tough, right? Evolution Power just looked so consistently good. YH, they've tried testing him here. It's not always been great, and he doesn't fall away. I kind of respect the confidence. And look what it's netted him.
Still got 8 more bullets. Will fall back and reload. But the repick was so crisp that Tom didn't even react in time. He was actually looking towards his own spawn area, turning his back to vents. I feel like Alotus did not expect him to swing out again, but YH did so.
I think that shows the confidence, doesn't it, of Evolution Power. They're just like, yeah, I'm going to win this.
Yeah. The Chinese riflers just, they're so crisp, they're so quick. I feel like the only player that's really on that same speed is like Famous. you know?
Yeah, I'd agree.
Like Famous is one of I think he also played a little bit in China as well, has some experience, but they're just so quick in their movement that, you know, the second they're ready to do something, they're just going to get in your face before you even realize that, you know, they could get there that fast. And they're not going to miss their shot either. Shout out to YH for doing that. Zay here in the corner as, okay, XQQ going to shut down the mid-pressure. We got about a minute, and once again, you know, lots of time given over.
Ooh, barrel spotted. Well, they know where Jaleo is, don't they? That's the C4 as well. There he is. Swing and a find. Lovely stuff. Destroy. Let's get a couple, but that's all he'll get. Simple stuff. 8-1, guys. Yikes, right? I mean, this is not looking good for what is technically the best map for Alotus they've got in the pool.
So it's going to be 8-1 for the first half. Of course, it's not going to be the best showing from the side of Alotus. They will need to pick up a couple of rounds here and there, but the problem is now they go on the worst side of things. They're going to be on the global risk, and I just don't feel like they have it to hold down the aggression that Evolution Power will be providing. And in fact, Evolution Power, confident enough, they're just going to send it down towards middle.
Yeah, this is the way. I mean, you don't want to show anything, so just go for the craziest poke stomp strat that you have, right? The poke stomp strat, you just run right down mid and see what you can see. If there are any snipers, you throw a flash in their face, you run at them. Now, they have been spotted a lot, and they are going to back away from this area for now, but that might just be a little rotation over and a different area of aggression. Would not be surprised to see them run in through Hotel. And as we can see at this point in time, Tom is underneath. They have a couple of guys watching mid. And it's actually just going to be, I believe, Origami from around spawn. That will be the first person to see this fast of a push. And I just don't know if that's enough firepower to stop this from happening.
It's off, barreling in towards back of the site. One spotted, two. Origami going to go huge here, and it's not exactly a great start. As YH kick starts things and drops a smoke and a flash behind it just to delay that retake as the C4 goes down. Not a good spot to be in. Bounding down as YH wants more. My God,
All
it's
right,
so
wrap it up.
quick. So crisp as well, and it might be flawless too. There's only one man left. J-Leo in a 1 versus 5. A non-existent 1 versus 5, but at least he'll get some consolation kills, if not kill.
Looking for a second. The timer ticked, done. XQQ gets the bullet. Round goes over towards Evolution Power, but, you know, from one of the clips from the old movie for a few dollars more, how many coffins do you have to get ready for the side of Team Alotus?
5.
Yeah. I mean, for them, they're not in the tournament really anymore. They have this last chance to show off their stuff, and feels kind of bad for them that, they have to go up against EP at the very end. We saw Tom is still keeping his hopes up, still keeping his spirit alive. But as you mentioned, the team might not be alive for very long. Here comes EP, pushing on in. That's the B site wide open. And just totally free. XQQ just entrying with an AK because...
Why not?
I mean, sure, might as well practice your...
live on.
Live
your
sure.
dream.
J-Leo might be in trouble here. He's swinging into YH, and he has done pretty damn well more often than not. These last few rounds from him in particular have been so quick. Tom, good to see him get another kill on the scoreboard. C4 down on a 2 versus 3 on the retake, and it's already about halfway ticked to make matters worse. They have no idea about the flank. I think they've got to just run in here. Hope they can get a couple of quick fights in their favor. Dropping down. YZK might want to close this here and now, and he does. Very simple stuff as Evolution Power take map number 1. Well, guys, I mean, what do we even say? Unfortunately, that is incredibly expected. Right, this is a side and a matchup that felt like it never really had too much of a conversation there, and ultimately that was the case. Incredibly one-sided, only the one round for Alotus on what is arguably their best map in the pool. It's not their map pick, but it is their best map in the pool, the one they play all the time at home. It's not what you want to see, but unfortunately for a side that are as new as them and as green as them, we can't really expect anything else.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much else to say, right? I think they tried their best. I think the timeout was actually, it did help them, you know? It made it so they could get the 1 round. And they did. They got it. They pushed in. They went quick a couple of times. It netted them 1 round. And at this point, I mean, 10-1, and Evolution have the first seed now, right? They take the 1 set. That's all they needed. There's no tiebreakers anymore. They're first seed out of this group, and they will be moving on to the next round. They're a team that absolutely deserves that spot. They will almost definitely finish with the 3-0 after this match. Whereas Team Alotus, as you mentioned, you know, they squeaked in with the extra seed. They're here. They're getting a lot of practice. That's kind of what this is about for them. They didn't have any delusions of winning the entire tournament or anything like that. Just trying their best. And I think YH definitely showed them a little bit of how to play AK on this map.
Yeah, 36% in the multi-kill. 3 out of 5 players finishing with a 2KD or above. Just shows how one-sided this actually was.
Just showing how to hold vents. It's almost like YH is giving Alotus a lesson how to play. This is how you should be doing as a rifling core of your team. But yeah, all in all, that last map really just felt like as if, I don't know, Alotus just wasn't able to show their caliber, what like really brought them out from their region into the international stages. It just wasn't present against Evolution Power.
Do you think that's more Evolution Power just being that much better, though? Because I don't even know what Alotus could do from what they've shown so far internationally that would even give them even more of a chance. That's the only issue I have here, right? I feel like Evolution Power, they're just so dominant, right? And with this Alotus side, unfortunately, because they are so new, I think Sneaky was talking about they're kind of these kids, these youngsters that are coming through, and they're kind of this next generation maybe, but this is their first international LAN, right? So I don't know what else they really could have done, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah, Evolution Power looked unstoppable. Maybe because in the difference of pure mechanics is probably what we're going for, but at the end of the day, that's a map going towards Evolution Power. And looking at the sub-base, things don't look that different from Ankara either.
It's true. They play it a lot. They've got a lot of reps on it, but they did in the last map as well. And unfortunately, it does kind of mean one of those things where domestically it doesn't really mean that much, unfortunately. You know, and even when you look at it in terms of kind of their qualifier getting here, obviously the BL side in both cases is a bit of a struggle. Weren't there Summer Championships where on the other side it's pretty solid over towards that of Evolution Power. They play it quite a lot. They played it against Imperial. They look pretty good.
Yeah, you know, you said maybe we should get some 10-0s, 10-1s. Does this go to the 10-0 is really the only question I have left. The 10-1, you know, there was the 1 round. It was very close that Team Alotus got on that first map. Second map, though, sub-base, I mean, the fact that their Blacklist side is so weak when nowadays it feels like most regions are treating this like a Blacklist-sided map. Yeah. Sub-base is a bit of an issue, right? Especially because they had much better stats even on Kara, the map that they just got rolled on. And again, EP didn't really even show anything as well, so they're doing their job. I believe they do have to start off on the GR side.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you are on point with that one.
Although, I don't know, if Team Alotus picked it, then probably EP should choose Blacklist. But
yeah, I'd probably assume, if they get the choice, I'd probably assume EP would choose that BL side. But I think, as harsh as to say, it doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean?
It doesn't. It's more about like how well can they hide strats.
Exactly, yeah.
BL is better for that.
And this is going to be actually a map which is most definitely played in towards the next stage. We've got 3 Brazilian teams, all of which you play it. We've got obviously the All Gamers and Wolf Empire, obviously part of their pool as well. The only map that, you know, is kind of a guarantee not to be seen with the Chinese teams is the Mexico. Everything else are on the table. And because from tomorrow onwards we go towards best of 5s, saving your strats are sub-base, which in a lot of cases, especially if you're a Vasco or Imperial, they pick into it. If you end up coming against them, you want to be able to really kind of hide as much as you can so they can't anti-strat you. So we had a 10-1 there. I kind of jokingly was saying upstairs that I'd be surprised if Alotus got more than 5 rounds across the series, and that might actually be 10. On. Yeah, well, yeah.
How many rounds do they have so far?
I didn't want more than 10 rounds across the series. Yeah, 5 per map and 10 rounds across the series. That would be, I think if Evolution Power let more than that slip, I'd be like, okay, what's going on here? And yeah, so far we're absolutely on track for that.
Definitely quicker than that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1 round. I'm just hoping they get a little bit more, you know.
Yeah, or like a little highlight or something. Like, you know, Tom gets like a 3K.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
And still loses the round is what you're going for?
Yeah, well, you know.
What's the morale of the story here for Alotus for this whole tournament?
Just get practice.
Experience. Yeah, these are guys who
play your best. expect nothing.
Put it this way,
Try
right?
your best,
If the Summer
see what
Championship had gone the way the Summer Championship on paper should have, where All Gamers took down Wolf Empire in the final, they wouldn't even be here, right? They're only here because Wolf Empire caused that massive upset. Of course, it's obviously gone on to them being an incredible powerhouse now, and sort of they have All Gamers' number, as we saw in the groups. But it is one of those where, you know, I think prior to the Summer Championships of Vietnam, they didn't expect to be here. They weren't there, of course, as well. And this is a side who are just looking to try and get some reps under the belt, a bit of experience. Who knows? They could be a team for the future. But for now, probably not so much. Map number 2 about to come up. It is Subbase next on the cards to see whether we see any response out from Alotus. Welcome in to map number 2. It is Evolution Power taking on Alotus. Only the one round for Alotus in the first. Will it get any different? It doesn't start any different as YH gets the first. And it's a very, very quick 3K for Evolution Power. So, fellas, this might just be more of the same.
Yeah, I mean, the first round is going to go very rapid as Evolution Power was running into every angle possible. The C4 now gets planted down towards A bomb site. Down to the hands of Origami, destroyed down very low. Origami wasn't able to click heads off of players back in Ankara. Let's hope that he can do so coming into sub-base. However, nades flying his way, smoke not helping him either. And that bomb timer is already ticked away half amount.
There are just kills flying left and right. Like, the bomb is planted. They're hunting him down. They're not even like sitting on the site waiting for him to push or anything. They're like, nah, we got dinner plans. Let's knock this guy out of the server real quick and go home. Because
I reckon YH is just annoyed he died. Like, oh, my KD.
Yeah.
This is the perfect way to inflate your stats, isn't it? Unfortunately.
I mean, as long as he only died once, it's fine, right?
True.
But he can't. I don't know if I'm even allowed to say this, but he can't afford to die more.
Yeah. Yeah.
You are allowed to say whatever you want.
True. Freedom of speech and all that.
Yeah.
Unleash your dreams. My dream is Alotus to pick up a map, but I guess that's near impossible. Or it is impossible.
Yeah, it is actually literally impossible. I'm not even joking.
I think you're not allowed to say that, actually.
Yeah.
Get out.
You're allowed to say other things, but that...
You can have opinions, but we can't be lying on the broadcast there.
You are probably right. I mean, Evolution Power, even that one round coming into sub-base looked very dominant. Not even very... Oh, it was just pure domination.
Yeah. This is honestly how I'm going to expect things to go for the majority of this first half. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like a 7-1 again.
7-1, and this actually might be 10-0. Somehow Destroy's going to find one good kill. Origami adds on to the account as well.
Good trade.
Jaleo through middle, though. Some nice wallbang, but he wasn't able to take down YZK, who was jumping out from vents. Down to a 2v2. Bomb is now planted. This one is a more doable round than the past couple.
Oh, YZK's low, right? You can't completely count this out. I think a lot of this is on kind of the big man in charge, that of Mino. He has to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. Tom opting for the M4. Good option here as well. A lot of spammable angles, especially around the fence. Oh, they jump straight into YZK, into his loving arms, and he accepts them. He embraces them as a 2K comes through.
Low
with
HP
ease.
didn't matter.
Yeah, that was. I don't know. You know, there's being out-aimed, but then there's making the questionable decisions. Jumping down the stairs, guys. Come on.
I mean, he's got an M4. He knows the guy's low. All he has to do is bait the guy to peek him and fire one bullet. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough. Destroy will make it enough for himself. He picks up 2 here in the machine room. And guess where Evolution Power are going? At least YZK. Looks like he wants to maybe push this again. There's a huge crossfire, and they were just waiting. End to smoke. Mino just... Oh, they just walked...
Just chasing.
They just walked through second mid. They're just in A.
Essentially for free, too.
I don't think Tom knows.
Now he knows, but already both players of Evolution Power did rotate into her silo. If Tom goes down without a fight, he does get one. That's going to be a free sight. Ooh, the arm shot not on point. It's all down to the hands of XQQ for the clutch.
Flawless round? No way. Surely not, boys. Surely not a flawless round. Not for Lotus. That's a win in itself. A flawless round for Team Alotus. Now, that is something I most definitely didn't expect.
Yeah, definitely not. But at the end of the day, the machine room regression really paid off dividends. 2 players from Evolution Power does go down because of it. And then from there on, Tom just dancing, juggling with his life, essentially. Was able to buy enough time for the rotations to come in, and even finding a kill with a Colt made things worse.
The difference on Alotus is quite hilarious. You got Origami like 120 ADR and then PBZ on 6. so different in terms of what you get at. I've got to give him credit. Origami didn't do too bad in map number 1. You know, obviously, none of them really went positive or anything, but he looked alright at some moments.
Sure. You gotta take what you can get.
Yeah.
And
clutching at straws here, guys.
Yeah. Nice little round there. Destroy started off, got a double kill. Win a round.
It's going to hit the break, though, coming into round number 4.
Yeah, I think they were too overconfident in that previous one. They're kind of running into Machine Room and not really kind of going about it properly. They just wanted to fight, and they just lost Angels. And this time they're thinking, okay, guys, let's not let things slip for no reason.
And here comes the classic sub base Blacklist side, just pot-shotting into the smoke for the next 30 seconds. YZK about to give his own vent session. Maybe we might be able to see that 360. Show your back first. Flip-flops.
How come he spot him there? I'm not too sure.
Ooh. I don't think so, based on the rotations that Alotus is not putting out.
Yeah, YZK might have been tucked, actually, so I might not have seen him. It's really just a bit of a waiting game, in all fairness. He's pushed his way forward now, though, so Origami, if he wants to go for that peak in any way, he's probably dead here. A lot of damage, down to 10 points of HP. PBC, he's tempted to fight himself as well. This will be an interesting decision, but it works for him. He gets one, he gets out, and they bait him into the second fight. So fair play for Origami for sticking around despite being low.
Origami on the cross gets caught now. The rest of Evolution Power is going to start swinging in, but there's a good flank coming in from Jaleo. Was able to find the drop onto YZK. Now XQQ stuck on Heaven. Will go down, and Mino has it all to do in a 1v3 with the C4. Can get the plant done, but now he is getting boxed in from all corners. Tom, up on Heaven. I don't think Mino saw that. He's going to be able to post for the plant and does have a flash to work with.
Ooh, 2 rounds for Alotus. We've already superseded map number 1.
Yep, double the rounds, nicely done, and they were pretty dominant rounds as well. Gotta hand it to them. I mean, they were handling it pretty well, right? They spotted out the aggression. Nobody got picked off early. They waited until the push came. They handled the push. Everybody covering each other. And EP kind of lost as to what to do at this point after a couple of rounds go into their enemy's hands. So maybe just the run and gun strat might be the go-to, the return here for EP.
XQQ is barely alive. How is he even breathing after all those wall bangs? And now Zay, dueling Origami, will be able to find the drop. And yeah, I mean, Alotus didn't really have to go aggressive on that round. And essentially because of that mid-aggression absolutely failing, now they're going to be stuck with 2 players against 4.
Galio. Just having a little look over towards it. He's actually pushing them. He's not having a look. He's having a big look here. He's pushing all the way through. And taking himself a PBC. The only issue with that from Jaleo is that he's sort of given away their one luxury there. They didn't know where he was. So they wasn't too sure if he was still with PBZ or still down towards side. Now they can just run towards A. They know no one's there. He's pushed through. They've got a long way to go because they've just picked up the C4 and they've still got a cross as well. YZK, if he was to drop down, he gets gifted an easy one here. It doesn't matter. Seen off by the Orm.
Yeah, not much he could do in that scenario in the 1v3. Trying his best. That one wasn't exactly a very clean round from the side of EP.
No.
If I'm the coach, I might be watching it with just a tilted head like, do I call a timeout at some point if this continues? Probably not, but, you know, probably going to have a little discussion a little bit later on, which I wouldn't even blame him for. You know, you got to be careful. I mean, Team Alotus still definitely capable. EP the stronger team, but you give them a little inch, you give them a chance, you never know what could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And 2 rounds might just be enough rounds for Alotus to maybe think for a comeback. However, Evolution Power now setting up a huge push down towards A. Once the smoke dissipates, and if it doesn't get re-smoked, it just might be a go sign, and I'm not too sure if this Troy and Jaleo can hold it down.
All the way out of the smoke. 1 minute 30, going to pop the way through in a moment. Jaleo's got to be that first clearance. Troy's basically going to try and buy time, but Jaleo, he does all right. He gets 2, which isn't terrible. They kind of just go past him, in all fairness. Smoke will come through over towards stairs, one towards window as well. Another kill going to come through, and, I mean, it's all sort of slotting itself into place now. I mean, it's a 3 versus 3, and XQQ can hold for rotations here. He doesn't have to commit to too much of a fight. I doubt he gets flanked this late in a round, so if he can hold wood, he is probably absolutely chilling. Just seeing now, yeah, he will actually see 1 and 2 in a second. PBZ clears him. Now that's due diligence. Doing the clearance back over towards Spawn. Fair play, but time ticking on this C4. We've got to get moving now. They'll bound off the corner to stop them going downstairs as quick as they were. In they come. PBC's the first. Doesn't go well in Origami. Also gets put 6 feet under. That's good. Evolution Power in a 2 versus 3 post plant. Make it work.
Zay made that look holding so easy. With composure, just tap, not even spraying. Finds 2 headshots, and that was the round, essentially, of 2v3. I mean, it's going to be 4-2 as Evolution Power is going to start leading out by 2 rounds, and almost looking for their... This time around, Alotus is going to send it down to his machine room, but look at Evolution Power. They're settled well outside of machine room and is going to hold it down.
Yep. This is good to see. It's some respect from the side of Evolution Power. You know, there was that one round where Machine Room push came in from TAL and they got rolled over and they lost that round. So this time around, they spot the aggression coming in.
Ooh.
They wait for it. They peek him. White is just...
I think you saw his outline there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. But he's pretty far up. Like, he pushed through doors, through smoke, by himself. Only sees one guy cross. He's able to get a deeper... smoke in as well, and this is looking like an A hit from here.
I gotta say, I do think you're right though, right? I feel like, you know, the respect shown by Evolution Power, but also good sort of adaptation. When they went quick, when they saw one nade from Alotus come over, it cost them their life. That time, they see a nade come over, and they're like, okay, we're not gonna fight. Let's see if they overextended towards us. And it's all starting to slot itself in towards its place. And missed shots for the second from Tom, unfortunately, and a very simple 5th by Evolution Power. Alotus calling for the tag pauses. Now, if I'm going to be frank, I'm kind of just thinking why. You know what I mean? You can't change anything. It is... I don't even think what they're doing can get better. And obviously, it's not going to make a grand difference. I know they probably want to make this a little bit more of a respectable map, but this is just Evolution Power. It's just the disparity right now.
I mean, if I were to pick off one mistake was... They secure machine room on the global risk side. That's good. But the player was... One of the players, I forgot, I can't reckon the name, but was jumping on one of the screens and was down by XQQ outside. I mean, that's a very minor thing if you think about it. It's not a pause, callable type of mistake, but
yeah,
like you said, there just really isn't much to be delivered here.
I do think, in all fairness, for Alotus, while there's not much you can say in a positive note, I like the sort of proactivity we are seeing on this GR side. At least they're, you know, trying to get up in their face and trying to take map control. The worst thing kind of in this spot would have they just sort of internally gave up a little bit, just sat back on the sites, and then eventually just got overrun. At least now we're seeing them try and take the fight to Evolution Power, take machine room control, take some wood control, mid control somewhere, and try and make something of this, and at least have a bit of a contest here.
Yeah, I agree. I think that subbase is one of the maps you can do it on as well. Take a look at this angle. That's exactly what Ben was talking about. You don't have to peek into mid, but at the same time, it was a pretty slick shot from the man, the myth, the legend, XQQ. So excellent shot from him. He's able to put that down and essentially secure the beginning of that round for the team, get them a nice little lead, and push on in. Oh, boy.
He got absolutely bonkered through the wall bang.
There's a lot of guys
by the boxes. He's gone, long gone, and Mino was able to take down Jaleo. Down to a 4v3 already, and YZK is going to send it down towards Vents once again. Origami, I'm not sure if they are going to be able to expect this Vent push coming in.
Yeah, it is very quick. I mean, even Minnow, he or was it Minnow? It might have been Zay. Went down the stairs through a smoke, the entire A site was totally open. They could have tried to push it a little bit more, but instead, just going to try to regroup. It's still advantage here for Evolution Power, and they have a big spread. We'll have to wait and see where they want to go with this. I like Origami. Well, actually, I would like if he pushed in a little bit and got some info, but instead just holding the stairs, as they really don't have any idea where the team of EP is outside of XQQ holding the machine room.
And even with Tom going down, it does weaken up the B defense furthermore. Sure, you can put two riflers on it, but XQ can start cutting the corners and easily out the riflers of Alotus 1 by 1.
All right, well, XQQ's gone for the AK now.
It gave Zay the AWM since he's down low.
Yeah. He was pretty good at it in the final round, so I don't distrust him. He spotted PBZ and a destroy.
He makes the big cross on towards Evan. Reminder, he is the one holding out the C4, and YZK finally pops up from vents and is going to be on the chase down towards A bomb site. Zay, out of nowhere, is going to find a drop in the PBZ, so that's an opening to this round. 30 seconds remain, and YZK is going to join up with his team, and in the process is going to be able to find Destroy. Eventually goes down to Origami, but the damage has already been done. Down to 3v1. Sure, Zay Mino down very low. XQQ is at half HP, but the C4 is planted, and he has to face off against 3 players that are absolutely shooting fire right now.
Sits in the flash as well. Doesn't do that much, in all fairness, but he has no idea where this third player is. And seen off by the Orm. Nice and simple, nice and easy. And it will be Evolution Power back to a very, very comfortable lead. The attack pause didn't really do anything to break any of that confidence either. 4 rounds in a row from them. A 6-2 scoreline heading into the final round of the half. Said I'd like to see kind of bare minimum 7-1. We're going to get that 7-2. You're okay with that?
Whoa.
I mean, they've been charging in the woods a couple of rounds in a row, and they're just going to be so ready for it the second time. They spray it down just like that. It's Zay and YH putting 2 and 2 together, and it's just another round going their way. PBZ, good guy, just coming in here, maybe just sacrificing himself up, knowing that this is pretty much a dunzo round. He is going to try to get the big flank and immediately dies instead. YZK waiting for it. It is a flawless round into the side change. 7-2. And I still feel like Evolution Power have those dinner plans that they are desperately trying to get to as soon as possible.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. They could definitely make it into any restaurants, wherever they want to go. It's still early in the day. But yeah, 7-2, very solid scores. Although they did lose one more round on top of Ankara, but I think they should be happy with the score right now.
Yeah. It's QQ. Took a little pop shot on towards Tom. Tries to catch him on the cross there as well. And actually, Tom pulling out the Colt doesn't do too bad. They will respond very quickly, though, just to make sure no mid control lost, no map control given over towards Alotus in this early part. 4 versus 4 is generally fine, and you would say in these sort of situations that trades benefit the BL side, but the difference is EP, and you can sort of expect anybody to multi-frag on this side.
YZK continuously holds down middle. Whilst all that, Alotus will find themselves heading towards the A bomb site, but YH and Zay are going to be the rifling core of EP, holding it down. Pop flash up and over. YH good for 1, looking for the second. Not going to happen. Zay looking to be the second wall of things. The spray down is not there. Eventually, he's taken out by Destroy, so this round could possibly be the third that Alotus can pick up.
Pretty low, though. Keep that in mind. PBZ and Destroy aren't healthy here. And there is a HG. There's a couple of HGs to work with for EP.
Minno's going to clear all of this out, too, so he just gets to say, yeah, there you go. They know that they have time up here, and Computer allows them to take out the nades, gives them time to push. Going to take a little bit of flash, but he's got the long angle here on a PBZ. He's got YZK coming in as well. Not too much time. The 1 kill will go the way of PBZ. Gonna tap. There's the headshot, but it's not going to be 2. And that will be Team Alotus back on the board once again. 3rd round for them.
Here's the replay from Minnow. YH with that spray down, just absolutely wiping out the players of Alotus pushing out. And Zay with a ready 1,300 damage put out the board. Somehow these guys are just putting out these numbers.
XQQ spotted quite a few crossing there. That's why the util comes over to try and keep them at bay. A lot of flashes, a lot of aids, getting banked off that back wall there. We're actually really doing a lot of damage to keep them at bay. Destroy and Jaley are both taking their fair share. Forced back into towards top stairs. They don't want to fight this. They don't want to contest. Early presence by Evolution Power has sort of scared Alotus away now. The only issue is this is because they've committed so early towards that stairs to A control. They have no idea what the rest of the map looks like. So they're going to have to take a lot of time to clear through Machine Room, wrapping through mid, even in towards vents as well, because they have no idea what the push could look like.
Not at all. And Alotus, after taking a beat down towards the staircase with a bunch of nades flying their way, is going for a reset, going for that default split, but I don't know if they are able to find some success here. XQQ's up in heaven. Had he looked towards Machine's entrance, could have caught Jaleo going a little bit aggressive out and towards that entrance angle. However, it's not going to be the case. YZK is going to hold on to the arm of his own, looking at the long side of all things. He made the cross. XQQ does whiff the first one, but will he whiff the second? Yes, he does, and he will be taken out, so that's a good opening. But YZK will find the drop. Tom swings with M4, and now Zay looking for a swing on towards Tom. Not going to hit his shots. He goes down. YH is the last one alive, and this is also a very seemingly doable round for Alotus in a 4v1.
Rare mistakes here, though, honestly, and rare missed Angels. Very good round from Alotus. They all hit their shots. Fair play. You can't complain with that at all. You definitely can to Evolution Power. That was very, very janky.
Yeah, I mean, they just got into lockers for free. The cross came in with like 2-3 people. They were able to set up their sniper there. They were able to push into heaven, essentially, for free, take down XQQ. And from there, the B site is always going to be Team Alotus's. And Evolution Power, you know, they tried to scramble into position to stop that, but was not meant to be. They pick up a 4th round here, this Team Alotus. I mean, we've talked a lot about how this is a very one-sided match. Evolution Power should just take the 2-0, but Team Alotus going to try their best, going to see if they can catch up in this one. It's still definitely doable for them from the Blacklist side.
Chunky HE, 55 points damage, lands right at the feet of Zay.
Full damage.
Yeah.
Not going to help Zay. But Zay already finding 12 kills in 11 rounds. YZK does go down. I guess he was taken down by PBZ, I guess. YZK was looking other ways from middle. I mean, he has so many angles to cover. YH getting aggressive on top of the staircase. He's going to re-smoke deep, and that actually might gain enough ground for Evolution Power to win a 4v5 on the Global Risk side.
Forward, it's quite risky. Doesn't really have a lot of support here. Has a bit of range, but it's not going to make too big of a difference. He needs to be extremely careful. Nade, not bad. Chip damage, short. I'm glad he falls away from that angle. It's so risky to play up there alone. Flash comes over. There's more so to Alotus and anybody over towards Evolution Power, and it's also a bit of an information gather for them, sort of where they're trying to head. XQQ, if he can hit one of these, we're doing all right, but he does miss.
Yep, at least spots the cross coming in, and the big presence over by Woods. They only have a couple of guys that can hold down this angle, though down a member. So let's see what this looks like. They're just going to hang out in computers. Smoke is in their face. The push is going B. Mino with that drop down, going to stop the hallway push. He's got a great angle, and now he's got a lot of help from his team as well. Tom left alone, 20 seconds, bombed down, and nowhere for him to go on time.
Yeah, 30 seconds, no chance. Unfortunately for him, in the 1 versus 3, met with a host of utility to slow him down, but it will be the M4 to close it out. I was going to say, when it went down to that 4 versus 4 and it looked a little awkward, I was like, right, you know, Evolution Power, let's lock in now, fellas. Let's see this off. Let's not let things slip away. And thankfully, that's a good round from them. They walk into the stack, and they get mowed down. Nice and simple. 2 more rounds, all the Evolution Power need to see off the series.
I mean, Lotus had all the right ideas. You know, was able to smoke off heaven, make the cross in deep towards middle, and swing towards B. But, like I said, they were taken to Motown in a blink of an eye. 4 players go down. And this time around, Origami, quick crouch, swing, peek. Clean one, too. Headshot on towards XQQ. But this is how that last round went, too. They had a man advantage, and then somehow it was completely halted by the firing squad of Evolution Power. We'll need to wait and see if this round makes any difference from the last one.
Saw PBZ go through the vents, throw a nade into the computers. There's nobody there. Just seeing what he could do in terms of damage. Big presence here over towards lockers from Machine. There is a couple of smokes down. And this worked for Team Alotus. You remember a couple of rounds ago. Zay trying to get the first spot and survive with a smoke available. But now the push coming in, he spots it. Stays alive. YZK up top. Trying to just feel the pressure of this one. YZK only gets one, but it is another very clean push from the side of Team Alotus, and that'll be the end of that round.
Good round as well. Credit to them. Alotus, that's not badly played really at all. Isolating fight, using the numbers as well to their advantage. This is sort of what the previous round before that should have looked like, but they got mowed down. That was a lot better. And, you know, this is the good thing for Alotus. It might not make a difference to them at all, regardless of whether they win the map or the series or anything, but it's good to get an experience. It's good to see, you know, try and test some things and see sort of what works for them.
Some utils being exchanged early on into the rounds. I mean, Tom had a good spawn to go for that stair push. Eventually was met with a flash and had to fall back. Took a chip damage with the nades also coming his way, and the rest of Alotus is now getting themselves set up in Machine Room. I feel like Evolution Power shouldn't really be playing for the heaven position with the AWM. I'd rather have either YZK or XQQ just play back like here. Posting up towards heaven is not working. Evolution Power, Alotus is just able to swing and take the kills, and playing back gives you these kills.
Yeah, and I gotta say, they didn't have XQQ on that angle as well. They had YZK, and, you know, YZK is pretty good, right? But XQ's is different gravy on the Orm. That's the kind of guy you want on that angle. He's so quick. And YZK had a couple of chances, a couple of rounds in a row. Wasn't working out for him when he had that Orm in play. XQQ, though, you put him on that angle, he's going to hit that shot 99 times out of 100, and that time he does. Simple as. Evolution Power 1 round away now from seeing off the map and the series. Play the music, as Alotus' time in the Grand Finals is about to be up.
Yeah, decent showings across the board, able to get much better, many more rounds this time, I should say. A much better showing in sub-base, their map pick, and, you know, we won't be seeing more of them here, but Evolution Power in their own right looking to move on to the next stage as the first seed from Group C. And Team Alotus, where do they want to go with this one? They're going to go pick up the bomb. Very spread out at the moment. Maybe just an 8-hit for old time's sake.
Old time's sake. Might be the one. They're trying to send it down towards A. Maybe. I mean, they did bring the C4 over towards, from B towards A. And we also do have two players, PBZ and Destroy, lining up their nades. But YH does spot the players coming in. And now he's in full alert. Also has help from Zay. And at 25, they will send it any moment soon. Pop flash up and over anytime. Zay will be the opener. Finds the drop.
Oh.
Okay. YH for a good swing.
1-for-1's not bad, right? At least it gives them something to work with here. PBZ needs to be a little bit careful. Cold pulled out. Oh, Mino. Mino's put a little bit of flair as well. He's going to pop a reload. 1 versus 3, fellas. I think this one might be concluded. Origami looking for the flank. He's caught with a flash as well to make matters worse, as he's full blind, dropping down towards stairs. This one is a foregone conclusion of Evolution Power closing out this map in a 1 versus 3. We're not letting that one slip. That'll be Evolution Power taking the series 2-0. Well, in the end, a expected result, a 2-0 coming forward, but the main thing is we got to see a little bit more from Alotus, and do you know what? It wasn't actually that bad.
I liked what they were doing.
Yeah.
I like how they were setting up executes from the Blacklist side. They were able to get in there and exploit the weaknesses of their opponents, even though EP is a very strong team, and actually show off some of their stuff where they weren't really able to do that throughout the entire tournament. So a nice little send-off for them, but at the end of the day, EP will secure the 3-0 group stage. Definitely the strongest team we have in this group, although Imperial still a contender. We'll have to wait and see how these two teams from Group C do get on.
Yeah, and if I'm right in saying that does now mean that Evolution Power will be taking on Chengdu All Gamers in their knockout game. Now that is a spicy little Chinese derby as well, where, I mean, All Gamers sort of always have their number, but Evolution Power look great, and All Gamers, as we've seen in the groups, did have a couple of weaknesses.
But then here's the thing, right? Like, when it comes to head-to-head against these two teams, Evolution Power versus All Gamer, I think All Gamers is an all-time high against Evolution Power.
Yeah, they basically never lose. I think last time they played twice this season, 3-1 both of them in the domestic, and once in the Summer Championship, I'm right in saying, and it wasn't exactly close there either. But, you know, it's commiserations to Alotus. This is a side who, you know, without Wolf Empire winning Summer Championship, they wouldn't even have been here. I think they did quite well, right? This is about showcasing what they've got. This is the future of the Vietnamese region. They're a young team, young guys who've got a lot to prove. I was really impressed by Tom throughout this tournament. I think that, for me, looks like a future prospect sniper, especially with, you know, Humio maybe looking a little bit shaky over towards ranking, and especially with them finishing dead last in Group A. That might be an upgrade. That might be somewhere to look, or something to trial at the very least. But all in all, for Alotus, I don't think they would have expected much and didn't bring much, but that's, you know, all they're coming for is experience.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be surprised to see some shakeups within the Vietnamese region, as you were kind of alluding to. I don't know if Humio will be the one who gets replaced, or if Tom is joining the team, joining as a sniper. You see that this time around, you know, Tom was at the bottom, but that doesn't really tell the story of what this guy was able to do, especially even on the first map, where they only got one round. He was still up towards the top. Zay having a big day out. Seemed like he had a fun time picking on a team that they are better than. Yeah, definitely a lot of very capable riflers on the side of Evolution Power. I think it was YH who got it last time. Who's going to get the set MVP this time will be Zay.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, to sort of, I guess, give Tom the benefit of that on that map, it is not very friendly to the Orm players at all, hence why Execute only finished 1 rating, which in a kind of quite a dominant performance at that is not bad, but you know, you want obviously more stats than that. You don't want to finish as neutral. So 2KD, very good for Zay, 111 ADR. And of course, this is how Group C will end up looking. Evolution Power going 3-4-3 means they finish top, with Imperial finishing 2-1 and then finishing in second place. Now that in itself is a conversation maybe for another time or not, but with Imperial, they're normally sort of quote-unquote group stage merchants, and they normally fall flat in the playoffs and the knockouts, but group stage are normally sort of flawless. The fact that we saw them drop a map is maybe showing them look a little bit shaky.
Yeah, but I guess that's all she wrote for Team Alotus. I mean, they were trying for a sun run, essentially, but I mean, they are a rookie team, and they do definitely need that time built in them to go for the experience gains and, you know, come out on top. Maybe next year, maybe not even next year, probably in 2 years' time. I think this team has the potential to be great for their region.
Okay, that's ambitious. I respect it. I don't know if I agree, but I respect it. We'll see. I mean, I always feel like as well with the big orgs in Vietnam and the investment coming through, that might be the case as well. What's your thoughts ending on Group C? Imperial, a bit lackluster for you? Think it's okay? I mean, obviously they got a tough game. Wolf Empire is where they'll be facing. That's not an easy one.
I mean, Group B was just stacked. For me, like, I looked at Group B and it's not, well, maybe not the entire group, but those two teams, Wolf Empire and All Gamers, were definitely the top 2 teams coming into this one, right? It makes a lot of sense based on what we've seen this year. All Gamers did not look as good as I expected them to in this group stage, at least against Wolf Empire. And so for me, it's going to be a back and forth between those 2 teams. To be honest, whether it's Evolution Power Gaming, Imperial going up against Wolf Empire, or All Gamers, I feel like the Group B teams, Wolf Empire and All Gamers, should probably just stomp them.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's going to be pretty one-sided. Evolution Power looked great, but that's against a team they're much better than here. So once they have to go up against All Gamers, I don't think that you know, all gamers losing to Wolf means that now all gamers aren't that good anymore. I don't think it's anything like that. I think just those two teams are very evenly matched, and they're much better than the Group C teams at this moment in time. So I'm expecting the Group B dominance.
Yeah, I mean, realistically as well, you know, arguably those two could be seen as the finalists as well, if we're being completely frank. I mean, the way things are, and the good news is that we're kind of guaranteed a Chinese team in towards the arena, right? It's all game is obviously Evolution Power in the knockout stage, which is played here before we then move to the arena. Winner moves on to those playoffs in front of the crowd. So at least we're guaranteed that. I know all gamers do have quite a big fan base behind them, so I think a lot of people will be rooting for them, but Evolution Power have their own kind of niche army behind them too.
Yeah, definitely going to be expecting the Chinese teams to play at the arena. We also got Q9, of course, from Group A, who is more than definitely is going to make it to the arena at the end of the day. But yeah, all in all, Group C. This group was, I believe, to me at least, personally, was the funniest group to watch. Just because we had Ubek Maniac and Imperial, who was kind of going toe-to-toe. Essentially, Imperial came on top, but I genuinely thought Ubek had a good chance to take down Imperial.
Yeah, I think Ubek played better than I expected. For a team of kind of rookies and kind of not new boys to the block, but definitely internationally, you know, they, again, similar in a vein to Alotus, but maybe not as drastic. But when you look at this group and how lopsided it is to the top side, you probably don't expect them to make it through. So the fact that it actually looked quite competitive, I think, is sort of respect to them, you know, in all fairness. That's all you can really ask of a kind of a side of their caliber. And they're another team who, you know, like kind of many of them who finished like 3rd or 4th, who we know can rebuild and re-look towards the future. I think SGJ is probably another one who you're thinking, I think this was maybe an underperformance of them. I know Sneaky was talking about it, and then in towards next year, potentially we can see a little bit more. We do have an interview over on the stage as well. So Ross here for Game 3. That is us done. I'll throw it into you. See you soon.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the main stage and for the interview session, and congratulations to EP for winning this match, and also we are joined by the MVP YH, and say hi to all the safers.
Hello, 大家好，
Hi, I'm YH from EP, and for today's match, we are going very easily. So what kind of playstyle do you think TAL is known for?
他们偏拼枪法嘛。
I think they are very aggressive in their gun shoot skills, but they don't do very well in the operation. And also, we top the group with a perfect record. And for the 3 matches, we play at our best in the 3 matches. And for the first match, actually we were not in our best performance, but for the second match, we gradually get the hang of it. And for the 3rd match, we are in our best shape and we treat the game strictly. So we gradually get the hang of the game. Do you think, is there anything that we need to improve? I think for the end game, in the middle and end of the game, we need to do better in that. And also for the knockout stage format is very tough. What has been the biggest challenge for your team? I think also we should be stable on our gun shoot skills. Yeah, to be better in the gun shoot skills. And also we find that we all get very good performance in the gun shoot skills. So are you afraid other players' performance? Yeah, I'm not afraid of that. And also after a few days of competition, you've seen the strengths of the team from other regions. Was there any particular match that left a strong impression on you? I think the match of Wolf Empire in the sub base, you played very well and left a very good impression. And also for last year, we didn't make it to the grand finals, but I remember Mino was a guest in the commentary booth, and he mentioned that he wanted to stand out on the grand final stage again. So for this moment, do you feel confident that you can go further with him in this game? Yeah, absolutely. So with him, we can go further. And for the next BO5, it's a knockout stage match. You will be facing with Chengdu All Gamers. What kind of mentality will you bring into the match? I think they are the first seed in the region, and we will challenge them, and we will try our best. Yeah, we will try our best, and then we look forward to your better performance. Once again, congratulations for taking part in this interview, for winning the MVP of this match. And also, let's stay tuned and we'll see you later. Let's hand it back to the casters.
我以前来过西湖，但是坐游船是第一次。
I have never been in this place before. It's my first time in China. So far, it's very good.
Back home. No room.
That's so wild.
All right, we're running at them. And SGJ.
Again, find this fight that worked well from last time, and it does right here as well. It was meant to be spot.
3 rounds. And he's
gonna do it again.
Oh!
4 kills.
Boy is going to be crawling in towards mid, but here comes the animals with the M4.
Holding it. They could have easily puddled in there. Thankfully, there will be a bit of a trade that comes forward, so it's not the be-all and end-all.
Yeah, it's only one piece of the equation now, too. We still have 7 who could definitely snipe DDSC just as good.
No sign, they're gonna send it in, but Zola already picks up one, make that a double kill, looking for a third, and he lands some shots into spray. Those are so good, and this guy is playing out of his mind!
Nice shot. Ice Cube clean as a whistle. One exchange comes back in the favor of Bud Knights, but this doesn't really seem like a very fair bargain at all.
Does not miss those. Opening frag is good. The second frag followed up by Koi is good. And the Colt is going to be on fire. Ryan called this swing in to try to get the kill.
Went behind and then repeated. But, oh, nice spray down here from the top of the box. It's you just making it look easy.
Hello and welcome back to the 2024 CFS Grand Finals. We are now joined with Sneaky Frog.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I was chilling. I was kind of took the last game as kind of like a break, just to eat, just to breathe a bit, and you know, just kind of witness one side of the fair. That's for sure. That was a quick one.
Yeah, indeed, it was a massacre. But now we do have the final game of the day and the final game of the total group stage. It's going to be All Gamers versus Swamp Gaming. What's your take on this matchup, Valdez?
I think it's going to be pretty fun for both of these teams. You know, for All Gamers, they can't get first place in the group, but they're very settled in at least second place. Even if they lost 0-2, they would still be in the second seed. So it doesn't really affect the standings. So kind of leaves us in this position where, you know, Swamp Gaming, they have ability. We've seen what they can do. It was actually very nice to watch them up against Wolf Empire early on in the group stage and actually showcase that they can roll with the big boys. Now, All Gamers, they're coming back after their loss against Wolf Empire, and they want revenge against someone. And unfortunately, that might be Swamp Gaming. I'm definitely favoring All Gamers coming into this matchup. The question is, you know, can Swamp Gaming, can Famous and the boys put on a nice performance for us? Again, for them, they can't make it onto the next stage, so essentially they're just giving it their all and showing us what they've got.
But it looks like we are ready to introduce the players for the final game. Let's take it over to the stage and take a look at them.
It's the last group stage match, and it's the last moments for Group B on the stage. A match between a dominant and famous Chinese team and an always enjoying themselves looking for a fight from North America. Get ready! We're going to end the grand finals with a scrap. Here on stage, representing China, it's the CHENGDU All Gamers! On the stage, representing North America, we welcome Swamp Gaming! It's the closure of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals Group Stage. Good luck to the teams in our last match. Let's unlock the future!
Thank you, Matt Andrews, for that powerful and cheerful introduction of the players. But yeah, All Gamers versus Swamp Gaming, and to me, it only feels that All Gamers are looking very dominant in this matchup. And during the downtime, I was actually able to have a chance to talk to the Chinese casters, and apparently All Gamers coming into this matchup is very ready. Let's put it that way, because they did lose to Wolf Empire, and apparently after that matchup, the Chinese fans were not all that happy with the loss. And, I mean, Chinese fans were expecting the Chinese matchup, but eventually it's not going to happen. But let's go take a look at the stats that All Gamers have put out throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, All Gamers, from the Chinese fans' perspective, they should have been the favorites regardless over any team. And they do not want to have a repeat happen of what happened in the Summer Championships. So they obviously wanted revenge, didn't get it, and now All Gamers have to come in here and essentially put on a really good performance for the fans and for themselves to prove that, you know, they are the dominant team that they should be in this group.
Yeah, and yeah, we could take a look at Swamp Gaming, of course. We do have Famous and Kai's and Friends. And it seems like if it isn't those two for the side of Swamp, then you know, the rest of it kind of just falls apart for him. But hey, I mean, you're at this point as Swamp Gaming, you can't get out of the group, so I guess they just gotta have fun at this point.
And sometimes when you have fun, that's when the true results come. But this is going to be the key players. It's going to be Kai's versus Du. It's a sniper versus sniper for the key player matchup. Of course, Du is seemingly the one on top, but we've seen some huge moves from Kai's as well.
Yeah, Kai's been sniping good. This tournament especially. I feel like it's just really unfortunate that Swamp Gaming, no offense to the lineup, man. I feel like if they ran the last lineup that they had, the old one with like Mercs and the boys who are now in Alien's army, I feel like they would have gotten farther, honestly.
Yeah, Swamp Gaming, I mean, they could have made a run deeper, but at the end of the day, it's going to be them getting knocked out. And the head-to-head history between these two teams aren't going to help them either. All Gamers beating them 2-0 in the 2023 Grand Finals.
I think that was when they were from Garna, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Garna.
So,
this is old stats, so to speak.
So
last year was so old, so long ago.
Yeah, 365 days ago.
Wow. A long while back.
Famous got the first taste of what it's like to go up against AG. Now he's going to have to do it again. It's just unfortunate that they're going to go up against AG of all teams just to, you know, kind of cap off the event. But, you know, someone has to be the last best of 3.
Yeah, also, I mean, we've seen Famous have a lot of room against a bunch of different teams here, as everybody's going to go AG. This is not a surprise.
Who's going to be that one
predictions. Guy? I don't think there is going to be that one guy unless there's something you know.
There is. I feel like there is.
That I don't know.
Oh, no one. I thought it was going to be Bench or Neo, not going to lie.
This isn't even, I don't know. This is.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be a unanimous decision between all the talents across the world. All Gamers is, of course, going to be the one that is going to be favored in this matchup. But you never know. Swamp Gaming has the caliber, especially thanks to Famous and Kai's. They might be able to take a map away, if not possible.
Famous scored 50 kills across 2 maps, but team coordination is also crucial. If you can't rely solely on the boss's performance, the rest of the team needs to step up as well.
The bosses.
Yes, the boss's performance. So, you know, I think that Famous individually, if you give him room, he can do incredible stuff. One of the best riflers that we have in a very big pool of riflers. But I just feel like AG are a good enough team that are very clean as a team on their executions, that especially from their Blacklist side, they're just not going to give Famous room. They're going to execute very quickly. They're going to throw a flash in his face, and they're going to trade 1 for 1, I'd say, at worst. So one individual guy isn't going to be able to do it against against AG. That's what I'm trying to say.
It just comes to prove that Famous has the caliber. I mean, you guys remember that one Mexico map he played, and he had like 30 kills, but at the end of the day,
that like
map was still lost, only because the rest of his team just couldn't put up with it. But let's go take a look at the map comparisons, and of course, all Gamers are going to look very dominant up in this one as well. Even Mexico, too, seems to be the only map that is not being played by both of these teams. Otherwise, Eagle Eye, Sub-Base, Compound, Black Widow, and Kara, all to the side of all Gamers.
Power supply.
Yo, power supply? Yo, that's where it's at. That's for
sorry,
sure.
Wrong tournament. Yeah, I mean, China they don't play Mexico, so I think all of them have 0 games, or maybe like 1 on Mexico. Across the board, besides that, very strong maps for the side of AG. They did win the region, and they are very strong. And yeah, they can essentially pick whatever they want here. They are going to be going up against Evolution Power Gaming in the knockout stage, so that might be something to keep in mind. You know, what do we want to play against that team? Perhaps we don't want to show it, or perhaps we want extra practice on it up against Famous and the boys. Stuff like that is what I would keep in mind for AG.
But then again, there's still chances alive for Swamp to take a map away, especially they had a decent showing on Black Widow, if I'm not wrong.
For sure.
And if somehow Swamp can just find that pick into that map, specifically Black Widow, then we may even be able to see some very toe-to-toe rounds. They may lose the map, but I don't think they're going to lose 10-2, 10-5 like what happened to Ranking. I feel like Swamp Gaming could put out some decent number of rounds, even if they do end up losing.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Black Widow is that type of map. I mean, we had a bit of back and forth. Me and Bench said you know, when you're on Black Widow, you know, you could have a 50-50, true 50-50. No matter how bad you are as a team, it's still a map that any team can win on. And Bench said, you know, you have to be close to the skill, and then he got proved wrong by the time that the Black Widow map did play out. It's like next stop was also competing. But yeah, I feel like that could happen again, honestly. I mean, Black Widow is the type of map where those type of stuff can happen. Problem is, AG's also really good on that map. I mean, you have GA, you have Du, who's kind of running that double sniper setup, which has been kind of on the up and up as of recently. I feel like I've seen a lot more teams adapt the double sniper setup, you know, to varying success, honestly.
Yeah, double arm setups, of course, is going to be finding some success of its own on the maps with longer ranges. You don't see that all that often on Mexico.
For sure.
I feel like of all the Mexico that we played throughout this grand final, of course, we only have like 2 or 3. Not a single team has went for the double arm on Mexico. So, yeah, definitely got to find your proximity if you want to run that setup. A port is going to be the ban coming out from the side of all gamers. And what I feel like, if I'm Swamp, I just want to ban out Eagle Eye. Just don't give the chance.
Yep. Take the Eagle Eye away. Don't play that map. Unless they want to just really throw a curveball for fun. Okay, Ankara. That's the other one. I mean, AG is a ridiculous Ankara team, so...
Any Chinese team, essentially, is ridiculous in Ankara, isn't it?
But especially AG, so...
Well, to be fair, you have to have an Ankara ready for Wolf Empire.
Exactly,
so,
yeah.
You better be good at that. Yep, it makes sense. Yeah, Ankara is just going to be panned out. Map on... I'm thinking AG actually picks Black Widow here to kind of open things up.
That's pretty bold.
All right, they're playing it safe.
Sub-base. I mean, to be fair, all gamers, for their first pick, they can idly just pick into any map and be perfectly fine. Even the maps that's being banned out here, Port, all gamers are doing just fine on the map, but at the end of the day, it's going to be sub-base. Swamp Gaming is going to choose to go with Global Risk. And for Swamp, this, I believe, should be Black Widow. Any other, even Mexico is
Mexico wouldn't be too bad,
iffy.
But AG plays Mexico, man.
Yeah, that's the problem. All gamers know how to play Mexico, so Black Widow should be the map. But...
What?
Compound, all right.
The CFWL special?
The CFWL special? Is this going to be the peak West Crossfire going against CFPL?
He put Kai's in a very bad position, though, for this map, too. I kind of feel for him, but I guess Kai's is just going to be a lot more aggressive. Some games is going to start on BL side, which is not favorable, but that's what happens when you pick it. You're going to have to play that disadvantageous side. AG, 100%, this is going to be Mexico as the ban.
I feel like if, just because of how Famous played throughout the whole group stage, if Swamp is able to find maybe like 4 rounds in their blacklist side, sure, it's going to be hard, but if they do so, then I think they do have a standing chance.
There's a lot of smiles, a lot of, wow, this is very long hearts.
Very long.
But good effort.
Yeah.
Good effort.
He's got a big heart, that's why.
Big hand, big hearts. And all gamers, of course.
I thought that was going to go in a different direction. But Swamp? All right, this is just damage control at this point. Might as well just go a Black Widow last map just to get your chances up.
But will they have the chance to go into the final map is really the essence of the question, right?
This would be crazy if they just send it on Eagle Eye. I mean, it could work. It could be very random, but Eagle Eye is also often played back in China.
Yeah,
so,
just to put extra pepper on the series, right?
Yeah, why not, right? Get the spice going, as is all the food here. You gotta get that extra seasoning in. And there we go. Never mind. The seasoning's gone. We're back to white chicken.
Or we're back to good old white bread.
Ugh, the Wonder Bread.
And salad. Yeah, I mean, this makes sense.
Yeah, this...
You don't have to pull out all the stops. If you're going to make it to map 3, now you've got a decent shot. Because you don't have to play Eagle Eye against AG. You can play Black Widow instead. And you probably could have picked it for map 2 instead as well, but this is fine.
I guess they're seeing something we're not seeing?
Well, you'll never know what's going to happen. I mean, I think it's valid. This map pick is valid at 2, but the prerequisite is high for them to get into map 3. They have to take down Compound, which is their map pick, but we all know All Gamers is really, really good, and they know how to play all those classic and very 50-50 type of maps. So, yeah, it's going to be a long shot for Swamp, really, to have a standing chance to go into map 3. I'm not talking about winning the series here. Like, that's a given. But even to go into Black Widow, which should be the more familiar and a better map for them, it's going to be tough, but, you know, might as well give it a shot. They are having a big smile, and
yeah, for
they're
sure.
happy. They feel happy.
I guess at this point, you just want to have fun. As much as I don't think it's gonna be the same emotional investment as we saw from SCJ winning that last game to avoid the absolute flame of an entire country on you. But I feel like that's more on the alley of AG.
Yeah. For AG, it's like, serious face is on. We are locking in. We are here to do our jobs now, even if it's a little bit too late. Yeah, I feel for the pro gamers that get a lot of pressure from their fans because it can be hard. They played their best and yet still they get a lot of flack for it. And
yeah,
I do think still that Wolf Empire is a really strong team, and maybe AG didn't play 100 out of 100, but not everybody can do that, including just normal people as well in their own jobs. So for pro gamers, it is a lot of pressure, and AG, hopefully they can kind of stick with it here for the third match against Swamp, and then move into knockouts with a good mindset.
Yeah, I read the comment section after SDJ lost yesterday, and I really feel the empathy for AG because at the end of the day, these players are human, man. Like, they're not going to be 100% 24/7. And you just got to expect it. Sometimes there is going to be dips. And I think especially, the other regions are getting a whole lot better. I mean, even CFWKL is now starting to catch up. Granted, it's going to take me and my region like another year to get back into the swing of things. But I think overall, the other scenes have kind of stepped it up here.
Yeah, other scenes, especially your region too. Ubik Maniac showing some good fights. SGJ, of course, is always making a showing to the grand finals, albeit they are not making it far. Just being able to be present on these international stages really mean a lot.
For sure. I mean, wait till you guys see Vanguard, my boys, if ever they do qualify for Summer Championships. So, let's see if
how about Sneaky Frog on the stage?
Frog?
On the stage,
nah,
not on the caster desk.
I'm just an analyst, bro. I have to be here.
True. Well, I mean, you can basically play the game, come back on the stage, and give your thoughts on your own play. I mean, that's not
that
shot,
far.
Right?
I have my suit on and everything.
You can make a run. If you guys take a look at the back of the stage, it's like 10 seconds. You're just running.
Hop over the fence.
Yeah,
totally,
that works too, right?
It's totally doable.
It'd be a little sweaty, but I think it's worth.
It's totally not a 10-foot drop.
But to talk about your region, Philippines is going to be saved up for the another day. And
I'll be the only
light on all gamers in Swamp.
I'll be the only Filipino on stage.
I mean, Swamp. Like, to me, this is the team that's like your finger, it's getting chopped off. I mean, it's my region. It's our region, and we want them to prosper, but it looks like we are ready to send it over to the players to fight themselves, fight against each other on the map of Subbase. Let's bring it up. And the rounds begin. This is going to be Subbase, the final game of the day, the first map of the final series. All gamers are going to be on the blacklist side, and Swamp Gaming will have to hold onto the bomb sites on the global risk.
And let's see, AG. They're going to start things off pretty passively. In all honesty, no testing, no nothing, no rush at the round number 1. Instead, just patience from across the board. But Swamp Gaming, of course, characteristic of their region, they're gonna stay in the sights and just wait for the inevitable.
I mean, like, at this point, it's almost a given that Famous is going to put out the numbers, and even if he can't, he is gonna be still decent. So now it just really comes down to, can the rest of his team, I'm not talking about Kai's, but let's say like players like Hunt, Brando, GZY, are they gonna be able to keep up with the pace that Famous is, asking for his team? Ooh, Hunt. What a nasty shot onto Jay. Is going to be good for a kill. Looking to swing for extra. I'm not entirely sure if he wants to do so.
That's just very nice spray control. Very quick reaction. Seeing Jia in there. And, no smokes, no nothing. You got an M4 in the right spot. You got to hit those shots if you want to have a chance to take this team down. So now, all of a sudden, AG down a member. Things brewing in Woods as once again, Hunt, good for 2. Good stuff so far from him, and that's going to make things pretty difficult for the side of AG to push on in. No committal to the push just yet, but that nade is going to do some nice damage as they consider an attack onto A, but Famous, quick with the shot, going to make it even more difficult.
And that allows the room for Kais to work around, rather, on the bomb site to hold on that split that all gamers was going for. The 2 players up towards heaven now, sending themselves in towards B. Out mid, Dre down to 1-2-2-2. Brando is in a duel, and he does put out all the damage he needs to take the round. And Swamp Gaming cooking something hot and spicy here
Wait,
for
hold
all
on.
gamers to take home.
Wait, hold on. No way. Is it? Maybe? Could it be?
I mean, all I'm asking for is 1 map.
Dude, I was just about to flame half the team at the start of the game.
All
I was
I
like,
want for Christmas.
I was just saying, like, I've never seen a good game from DZY ever. So, guess the team is about to step up to the plate. I've been a mental caster curse, I guess, from my end. But Famous, looking at the A side, he's on his own in missiles. Wei's gonna go down. Look at that speed. Look at that aim. Famous once again. The big boss is here to stay. GA's gonna go down as well. Famous not gonna get an ace, but his impact has been felt.
The damage has already been done. Famous will pick up 3 huge kills, leaving Duo and ZY at task to get the round 1. The C4 is now getting planted, but to make things worse, Nate is flying in Du's face. Let's take 40 HP away on a 3v2. I mean, it's really going to come down to whether Du hits the shot, and the answer is apparently yes. Now equalized to a 2-on-2.
Keep in mind, Famous, the one who really held on to the missile. They saw it coming a mile away. Can the team back him up after he gets to 3K? That's what we were asking for. The flash is pretty good, but the cold play from Du is fantastic. ZY playing the clock.
Oh.
And Brando holding it. Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake. ZY gonna get the headshot very quick. Perfectly timed as well, making it interesting to the last second.
I mean, halfway through the defuse, Brando had to stick it at the end of the day, because if he peeked, or rather took his defuse off, then he wouldn't have had enough time to go for the defuse once again after taking the kill. So
just gotta hold it.
But even that round, all gamers won it, but it had to come down to the wire, didn't it?
To be fair, if I had the choice of swinging ZY and just defusing and just banking on the defuse, I'd bank the defuse for sure. So I like the risk taking here from Brando. Doesn't pay off, but you know, it was like
it was
1 second off. Yeah, 1 second off. Okay, Swamp. I like what I'm seeing.
Especially Hunt picking up the pace too with a double kill. I mean, sure, he wasn't able to find any kill over the last round, but the very first round, down towards middle, against top rifling core of China, was able to pick up double kill. That's what we were asking for.
I'm just amazed, honestly, with that round. Even if they did take the L, it was very, very close. I like the setup that they have. They put their 2 best players on the A side and just stack 3 on B. I think that makes a lot of sense because it's a lot harder to retake A compared to B.
And in those kind of setups where you send your armor down towards A, it really just comes down to, can the mid player hold on to his life when after gathering information that the push is coming to his way. And now GZY is getting tested behind the boxes. Now he gets some support from Brando, but Brando is good for 2 before going down. So we're back down to 3-on-3.
Yeah.
As the rotation is now happening.
It's a nice even trade on the side of Swamp Gaming. I mean, if you're taking even trades, you're going to be feeling pretty good. Although, nice headshot on the entry here from Dre. And still a minute left, so no guarantee they're going to push into B or anything like that. Sub-base going for the very long angle. But take a look at Famous. Ready for this. Will they check this corner? They absolutely should know that Famous could be in this corner. Oh, he's... Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he got
was
spotted.
Yeah. Yep. Unfortunate.
It's just unfortunate. Sometimes you just got big shoulders, and the entirety of the squad is just going to notice it. Here comes Guys, though, with the sniper. Second best player in this team. Dre, not going to get his head taken off. That was just him just checking, just in case anyone was stairs.
I mean, at this point, Dre
ain't
can duck his head on behind the silo and just burn the time. C4 is already planted. I don't think he even has to peek that angle, to be fair. And Kai's is one of those players who can actually find deep bullets on Dre. But, nonetheless, the bomb timer will be ticked down away for half of its amount. Kai's is going on that 1v2 clutch, has an angle, now goes for the quote. The shots are not landing. The timer is ticking against him as...
The respect is crazy.
Yeah, well, Kai's does find the first one out of bullets. He's going to run with a knife out! Of all things that he could run with. Kai's is happy, though. I mean, he was able to find that arm shot. And
Kai's, this is Hangzhou, not United Kingdom, my friend. we talk with bullets, not knives.
My Canadian brother, Kai's.
Yeah, it was it was almost a sign of frustration after missing and getting choked out for all of that time.
All I'm saying is Ray should have just let it happen.
Sure. AG trying to come in and take over the site. I mean, Famous in a very wonky corner. He's got a lot of help, though, as Hunt comes in and does line up some damage. Famous able to take down 2, but this time a bit cleaner onto the site is AG.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, even though AG is able to get the bomb planted and all that and get onto the bomb site, they do lose respectful amount of players to the side of Swamp. It's not like they're steamrolling on Swamp like how Ranking was ran over in the last couple matchups. And the nade is going to put so much harder to do. The flash completely blinding with the second one as well. And GZY is already posted down towards the staircase.
Oh, he donked.
He got donked, but at the end of the day, it bought enough room for the rest of the team to get in there. Kai's is going to find the drop onto Do. Very doable now. It's a 1v2. Taps the C4. Gets pre-fired. Eventually goes down, but even that round, too, lost. But here's the thing. Swamp is getting it very close.
To be fair, we're entering the series with like 0 expectations, so it's like it's nothing from here. But with that being said, Swamp Gaming performing way better than expected. I mean, just like how I said it, man, this is definitely not an ugly game by them.
I don't even
think
All Gamers is underperforming. It's just Swamp Gaming is playing better.
Yeah, I'm so glad. I'm so glad Brando finally took my advice that I said on stream to just play the M4 instead, because I feel like him on the AK was not it. That's for sure. He was not hitting as hard as he was with this M4. But Famous is gonna go down, unfortunately.
The overextension will be punished.
Just trying to get something going. Hunt also trying to push out here, does a bit of damage. We got a double stack, a triple stack in the vent. They have so many people climbing through there. They will get punished. As we saw one Kellen Woods as well. This is just so unnecessary.
That has got to be the most undeserved 3K ever.
What is going on with All Gamers? They will send the C4 to vents as well. Now it's down. It can't be picked up.
We'd like to do a little trolling.
I mean, if anyone wants to clutch it on the side of All Gamers, it's going to be Do. But he did lose about 40 HP, and it is an armor. He needs to pick his fights if he wants to win this clutch.
There's 3 dudes here.
Yeah, he's walking into a depth zone. He's going to whiff the first one. Doesn't even matter. The Swamp is going to be able to pick up that round.
Not the first time we've seen that many people in the vents, but I don't think it's a very common strategy for a reason.
I don't think you put 3 dudes here. At most, you put 2.
You're giving away so much of map control.
Yeah, they're just stuck in a tunnel.
If you get spotted, you just die. I mean, unless ZY was able to hit like the really quick...
The XJ spin.
Yeah. Not everybody's got those moves.
Yeah, I told my friend to test that theory, and it actually works. I was like, can you like go on a custom game and
do it?
Practice fights and vents, and it's actually insane. It's gonna be a meta changer for sure. Oh, but Kai's? I can't believe I'm saying this, but Kai's got 2 on the outside. Wait,
that is a nice shot.
What is Swamp on right now?
They're just playing well, and there's no pressure, you know? They're just
to be fair,
having a good time.
You play the best without any pressure.
Like I said, when you play for fun, and when you play for the funsies, when you play for the happiness, that's when the real deal happens.
That's the hardest. That's the hardest to predict. When the team is just having fun, you don't know what they're thinking.
I mean, like, this is my take on it, right? Like, when you're playing for fun, like, any defeats of the rounds really don't get into your mind. Like, you are just playing for the sake of playing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where we all begin, right? Just playing the game, having fun. Once it becomes your job, it's a lot more pressure to actually make it work. Well, we got M4s looking to take over lockers. 12-22, not going to see anything there, but GZY around the corner, and he's going to hold the spray. Nicely done, picks up 2, makes it look easy, takes down 3. GZY can hardly believe it, and they're going to tie up the score.
Can you believe it? On a map pick of All Gamers, Swamp Gaming is going to find a tie after about 6 rounds pass. It's going to be 3-on-3, and yeah, I'm just looking over the stage, and the boys, the NA boys, over towards the side of Swamp is definitely smiling. I can see them chuckling even.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think here.
Do not try to assess the situation.
I know.
Just go with the flow. That's my advice.
I was like, how did GZY got a 3K without anyone? All right.
That's NA.
That's NA. It's the NA magic, baby.
It's the NA magic, we say.
Rah, America.
ZY tried to do it. It was a little bit more clunky than XJ.
Yeah.
He like got his gun out there, did a slow spin.
It's too slow.
Good effort.
It's gotta be one fast motion.
Yeah. And
at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised to see all gamers pull that pause. They're gonna pop flash themselves out from the Nook. Hunt's good for one before going down. I mean, honestly, that's gonna be enough. Ooh, Famous not being able to find the trade kill is gonna go down. Dre will pick up a huge double kill to open up the bomb site. GA waiting, lurking, good for one, looking for second, but Kaiser's quick with the will take him out. Down to a 2v3. Although Kai's down very low, he is the armor at the end of the day. We'll have a flash, we'll have a nade to work with. The retake is on. However, all gamers setup is very strong. 2 players down towards the Nook, 1 player down towards the other side of the entrance. ZY will be the first responder. Du is going to duck his head right by the wall.
Well, that's one. Oh, Du. He has an M4. All right. Brando. Oh.
Do you know about the Du?
He full sent it. Brando full sent it.
Yep. I like how we got the third-person cam too, so we see him like just fall on the side of the stage.
I mean, not gonna lie, it was a valiant effort.
It was, man. I feel like Swamp Gaming, I'm genuinely impressed with the gaming that I'm seeing right now. They're definitely gaming, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Swamp Gaming.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All gaming.
Swamp Gaming dragging all gamers into the swamp almost at this point. And it's gonna be a very slim chance, but if they do end up taking subbase away from all gamers, ooh.
I know this is like a stupid question.
That's heat.
I know it's a stupid question, but is one of the Swamp game is Famous from like Florida or something? We're talking swamps.
I don't know.
We're talking swamps, right?
Oh,
we're talking swamps.
I know where you're going for, but yeah, I mean,
let's
have
ask
all the
him
time in the
tonight.
world.
We can ask him.
We can ask him.
We have time
before he get on the player bus. But that'll be that.
Which swamp are you from?
Start leading out 4-3, but why does it only feel that Swamp is going to be able to find a round here, Valdez?
I would not be surprised. I mean, they've been playing really well. I think all gamers, they came in here and... I mean, they said they were like prepared. They really wanted to go, but I don't know, man. This is not the best all gamers. Is this the beginning of an all gamer slump or something?
Maybe it is the complication of preparing for Swamp, but Swamp is like, hey, let's play some simple CF.
Simple CF.
Just shoot him.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the name of the game. Set up your crossfire. Win the rounds. And while still that, all gamers is going to be able to burn the clock down towards the minute mark. Kai's going out way too aggressive. Is going to find a bullet to his feet.
He's good.
Through the smoke, too.
But good info.
Swamp is going to be able to burn the clock down by a lot of margin, and this might push all gamers to the edge here. With the pop flash, 1-2-2-2 will send it. It's good for the kill. Oh, it's going to be Dre to pick up the kill, too. Down to a 3v2. Famous and Kai's will go down, all down to the hands of Famous. If anyone is to clutch on the side of Swamp Gaming, it's going to be this guy.
I believe in the man's Famous.
Maybe tougher this time.
It's already known entity already. Jail not going to be too safe of a position to be in. So Jue going to be in dark room, Jie going to be in sight, ZY all the way in lockers. But who is going to get the first shot here?
It's ZY. And he had that angle, just hide in the corner of dark room. If he pushes dark room and ZY misses, you've got the failsafe in the room. That's too much for Famous. I mean, they knew exactly where he was coming from. They spotted him a mile away. And it is 5-3 for all gamers. So definitely feels like they're hunkering down and playing a little bit better, let's say. Well, okay, never mind. I'm gonna rescind that statement and just pretend I never said it.
Caster curse is on point with Valdez. Eventually, Kais was able to spot the player crossing across, and Hunt was going to be able to capitalize on top of that, finding double kill. Dude now stuck in the backside, not really having nowhere else to go. The smoke is going to not help him. The flash is going to stop him. The nades are flying his way, and he's going to hit the shot, but Famous is just so much better.
Damn.
Here comes the artillery, and that is...
Where'd you find this?
I know.
Oh, my God.
Okay. Well...
All right.
That looked cool.
12-22. Let's see what you can do.
The C4 is down by the Nook, and 1-2-2-2 has nothing to do about it.
1,222.
I'm gonna ask my Chinese casters how
Your Chinese casters.
What's 1222?
Our.
You should know that.
What do you mean I'm Korean?
Yeah, but you know numbers. Actually, Brendan actually knows the numbers.
No, I'm just saying, like, are they gonna call him by the single digits or like the full?
Yeah.
They probably got a
1,000?
nickname for him or something.
Or maybe like that.
Maybe
but at
they
the end
just
of the
call
day,
him 1.
1.
He is the one.
Forget the 2s. The 1 is the only thing that matters.
Or we can say 1, 2, 3, since he got 3 2s in his name.
That would be 1, 3, 2, right?
1, 1, 3, 2.
Yes.
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 Well,
Yeah.
that was enough of DJ and Toppa. Let's go back into Crossfire. Swamp Gaming was going to be able to find their 4th. It's going to be 5-4 as they switch sides. Now, on the seemingly easier side of things, Swamp Gaming, are they going to be able to find more rounds or diminish to their existence?
So, let's say nothing that's happened in the group stage has been a fluke, right? Swamp got 14 total rounds against Wolf Empire, right? Wolf Empire beat All Gamers. Maybe All Gamers and Swamp Gaming are just on the same level, you know? Look at the numbers.
The
numbers, Mason.
You are a scientist, Valdez.
I mean,
the numbers,
Swamp
Mason.
was just behind Wolf Empire. All Gamers just behind Wolf Empire.
Damn.
Well, it's like A equals B, B equals C, then A equals C, right?
Yes, sir. Whatever that means.
Kind of, yeah.
And
A greater than B, A greater than
You're
C.
probably right. That's guys that GZY just continues to put out the frag. And
what in tarnation has happened?
All Gamers mightily shaking to even keep holding on to their lead here.
Also, that was when the pressure was all on. Now All Gamers are under more pressure.
Yes.
And Swamp are under less pressure. So maybe Swamp actually have the upper hand.
Based on the expressions the players of Swamp gave prior to the rounds began, I don't think they were under any pressure.
Exactly.
To be fair.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was a flawless Blacklist round.
Yep.
That was a really clean
And
entry.
All Gamers are now in a world of trouble. Actually, in a world of trouble. Now they're going to swing all the way into the bomb site. This is the replay, actually. Going on to round number 11. Now tied at 5-on-5, and now things look very spicy for All Gamers.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what is about to happen. Kai's, who has been diffing Do this entire time. Who knew? Kai's, the person who can go toe-to-toe with Do.
I feel like
hails from Canada.
Yeah, I feel like you said at some point, like, what if Kai's just goes insane mode and is just better than Do?
That's what I'm saying.
You were saying if. I'm saying it's happening. I'm saying it's here,
real.
alive in front of our eyes.
Live and alive.
What else can you say? Right now it's 5-5. Swamp Gaming are on the Blacklist side. They have the advantage right now. They're playing better Crossfire.
For sure.
And
is
they
it
pride.
Swamp playing better Crossfire, or is All Gamers playing
what if the solution
worst version of Crossfire?
What if the solution was Brando just being on the M4? Because his AK, I ain't gonna lie, it's not the best.
That means, Sneaky, you have completed Crossfire.
Yes.
Yes, you have officially complete Crossfire, the small game. It's going to give you a certificate.
A big award, yes.
A big award as well. Probably not, but...
Not a big award. I just want the trophy with my name on it. That's it.
Yeah, in the meantime, the Swamp Gaming is going to delay the air push. They're going to send it now. They were able to find a deep smoke. Ooh, the barrel from Jue may have been spotted by Kai's. Not entirely sure what the plan here is. Kai's gets a quick scope on. Colt out. Not going to happen. ZY is going to find a triple kill with a spray down. One magazine is good for 3, and somehow it's all down to the hands of Hunt. Surely having a better night tonight in comparison to his other series he had to play. 1v4 against All Gamers is just seemingly harder task to be delivered by this guy.
Well, there it was. AG. To be fair, it's not just like 5 people against AG. I feel like the collective caster curse of 20 casters of just predicting them at the same time is now affecting them here.
I'd say that you are more powerful than you can even imagine.
Oh, well, that's Kai's getting his head taken off by Jie, and C4 is down in warehouse. As soon as they discover that, they're just going to move forward, but Hunt try to go back, but look at that, 12-22. Taking down Hunt, and now what's going to be the game plan for the side of Swamp Gaming?
Well, certainly having a little bit of a harder time in these last couple of rounds. Just getting caught out big time before anything really gets going. They are going to try to slow push into Do. They've still got a lot of utility, but instead they're just going to dry peek it. Try to get in and isolate him first and maybe do enough damage with some nades, but Dude just playing carefully. He is going to go down, but that gives time for the trade to come out as Dway gets over. Famous, though, quick headshot. Does get the job done. The pause is on, but it is still a win to the side of AG. And it's
Now
a
the attack pause
yeah.
is going to come from Swamp Gaming, but about the right time after losing 2 rounds in a row.
For sure.
Well, it feels weird saying this. Losing 2 rounds in a row, they call the pause.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, the Swamp, they weren't losing 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, for sure. I think they needed the pausa tactica here, as it does say.
I mean, just look at the emotions that these players are putting out. The aura is very positive.
Yeah.
To me.
I mean, definitely. I feel like just trying at this point, like, hey, doesn't feel good to lose. Might as well try to win as hard as possible. But, I mean, AG definitely getting an earful from their coach at the moment. This is not good news. Let's take a look at coach. There we go.
Okay,
Yeah, he's not happy.
Hey guys, what are you guys doing?
I wanted to,
as an Asian, I can confirm those kind of smiles are not true smiles. That's a smile because you know there's camera in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they need.
I feel like the belts would come out.
Maybe they need the Q9 treatment.
Ooh.
Threaten them with 5 more rips of FFA DM.
I like it. Yeah, that worked. I mean, they immediately got back on the horse after that.
Yeah. You locked in super hard after that. That's for sure.
This just feels like a coach that's been reading the comments. You know what I mean?
Mm.
He's like, guys, I can't deal with this. Come on.
Guys, we're better than this, that's for sure.
We're so much better than them.
That's understandable, right? I mean, you are touted as the best team in this tournament.
Swamp lined that up.
For sure.
Unfortunate. However, we're going to proceed into the live game. It's going to be 75. All gamers were able to lead out in 2 rounds. As all gamers, they really just need to pick up 3 more rounds and close it out here if they don't want to give any more chances to Swamp. But otherwise, Swamp will have a good chance to bite back. Alligators are known to not let go of its prey when it's locked, when its jaws are locked. And as for now...
You ever have lockjaw?
No.
Yeah.
That's
a
worst
rough.
time. That's something that I don't want happen to me.
I wouldn't wish that on you.
Good brother.
It's all about family.
All about family. Well, speaking of family, All Gamers is also going to try to save their coach as a family in more rounds and close the map out. Gonna be a very default setup, actually. Rather having only GA looking at the Nook and having a very strengthened and fortified mid defense. Having all 3 players kind of look down towards on it. However, Swamp might just run right into it. They're going to set out their smokes. Kai's is going to make the cross, and he is not dead. ZY is going to find the opening frag. Bunch of trade down towards middle, but it looks like GZY is going to find the better of Joy, and the mid-skirmish might just be won by Swamp Gaming.
They finally took out Famous. He was getting some serious work done. Kai's has just kind of been hanging out in lockers, too. I mean, this is a big threat. You have not eliminated him. Doesn't seem to be a lot of utility usage up until this point, due. Oh, not looking the right way, but GZY can't quite land the shots. And now GZY in a lot of trouble, although. Shot gonna miss, trying to charge in with the Colt. And there you go, GA.
Oh,
Kai's.
Hold on.
Kai's.
He's done it again. On his own.
Man is cooking. He's a chef.
To be fair, GA, why do you have a sniper in a 2v2? Think you should just rock the M4 at that point.
He just like pulled out the Colt. He's like, yeah, I don't need another gun.
And now all gamers are really just dead stuck on a rock in a place. It's just not working out for them. Whatever defense they're trying to put out.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, they kind of just let Swamp into lockers, to be honest. I mean, they had Do. Do got the second guy in, but afterwards, all that pressure, they couldn't really hold on to it, and 1 by 1, the dominoes did fall.
Dominoes did fall indeed. I have some deep smokes and down towards middle. The Nate might find some value. Unfortunately, it's not going to hit any players on the side of Swamp. What's your take, Sneaky, on the next map if Swamp is able to pick off sub-base against all gamers? I feel like I'm almost crazy even talking about this.
AD's gonna win it. Their combat's really good, honestly. ZY's really good on that map. Joue's really good. GA, I haven't seen him on that map yet, but seems like they just got the handle of things. They're one of the better compound teams in this tournament, so gonna have to wait and see if that is the case, because we did say AG's just gonna dominate this series, but then look at what's happening. Oh, Jouet takes Kaiser's head off, so that's one of the bosses already gone.
One of the two bosses. Now Hunt's gonna go for the swing. 1-2-2-2 is gonna be able to find the tip, the head, down to the hands of GZY in a 1v4. Gets one more. I mean, he's cooking. Looking for 3 more kills. He does hold on to the C4 if it helps him out in that manner. 36 seconds. He's getting pushed hard. As ZY's going to be able to find the frag, and all gamers is going to find one more round to themselves.
Yeah, much cleaner stuff there. Able to take down Kai's. It feels like there's not a whole lot of utility usage from the side of Swamp. They're just kind of getting in there and trying to surprise AG. And it's kind of working, you know? They're getting in.
Not a bad idea. I mean, this is the next top way of playing the game, but it seems like Swamp Gaming has a better understanding of it. Look at Hunt, he's just going straight in, and 1-2-2-2 says hello to him in passage, and it seems like second mid is going to be the objective here. But Do, face-to-face with a AK-47, loses to GZY. Jouet from the backside, he's going to start spraying, but only Famous is going to take damage, but of course, ZY, the captain, is just going to clean up.
Clean around than expected from the side of all gamers, and they're going to find the map point. They're going to find their 9th. Looking for one more, but Swamp Gaming every round is putting out a good fight. Like, if not good, decent fights.
Big fight here in the machine room. GZY going to get it started off, but Famous and Hunt as well. Up top have not been cleared out. Famous just lining them up and knocking them down. AG going to lose that fight in machine room. All of a sudden, might be another round over to Swamp.
Do is still alive. I mean, he's got 12 kills in his pocket. And on a 4v2, if Do can find 1 or 2 frags, that's a great opening to begin the retake. However, Swamp is now going to change up their steering wheel and hence send it down towards A. They are going to get the cross into the bomb site. Do's going to take a bunch of damage. And now GA is on the rotation down the staircase. This is good for 1, but eventually he's traded out. All down to the hands of Do. But the moment he peeks out from heaven, he will be warmly greeted by the bullets of Swamp Gaming.
Just a bit too much for him to do here. I mean, trying to see if people are moving over to the stairs, but he didn't have the timing on that either, so... Oh, did he see Brando there? I feel like I saw Brando there. He's going to try to push down the small stairs, and that's an easy lineup for Brando, getting in behind, netting a 7th kill for the side, or the 7th round, rather, for the side of Swamp.
I mean, if a boomer like you and I was able to see that, then Do 100% should have done that. But eventually, Brando was just better, was going to be able to find the bullets, and looks like Swamp Gaming is still not losing their hope into going into overtime.
Yeah, I do like the boomer's perspective here. Very nice.
We've had our times.
Yeah,
it's pretty calm, you know.
Yeah,
just hanging out.
X-Famous.
When CROSSFIRE first came out, you weren't even
X-Famous, man, like being the LeBron of this game apparently, because he just refuses to retire, and he's still good. Like, it's been 10 years, but he's still like him. Speaking of it, Hunt is gonna get Jouet 1 HP on Hunt, and he's just gonna back off all the way back into control room. Jay can't really do anything about it, honestly.
Yeah, Dre got completely smoked by the triple swing. He couldn't even find the frag and eventually went down. Sure, he did put out enough damage on towards Hunt, but it was just 1 bullet too short to actually find the kill. And even Jay was like kind of pushed around due to smoke. Too many bullets fired his way.
Just felt like they didn't have really, you know, enough backup for Dre, who was out there. He was very far up by himself, but it wasn't even in like a relatively safe spot. You know, if they check that corner, he's basically dead unless he's able to click on heads. And GA just had no hope to help, so.
All right, who's going to win this, boys?
My money is on Kai's for this one.
Kai's, let Kai speak first, man. We're trying to see the matchup.
Whoa.
God damn it, GZY.
You're flaming him at this point.
Yeah, because I want to see the head-to-head.
Nonetheless, Du is going to be able to find the drop onto GZY, who is trying to jump onto the bomb site, and the rest of Swamp Gaming is going to go for the reset. Not too late, though. Ooh, Kai's wants to continue on with his fight. Is going to cross in towards heaven. Let's see if he's got it. He's going to zoom in, sees Du, and is going to be able to miss that shot and fall back out without dying. So, looks like Kai's is going to act as the anchor here. And Jay on the second arm is going to swap his gun with ZY, who is practically half dead, barely alive. 30 seconds. They're going to give it a shot down towards A. ZY might be the one to find the frags to hold the push. If he misses, the plant is free.
Yep. Doesn't miss those. That's for sure. C4 is down. Famous. 6 feet under. And Kai's Brando, last two left alive. 10 seconds left, actually. They just let him cross, but the plant's already down. Brando. There we go. Half your body's just going to get shot. Here comes Kai's, though, with the sniper. Hold up. Wait a minute. It might be winnable. Flash is going to go through. Switches to the AK, but can he get the headshots going? Spray's going to go through. Hold up. Wait a minute. Kai's. Kai's, how are you doing this?
Kai's will find a huge triple kill with the spray down with the AK and completely shut out all gamers from this one. And how is this even possible, boys? This is impossible. He still does it. It's 8-9, and Swamp Gaming is now at a valid chance to actually win or map against all gamers. What am I witnessing?
I don't know what to say. That was insane.
This is prime Canadian moment right here. I'll just give you that.
And after that, Kai said, sorry.
It's like he knew exactly what to do, too. He dropped the arm. He's like, nah, give me that AK.
Sorry for that clutch, eh?
Well,
perfect spray.
That was one hell of a round, not going to lie, for Swamp.
That was amazing. That was probably, probably the peak of my day.
I actually feel like Swamp Gaming, when they take this into overtime, like if they are able to do so, they're going to win this map, like 100%.
For sure.
It's happening.
Could happen. That is for sure. Way. Now they're now starting to pull out like the standard defaults on the side of AG. This is big respect for Swamp Gaming. And let's see. GZY gonna make his way down. Zhui's just gonna avoid the fight entirely at the start of the round. Here comes the flash, but 12-22 is gonna get the first one. And look at this, GZY, another successful entry! And Swamp Gaming from North America making the team that was touted to be the best in the tournament sweat on sub-base on their own map pick.
All right, looks like we're safe to go on board with overtime. ZY trying his best. Clicks to edge, but that's not enough. He's going to find all 4 kills, and eventually, Swamp Gaming is able to drag all gamers to the ground here and finally go for a fair fight. Now we head into overtime, and the odds right now look very doable for Swamp to overtake one of the top Chinese teams, all gamers.
I believe. I'm starting to believe. Do you believe, Brendan?
You were a non-believer.
We
were all non-believers.
I told you guys like 12 rounds ago. I'm like, you know what? They're even in power.
I believe you.
Look at that spray now. So crisp, straight out from the air fryer.
Oh my word.
Well, looks like we're ready to hop in over towards the overtime. It's going to be Swamp Gaming on the global risk. They've been putting out some strong fights on that side as well.
For sure. I mean, Swamp Gaming, this is more than impressive already. But if they do take a win off of a map pick on one of the best maps of AG, this is going to be one for the history books.
Quote unquote. Best maps of all games.
Oh, big fight. And the sprays are actually going the way of Swamp for a while. And finally, AG, they clean up the very end of it, but not a clean affair. And Kai's is just ready, begging them to push down the stairs. It's not going to happen, though. We still got a minute 40. No reason to force this one.
2v2. Valid chance for Swamp to just hold on to the bomb sites. I mean, at this point, I feel like they should just give up one bomb site and stack one together and go for the trade kills. I feel like Swamp, like, coming into this matchup, like, 2v2 retake, impossible. But now, after witnessing what really just happened, 2v2 retake is seemingly very doable now. And for our gamers, they're going to burn the timer down to the minute mark, trying to have Do on the expedition and see if he can find any picks. But Swamp isn't going to give that chance away.
It's just crazy that this match has turned out to be like this. Like, and you look at the players' faces, all of the Swamp players' faces, they're not like still laughing and joking. They're very focused, but you can tell it's in that more positive light that you were talking about, the positive vibe. Whereas on the side of AG, it's like they're fighting for their lives. They're like, we cannot lose this map to this team.
But sometimes the pressure gets to you, right? I feel like we're still at the concept of if you're overthinking it, sometimes the enemy team is just playing it simple, and it seems like Swamp Gaming, simple is beating complicated at this very moment. But Jay, is he going to check it? Does get ZZY, but you are up against the clutch master, the Canadian sniper.
All right, the C4 has been planted. What? The back jump! He's going to live for a couple seconds more.
Oh. If he wins this.
Take it away, Sneaky.
If he wins this, this is going to be absolutely insane. He definitely can. It is Kai's. But Kai's, is he going to look behind him? And it seems like the sniper, sometimes you just tunnel vision, man.
That was very anticlimactic.
Man.
Nice try.
Nice try.
Good effort. Good effort. Yeah, Famous. I said it. This guy, he's basically a Chinese rifler level individually.
Essentially, what all Swamp needs in theory is just one round in their global risk. And even the last one, they lost it, but they made it down to a 2v2. So, picking off that one round, seemingly very doable for the side of Swamp. And just look at how consistent Hunt and GZY is throughout these rounds. And only because of that, I feel like Swamp is being able to put out these numbers for the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
I guess the points our production has made is valid. The boss is going to be there. He's going to put out the numbers. Yeah. Will he have the firing squad behind him to support him? And the answer is apparently yes for coming to subbase. And maybe that just might be enough.
Has NA found its new power map? They're not just on Black Widow? Is this the sub base?
Is this their angel number?
Are you considering Swamp to be the entirety of NA? Is what you're going for?
Technically they are. I mean,
oh god.
Yes.
Isn't Famous just NA? He's the entirety of NA by himself.
He is at this tournament.
Yes, sir. Second mid control. No one wants it. Both sides are just like, yeah, we don't want that. That's for sure. And then Hunt is just inside of heaven. No one's moving forward, so still a minute on the clock. AG taking this one very slow, but, I mean...
You can tell the pressure has kicked in for all gamers. I've never seen this team, like, against an underdog, burn the clock down to a minute.
They're still going to get flamed, because they went overtime against Swamp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's too late.
I feel like
they already crossed the flame horizon.
It's all ogre now.
They have crossed the horizon, past the event horizon for getting flamed. And guys, this guy pops off, gets the kill onto 1-2-2-2. It's going to be down to 4v3, and I don't even know here, Sneaky.
Mm-hmm.
Do all the timing. So good from Famous. So good. He knows exactly when he's going to go for the flank, and the rest of the team is just stuck in lockers in heaven. They get absolutely rolled again.
What the hell is that Famous? Through the smoke. Just to add that, just to add more salt to the wound.
He just understands.
Right? Yeah,
I understand it now.
He is the NA CROSSFIRE, I feel like, at this point. You made
just gets it.
You made the right guess there, I guess.
Did you guys see AG's coach's face?
Oh, that was prime.
He knows what's coming, that's for sure.
It does feel like just defeat, you know?
I mean, now they're going to full send it down towards A, but look who's waiting. Famous will pick up one before going down, so this round is a little bit better, but for Swamp, they were able to pick up that one round, so even if they do lose this, I think this is still very doable for Swamp. And what's scarier is they might even get clutched here on a 4v3.
Yeah, Kaiser's still alive. You already know that it's always a factor when he's alive in the round. Nate's going to go through. Not going to scratch anyone too hard, except for Do, who eats two. But GZY is going to make his way down to tight stairs, but Jue with a good angle. Do not going to let anyone pass, but Kai's somehow getting two. A very hard angle. Kai's once again the Canadian. The time is short, but might as well get all the kills, but AG just going to seal the deal. 11-10, AG, 2 left to get this first game.
I don't know what's gotten into these guys. It's like they're playing
It's the last day vibes.
Yeah. They just had
it's like that old
really
like
good time coming into this
WCG
one.
moments kick back into their soul almost. It only certainly feels that way. But now we do swap over the sides, and now Swamp is on the aggressive angle. Ooh, they're gonna send it down the nook. Shui, good for one, but now he might get pressured. Yeah, the pop flash was very off, and eventually Dre will go down. And smart play here for Swamp is just reset after finding the frag. 4v4 is just fine.
I'm just surprised Dre went in there again for the re-peek. He was kind of vulnerable behind the box, but could have tried to just hold a flash, get behind the wall, wait for the team. Had a nice angle, but just got punished for the play. We got to push Brewing towards B now from Swamp.
1-2-2-2, not having the strongest day of his tournament career. Has 11 kills, but I'm not sure if he can spray all 3 players down. Like, he's probably good for 1, but he will eventually get traded out. Does a bunch of damage to GZY and Brando. Smoke is going to allow him to fall back. There's a minute 10 left on the clock, and Swamp Gaming is going to slowly but surely creep their way in towards Machine, out towards Machine, and now up towards Heaven. You know what's even funnier is that GZY, with about like 10 HP, practically, 1 bullet will do justice. He's going to continue to go up towards Heaven. Eventually will go down, but...
What?
Oh, hold up. It's Kai's. It's Kai's, guys.
What is going on with this guy?
Guys, it's Kai's. It's about to cook. Trust me.
Kai's? Guys?
Are we stuck in a scream or what?
Oh, there we go. Hey, that's not fair. You guys got to get in there one by one.
Give him a tournament?
Yeah, give him the tournament, bro.
They look like they lost the round.
Honestly, like, Kai's and Famous deserve it, bro. Just give him the trophy.
We'll have something brewing in the pods. But at the end of the day,
he'll have the participation trophy.
He'll get a fist bump from me, that's
they
for
get
sure.
that, yeah.
He's like, hey, guys, tried your best. You're insane.
Took a bunch of damage. I don't know from where. Probably from nades. Yeah, I mean, if Swamp Gaming can take this one to Golden Round, they're going to be on the blacklist side. So this seemingly very doable, and all gamers will have to stop it from happening. They're going to give B one more try with the pop flash. They're going to give it a go. 1-2-2-2, trade it out this time at Famous, and it's going to be actually Brando to take the kill onto ZY. Do at the backside has to hold this one down with the arm. However, the smoke will be good for a cover. Nate up and over. It's not going to hit, unfortunately. Ooh, GA. Just 1 second off. Hunt is going to be able to live. And look at this reset from Swamp. This is so smart. Like, after taking 2 kills on towards B, they're going to reset and try to find weaker angles out towards mid, out towards A bomb site.
Especially because it's so fast, right? If you spend a lot of time and it takes you like a minute to rotate over, they're going to just reset to default. Whereas in this case, you can maybe try to pick off Dway and then just run into A. And that's exactly what they're thinking about doing, except going in for through the wooden doors. They're trying to find Dway. And they might be able to. They do, but it's Dway who hits the headshot. Down he will go, and now that's given time for Du to come on over. GA, the only one left, though. Up against 2. He gets 1. Needs Famous. Famous in the 1v1 will take him down and keep Swamp's hope alive.
That's what Famous is famous for. Do not being able to deliver his due diligence.
Damn. It's like every time you go up against Famous in a 1v1, he has like 50 more health. He's insane.
He's got the perk.
He's got the perk. I forgot what it's called.
Will the dream come alive?
Extra health.
Come to life for Swamp Gaming.
He's got that quick revive. He's tilt immune.
I mean, at this point, like, I just really don't know what to say about all gamers.
I think they're cooked, bro. That's why I predicted Q9.
Are we safe to say they're cooked?
I'm telling you right now, man. This is the most real you'll ever hear from me. But I think AG, unless they fix something drastic with how they play, because I feel like it's not really a macro problem. I think their macro is really good, but there's just something awry in this team.
Maybe vibes are off.
The vibes are off. No one's there to lift the vibes up.
I mean, remember how we were memeing the heck out of Prime West Crossfire?
Yeah.
This actually might be the definition of Prime West Crossfire.
For sure. This entire event, honestly, I mean, LCK, Swamp, DBL, everyone performed so well, but can they continue? Someone's already in lockers at this very moment. Hunt finding his way into 4-box. Famous already 25 in this game. So minute on the clock, due with a little angle on passage, but he's about to get swarmed. Brando gonna get another one. Brando flying down from the rafters, but ZY is gonna clean up the rest of it. But of course it is gonna be Famous. Takes GA! Is it gonna be Golden? Are we gonna go Golden GA? He's already lost multiple clutches, but both of them are barely breathing.
Famous does. Oh no, this is so smart. He's gonna go for the rafters.
Barcore.
GA with 1 HP has nothing to do about this.
Oh, he's.
Wait,
if he checks behind him,
when you drop, does it make a sound?
No, there's no way GA will expect this.
Oh, there's
just no way.
This is a done deal.
There's no way.
Oh,
he missed the shot.
It's okay. Oh, he's a. Oh, the timing! It's so close, and Swamp Gaming is going to lose map 1. However, valiant enough, All Gamers is going to take the map away after a hard fight, and it's crucial. I mean, that was a ridiculous amount of effort being put out by Swamp Gaming, almost taking us into golden rounds. It had to come down to the wire, 12-11, Famous in a 1v1 against Jay, who was practically living off of 2 HP.
Yeah.
C4 was planted, time was ticking down. Eventually, some shots whipped, and Jay wasn't going to be able to clutch this one out. I don't even want to say clutch at this point, but eventually Swamp will lose map 1 of Subbase, and now we are just waiting to get into map number 2. But yeah, Brandon, I just feel like the caliber that Swamp Gaming has put out tonight is hinting to us a possible map taken away by Swamp. And as a matter of fact, not only just the map taken away, maybe the series stolen away from All Gamers.
It could happen.
Yeah.
It could still happen. I mean, we're moving on to, what is it, Compound for map 2. And this is a map where Famous has popped off. Kai's, you know, even though it's not necessarily the best sniper map, neither is Subbase, and he was able to do crazy things. It just feels like the vibes are immaculate on the side of Swamp. I think everybody's having a great time. And the more you win, the more you believe, the better of a time you have, the better you play. And it's the exact opposite on the side of All Gamers. They're really struggling to just get through a group stage. They're like stuck in quicksand. As Sneaky was saying, you know, there's something off. It's the vibes or it's something else. Like, they're so good at the game of Crossfire, but they're not playing that level of Crossfire that we know them for, so something is wrong.
the aura might be the issue here. But Siki, what's your take on that sub-base matchup, 13-11?
Yeah, I mean, they were just definitely... I mean, Swamp Gaming were greeting every single fight. No problem whatsoever, and AG just couldn't take it. I feel like the head-to-heads were surprisingly going in the way of Swamp Gaming.
You know
what?
what?
MVP, ZY, congrats, bro, but...
Yeah,
I mean, they should have went 13-11, that's for sure.
Even for the last round, for G to win, it had. I feel like I think what happened was ZY picked off a triple kill on the B-bomb side, and that allowed the a small window for all gamers to actually just win it out there. If ZY wasn't present, then this game was a done deal. How many? Like 4 or 5 rounds ago.
Absolutely. I mean, this is making things very interesting now. I think the fact that AG did win the map eventually, 13-11, means that they will still probably move on to Compound and win it, even though, you know, what I was saying about the various levels of cope and, you know, the various tiers of cope of, like, how did we do against Wolf Empire? How are the vibes right now? Swamp can match this team. I mean, they did, but can they do it again on this map? I'm not sure, because this is a map that AG is very strong on, and yes, Swamp did select it, but it's pretty brave, I'd say, into this team. So we'll have to see how it goes, I guess.
Yeah. I'm sure. To be fair, like if Swamp Gaming is to pick into one of the maps that is by far one of the best maps that all games play, then there should be something up their sleeve. Probably a really good trick. Hopefully they can deliver, but yeah, only thing we can do is wait at the desk for the game to unfold. But yeah, going back to the last game, is this the first time in this year's Grand Finals that a West team was able to take one of the top Chinese teams to overtime?
Probably.
I think this is the first one.
Yeah,
right?
I think so. I don't
This is
remember,
the first overtime.
I don't remember any team going overtime that is from the CFWL actually going like this, like especially against like, AG. Oh, I don't remember actually.
West is still breathing.
West
alive
is still
and well.
breathing, bro. I mean,
Alive
especially
and
NA,
well.
man. NA being kept alive by famous guys. Actually, the rest of the squad played really well. Honestly, like I'll give them props.
But yeah, just waiting to get into Compound. That's going to be map number 2. Sub-base gone, but it was a very close fight. Just in all hopes, since we are casting in English, we are hoping that Swamp is going to be able to take us into map 3. And when you are able to take your own map pick of Compound into your hands and then move on to Black Widow, that's where the real deal is standing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it really depends on how AG feel after that first map, you know, because they have a little bit of time to go backstage, take a little bathroom break, you know, just recollect themselves. But if, like, the coach is still fuming and the vibes are still in the toilet, it's like, well, do they come out here and play their best game? Probably not. There's only so far you can force it, right? Where it's like, we're going to try our best for the fans. But then once things go south, I think they're kind of off the rails permanently for the day. So especially if Swamp come out really strong and start to take some rounds, I think they definitely have a chance to take the map at least. I don't know about the final map, but at least one. I wouldn't be surprised.
The reigns of Kungarna stand strong here, doesn't it, Sneaky?
Yeah, I mean, the history of Kungarna. I mean, granted, Mercs isn't on the team anymore. He's probably watching from home, you know, cheering for his boys, and I understand. So, man. It's not often that a CFWL team, to be specific, not often an NA team can contest against CHENGDU All Gamers. I think the last time that it was this close against China was like back in the day when NA was actually competing.
Yeah.
Like in the playoffs, they were there, and it was Famous at his prime. And if you think Famous is good now, you should have seen him when he was peaking back in the day. Yeah. And it seems like we're getting a bit of magic in this series as well.
Well, you know what? On top, based on that sub-base, I feel like the boys, when they fly back to their homes, they're going to be cracking open up a cold one. That's well-deserved, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, last series, doesn't matter if you win.
Yep.
Doesn't matter if you lose. You have a good time. You really push all gamers to the limit. Maybe you even beat them. Then maybe it's more than one cold one. A little celebration, perhaps. A little party.
It's going to be me, Bench, and the rest of Swamp.
Well, but it looks like we're ready to find out who is going to come out alive out of this series. We're getting ready to get into the second match. It's going to be Compound All Gamer versus Swamp Gaming. And there you have it. Potentially the last map of the day and the last map of the group stage. All gamers, the damage has already been done mentally and in terms of stats as well. Sub base was a hard take, but let's just hope that all gamers is gonna be able to pick it back up, and show some signs of life and some signs of pace being picked up.
Yeah, for sure. And this is the map to do it as well. I mean, so many paces or so many ways that you can play Compound in this one. Oh my god, guys almost got due through the smoke. That's a jump scare if I've ever seen one. Imagine like a bullet whizzes past your head and you almost died in that situation.
He's just very well practiced coming into this tournament. It's very obvious. Like Kai's is he's really taken a big step up, and he deserves the big props. You know, you expect it out of Famous. Kai's, you know, occasionally, but this isn't occasional. This is like every map. It's like, whoa, okay, he's back again. Wow, okay, he's putting up the numbers. Even though they didn't win many series coming into this one, it's still nice to see as Ray trying to get away from the flash, and nobody checks the corner. That's a couple of kills for him, and Famous will have to clean that up just a bit as that entry comes on in through mid, but only 3 members left, and only 2 in mid as well, so we'll see where they want to go with this one. Maybe it's the Kai's entry angle with the AWM.
Could happen, but GA is actually going to miss the shot in the B main position, but Famous, good bait. Kai's is also going to get ZYDU. Is going to trade Famous Du with the Colt, but is not enough to take down the Canadian sniper that is Kai's. 1v2. Dare I say winnable?
Absolutely winnable. Brando's got position in the tower right now. Gia's going straight towards him. And Kai's playing it well, playing the time. No reason to peek early. Brando, bit of damage already. And look at, Gia, very smooth. That's going to force Brando off the point. And you see, yeah, Brando trying to get in, but the snipe is good from Gia. Nicely done from the side of Gia to hold on to that round after what was Kai's and Famous kind of rolling over them to start.
Yeah, and just to explain for the people back home, the way that the death cam works in this game is just it slowly fades out. So I think what happened there was he instantly popped the defuse when the thing was also fading out. So I think it kind of forced Brando to move forward. And yeah, Jay just expected it. Sometimes you just gotta psych out those death cams, man.
But then again, even that round was pretty close, wasn't it? Oh, moving into round number 2.
Absolutely. Very close one. Kai's Famous on the entry. Getting a kill apiece. Taking out Du in the Colt 1v1 battle was Kai's. Ooh. These are all, you know, yeah, round went to AG. Gia clutched it. But these are all great signs, I'd say, for Swamp.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to rely on a clutch to win a round, something is not working out for that team.
Something did, in fact, go awry. That is for sure. So now we got some curve pressure. Brando playing Lurk over in A main. Rest of the team in mid. And looking for a play. As we'll see how this one does go. They've got a full stack in mid. Smoke a little bit deeper towards A as well.
Ooh. I mean, can this be an A take? I mean, you can go through the smoke, go into control room, but can you control the A site? That is the question if you are Swamp Gaming, and it seems like Kai's going to have first blood here, and the rest of the squad is going to file on in. 1232 is going to get 2.
Oh,
Famous will get Du. And now it's a 2v2.
This is the reason why Famous is famous.
Famous.
Oh, the dodge! Oh my god, Brando! How did you even hit that shot?
What has gotten into these guys?
And now G, now put to the real test once again. I mean, this guy is clutching, but I don't think this one's coming this time.
Yeah.
Surely not.
Surely not. I think
Brando wants revenge. And we'll have to wait and see how that is going to go. He is looking to plant, and that's going to force GA off the point. Brando, how does he handle it? Because he's been playing, you know, we haven't been singing his praises all that much, but he's been playing well too.
Now GA's left scratching his head. Oh, he sees Brando.
Why, Brando?
Oh, I cursed it.
Oh, the caster curse.
That wasn't good. Unlucky.
No reason to go down, though. They could just stay.
Because if he stays in
Exactly.
heaven, the problem for Jay is that he doesn't know where Brando is. He could be down to a spawn. He could be up in heaven.
Could be
He
long.
could even be like hiding by the boxes behind long. There's
Yeah.
no...
Could be in the corner of the
valid
office. Yeah. You could have at least played time a little bit better, you know,
Mhm.
before dropping down. Wait until maybe you hear something like a defuse, or maybe you can cover the other angle. Yeah, certainly that could have been played better. Unfortunate for Brando, right after I sang the praises. But GA, twice in a row, left with it all to do. He does it. So shout out to GA as well for giving all gamers a great start to this one.
I mean, if Swamp is able to bring the rounds down to a 1v1, they're a good matchup. This Pop Flash is going to completely blind Dre. Doesn't matter. Quick spray down for a double kill. Was going to go for more, but eventually Famous is going to tap him out from the lobby. However, as long as Kais finds one more frag, we will be equalized back down to 3 on towards 3. However, the bullet just wasn't going to connect. We're still looking at a 4v5. And look at the position of ZY. He's posted all the way out, even towards the spawn of Blacklist, out from B. And this might come back to bite Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, it absolutely might. ZY just hanging out. Very big lurk spot. Also, though, if he's out here and they don't push into pillars and they push mid or elsewhere, then he's not really... I mean, he could still get the flank for sure, but it really just depends on the pace of the push, right? If they get in quickly, especially if they go curve right now. I mean, look, just look at the minimap. There's nobody there. And 1-2-2-2 is angling over, so he's going to see this. But again, Swamp, they're doing this where they're not throwing a lot of utility, and they're just dry peeking him over and over. And, I mean, they had a legitimate chance to just kind of run into B. I'm not sure if they want to do that.
I mean, it's a risky maneuver, but if Kais can just drop shots like that, they're going to be able to conserve on the utils and use it for post-plant. And that's when the real problem really strikes all gamers. Now, they have a free server, essentially. And with the conserve smokes, conserve nades, this is going to be a harder retake for all gamers.
Yeah, the biggest thing that they had was ZY coming from B main, but instead, he is just going with the team. They're just like, we're going to run through from spawn and move in with 3, and maybe they can use their aim to make it happen, but this is risky. It's only up to Famous in the 1v3. He gets 1. He has no idea where they are, though. Oh, the lineup gets the headshot, but at the end of the day, 12-22 puts the last bullet in him and gives them a 3rd round. Again, doesn't look all too happy about it, but doing their job to get across the line barely against Swamp Gaming.
I mean, even then, right? Like, of course, it's Famous who found the double kill. At the end of the day, it's still 1v1. 3rd round in a row that Swamp is going to be able to rule down to a 1v1. What are we looking at? A possible overtake is going to be my guess here for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this is still interesting. I don't even care that it's 3-0. Like, this has already been made an interesting match. And I fully believe that Swamp could mount the comeback. It's 3 close rounds in a row. Will they reach their throne? Good question. GA is not even going to hit the leg. And he's just holding the close angle with the Yalm. Takes some grenade damage. But he's got some help as well. He's not alone over here. There's 3 guys taking a look at B main right now. You got ZY. You got ZA. Not going to land that quick shot, but really trying to stop them from pushing this way with a big defense in this one room.
Yeah, that's a very far forward defense. Not used to seeing that from AG, especially in compound. But still, Swamp Gaming, they're not gonna greet them at the door here in the B site. Instead, Min is gonna be the target. So let's see, Kais, can he find another one? Misses the shot on Shui, so he does punish him accordingly. But here comes the rest of Swamp Gaming. Can they take him down? Shui with the spray. And it seems like it's not their day. And Do gets Brando as well. And Famous, the only one left alive. As much as the big boss is the big boss, it seems like Shui is just going to deny him entry.
Pause on. But wait for it.
Getting paused was Dre through the smoke.
Famous is still alive. Oh, that was getting a little spicy there.
Spicy and dicey, we say.
Just face check him one by one by one. Not a good idea.
I kind of want to see Famous's MK stats after this series.
Oh, gonna need one for sure.
It was already up at like 50%.
All right, what's the guess after this, Brendan? We're guessing numbers again. I'm reckoning.
You're gonna go first.
70.
I'm gonna say
70%.
solid. I'm gonna say solid.
There's no way.
76.
Okay, you guys are crazy. I'm gonna go for 48%.
Ooh. I might even. Am I allowed to change my numbers? I'll go in between you two. I'll say 60 something.
Okay, 60-something%.
Yeah. Well, 65 sounds about
okay.
right.
All right.
48, 65.
Multi-kill percentage for...
You said 70 something?
I'd put it to 69%.
Nice.
I'll take 65.
All right. Well, 4-0, and it's not feeling too nice for Swamp actually at this point because that last round, a lot less close than the other three. The first three actually were close, required 1v1s, retakes from AG, and decent plays for them to really secure it at the end. But this time around, it was kind of just a run straight down the middle, and they got absolutely blasted. So that's when they just call a quick timeout, and they say, we still have some discussion to do. We still have a chance in this series. I mean, it's still, Swamp, they don't want to go home getting 2-0'd. They don't want to be like, oh, yeah, we had a great performance. They'd rather say, hey, we beat all gamers, right? That's really that's the cherry on top, even if you do end up getting knocked out of the tournament, which they have.
I mean, that might be the moral of the story here for all gamers. Swamp. Desperately looking for a round to get a foothold into the first half. They have found much of a success getting control of middle, but this time they might guide themselves in towards the B connector. See where it takes from there. Going for the double setup is going to be all gamers. Of course, GA is going to wield an of his own. But a lot of heavy lifting done by Joy. ZY having some huge rounds in the previous map, looking for kills here. Ooh, the swing. Not there. As Brando's going to be able to fall back without taking much of a damage. And instantly, Swamp is going to change up their pace down towards middle, and I don't think all gamers ready for this one. Setup is out. They're going to send it down towards curve. And this is going to be spicy for all gamers to hold on to.
Yeah, it's pretty good timing as well, and all gamers do not believe that this is going curve at the moment. They do have decent lines for if it does go that way. GA on the sniper. As you mentioned, just waiting for ZY in the corner as well, but Do just lining it up, expecting the pressure eventually, and holding on to the spawn. Not even able to make it through the smoke. Kai's all alone here, gonna drop the shot. Down he goes. It's a flawless round to all gamers. And, well, it was like a great dream that we were living, and we have woken up from it. All gamers have decided, yep, now it's time to really swing the hammer. 5-0.
I mean, all in all, like, I feel like Swamp Gaming, if they were able to push all gamers to the back of the corner, just push them against the wall, that just might be what all they wanted. And losing this map wouldn't matter all that much since they were knocked out from the group stages anyways. And if they're able to take home the trophy of the team that pushed all gamers to the edge, that just might be what they all needed.
We got this duel again.
Brando versus ZY. Ooh. ZY almost going down.
Wait.
Okay.
He just like waltz in by himself in the B?
He's like, is anyone home?
Yeah.
Like, why is GZY like, hello? On the front porch.
You like see him sticking his neck in, like, anybody here? Just knocking on the door, and then he just dies.
All right. Oh, 12-22, and it takes two to tango, that's for sure.
Well, it's the duo. That's still alive.
It's the duo?
It is that duo, and that duo is coming alive right now as Kai's is going to find the opening of the do. Famous goes in, goes out. Kai's?
Can't explain that.
Kai's cook.
One-man army. Against 3. ZY on top. Sees, spotted, quick headshot. Great aim.
It's like, do you guys know the term, the lamp looks weird?
Go at it.
Yeah, go at it. So this is what happens when you're like in a really good dream. You know, you got your peak life and everything, and then you notice that you're with your wife, and then you notice the lamp looks weird, and that's where the dream ends.
Oh,
so I feel like,
it's like the
lamp look weird in sub base, and it feels like just like how you said. I feel like the fantasy's over.
This is the Inception-esque type
true. Good
happening
reference.
here.
That's a great reference.
I guess. I mean, the sweet dreams were over. If Swamp wasn't, Swamp didn't make it to the golden rounds. I guess the dream is over at this point. But the flash is good to blind Jay, and they might just push all the way into our servers. The problem is, I feel like Swamp has lost a lot of wind in their sails after that rolling matchup in subbase. And Compound just seemingly seems to be that map where all gamers is doing a lot better. Why is Du out there by himself? We've seen GZY. Okay, first of all, GZY all the way up in the front porch of all gamers last couple rounds ago, and now Du is about to do the same burglary that GZY is attempting to do. Was caught by the security guards, but
the thing is, he didn't have his rifle out. Like, he didn't even have his sniper rifle out.
Oh, he was chilling out there, brother.
He just turns the corner. He's like, "Hello, anyone here? I've got my Colt." And I think that's okay if they were right around the corner, but then it's like he was surprised to see the enemy at their spawn 30 seconds into the map after he had sprinted all the way down. Anyway, Du gets away, and he will be ready for this, but not going to hit the shot.
Swing and a miss.
Yep, swing and a miss.
Strike 2.
Is anyone going to go out? Nah, seems like not yet.
40 seconds.
We're just stepping up to the plate.
Swamp is dead stock here. They're going to reposition down towards middle. But look at the setup they have. Prime Crossfire. ZY, quick enough, gets one. Looking for second, gets one. Looking for third, gets it. And all 4 kills are going to be wiped down by ZY.
That's more like it. That's more like it. That's the ZY that I'm used to seeing, man. I mean, to be fair, I was expecting at the start the matchup would be like ZY versus Famous.
That 4K was damage control.
That 4K was damage control, that's for sure.
The fact is that it might be a little too late.
You're already gonna get cooked by that.
Yeah, they're already.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, they just don't want to play that additional FFA DM. They're just trying to cap it off, get back to the hotel. Because I feel like at this point, even if AG wins, they're gonna come off this series like tilted, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna be very tilted.
Yeah. Which is rare to see. Like this is the type of game where like even if AG's winning, there's still a flame coming in. And the broom has come for AG as Swamp Gaming is gonna get swept away on the A site. And look at that, a running pistol from 1-2-2-2 just to put the salt in the wound.
It feels like the lamp looks weird, and now it's turned into a sleep paralysis monster.
Yes, and his name is
it's haunting us.
Joy.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah?
just standing over us.
Joy sitting on 11.
Looming.
ZY sitting on 9 kills. Kai's repositioning.
Ditch.
Ooh, ZY. Ooh. The up and over with the Colt. This is good for the kill, and Kai's will go down. All gamers is going to be able to secure their lead.
You know, the whole night we've been like, is this going to be the 10-0 map? Is this going to be the 10-0 map? It might come when we expect it least. After Swamp Gaming forced almost a golden round.
I mean,
they
it's
might
8-0.
just lose.
I mean, it's 8-0. They still have 2 more rounds in theory. They might just want to send it down. And this is probably the round where Swamp Gaming could actually sneak in one good round, as Kai's does find the nice opening towards ZY, who was peeking out a little too aggressive out towards the B office area, and somehow, some way, somehow, Swamp Gaming, they might just win this round with the man on top. Man advantage is granted, and especially it was ZY who clutched the hell out of himself last round, so a lot of firepower is taken away to the side of all gamers.
Indeed. Still a chance for AG to hold on. I'm sure for them, their only redemption is a 10-0 at this point. Even 10-1 is like, you could have done better. Kai's, he's got the lineups here. They wanna take mid. They have been doing this quite a lot. But we've got Dway in position, going to throw a nade already as the peek comes through. He's got 12-22 to help him stay alive, and that crossfire might just be enough to hold on to this side of the map.
And to make things worse, the C4 is down. Kais gets a quick scope onto Dre. That's an opening. Needs to find 2 more. He's going to be able to cross on
Beautiful
top of Hut.
Come on, Kais, cook.
Kais
It's time to cook.
on the stove, but he's going to get wall banged. The concrete is good to defend the bullets. Has the support of Hunt now. Who is holding on to an arm of his own. Quick scopes are going to hit tonight. And that's confirmed by CROSSFIRE.
Ooh, Kais got stuck. That's scary.
30 seconds. What are we cooking up here? We need the quick scopes to hit. Colt is out. Hunt is good for 1. And now Kais cooking Colt of his own. No,
Mamma
this is
mia.
not gonna hit.
Not like this.
Not like this,
That's
indeed.
so sad. That looked like the perfect way to get 1 round.
Tragedy.
They came in, they got the swing, it was clean, they got the one guy on the right, and then Du was like, yeah, okay, cool story. And, yeah, what can you say? The KD tells the story, we're running right down mid.
Oh, they're sending it. And it might be good for a round. Kais is going to find the opening for the 1-2-2. Traded up by Jay. Now it's GZY opening his own bullets, firing down towards Dre. That's going to be a 4v3. The C4 that's stuck outside A is going to make a rotation. Rest of all gamers are going to be sending the 2 players in towards B. However, look at this rotation from Brando, followed by Famous. The 2 rifling core of Swamp Gaming is waiting, but looks like it's going to be a downed member from Swamp Gaming. 3 versus 2.
Oh my god, why? All right, GA, just send it through the window, and it seems like Famous said, I like that idea.
To the wall! And looks like Brandon, we are gonna.
I forgot the next part.
Not have.
I'm not gonna say the next part. Yeah.
10-0.
We might. We might. Wait for it. Okay. It's Du.
It's Du.
Do you believe in miracles?
Do you think Du can deliver the due diligence?
That was pretty good. I like that. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, nonetheless, the C4 will be planted, and Du is going to have to go on that 1v2 clutch. He has full HP, full set of nades.
It's up against the goats.
Yeah.
He's. Wait.
Oh!
No.
Gets 1.
That's why, guys, defuse, please. Or to hold the defuse.
Just hold it.
Oh
yeah.
my
Just
god!
hold it.
No!
Oh no! 1v1. 1v1. 10-0. All gamers will close this one out at a 10-0 and a 2-0 for the series win. Swamp Gaming put out a really good fight on the first map, but moving into Compound probably wasn't it. The ban picks didn't work out for them as they're going to lose and drop the map in a 10-0. And quick reminder, this will be the first 10-0 of the entirety of CFS 2024 Grand Finals.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy that you go from almost losing a map into then it was technically Swamp Gaming's map pick of Compound, and you know, I feel like all gamers still very comfortable on this map, so it's not like it's an uncomfortable one for them. But they go from almost losing into absolutely just stomping all over them. Like, it wasn't even close. And I still think that Swamp were playing decently well. They weren't playing as well as the first map, don't get me wrong, but like, the fact that all gamers could go from basically a 2 out of 10 to, you know, a 9 out of 10 was kind of incredible.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, the score may be 10-0, but every round, if you look deeper into it, it had to come down to the clutches. 1v1s, 1v2s. The C4 had to defuse, stick it, whatever. The round score is dominant, definitely completely dominated by all gamers, but the real story behind it is it's a little bit different. And if you are the opponent of all gamers that you have to play either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, these little bits and pieces might just work them.
So, 50 multi-kill percentage, by the way. For
So,
Famous.
I forgot who won. So
Me.
You have it.
It
He's
was
the
me.
closest.
The price was right.
The price was right. But the rounds...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
10-0.
MVP, I think ZY deserves it on the side of all gamers. I think he was the one that was putting out the numbers.
I ain't going
And
that, bro.
Might be Jay.
I feel like Famous deserves it.
in terms of
MVP.
clutches,
Jay's gonna
Jay,
get
yeah,
it.
you're right on that
I think
one.
it's just kills per round, you know. He was dying more, but he was, you know, putting his face in it and just...
Yeah, it's definitely
picking
not
up a
Jay.
lot.
It's definitely
Yeah.
not Jay. It was either ZY or Dre, and it looks like Dre had better numbers up on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like definitely it could have been anyone on their side, but yeah, could have been either way. I feel like AG, they do not care about set MVP at this point. They're just relieved that they did win this one. Taking a look at the standings, yeah, Swamp Gaming is going to go 0-3, but it was a valiant 0-3, my friend.
It was an absolutely
It
valiant
really
effort.
was.
Well, I mean, even before the match, we were able to confirm that Wolf Empire was going to leave the group in the top seed. All Gamers was going to leave on the second seed. So the result of this game didn't matter all that much in terms of who gets out of group in which order. But yeah, I mean, All Gamers, they did end up losing to Wolf Empire in the previous days, and that kind of puts them in their spot in the second seed. I do believe there are some other casters who would disagree with me, but All Gamers, I think the vulnerabilities are now really coming to surface and is being shown present to us right now.
Yeah, I think we'd all agree with you, actually. I do think that All Gamers, you know, they a very strong name, a big fan base. I think a lot of us expected them to still win, because we had to do our prediction at the very beginning of the tournament, right? So it's like, well, you just kind of go with, in your mind, the consistency. This team will turn it around. We have these beliefs that they should be able to make it happen, even though they have been showing some rough times. So at the end of the day, yeah, they didn't really show that they're, you know, still increasing and getting better. They've actually showed kind of the opposite, where they're kind of in midair but wobbling back and forth. So it's not a great look, and honestly, I don't think they are favorites to win the whole tournament right now, especially after this. But yeah, as you said before, like, shout out to Swamp Gaming. They didn't get any wins. They got how many maps did they get? 0.
Yeah.
0 maps. But their AP was much higher than Unknight's. They got really close on a lot of the maps. They almost took in overtime against AG. They got very close in 2 maps in a row against Wolf Empire. And yeah, it's, you know, close but no cigar, but at the same time, like, I think they deserve a lot of respect, and I'm looking forward to the NA region next year.
Yeah, Swamp Gaming definitely deserves a lot of respect, and if they're able to find their, you know, composure and, you know, fill in the puzzle pieces and come back next year, we might even see Swamp Gaming out from the group stages and pushing, observe themselves pushing themselves into the playoffs. I mean, weirdly enough, player base in NA, it's not very steep, but whoever that is still left in the region are the veterans, and they are very, very good. And that is proven by how Famous and Kai's and all of the rest of the members, even Brando, putting up some big numbers tonight that was it. That's core NA for you.
Yeah, I mean, with such a small player base, right, there's bound to be like at least 5 good players, 10 good, 30 good players on their side. And yeah, I feel like NA, they guys tried their best. I wouldn't say, I do want to see if they can pull off like maybe a Wolf Empire where they just make the NA super team again, aka, you know, Garna plus, you know, kind of mix on the other side. And try to see if they can.
Who do you think they have to pick up at this point to fill their team?
Half of Adian's army.
Well, I mean, that's going to take a long time, but it looks like we're ready to interview our MVP, Dre, up on the stage. Let's throw it over to Matt Andrews for the interview.
Welcome back to the main stage, and this is for the interview session. And for the last match, congratulations to AG for winning this victory. And we are joined by the MVP, DY. And say hi to all the savers. Hi, DY from Chengdu All Gamers. First, congratulations for winning this victory. And for CFS Grand Finals, we made it out of the group stage in the second place. What do you think is the biggest challenges for the team? I think that is the communication during the middle and the end of the game. Yes, for the communication and for today's game, actually for the last sub-base, we lost the last time. So why did you still choose the sub-base as the first pick today? I think that we just want to win this map. Yeah, we are pretty positive in this map, and we want to know why today's match against SWG are so close. Do you think the issue was with our team, or did SWG actually put a lot of pressure on us? I think Famous is very good at his shooting performance, and also they have very good snipers, and also we have some in-team communication problems. And I still remember that when it was 9-7, so Kai secured a 1 versus 3 clutch. So did the team relax because we thought that the game was already won? No, we didn't relax at the moment. I think that it's just an in-team communication problem because we didn't focus on the cooperation. And finally, we still get into the overtime, and also in the final round, the enemy's main force came through the corridor, and also we got a triple kill, and finally there was the 1 versus 1 with Famous. So did you know the position of Famous before he shoot at the corridor? I think our teammates knew the position, and he guessed that he was already there. And what is your evaluation on his performance, on your teammates? I think that it's very good that we didn't get to the golden overtime. And for the second map, on the compound, AG achieved the 10-0 with blank our opponent, marking the first clean sweep of the CFS. So what is the advantage on this map? I think we are pretty good on the shooting skills. And for the next match, we will confront with EP. We're very familiar with them. So what do you personally think our chances of winning? I think we have 40% of winning, and they have 60%. Isn't that we are not very confident about confronting with EP? So do you think that your judgment is very accurate? I think that we just tell the truth. And congratulations for winning this match, and we look forward to your following matches. Good luck. And for today, we finish all the BO3 matches, and for tomorrow we have the knockout stage BO5, and it's very challenging period for all the teams, and let's hand it back to the casters. See you later.
Well, thank you for the interview, Bella. Certainly not Matt Andrews. Well,
yeah, I mean, you know,
Dre put out a really
it's
good
often
effort.
Matt Andrews,
Yeah,
but
it's
not this
often
time.
Matt Andrews.
Yeah.
Maybe we might have him interview one of the Chinese players. I kind of want that to happen.
Someday.
One day.
Yeah.
One day in our life. Casting Crossfire.
He did do some content where they made him speak some Chinese. It was very funny.
Yeah, I kind of reckon that. I think I have a small remembrance of what happened there, but
yeah.
Well, I mean, all in all, minus all Matt Andrews thing. This game, All Gamers versus Swamp Gaming, definitely showed signs of life. Definitely some signs of hope for the region of NA. But for All Gamers, they were able to just clear it out 2-0. But that does leave us with some questions to be answered.
It really does. I mean, for them, for All Gamers, they are going to get up on stage with ZY and say, okay, we're confident. We're going to go up against EP. They're a strong team, but we're still the favorites. But really what it comes down to is how they play in the best of 5. And right now, All Gamers have been kind of on that wobbly path whereas Wolf Empire have been a straight arrow, right? So for Imperial, that's going to be very difficult, I'd say, for Wolf Empire. For you guys who don't know, Group B is going to face Group C. Group A will face Group D. First seeds versus second seeds. So you can already do the math in your heads, the matchups of what's going to happen. It does feel like Q9 Club, you know, very comfortable. The one team for me that I'm very excited to see how far they can get is 3BL.
The knockout bracket is out for you guys, and for Sneaky, you've been fanboying the heck out of Q9, and I myself too believe that Q9 has a really good chance against Antisocial. But if Q9 is able to advance, do you think they have a shot against Imperial or Wolf? Of course, Imperial definitely a lot easier if you think about it, but Wolf is definitely a tough opponent to take down.
I do think they have a chance. In all honesty, I mean, this is, you know, it is not me fanboying, right? I feel like realistically, Q9 is the closest team in terms of improvement, in terms of the, you know, the domination that they've shown in the group stage. That was similar to Wolf. Wolf, granted, they kind of started slow in this tournament, but I feel like Q9, they're the most similar team to Wolf in terms of the macro stuff, man.
And another interesting matchup is going to be match 4, I believe, Vasco versus 3BL. And to me, 3BL just being able to perform tonight just really shows to me that 3BL might just win outright against Vasco, who is apparently the top dog.
Yeah, I mean, right now, to be honest, like, as a team, the individuals on the side of 3BL are just playing better Crossfire. I think that a lot of the guys on the side of Vasco are really going to have to step up, otherwise they might just go down in knockouts.
But it looks like we have finished our group stages over the course of 4 or 5 days, and it was some top quality Crossfire, but it looks like we are ready to come back tomorrow for more Crossfire. It's going to be best out of 5. Stay tuned. We will be back tomorrow for more quality grand finals. Bye.
Struggle feels like an endless fight, but the flame in my heart will burn bright. In this fight, we'll rise. No fear, no retreat, no back way. Stay together, locked and loaded. Be the enemy inside. I love the future. We're on the front line. 你修不能成败。I love the future. We're ready to shine. 现在解锁未来，放下失败的过往，不再彷徨，勇敢去飞翔。I love the future. Whatever it takes， 放手去追。This is our life. Stars are falling, tracing dreams anew. Even when I stumble, I'll rise too. We stand tall, we conquer all.